The road to the international playoffs. We're continuing day number 2. No eliminations have happened yet, so we do still have our 16 teams remaining, but at the end of today, that all changes. We will be seeing 4 teams go home, and there are 4 of us on this panel. A very small change up, Purge. You're now sitting on the end. Resolution. Hello. Feeling a little bit under the weather, but you're back here on panel. You're gonna be doing it all.
It's nice to be elevated above everybody else.
Yeah.
I've been down here with is it special? Does it feel special? Do you guys feel more important?
Of course. We are more
walk
important.
upstairs.
That's true.
These comfy couches.
The couches are good. You have to stand for your segments every time.
I do.
Do you prefer standing though or being here?
This is pretty comfy. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
This
so
is the
cozy.
best chair I've sat on in the whole.
See,
in the whole
now
book.
we've corrupted another one. Now Slacks is going to continue to scream down there. And
Soon it will only be Slacks and Tsunami down there, and it will be all of us up here. But T, we had an amazing day yesterday. We obviously had that first best of 3 between Team Spirit. But did you watch the rest of the games? Anything else that stuck out for you?
Yeah, just the fan base for Azure Ray is insane. Like,
Yeah.
just I don't know if they catch it on the stream, but like every time they're close to GG, they just swarm to the stage, and just the energy that they have. So that is incredible. And of course, we get to see them in the upper bracket. So either they go a bit further or they have 2 more series. Like there's a lot of energy around them as well. So yeah, it's just nice atmosphere.
That's really true. I mean, if you're not eyes on the game and you hear cheering, you're like, okay, I know who just got a kill.
Literally, yeah.
This is Azure Ray for sure. Yeah.
There's always a fan favorite out there, but do you have any new favorites to win this tournament, Sheep, after yesterday?
I don't know if I have a favorite, because I think what yesterday taught me was that Spirit are not as strong as we thought they were.
Right.
And I think they were the favorites. Like them and Liquid for me were like the stronger teams. Liquid obviously like lived up to that, but definitely Spirit shakier than I thought. Very excited to see if there's any upsets coming out here. VP are also looking great, so I'm super curious to see how they do in the lower bracket now.
Yeah, we could have had a potential upset yesterday. Everything else ended up being a 2-0, so the day sort of sped up that way. But is it too early to say Purge, China region back?
I think it's not too early to say that. They looked really good yesterday. I mean, naturally, there's only 2 teams here. At most TIs, we get 4 Chinese teams. So the 2 that remain, they look really good. I think they're just playing a little bit different meta than the rest of the teams. I think they're advancing things. I think a lot of other teams haven't necessarily had a ton of group stage games to play because the format's a little different. So it's kind of boom or bust right now, and China's really hitting.
Yeah, like you said, only those 2 teams, but they're guaranteed top 3. Our team is going to be guaranteed top 3 for the China region. Massive for them. We'll see how far they're able to go. But as I mentioned before, we are live in the convention center. It means we have a beautiful crowd here down on the floor. And we also have a just as beautiful host, Tsunami.
That's right, indeed. We are joined with the crowd. We got some North American fans in the house right now. Yes, we do, and is that, come over here, my friend, if you don't mind joining me. We have actually, no, I believe we have a South American fan here joining us. My friend, you're a big fan of South American Dota?
Yes, I am.
Tell me, who's your favorite Evil Geniuses player right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, if I'm noticing, this logo looks a little bit outdated. Tell me, who's on the back of this? It's Arteezy. You're a big Arteezy fan then, I take it.
Yeah, for a lot of years right now.
I'm noticing it. This jersey looks a little bit tight on you. What year did you buy this jersey?
Like TI7. Yeah.
It's been a while then.
1 push-up on every loss. It's tight now. It's tight, yeah.
So then, what is your favorite memory of this Evil Geniuses or even Arteezy in general?
Yeah, I don't know. Psy, Creed, that team was good.
Oh, you were an Arteezy secret fan then. Okay. Now, how about now? What's your thoughts about Shopify Rebellion, Arteezy, right now? We got high hopes.
Yeah, I trust them.
How about you guys? You think that Shopify is gonna do it? But I gotta share the love. How about TSM? Any TSM fans think they're gonna do it? How about Canada? All right, there we go. That appeals to everyone. My friend, if you don't mind, what's your name?
Martin,
Martin. One last word for the North American fans in the house right now.
let's go.
Let's go! Martin, thank you so much for joining me, and let's get the game underway.
That is one of the best workout regimes I've ever heard of. 1 push-up for every loss, and you too could be as bulky as that man.
I need to start doing it now. Yeah. Actually, no, I can't even do a push-up. To be fair, what am I saying?
I was going to say too, but I also know I can't do a push-up, so we're all just got those gamer genetics on us. But yesterday there were a lot of games going through, so if you had time, Sheep, you could only watch one game. Which one stuck out?
I'm gonna choose LGD game 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mostly just because of the Willow carry. That shit was so exciting to me. I'm so glad Shiro pulled out. It was also like first pick, I think. They took it in the first phase, so they were so much confidence in that strat. They played it with the Brood as well, which was a hero I thought was a little dead. You know, LGD just looked so revitalized as a team. That one was hype.
Yeah, I think people have been criticizing Shiro for being a weaker carry, but in the last couple weeks, he's just been picking weird carries. And some players are just like that. Thompson is maybe the best example. He's like, I'm not going to play meta, I'm going to play weird stuff, and people are going to have to adapt to it. So it's fun to see LGD pick those weird heroes.
Who is calling him a weak carry? I will fight them. I think Shiro's
Some people have
amazing.
been.
I mean, when you replace Army, there's going to be some easy speculation of, it's not very, but it takes
Look,
a little
it's
bit
a
of time.
comparison thing. You got to grow into these shoes. You
And he
have
has.
big shoes to fill, exactly. And look, maybe you don't even have time to go ahead and watch that 60-plus minute game that did occur, that LGD one. So instead, we've wrapped it up into a nice little bundle for you guys. We have a highlight reel of all the games that happened yesterday and their big plays. It's going to be very exciting when we do have that, when we have our players joining us, when they're going to be walking out. But I am super excited. It's day one, it's weekend, it's Dota. It's going to be a fantastic time. And we have a beautiful crowd that is getting riled up already.
Ice Blast afterwards connects. Notice starting to fall lower and lower, but not going to go down. And with Spectre in the backlines destroying Mapochka, he's finding more. Karatic tries to TP out. Does he have a way to escape? The life drain heals him back up, and now Laura also in trouble. Virtus.pro say we don't want to go late game. VP trying to put the nail in the coffin. With the haster and the rundown, it might be enough to take down this Tusk. Zayuch right on top of him. Laurel is there, does have level 6 though. Now Dreamcoil connects onto 3. Do they have more help? Are any teammates here to help at all? No, they get 1 kill. Now looking for a second. Oh, the movement, they swell, they get enough. Yadro jumps away and now turning, wants to hit onto that egg. BKB already out, collapse in, brings it down. Now they did kill off the Muerta already. Laurel tries to backplate, eats the cheese, tries to escape. Yadro goes slinging away. Does he have enough damage? Can he get out of there? Survives, he turns it around. Triple kill! Yadro goes for an ultra! Buyback status, none of them. Nobody has buyback. Nobody. But look at that, Yadro gets caught. Stunned. No, the snowball save is there for the turnaround. Yes, again. They got what they need. Laurel, can he do enough? They try to bring him down quickly. Dead for 2 minutes. They bring it back in fabulous fashion. Mapochka, the captain, is there to carry the game. Ogre Seal Totem looking forward. Catches only one with the fear. Now, Karatic shows up, finds Mira immediately onto him. Yadro dies, but the Cataclysm, the damage, it's almost enough, and it is! GG is finally called.
They seem to be pretty confident about taking a fight right now. No road to take this fight, however. They just burst down the Tree Protector, but at the same time, great Ravage. 23 shows up with the Primal Beast Form. He got feared. Rumble, he got feared up, and he couldn't actually stop it. He crack and shield, gets jabs out of there, but he's blocked in by trees. This could go very right for them or very poorly. This is no buyback, but they got it. Oh, Jeff picked up the Aegis. 23, is he going to have that extra life? Is he going to be fine, though? Making in there with a BKB, but he don't. He hit it. Too much. No way. Mid-game, he managed to push through both of those heroes, 1 versus 2, and the rest of Talon are crumpling to the initiation of the Storms here. Mako's going to try and get away, but remember, this was an all-in. They took away the Aegis. That means 23 can't join in this fight. They buy back, but for what? The supports will not have cores join them in this second part of the fight, and they're just going to be hunted down now. Diebacks on the side of Talon.
Kiyotaka, he's right behind him. He's going to get instantly hexed. There's the RP onto 2. Can they take out the OD? Aghanim Scepter does activate again. He's going to get rooted up in an ice. Mystic Flare onto 2 heroes. There's the buyback onto the tree, but the OD is lost along with the Primal. Kiyotaka buys back into the game. Couple buybacks from LGD as well as Shiro finally takes a tumble, and now he will finally use his buyback. He's gonna blink into the corner. He's gonna force that in. They're gonna be able to see it. He gets Hexto. There's the RP finally to come. OD is dead. No buyback at all. And Miero will follow suit. He does have his buyback available. There's the waveform from Ramsey. He's able to clean up one. That's a form of Mew. So no Brute to come, but he does have his buyback available right now. Looks like Antares is gonna die on the sidelines as there's a triple buyback coming out, making a quad from 9 Pandas. Miero getting off the hook stomp onto 2. Mew killing him with the crippling fear. Good enough to take out the Spectre, it is, but that's just the Aegis. Now the Torrent Storm doing so much work, keeping everybody stuck in place as Miero falls along with Antares. And there's the tidal wave on the Ramses as GGs are called, and LGD completely dominate game number 2.
This is a pretty prime time for Nouns to strike. Keep thinking 100-0 him.
Alon's going to show on the tower. DP's going to start to come in and look to burst through the Spectre immediately with the setup of the round again. The Mystic Flare, that beat Pop.
Still alive.
Out of there. They didn't have enough damage. Lowe's perfectly fine. He's ready to turn. The dagger across. They brought down Gunner. They'll take down Mu as well underneath the tower. Lowe survives. Yamson also to full his. Azure Ray. Solar Guardian straight into the heart of Nouns. Straight to their fountain. Swings in with a hammer. They're all going down. Nouns just left to Levis on his own here. The last one with buyback. They have a fortification. He's got a fear. They're trying their best now, but it's not good enough. It's Azure Ray onto the Ancient. GG is called. Azure Ray take this series 2-0.
A day that I could reminisce on for as long as possible, but we have to look forward. We have to move on because those upper bracket matches, the way that they panned out, did have Nouns falling down. They're going to be facing up against whoever wins out of Shopify and TSM. 9 Pandas also going down, awaiting their opponent in EG Gaimin Gladiators, and TALON as well as Nouns going down there. But that's for a later day, because today we can focus on that top portion of the lower bracket. Our first series being Shopify TSM. They get a little bit of a break while EG and Gaimin Gladiators come up against each other. Nouns awaiting that opponent, and 9 Pandas later today. These are all approximates. It's a rolling schedule. We don't know what's going to happen. We could see more 3-game best of 3s, but is there a series, a matchup, an outcome that you think is going to be the most exciting or even the most possible?
Just the NA bloodbath. The fact that we get to see Shopify TSM and then another run of Nouns. Like, you know, we had them throughout the entire DPC battling it out, and now only one gets to survive and stay in the road to the international. It's like, oof, that alone is spooky.
I would agree with that. I think this is series of the day, personally, because you never really know how TSM and Shopify are going to do on a tournament. Sometimes they have good results, sometimes they have weak ones. So this will kind of determine what's going to happen for this team for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, we're looking at their head-to-head records, just comparing some of the stats here in, against other teams, but also against teams that have made it to the upper bracket, how they fare against those teams that are a little bit better, their average kills and their average win time as well, which 50 minutes. Let's just round up. 51 minutes here.
It's a long time.
It's a very long time.
And the thing for me in this is, like, at the start of the year, TSM, they were like the top dogs of NA. They were crushing Shopify in Tour 1, Tour 2. Then it got to like the middle part of the year. Shopify's like, wait, we know how to play Dota again. And then they're coming back to number 1. And then like at Riyadh, they both bombed out, but TSM was the better of the worst, and they then took the spot. So throughout the entire year, they've been going toe to toe, and they are kind of, it isn't like the old school days of just Shopify, one team, everyone else. It really is the two of them at the top, and yeah, the Nouns showing up, of course, as well at TI.
A lot of back and forth between them, but if you don't know too much about TSM, then fret not, because we have a little video summarizing their year and their journey on the road to the international.
After a disappointing last place finish at the previous international, TSM felt the pressing demand for change. First, Saberlight left the team to join regional rival Shopify. Then their captain, Moon Meander, made a pivotal shift, transitioning from player to coach.
He was like the captain, the drafter, the shot caller, the face of the team. You think of Team and Dine and TSM, you kind of thought of Moon. When we decided to make changes after TI, because we had a really rough TI, first person to being let off was Tuvu, and I was really sad. Lots of talking, and we came to the conclusion that he was the one that needed to be changed. Then Moon had this idea where he thought, what if I just kick myself into coach and I just get 5 young people and I just keep the mid and the carry player, which are way younger than the support players. He was like willing to sacrifice his dream of winning TI, you know, to coach like 5 young players that all you need is guidance. That was his idea.
Despite numerous shifts in their lineup, TSM showcased their strength in the region, clinching spots at the first 2 majors. But when it came to delivering on the main stage, they struggled to rise to the occasion.
In the team, I am one of the oldest, and I've never played with such inexperienced players. They don't know what after a loss, things that you should say, things that you shouldn't say. So it's been quite interesting. When you're a new player and you just join the scene, you're kind of like, you watch from your screen and you play your pops and you're very good. You're like, damn, these guys are bad. Like, I'm so much better than them. Like, if I were there, or if they got me instead of that guy, I could do what he's doing 10 times better. Like, I see it. But then you get to LAN and, you know, like the admin walks in and the room is silent and the AC is cold. It's been a lesson to everyone. Everyone's learned something different this entire year. But it comes down to how fast you learn and how quickly you can apply it. That's what TI is gonna be for us. But yeah, he's gonna have to go roll with it, see what happens.
Hey guys, before we get started for the day's matches, let's do a brief meta overview of what we've been seeing from group stage and playoffs so far. Now, you may have noticed a lot of Hand of Midas purchases. The map is bigger, that means that there's more camps to farm, and that means it's generally safer to hit creeps because it's harder to spend time to go gank. Now, if we take a look at a clip, if you do end up ganking somebody, you move 3 heroes across the map, and if this gank fails, this is a lot of time that you could have spent farming instead. So in this game from yesterday, 9 Pandas try to kill New here, he ends up surviving, and that causes a lot of problems. So some teams right now are updating meta by grabbing heroes that allow you to gank very efficiently. Spectre is the best example. Previously a very farm-heavy hero, but now you can just teleport across the map as the gank begins, and you contribute a Spectral Dagger and an Urn of Shadows damage to help get kills. So in this way, Spectre is still allowing you to farm constantly, and you don't have to spend time setting up a gank that may or may not succeed in getting a kill. Now, there's other heroes that are able to do this as well. Dawnbreaker has a nice global ultimate. Team Liquid used her yesterday. In this case, just jumping in just to be there to help guarantee Jabs dies and accelerate the game. Now, before this advancement happened, a lot of teams are doing this Wraith King offlane type thing, summon skeletons, pressure the tower, but the problem is that after this, what ends up happening is you're sitting here AFK farming for a long time to get a Blade Mail and a Radiance. That is too slow. The teams that are winning right now are teams that are accelerating. Here's another hero that does it. Centaur offlane, you're pressuring the carry, you're hitting him with double edge, you're setting up pressure to make sure his game is slower, and then later on your first item is basically a Blink Dagger, which helps you get in action. These teams aren't buying Midases, they're trying to farm a little bit less, and they're trying to get things done. LGD yesterday used Night Stalker, if I can get the clip to load any second. It's gonna work. It's gonna work, 1 second. Okay, there we go. Night Stalker offlane was used. Look at this. He bought Urn of Shadows. He's pressuring. The Spectre comes in. This is 11 minutes into the game, and they're already pressuring the carry. And the other cool thing the Night Stalker does that so many of these Wraith King offlaners don't do, he spots heroes in trees, so they say, we can get another kill. And then to further compound on this, because you need to get so many ganks off to beat this farming playstyle, they pair it with a Grimstroke. The Inkswell allows you to chase, deal damage. AA is another good example of a support that can apply gank pressure globally without having to be there. But the downside is when they run at you, not necessarily the best hero. So my view so far of the current meta, you want to put pressure on the map. You have to gank constantly. Sometimes you pick these Ricky mids, and I think this is something that could really favor TSM in the upcoming match. Their average game time is lower than Shopify Rebellion. I think they're farther ahead in the meta as of right now.
Thank you so much, Purge. So that's his viewpoint here on that meta, that you got to be fast-paced. You have to be active. You have to make sure that your opponent doesn't get anything across the river, that you're constantly pushing it onto them. Any other heroes that Purge didn't mention that could also fit that description?
I mean, there's Earth Spirit, there's Primal, the Grimstroke that he kind of touched on as well. He touched on Kunkka. I mean, Bristles, of course, top on that game as well. Like, I think any hero that allows you to get to, like, say, like level 6, level 7, use a Twin Gate, and go look at fighting, insanely good. And just be able to continue that and know that you're not going to suddenly be starved. And obviously, he was touching on the points of you get the kills, but you need to find that balance where you can't just overly be aggressive the entire time. We saw that yesterday with VP. They keep going aggressive. They make these cool plays that are in the meta, but then they get to a point where it's like, wait a second, they haven't kind of taken that breather to be able to readjust and make sure they're scaling throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it's why it's also so nice that all of these big, beefy heroes are so good right now, is that you're going to have so much health earlier on to be able to just go put yourself in dangerous positions, go fight, go dive a tower, go be out on the map. Everything just seems to come together really nicely in those strats.
Yeah, it's also down to that execution, and like we've already talked about TSM, they might have that slight advantage against Shopify Rebellion when it comes to meta, when it comes to being more active. But let's hear more about Shopify Rebellion. Let's see what their journey to the road to the international was.
The reason for me joining Shopify Rebellion is that I think last TI, we had like a really bad performance on TSM, like we were dead last at TI. And I've been playing on that team for 2 years, and then Bulba approached me at that same TI whether I would like to play for them. This team is like full of extremely good players who I respect a lot, and I feel like it's just too much of a waste to not seize an opportunity like this, to like, you know, play with such experienced players and learn from them and see how it goes. It was exciting. I think this team has like a lot of history and a lot of ideas of how things should be done. There's like a lot of experience. So when I joined the team, there's like already a structure that's already set up for me, and I just, you know, do my part. So that's been very interesting.
Shopify Rebellion kicked off the season by securing a 4th place in Lima, yet they found themselves in the 9th to 12th spot in the following majors. Riyadh in particular saw the team grappling with their toughest challenge yet, marking their lowest result.
I think that the lowest point in this year, at least for me, was right after Riyadh, because we did really badly at Bali, and then right after Bali I went through a breakup, and then we played Riyadh as well, and then I got home. And the way I set up my life is like mainly focused on the aura, and it was also just focused on the relationship, and then I didn't really have either of those things. It was basically like building up my life from zero. I think I figured out what's important to me and like how to navigate into the future. Over the years, I've learned so many lessons. It's important to be present. You have to give it your 100%, and you need to like be in the moment. And it's just like so much more exciting when you're just like fully immersed yourself in the game.
Some wise words from Saberlight. You know, he's still quite a young player as well. He talked about being on TSM. Now he's facing up against his old team on his new team, Shopify Rebellion, for their life in the road to the international. It's still an upgrade for himself. TSM didn't even make it out of groups last year. Now he's made it out of groups. Unfortunately, straight into the lower bracket for himself, though.
Yeah, I think the main thing from that interview is just knowing that today is the first day of eliminations for the road to TI playoffs. These players, they've played for an entire year to get to this point, and if they are to, you know, fall short, you know, it's a whole year of work to then not get there. So, you know, show some love to them if they are to get eliminated today, Shopify or TSM or any of the other teams today, and yeah, the road continues.
I just like the moment to humanize the class clown guy, because he always brings so many laughs in so many tournaments that he plays in. So to give a little picture into his struggles, I think it just makes me root for him a little bit more.
Yeah, I was going to open up back from the interview with Bing Bong, and I was like, this doesn't feel appropriate anymore. Let's not do that one. Yeah, it is nice to see that. And I think it's also been a really tough year for Shopify Rebellion. It's almost a sandwich, right, for themselves of they get that 4th place at Lima. They got 2nd at Dream League Season 21. So just after TI, they do fantastic. Just before TI, they do fantastic. Everything in between, it's just lost direction. So where does that really build you up for, and where does that place you now for the road to the national?
You're not allowed to do well before TI. They fucked it up, man.
Oh, they messed up.
It's over, man.
Yeah, that's what everyone thought about Team Spirit. They're still up a bracket.
But did you see them? They did not look in form anymore. It's all downhill.
It's one game.
It's over.
They bounce back and do it. It's just over. Okay. Well, so
I thought VP just played well myself. VP just impressed me. I thought Team Spirit still looked good, though.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think Shopify as a team, I look at them, they don't strike me the same way that like LGD yesterday struck me, for example. You know, everyone was saying, where's Magnus? Where's Magnus at TI? You know, they're coming out, they're playing Magnus, they're playing Dark Willow Carry, they're playing Broodmother. These guys are like super thinking about stuff. They're playing the Night Stalker offlane. Like, these are all heroes that other teams are not really touching that much. And when I look at that team, I think that they have like fresh ideas. They have confidence, excitement. Shopify doesn't excite me as a team that much anymore, which is unfortunate because you love the players. They've played together for so long. You're drawn to them. Yeah. I'd love to see them feel like a new team.
Yeah. I mean, what you're talking about here is expectations on this team. Arteezy as well, a lot of expectations on him, and I think infamously, there's a guy on Reddit called Baboon97, and this guy, he asked such an important question about 6 days ago. Any idea why Arteezy doesn't buy BKB, didn't buy BKB? 440 upvotes, 287 people flabbergasted by such expectations. But don't worry, guys, I did the homework. We're going to look right here. Arteezy, since TI12, has won more games without a BKB in his inventory than with a BKB in his inventory. Thank you very much. A 65% win rate. This man does not need the BKB to win a game. So thank you very much. And don't forget, at TI, Arna, he has the highest win rate. He has more games won without a BKB, 74% or something. So in the footsteps of a TI winner, Arteezy is on his quest to get there. So please, if you are to make Reddit posts, do the homework first. Don't just randomly make statements about these pros.
Oh, very good. Great homework,
Thanks, T.
great research. Oh my goodness, that was very aggressive.
Mild crack there.
I felt good for a second, but yeah.
Question the pro players is what you're saying.
I mean, you can. Some of them make egregious plays, and Kiyotaki yesterday.
Question pro players, but not if they're Arteezy.
It wasn't he against a Spirit Breaker that game anyways, so
exactly.
It was like the BKB wouldn't.
That's what made me want to research
it. There were so many BKB piercing spells. That's what I was trying to say in that game. So, there's
but
something
today,
to
though,
it.
if it happens, we can call him out. It's fine. But that game...
You're not going to have his back today?
I mean, the stats have his back today. So that's all I'm saying.
All right, do you have anything interesting on the side of TSM like that? Anyone else? Because they're a completely different team, right? We already heard from them that they're a young roster, 5 young players, very inexperienced when it comes to lands for themselves. And so they don't have these expectations or that fan base that Arteezy has.
They don't. They're not as popular for sure, but I like what they're doing this tournament. If you look at the heroes they picked, it's a bunch of weird stuff. And based on their average game length and the fact that my belief right now is that teams do have to accelerate to punish this like AFK farming thing, they're doing that. I mean, they played Ricky mid one game because they saw an AA and a puck on the enemy team, and they're like, oh, we're just going to up-tempo this. Like, Ricky had top net worth, and he had like 38 CS that game. So I was like, okay, they're doing what they need to do. They're picking abnormal heroes that fit the game circumstances, and that's why we're praising the Chinese teams as well, because they're doing similar things.
I mean, Tomato, he's got 10 games played, 10 different heroes. So he's sporting just creativity in the draft. Of course, it's not had the best success because they're in the lower bracket, but the idea that they are coming into it with their own ideas, their own confidence, their own camaraderie. We saw it in the player interview or the video, that it's like they are looking for those young players to have their own ideas. Moon's going to kind of craft them, and I like the idea that this should be a project of time rather than quick results, and hopefully that creativity can spark on the stage today.
What is that line of picking too many different carries for your carry player that it's just like, okay, it's not really creative, we just don't really know what's working, we're trying to try everything at this point? Like, where is that line? Is 10 carries in 10 games over that?
No, I think we've seen, in the past we've seen players, right? Like Yatoro, I think in the TI he won, had like a new hero like every game for a really long time. We've seen like, I know OG Lamal, but like Yuragi's been really good with his versatility in the past, and it's been very successful for the team. I think having a wider pool is something that you can value a lot, especially when it means you can move your carry later on into the draft, right, and give priority to other people. That versatility, I think, is much more of a strength than a hindrance.
If it works, though, because it's like you can pick weird stuff, but you have to win with a Yatoro. World class, probably best carry in the world. That's why it works. So I love the creativity, but you also have to win. You have to pick it at the right time and not oversee something that ends up being a crucial game losing mistake.
I mean, it's just volatile, right? It's one of those things where we're going to either be sitting here praising them, going, wow, they're one of the best, or they're so volatile, it's like you just don't have your own ideas yet, and maybe they're struggling to find their identity, right? It's like one of those, such a polarizing idea, and hopefully today at least, they do kind of see through all of that. They've had the extra break before this series. They've got a little bit more time. They've had, 4 or 5 days to pump in some extra scrims, so I hope they find like a nice balance for sure.
Which team do you think favors the 4-day break a little bit more? Is it Shopify trying to reset after that loss for themselves, not having a great group stage, or TSM, who kind of just was really average, like that middle of the pack?
I'll go for the cheap answer and just say Shopify, just because they have the international experience. They've heard the horn before. Like TSM, though, they're going to be struggling potentially with the TI pressure.
Yeah, that horn does mean that we are close to our day starting, to our games beginning. It's not long now, so sit tight before we do see any players, before we see any games, though. We have to open day number 2. So let's get started. Let's watch our video and enjoy some Dota.
It is a beacon, sounding a call to greatness that echoes worldwide. A crucible, forging a single contender worthy of rising above the very best. And a celebration, gathering a community of millions to witness history unfold. It is the International, the final proving ground, where the world's finest Dota teams assemble to face each other in the ultimate test. Each challenger has earned this honor through hard-fought victories in matchups around the globe. The journey has tested some more than others, but the favorites and underdogs all know the road to the Aegis defies all prediction, and anyone can carve a new legacy here. The Aegis of Champions returns to Seattle, and with it the eyes of the world. 16 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
The road to the international is a rocky one. It's not over for some of these teams, but today we will be seeing 4 teams go home. Their dream to make it to TI, their dream to lift that Aegis will be over, and there is a pumping crowd here with us, Sheep.
Oh yeah, the excitement is up.
It is high. We're gonna welcome our very first team to the stage, TSM. This almost entirely new roster representing 5 different regions has struggled to make a statement on an international stage this year. But now they have no expectations on them. They can win it. They can progress further. And they're going to be coming up against some familiar foes in Shopify Rebellion. After a tumultuous year, this North American fan favorite squad has had a tough group stage. They're here in the lower bracket, but like I said, they know their opponents, they know who they're coming up against, and they fought for first in DPC many times before, but now they're fighting for their lives, and we don't know who's going to be coming out on top, how many games we're going to see, but either way, it's going to be an NA bloodbath, Sheep.
I'm hoping for 3 games. I also think that they usually go to 3 games. These teams are very back and forth with who wins, so I'm expecting a good series.
Yeah, their head-to-head record, you talked about it. We have seen TSM, actually, when it comes to the DPC, being the favorites, winning out on top until the 3rd tour, where Shopify did win it, but it went to that 3rd game that you were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it's who can adapt, who can do well, who gains the advantage, momentum. I don't know. I think Shopify tend to like give me more reassurance on LAN, but I think that might have just been because TSM had, like we talked about, all the new players or like the younger people, and they didn't have that previously. But at this point, we're at the end of the year. Like if I liken them to a team like LGD, for example, they had no LAN experience prior to this year, and now look at them and the strides they're making. They've gotten better every LAN, and I'm liking to see that from TSM.
I think for one thing for me though is with the addition of Kasani, at the start of the year, that's when the Zoo meta was quite prevalent, and now as the patches progress, like we don't see Beastmaster too much, we don't see Lycan, we don't see Enigma. Like he was that specialist, so he's kind of, maybe that's also one of the reasons why they've been struggling a little bit, because re-finding that hero pool. Like he's played an Omni Knight offlane so far in the tournament, he's played Lone Druid offlane, some traditional ones with like Tidehunter, but he is maybe still trying to find his footing because he was like very powerful on the Zoo, and then like, yeah, he's pretty good on everything else, but he's not like S tier right now. He's still trying to find that footing.
And that's true. And some of the heroes they picked earlier in the group stage, they were trying that Lone Druid offlane thing, which was kind of Wraith King offlane-esque, and they didn't win a lot of those games from what I remember. At least they got crushed in some of them. So I see him as he's learned his lessons probably and has some flexibility and maybe pick some of those heroes. And they just know as a team that they need to play aggressive. They can't sit back and farm. And some of the Zoo heroes are kind of good for that tempo at times as well.
Talking more about TSM, Ari Kasane, this is their first international appearance, so it's big for themselves, right? Whitemon didn't make it to TI last year. He was on that T1 roster that got knocked out in last chance qualifiers, just missing out, unfortunately, but he has seen an international before. He's had appearances, and Tomato and Bryle obviously still staying with TSM, but I want to focus on Whitemon, right? His change from the SEA region, what he sort of added to this squad, maybe not necessarily in leadership, but in that experience, having a couple years under his belt, and also how he fits into this meta. Are these warlocks, are these trees, are they his heroes?
Yeah, I mean, Tree especially, he's very comfortable with that hero. I think his experience was great for the team. Like you guys said, there's a lot of newer players on the squad that have less LAN experience, but they've been together so long now and they have had enough events that I feel like they have the pieces that they need to do well here today.
Yeah. And also for Ari, like even though he hasn't maybe had Dota LAN experience, he was at the top of the game on Hon, so it's like he's had plenty of like high-level competition before he transitioned into Dota, and like he's only been around like the competitive space for like maybe like a year or so, but he's instantly already at TI, right? So I think he's going to be in a good spot to not really fall victim to the arena, to the crowd.
On both those players, it's Whitemon moving into this team. He does not suggest much in this team. I think he's definitely like a weaker voice, self-admittedly. However, in game early, he makes the most calls to move, apparently. And Ari loves playing aggressively early. He hates losing. He says he loves to go and make plays. He loves to move. He does not like feeling like stuck. So him and Whitemon together are able to go and play and combine their heroes, and like that's what I want to see. I want to see them making, like stepping up and killing and stopping Shopify.
Just like reading Ari's hero pool for this TI so far, Spiritbreaker, Weaver, Centaur. He's position 4, by the way, just so you're aware. And then like there's a Phoenix, that's normal. SD, normal, Tusk, normal. But just half of his heroes are like, okay, sure, why not? And I respect that. He is trying to push the boundaries a little bit, but of course, you do need to reel it in at this point. Now that you've got to this position, like elimination is on the line, see which ones are the ones that actually want to work, because, yeah, no, don't be too creative right now.
I feel like Whitemon was always like impressive to me though, because he would play passive-looking heroes like your Treant, but then he would move a lot on them.
I remember us getting into a very big argument with Lizard back in Arlington Major when we saw Whitemon, and we're like, trust us, this man on Tree is one of the most active Tree players you'll ever see, and then he proceeded to lose the game.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, that's funny, but it's true. He does like to move. It's like you would have other people playing Tree during that Tree meta who would play in the safe lane and stay, and they would try and suck that farm and let their carry leave and go farm jungle. But Whitemon would be like ganking mid. He would be pincering from behind while his other teammates came from the front. Like this guy really innovated a lot of like aggressive plays on supporting heroes. So when I see his hero pool, I see this Dazzle, Tree, whatever, I still think I trust him.
Yeah, and you talk about moving. On the flip side, I think Shopify, the reason why they are in the low bracket is they have been resilient to make moves. We saw the Weatherman from Purge earlier. When you have the advantage, you're playing in the face of your opponent. Shopify, they've had a couple series where they get some like early 6,000, 7,000 gold lead, that's 20 minutes into the game, and then they kind of park themselves on their own side of the river. They don't actually progress the map. They just keep hitting creeps, keep farming up, and then they wait for a very big timing in the mid game, but they give a little bit too much room for their opponents, and you're talking already about the supports. Like if TSM can see that kind of static nature from Shopify, we could see a mismatch in tempo potentially from the teams.
Yeah, that's the thing that worries me for Shopify here, because they have been playing very, very meta heroes, and it really comes down to, have they been prepping for this new strat in the last couple of days through scrims? Have they updated themselves, or are they going to play standard farm Arteezy, win his safe lane, let him get fat type stuff? He's always been a harder carry. He hasn't really been so much of a tempo carry. Whereas I feel like TSM's going to be potentially ready to shift. The one clip I showed was mid-Ricky carry Night Stalker from TSM. So I just don't really see Arteezy doing that same kind of thing. And if these mismatch, if this does mismatch and give TSM an advantage, I don't know if Shopify can pivot within the best of 3.
But what is the disconnect for Shopify out of like lanes in this early into the mid game? Because more often than not, they're winning lanes. They're actually winning multiple lanes, but then nothing transitions and they do end up losing that game. So why is there this inconsistency? Why does it fall flat?
It's probably because they're thinking, we need to pick heroes that win our lanes. That's the most important thing. It is important. If you zone your opponents, then your carry gets to sit in lane and get every creep wave lasted and then shift to jungle and go back and forth. And their offlaner gets that, but less. So that says, okay, we have this big net worth advantage. But then when you get in the mid game, that's where you start transitioning more to gank. So your supports that you pick to win your lanes aren't necessarily as good at ganking, and that's where the disconnect happens. You might be waiting for your offlaner to get a blink dagger, or for your mid hero to get some important item, and then it kind of slows things down. So the best strats from what it looked like yesterday were the ones that are just constantly going through to the mid game.
And also Arbed in his pubs. Unpicked hero at TI, Timbersaw. He started playing a couple games recently.
How's they looking?
50-50, but you know, for a hero that's been unpicked, untouched, a lot of people have been speculating, well, with all the strength heroes in the patch, why is Timbersaw not here? Why are we not seeing him dealing with that tankiness? Of course, he did have nerfs throughout multiple previous patches because he was very, very powerful before, but maybe that could be a thing that we see within the draft today at some point. You kind of bait your opponent into some strength picks, you get that mid Timbersaw, because I think a mid Timbersaw, you still get the levels, you get that advantage. You're not going to have the issues that an offlane Timbersaw has when you're starved. So maybe it's something that could surprise TSM if they haven't done their pro tracker research coming into the series.
Well, I mean, thankfully they have Moon for them, so he will most likely be doing that.
I'd like to think.
They also did pick up another coach. Did you guys know this?
Yeah, Eki.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you spoken much? Do you know much about him?
Yeah, he's played a lot of the kind of national tournaments. He did a little bit of coaching for Secret in Riyadh and I think a tournament before that. But yeah, he's kind of slotted into that kind of secondary coach assist.
Well, we'll see how he's going to go for TSM, what advantage they get, because we are ready for game number 1.
Shopify Rebellion versus TSM. Game 1.
The draft is ready. This lobby is full. We can already see some bans. You guys will see them very soon. And TSM actually banning out that tree for themselves. So we're talking about Waimon being proficient on him, being an absolute demon on that tree, and isn't going to get it for himself, but that also means Shopify won't either. So Murta, Spirit Breaker, Dazzle, and TA being removed.
I think it makes sense. I mean, Tree is both good at winning the lane and pressuring the mid game. That new shard rush that everybody does on Tree just helps you find carries in different places on the map without them realizing that you're there, and then sets up a good 5-second disable basically with somebody showing up. It leads to a lot of kills and 1 lanes.
And not only, it's like Tree buying shard, it feels good as like your first item. So now you're giving the shard away to another person in your roster. So you're like, some random core is now picking up a 20-minute shard rather than a support potentially, and that alone can also further punish your opponents. So yeah, I like seeing some of these heroes that actually want to buy the shard and not feel like they want to play the Tormentor gamble.
First pick for Shopify is picking up that Bristleback. We've seen it do so well over groups. It had its ups and downs yesterday. It did get really shut down, heavily shut down in one of the series that we saw yesterday, but is a hero that can still do a lot of damage earlier on.
It just pressures the carry, right? That's the main thing. Like the entire time you got to think about, okay, how do I stop Bristle from making my carry think towards the jungle? And now because he's underleveled, he can't go to Twin Gate to pressure my other carry. There's so many just things you need to deal with.
And he can really up tempo as well if he's having a good game. If your lane goes well and you get stacks, you get your ags at a good timing, it can really open the map up in a big way. Take Tormentors, things like that. So it's a pretty safe opening. I mean, teams have experimented with some counters, the Viper, for example, but it's okay. But then they just build fast BKB. It feels ineffective. So I think it's just a pretty safe opening.
Yeah, Bristleback for me is when I see it do well versus when I see it do poorly, it's just how much pressure you apply to it. The bristles that get to free farm, the ancients get stacked, they get to just farm between that for like a solid 20 minutes. They come out with so high, like so many levels, more than anyone else, and it becomes impossible to deal with because when you have this Ags, you can burst pretty much any hero, it feels like. The extreme amounts of damage Bristle does is too much to ignore. You have to pressure it. You see a team that actually deals with the hero, they run it, they gank it, they gank it and they gank it, and they don't give it a good game, and then this hero feels weak because he doesn't have the strength and levels to be really tanky. He struggles to reach his extra items that allows him to sustain. You just can't let him free farm. You have to respect Bristleback.
Well, Chaos Knight was the response pick. Is that going to be that lane matchup that can pressure, that doesn't mind getting up into melee range with Bristle and will still be able to get those last hits and have a solid lane for himself?
It's a couple things. So for laning phase, you set up your support to also do a lot of damage with the Chaos Bolt plus whatever aggressive support you go for. Easily can be very kill hungry. And then in the game, you like to buy Silver Edge, so then you can actually break the Bristleback. And also it's a carry that, if really needed, you can go for a Blink Dagger as well, but like you can always get that break on Bristle. So it's a good carry to carry matchup. We have seen some teams practicing CK offlane. I don't know if we'll be seeing that today from TSM, but the fact that we have the toolkit of CK available is very powerful. And you pair it with a Grimstroke, now you've got the double stuns, Inkswell, Soulbind. Like, this is a very aggressive lineup that can punish a Bristleback. If it has a good game, like the mid-game turnaround from TSM is very much available.
Interesting.
You like it?
Yeah, the Dark Willow follow-up. Obviously great to have a melee hero to Bedlam target, so you can do that with the Elder Titan as well. And it sets up some cool synergies, things that you can do with magic damage or physical damage in this case. If you get ET in there, the CK is going to take way more damage from either source, and maybe that's a better way to control them in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it was very quick picks, Dark Willow into Elder Titan, but the question remains, Sheep, you hyped it up yesterday of a carry Dark Willow. We didn't see it come out on the game you talked about, but we did see LGD Shiro pick it up, and it looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Do we see RTZ maybe playing it?
Absolutely we do. 100%.
100%?
I think the nice part about picking Willow is obviously the flex. Crit plays it. You can move it to that carry role if you feel like it's a good game, but you can also keep it as that 4. I think it's a strong carry from what we saw of Shiro playing it. You get these treads. Like, you're a universal hero now, first of all. That's why we're seeing Willow be played as a core. You get those treads, you get a Midas so that you can help scale your items up later, and then you're just able to buy this Ags, which does all your damage. And then the way Shiro was playing it was that you just live to survive, because your damage comes from your W, from that Ags. So all you need is just to live. So he buys that BKB, he buys like a Silver Edge, because Break is so good this patch. He goes the Octarine, so he has more uptime on his spells. He later on, very, very, very late, was able to get like a Wind Waker too. You just want to survive so that you can keep outputting damage, and the hero just carries itself through its spells.
Yeah, and the good thing here for Shopify, the way that they've picked it, they've already got the Bristle offlane, so he'll kind of cushion the early game aggression, where Willow obviously needs a lot of time to farm. And they also have the drafting flex, where they'll see 4 heroes of TSM and then decide if they want to do it. RTZ, the last 3 carry games he's played in his pubs in the last 4 days have all been Dark Willow. So since the inception of it coming into this TI, he hasn't played it, and then it's like, wait a second, I have this 1 week break, I gotta play it, I gotta give it a go, I gotta try. But
the scary thing though is that the carry Dark Willow is very slow. Like,
it is, yeah.
Your lane can go fine, sure, but then you have to buy Midas, and then you're waiting to buy Nags until you truly become an impactful hero. So it's going to be slow, and on the TSM side, they grabbed fast things. They've got 3 melee cores to pair with Grimstroke. Grimstroke can go into any of those locations. The Dawnbreaker can help save people when they commit to an important Bristleback kill with heals and more disable. So they've got Tusk Dawnbreaker, which is a fantastic lane. They've got lots of ground target AoE, which could punish a Willow. I think TSM is potentially up in the tempo here.
Yeah, I don't think I want to see the Willow carry in this game, like based on the points that you're making. Like, I think TSM, their laning phase is very strong. The ability just to make things happen on the map is very high. They do lack a little bit of building damage to actually progress the map, but it is very much in your face, get the kills. And Shopify, they're kind of ready for that. Puck, counter-aggressive, ET, counter-aggressive. Bristle can soak up a lot of damage. So TSM, if they execute, they can be punishing, but Shopify always have that turnaround potential with some of these big heroes that they've got.
I genuinely think it's fine, and I would argue this based on the fact that I think a lot of Willow's strengths come from her spells rather than items. Like, yeah, she wants all these items, but you get your level 6. You now have an offensive and a defensive ability. If TSM want to commit, it is difficult because you have that realm. You're going to be able to phase out, and you can have Puck TPing in to do counter initiations on any ganks. Like you talked about how defensive Elder Titan can be as well. I think they have really good ways to disengage from TSM, especially a lot of AoE control within like the coil, within the stomp on Elder Titan to deal with Chaos Knight early. I do think they can reach Willow's timings if that's the route they want to go down.
They're going to have to reveal where this Willow is going, as they don't have overall last pick. So are we going to see a crit RTZ hero? Is it going to be melee? Is it going to be ranged? Is there a 4 that even brings this all together to maybe give you more confidence, T, in a carry Dark Willow?
So TSM are actually banning out some of the position 4s, so they're thinking it's a Willow carry themselves. And even a bit of respect towards Ricky. I didn't expect a Ricky ban to be occurring during some TI. What heroes has he got left?
I mean, I get it. Imagine if you're Willow, you get jumped on, and then just silenced immediately. You get nothing, and if you haven't gotten that farm, like Purge is saying, you don't have a Wind Waker, you can't do anything. It's rough.
And they picked Ricky against Puck in that one game that I highlighted as well. So
True.
it was pretty straightforward. They picked the Coddle, though.
Yeah, Coddle 4 with the Bristle then, and then it's going to be some, like, yeah, so Willow carry, and then Coddle's just going to amp up this Bristle and just keep pushing forward. Like, come fight me, I'm going to have Vanguard, and triple the amount of cores in your face now, so, okay.
Well, this is the excitement I wanted to see from Shopify.
This is the innovation you want. You want to feel excited for them.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit being that last pick.
They're so beefy. Like, every pick on TSM is like, oh, I'm going to play Dota. I just see, like, they're just grunting.
Grimstroke's only regret is he doesn't have more ink swells to put on the melee heroes.
You have to refresh, like, up through and refresh. You get one.
So many good ones.
I really like the Earth Spirit last pick, though. I think when you're playing against these heroes, you want catch for like this Coddle and this Puck. You have a silence to play around. You want to have AoE control for Willow because, you know, that's how you kill Willow. I can't believe it got all the way to the end, but I do think this is like the perfect last pick for TSM.
I'm scared for Shopify, where they only have 1 point of frontline, which is Bristleback, and then outside of that, it's a lot of like reinitiating and hoping to turn the fight around Bristle surviving long enough. And when you have already a Tusk that can just blink, punch, start the fight into the break of the CK's eventual Silver Edge, this could be a little bit spooky for Shopify if they don't kind of dictate the game on their own pace.
I don't know. I think Shopify has the better draft. I think they have so much AoE control. I think it's very difficult for TSM to take fights. I think Shopify's ability to disengage is amazing. I think they can poke and prod and try and get this Dawn ult easily. I really like their draft. I think they have synergy. I think they have good team fight.
Purge, you're going to be our tiebreaker very quickly. Which side do you feel?
I just feel like TSM's going to be able to pressure with their Spirit Vessel and the Earth Spirit. He's going to move around, get kills, and then catapult them into the mid game where they pressure Willow.
Yeah.
All right, okay, you guys have given me some confidence in TSM and not so much in Shopify Rebellion, but hey, maybe this Dark Willow
I'm sorry. It wasn't good enough.
No, okay, all right.
The eventual turnaround.
We can see both their win conditions.
Yeah,
yes.
Like Shopify much later, TSM earlier. Yeah. So if the game goes like 50 minutes, congratulations Shopify. If it's not there, oh, TSM, wow, you're game up.
Do you really think 50 minutes?
I've just said a random number.
Because their average game time is 51 minutes?
There we go.
Okay, for me it was more Purge, you know? He's not always on my panel, so I was more inclined to decide with him.
You have to be biased, yeah. I understand.
All right, guys, we're going to stop talking here. We do have Tsunami joined with Bulba, so we get to have some coach insight before game 1.
That's right, I am joined by Bulba of Shopify Rebellion. Now, obviously, the question on everyone's minds is Dark Willow carry. We saw it revealed, or at least debuted yesterday. You guys are using it in this game. Whose idea was this? Because I know Arteezy's been practicing it.
Artur was inspired, I think, he was thinking about it, and then we saw some of the other carries playing it, and then we just, he was feeling really good about it. So, at this stage, it's good to go with what people feel good about, too.
And you've been to a large number of internationals at this point, but it's kind of unique how we have these interim periods in between group stage to playoffs to finals. Would you usually see this kind of meta development of like, oh, hey, here's a random carry hero that we never see show up halfway through the tournament?
Yeah, everyone was scrimming. It was definitely weird to have a break between, but everyone was scrimming, and we didn't exactly know what TSM would take. I think they didn't know as well. So, their draft is pretty different than what they picked in the group stages, and same for us. So, it's just a battle of new ideas.
Well, may the best team win. Boba, best of luck in this game number 1 as we pass it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Neil and Boba, looking good out there as always. Trent, we get to see some crazy stuff coming out here. It's early morning in Seattle, and the teams are raring to go.
Yep. It's a little bit of copying, I guess, right? We're bringing out the Willow carry, but some innovation here due to a more recent change to Willow, where now you can target your allies with Shadow Realm. So, you know, she goes in her little shadow form. And with Chakra Magic, because I've been seeing these Coddles, right? These Dark Willows. They don't really appear out of the Shadow Realm very often. Now, is she just going to appear even less?
I think
that sounds really annoying.
We're just not going to ever see her.
Don't think I like that.
That's the way you stay off the cliff. They can't target you. Easy peasy. As we get into this game, there were a couple pauses there, and you can see the ZyJs get thrown down right along the bottom side of the map as TSM all heading out to try and find their fortune, see if they can catch somebody on the opposite side of the river. Doesn't look like there's going to be anybody there, though. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, oh my god, I just saw the Saberlight spray in the middle of the river too. Yeah, that's a classic one.
That's good. That's good, yeah. Both teams appreciate that a lot. You can tell. There was lots of good luck, have fun, you know, over to their former teammate. So TSM happy to see him here.
Absolutely. Handing up on this cliff right here, though. This might be an interesting one. It looks like we're just going to manage to trade out 2 runes unless something crazy happens over the next couple minutes. But we do see a little bit of that switch up. It's going to be, again, the Earth Spirit picked in the last phase. This is one of those heroes that's definitely been looking super good, incredibly hard to deal with, mobile hero. Do you think he's going to have a good time against Puck? Hold on. Kasane in far forward, push back to Blinding Light, in trouble, and just like that, Arteezy gonna draw first blood.
Oh, okay, very good start here. Obviously kind of greedy, right, on this position 1 Willow. You want to get fast into that Midas, get in towards that Aghanims, grab all the universal hero items, so you can already see stacking up some ideas towards a Wraithband. What an inventory right there. Look at all those stats.
I know.
And just have that flying under the courier. Yeah, that is absolutely terrifying. But yeah, I mean, Earth Spirit, I would say Earth Spirit and Warlock are 2 heroes that were like super primed at the start of this group stage, and Warlock's just gone. That hero, we're done with Warlock for now. I don't know, maybe he'll come back. And Earth Spirit, well, you know, he's still around, but I feel like he's more often in the bans. We haven't got too many picks lately.
No, and being able to get him in the last phase, though, is definitely pretty nice. To set up to just be team fight in a bag, in a bottle, ready to go.
That's right.
I also am curious to see how the matchup goes down on the bottom lane. Saberlight again facing off against his former teammates. They picked the first phase Bristleback, and you had some ideas about this and what you felt like their reasoning was behind the early pick on it.
I think part of it, I mean, number 1, Bristle's just super solid, right? I mean, it's one of the most picked heroes so far in the tournament. It's only their 2nd game on Bristle, though. So, I mean, I guess, the group stage didn't go that well, so maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe they needed more games on Bristle.
That's fair.
Yeah, but like the panel was saying, Kasane is definitely in a bit of a hero struggle. Like, he has certainly shown his skills on those Zoo heroes with multiple summons, and without those, he's been struggling a little bit to find what's the next good hero for him, and the Bristle was looking pretty solid.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't win all their games, but it looked pretty good. So removing that immediately from the pool, Dawnbreaker's not a hero he's played a whole lot of, especially not here at TI. It hasn't been featured in a lot of their drafts either. It's not like teams were banning it out. So I feel like this is a hero that they're looking towards to try and get some answers. And right now he's in a bit of trouble.
Oh my god.
And this is supposed to be one of the most bullying lanes we've seen lately, right? This Tusk Dawnbreaker. So you really want to make sure you're actually winning this lane when you pick this combo.
I mean, it is a little bit strange, obviously, playing against the Willow. I think it throws a little bit of wrenches out there. And so far, Arteezy, looking at the CS, 8-5. I mean, this has always been sort of the bread and butter of this group of players, right? You've got so much strong laning, and Saberlight in trouble down bottom. He's going to go down. So in spite of the strong lanes, TSM managed to find a kill.
I mean, if there's a carry that you want to get right now versus Bristle, this feels great, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sustaining in the lane. Yeah, you still have to play around the quills. They're going to stack up. It's getting a little bit wild, but you're going to get into that sustain once you start taking points in the Chaos Strike. But for now, just immediately trying to bully him down at those earlier parts. These tanky offlaners, your Timbersaws, those earlier levels, that's when you really want to punish them.
Okay. Fair enough.
Dude, Arteezy's hitting for 73 right now. Oh, sorry, his branch isn't back in yet. Just hold on. There we go. Back up to 75.
That's so much damage. He's bringing out double recipes. I mean, is that going to... So that's going to be the full stick done, and then also a Wraithband. I mean, it's really hard to stay in this as double melee. Ahri is already starting to fall, but the Dawnbreaker moves in with the Starbreaker, a couple more hits, Snowball goes into the Shadow Realm, a couple more punches. The battle looks good for a moment. Fly is gonna go down, got woken up after that Echo Stomp. Nonetheless, another win for Shopify as they got the first kill.
Able to get something back, but I mean, on top of that, look at the CS. I mean, it's only 7 right now for Sane versus the 18 and 8 denies of RTZ.
Yeah, that's
8 denies.
That's a problem.
Ranged hero.
I mean, this is just, you know, Universal Heroes in a nutshell. In the mid lane, also, you look at it, I had a standing tweet for a long time, which was, Abed has gotten Puck, surely something has gone wrong, because he is so freaking good on this guy and can definitely snowball a game. We'll see if he can have similar success or if Brow's going to be able to keep pace with him.
I mean, how's it looking? I mean, resident puck hater here, for sure. Typically, the main problem is when you pick a puck trying to just like solve one single matchup without benefiting the puck in other ways with your own allies. And I think we got a lot of follow-up for Dream Coil in this game, so looks pretty solid here. Tomato taking advantage of the lack of stuns. Little TP back to the tower here, but Whitemon still chased.
Nowhere left to go. They throw out the stuns, still have Quills on him. So Saberlight keeping the pressure and takes down. That was a big courier. At least they still have regen in the lane for TSM, but you can see the bullying potential that this dire draft has.
Oh, that's tough too. I think trying to get some control back over that camp as well. Not going to have an opportunity for it. I mean, you got 2 sentries on it from Crit, right? Like, he is ensuring that he wants this camp open. He wants to be able to stack it. He wants to be able to pull it. You're calling the bristle, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of stacks, I mean, obviously with the Keeper of the Light, you're also hoping to try and find some of those for your team, right?
Absolutely. Nice stun there to secure the CS onto the big creep.
Well, speaking of which, Crit's trying to go do them now, and he's going to find that I only got the 1 camp, so he's well aware that's blocked out. He doesn't even try, so
yeah.
At least no Ancients so far.
I'm doing a good job of laying that one down to stop the acceleration of gold. Might see Crit head over to that Ancients instead, depending upon how the game goes. But at least for the moment, very steady, slight lead for Shopify. Gonna have to wait for the rotations. And well, speaking of which, it looks like there's already gonna be one down bottom. Fly making the move, has Astral, 2 points in it, along with a Stomp. Do they decide to go though? They want to start stacking up some Quills first. Whitemon though, oh, he's gonna find the trap. They move in, and that should be enough to force back.
He can snowball over that too, if they want to come in.
All right, thinking about it, goes in, Inkswell breaks it, and now moving in. Fly in trouble, Tomato shows up, they find themselves an easy kill.
Yeah, I think Fly was hoping that he would try and go for a play, like throw out the stun, and see if they would be the ones getting aggressive, so that he'd be able to follow up there with the turnaround play, but not able to get it. Nicely done there from TSM.
Oh, and Abed, he gets lucky. Finds the 6-minute rune down bottom. So that's a haste on Puck, who hit level 6 before the Earth Spirit. That kind of stops like any aggressive moves from TSM, I feel like, on these side lanes. You got to know that an easy kill could be coming the other way.
Well, we kind of abandoned top after RTZ was owning, and Kasani's now ahead of him.
Okay.
Well. So here, you can see when the levels start stacking up on this combo, this is why it is just so oppressive. I mean, what's a Dark Willow going to do, right?
Yeah.
You're going to die if you get caught inside of this. They have so much damage. Shadow Realm can't save you.
This is how you get some help. They drop down the coil, try to move in onto Kasane. Will be able to go for some extra damage. Ari, no way to stop this. And so the easy rotation with the haste rune on Puck sets up for a kill.
Yeah, that's just good adaptation there from Shopify Rebellion. Not going to feed away. They're trying to get humongous Dark Willow here. She is just about done tread, so RTZ powering up this hero to the max right now.
All right, and double Wisdom Room's going to be claimed. Both teams able to get one for themselves while stacks are being made. Definitely feels like that's the name of the game right now. A little bit harder for TSM to take them, must be said. Tomato, only 1 second stun, but with Ryo moving in, they get some good damage out there onto him. Magnetize, it's not going to be enough. Vanguard, a couple gauntlets of strength, and that Bristle is tanky.
Yeah, bro, just have to TP right back to that mid lane there, so not ideal, but we'll try and play for that 8-minute rune. We'll see if anyone joins him. Kasane is still not quite towards that level 6. I mean, perhaps, depending how this next wave of neutrals go, he could make it there by 8, but obviously it's fairly unlikely unless he grabs a big kill. So not going to get any help from him. Instead, it's Ari who makes the rotation towards mid.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right, is that it feels like they're going to have to play around that Dawnbreaker ultimate to set up for some more of these kills, particularly if they want to go on the Bristle. Abed, hard to kill no matter what. The Stomp, and Bryle does manage to click a little bit faster to get that shield rune. Do they want to get aggressive here? Could think about an Inkswell play, but decide not to, and instead just going to de-ward.
Yeah, but a 3v3 here. Meanwhile, Saberlight abandons the bottom lane to go farm up these stacks that have been prepped. Also has an Ancient Camp there, too. So going to scoop up some neutrals for the team.
This is nice. And immediately into some mana boots. Retakes over that Watcher, claims those. Gonna come back to lane. This is the classic. Shopify getting their farm on. We'll see if TSM try and come and interrupt that, or if they're just gonna do a similar thing.
Yeah, TSM definitely have a bit of a timing, right? They're trying to play a bit of a faster game, hoping to use this aggressive opportunities between Tusk and Dawnbreaker. That'll be the goals for this one. So, and meanwhile, Shopify just looking to chill out a bit.
Yeah. I mean, it is always a little bit scary being on somewhat of a timer, if you will, when you're coming into these elimination matchups. Is Ari brazenly just going to step forward there towards flying Arteezy. Doesn't decide to go for anything, though. And now, Whitemon wrapping. He's just going to go back through the gate as the scan connects, realize there's people in the area, and they get out of trouble.
Abed kind of lurking nearby here, farming in the jungle, has that Dream Coil ready. And meanwhile, Crit takes the opportunity to push out mid by himself, so trying to get some levels up on this Keeper of the Light. And this is something that, when we started missing out on some of these stacking heroes, the supports are the ones that really struggled the most, right? Because Crit's getting that bonus XP, he's getting that bonus gold now. He's going to be a much happier support whenever you have these core players farming these stacks for you that you've set up for them.
Well, a move forward, the kick back onto Fly, TP's away, but the roll's going to be there. So they're going to find and kill this Elder Titan. An easy bring down, and now going to try and pressure the tower off of it. At least for the moment, doesn't look like they want to make any aggressive move the other direction. Arteezy's just farming with some Bedlam.
Oh, here comes the smoke up, though. Bit of retaliation. Will they bring in Saberlight? I mean, typically, you know, he wants a little bit more before he's fighting, but there's 3 points in Chakra Magic, so, you know, a bit of a classic combo, the Cuddle Bristle. See if he feels the need to TP in here.
Bedlam still on cooldown for a little bit. They don't quite have it, but with the coil and now the Terrace, Kasani gets caught. They're going to connect now with the Illuminate, a couple more hits. Abed trying to do what damage he can, but doesn't have quite enough. Their TP is coming now, but it's a little bit late. Bristle not able to get in front of that roll, and, well, when all is said and done, nobody dies.
Yeah, at least he has the Twin Gate to get back there, so it's not as bad as, like, you know, previous patches, but that was an issue of just, yeah, I think we can get the kill without the Bristle, and then when the mid rotates in for Bryle, he's like, okay, I should probably be there, and now he gets nothing and just feels kind of annoyed, so.
I mean, and I'm going to say, Tomato is starting to get big. This guy on CK is a whole bundle of hurt. Already about to complete that armlet, and then you get into the Echo Saber. It's going to be an incredibly strong timing. Something definitely to watch for in this. As eyes again up towards that top tower. That's easy, farming out with the Bedlam, trying to get into the Midas. Knows where he wants to be.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of Dark Willows in pubs today.
You think so?
I mean, after yesterday, and then, you know, it's North America. Once Arteezy does it, that's it. It's over, you know. It's everywhere.
It's all done. Well, beware, everybody, of what it is that you're going to see.
Might be worth the ban.
Fair enough.
For your own sake. Not like playing against it.
Yeah.
It's not really my concern here.
Well, back bottom, 2 more heroes from Shopify, not wanting to put any contention there onto the Chaos Knight. And a stomp onto Bryle, manages to catch him here. Ari's still nearby, so it's not really a move that you can make. Instead, Bryle's going to head on over, pick up the regen, and this is another reset after the tower falls up top.
I have to be careful going for these aggressive moves here that Shopify are angling towards, because we do have the Dawn ult coming through here.
Oh, yeah. And down bottom, the smoke play is going towards Tomato. They want to shut down his farm. Now, does have the courier coming through this direction. Crit is going to be the first point of contact. Might be a little bit early on this one. Abed also showing up. Nobody else nearby. They're also hunting Dark Willow up on the top side of the map. So 2 simultaneous ganks on these carries. Will it be enough to kill off the CK? Yes, it will. Can they bring down another, though? Looking for it, trying to finish. Arteezy, Terrorize, gets a bunch of them away, but Bryle able to dodge it. Oh, that was really well done with the roll.
Of course, changes to that. Very nice.
So both carries in the dirt.
Yeah, tries the TP out as well there. That was the play, but hey, at least new Midas means he won't be punished there on the Dark Willow, right? We'll be able to just build up those stacks while chilling in the dirt.
Fair enough. So just like that, as both carries trade off lives, Bryle is going to come down bottom, just continue the farm and set up to see if TSM can defend their tower.
I was wondering if we might see Tomato going in towards the Mage Slayer, because sometimes we'll see that in the CKs, but it's a little bit more common on the off lane, because maybe try to scale a bit harder than position 1. And so instead, it's actually Kasane who is looking in towards it, because it does a lot for you in this game, right?
It does have some good value. Inkswell, Bryle, the silence now on to Fly, good damage, and enough for the kill. At this point, at least, it's been 4 deaths, all of them for Fly on the side of Shopify. Only 2 other deaths from other team members. It's a sacrificial role.
Just helping out.
Yeah. But 14-minute mark, the Wisdom Runes are going to spawn now as more stacks come out. And it's only these little incursions that we're seeing to try and disrupt farm when they get an opportunity to. Haven't really been any serious moves towards objectives yet. I think the heat map for Arteezy is this spot.
Yeah, he's just been hanging out up top. I mean, likewise, Saberlight just down bottom, farming between these camps. I'm surprised that we haven't seen so many invasions into that sort of bottom outpost area where Saberlight is right now. Trying to get some vision down, trying to block out these camps, trying to utilize this Tusk to catch this Coddle. Crit still hasn't died.
Well, this could be interesting. They roll in with a couple and now looking for the kick. Do they have enough damage? Magnetize is there. Crit's starting to fall, but they've already lost the Grimstroke. Now maybe going to lose another, although with the Dawnbreaker ultimate, they come through and connect. Fly going to die. Ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange.
All right, switch is flipped. This is what they want, right? It is time now to get aggressive. Every single time that you're back up here with the Solar Guardian, they want to go for another one. One of the big things that we've noticed too, of course, is the scaling, because I feel like that level 2, getting level 12 on the Dawn, that's when you start seeing these fights where you're like, oh, they just completely got saved by Solar Guardian. The level 1 almost feels more about the mobility rather than the actual save and damage.
A Blink Dagger delivered, and you can see Abed queuing up the next item. A similar thing to what we saw from Laurel the other day of going for the Maelstrom build. We'll see if he'll have the time, but TSM, they don't want to give him that time, as it's going to be all about pushing down these towers and already claiming one. What's Shopify's answer to this?
Farm.
Okay.
Grow larger.
I mean, look at the wards around Arteezy right now. When either direction he retreats to try and get farm, they're going to be at least knowledgeable of where he's at.
The Mighty Mines aren't looking too mighty, huh?
No, not quite.
The Sighty Mines.
But getting closer to that Aghanim Scepter, that's going to be the window, I guess, that they look for maybe.
There's still so much farm down here waiting, though.
Oh, yeah.
Even Abed's just coming through. Gonna pick up some of these camps. Again, more vision down bottom as well. Kasane having some defensive options here if they try and make some moves in. New ward placed down there from Crit, though, trying to give some vision up ahead as they try and knock down this tower. Be their first one of the game here. That's not really the plan to get aggressive in this one, but you can hear it.
Oh, yeah.
The machine guns rattling there from the Bristle to pave their way down here. Good D ward from Crit.
Scepter.
There it is, that ward.
Gets perfect vision, connects, tries to TP away maybe? No, not going to do it. Terrorize? Holds it, and it's just going to die. But with numbers coming in, maybe Shopify can find a little bit of retribution, and in fact they will. That's going to be Bryle going down. So the big move gets punished.
And they did finish getting that tower too, so they kind of already got their goals they want down bottom anyway.
Right.
And immediately just head right back up top. Good defensive punish on that one. And, I mean, it's only 17 minutes, so we're not quite into Roche time. Saberlight is definitely hitting all the right timings right now, though. Almost in towards that hairball. So 4 points in the goo, hairball coming out. Managed to get 2 points in the bristle. The Bristle. Probably because there's just not that many breaks in this game, right? Sure, there'll probably be a Silver Edge later.
But look at this, the movement over and finding Kasane. Saving a blood grenade for this late time, and no way to break it that moment. 30 seconds still on the Dream Coil. And a counter smoke instead coming from TSM. But they're heading into the area where Saberlight's at. That's not an easy kill at all. Roll. Goes the wrong direction, sees that there's an Earth Spirit by him, and well, it's just going to back out. Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of use of this twin gate being done right now by Shopify to try and hunt the side lanes.
Just almost creating more and more space here.
Yeah. No, and I mean, you can basically see Kasane is like, okay, I'm going to stay on the opposite side of the map, basically be ready to come in with my ultimate. Solar Guardian ready to go. Abed, will he get caught? It's, again, no real easy kills to bring down Shopify.
And part of the problem is it's just really hard to pressure tier 2s right now. I mean, part of it is that we don't really have a lot of like pushing heroes that are super popular. We talk about Zoo not being all over the place with all our summons and everything, but even some of those supports that can provide a little bit of better push, they're not as popular. And after that, it's just hard. It's just straight up difficult to get yourself into a solid position for towers right now. Feels like there's a lot of mobility too, so you're super vulnerable in those positions. You don't want to give away this like lead that you're building up. It always just feels safer to go back, farm, maybe buy a Midas. We got a couple of objectives on your own side of the map you got to be thinking about, like Wisdom Runes and Tormentors.
Totally.
So going deeper into enemy territory can get you easily punished.
Well, we'll see here. Manages to force back the Earth Spirit down bottom, and still hunting for anybody at all. If they went a little bit further south, Kasane would have been found, but not doing it. And Arteezy still just trying to get his way towards that Midas. Bottom of the cores at the moment, or rather towards the Aghanim Scepter, not the Midas. But yeah, everybody's just trying to build up. No rush 20 minutes.
Yes,
that's what we got.
That's where we're at right now. I mean, there's certainly some items that are going to help a bit for the side of TSM, and they do have that Mage Slayer, so that is 35% less spell damage.
Look at the damage done by the cores. They're just AFK farming at the moment. I love to see it.
And that's all spells, right?
Right.
So that is pretty crazy. And of course, with Dawnbreaker, you can utilize the Starbreaker, so you can try and hit it onto multiple targets and debuff them all.
Okay.
But, I mean, Saberlight's got to be the main target for that one, right? Because the lower spell damage, the less he's healing. Those are sort of the ideas here.
It does feel like there might be some weird synergy stuff, because a lot of the bristle damage is going to be front-loaded with that first hit of bristleback on the Ags, and then, you know, afterwards, Dawnbreaker is coming in for the follow-up. But we'll see how it goes. The other thing, though, to be honest, is that if Arteezy is able to just, like, AFK farm, get to this Aghanim Scepter, get to some, you know, attack speed, it basically is up to Earth Spirit, I feel like, to find him in these fights. It's not going to be super easy.
I mean, you're seeing the Ags now, and it's not quite as intimidating without the crazy attack speed, is it?
Right. No, it sort of builds up as time goes on. But they're getting to where they need to be. No points in the Cursed Crown. Just getting stats.
Yep. Universal hero.
Faster than average. And 6 matches, 18% win rate is a little bit rough there, but hoping to improve that one a little bit. This Tomato going the standard CK stuff that we've come to expect. Picks up Wisdom Rune, level 16. He's a big guy. Oh no. How many times is it going to happen? Honestly.
I don't know. Every time, I guess.
I know.
It's all right. I want to go back to base anyway. It's fine. You know, looks like you might think about picking up some Tranquil boots and move across this map a little bit more. And, well, taking advantage of a situation here.
Yeah.
Of course, this is Radiant side here, and they did manage to scan it.
So they know this is happening, but with no Tusk, they feel confident just running in. Already smoked up with 2. It's taking a little while to get here, and Arteezy coming in a little bit on the slow side to get into position. He's wanting to wait outside of it. Doesn't have a ton of mana.
It's got to be on Bryle, right? It's all on the roll. And then some Dawn.
They've got to. They need to take it down, and they're going to claim it. So they managed to get the Aegis. Now trying to get out, but tomorrow he's right on top of Arteezy. They find him and explode him. Oh, that Shadow Blade coming into play, and now Saberlight,
he's low.
In no man's land. I mean, they're going to run this guy down. Bryle finds the backlines. Both of the supports in trouble. Tomato laying waste. Oh, that is not what Shopify were hoping. Everybody goes down.
Abed escapes with the Aegis, but that is not great. Man, try to sneak one away after they did the Tormentor. And what a scan as well from TSM. I'm not sure what vision helped them secure the knowledge that was happening, but what a great call.
Dude, you have this moment of realization where we look up and Tomato's on Arteezy, just destroyed, didn't get a spell off. Oh, man.
Of course, as that's happening too, as you can see, the heart gets delivered to Bryle. So level 15 with 3k HP. And then you're beginning a fight versus Bristle, who's already down like 30%.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, you had to tank through it. Again, it is that dynamic where you get a bunch of gold for TSM, more time out on the map to farm. Bryle, happy about that one for sure. But it is still Abed holding on to that Aegis. We'll see what they can do with this.
Oh, dude, all their stuff is such cheesy late game stuff.
Yeah.
It's such cheese. We got Dream Coil, Rapid Fire, Puck. We got this Dark Willow looking for all these late game talents. I think TSM have this giant window now where they just need to play some, some clean builds.
Right.
Get this big carry going. Tomato, take them to the top.
We'll see if he can manage to do it. I mean, he is definitely the carry in this game right now. He is going to hit so hard, going in for an Orchid next, hoping to find a way to maybe catch Abed unawares. Because again, Abed has no survivability items right now.
Yeah, and part of the problem too is that it's a lot of burst. And
right.
When you think about big saves from Elder Titan, it tends to be this like more predictable stuff. Like you have some crazy setup hero that's trying to do like multiple Kunkka plays or something like that. And it's like, oh, okay, he's about to torn over here, so I'm gonna have a little bit of time before the big burst damage comes in. CK just hops in, you're just gone.
Absolutely. Well, we are blessed this year to be able to hear into what the players were talking about. Let's hear it in that last fight.
He took the fucking Aegis of Puck, guys. What the fuck is this? I don't have TP for top.
All right, so maybe they have their own thoughts about the decision making there of that Aegis.
That's great. I love to hear that. Wonderful.
That was the average Shopify Rebellion fan right there. Actually, someone in the crowd right now. Why did they get a dub?
Unbelievable. All right.
Aegis.
Well, he is going to have that Aegis, and we've got the Aghanim Scepter coming out in about 2,000 gold. But yeah, a lead right now for TSM. We have to see what they can do to try and build upon this. Obviously, don't want to go for Puck at this point.
I mean, I see double Mage Slayer, I see a BKB that's still at 8 seconds. I want to see some tier 2s go down.
True enough.
That's what I'd like to see. I'm not scared of this Puck Aegis. You scared of a Puck Aegis?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. You probably kill him as you come out of it, though, to be fair. Yeah, probably not. I mean, we'll see. TSM, again, you just don't want to give up any bad fights at this point. Do need to be careful, though, because there is this movement down bottom trying to find Kasane.
If he survives this, I will be so...
Smoke broke. Oh, they thought he was south. He went up to the north. Gets out of there. Now, does he realize that they're all right here? He's going to pass by them, heads on over to the creep wave, not aware of what's going on, throws out the hammer.
I think he knows.
All right, Shopify, do they want to chase this? Abed, eyes on him. Everybody's nearby. Kasane breaks the TP, and that's going to be an easy bring down.
I mean, that's supposed to be your free pick, right? Because you kind of know. Like, the Dawn's going to play this part of the map. They're going to be pushing either in your jungle or straight up in that top tower. Dawn's going to be waiting to use the Solar Guardian to get in. Not going to happen there. Tomato going to force out the glyph. And then probably consider going right back in.
On invis for Bryle. Visibility proved to be pretty effective in that last big engagement that happened. See if it happens again. Illusions are pushing out the top wave right now, cutting the creeps.
Yeah, use that Phantasm too. So the next creep wave comes in, just takes the tower for you, and that way Tomato can just keep on farming with his main hero and perhaps even link up to his team. They're doing a bit of chasing right now, though, with that Invis rune. Shielded and invisible. Bryle just all ruined up right now. He's just all jittery.
Yeah, he's
juiced up on everything.
Hard to kill, that is for sure. With Dawnbreaker back up.
with 1600 shield rune.
It's not fair, honestly. Oh, Tomato just passed by a sentry ward, though, so they'll at least know that he's heading down south. That tips off Shopify to avoid. I guess waiting now after the Maelstrom to go back for the BKB. Remembering that T-Gov segment. Actually, higher win rate without it.
Yes, has to avoid the BKB if possible.
Tomato still on the hunt, not finding anybody. And full Bloodthorn completed. He reveals himself on this ward, so they see this. On the side. Do they realize where he's at? Yes, they will. Thinking about it. Oh, the roll. Bryle gets the silence onto 2, looks for more. Magnetize out, trying to follow up. Text on to Fly. Fly is gone. Didn't stand a chance there. Can they chase for any more? Ari looking for a snowball, a shards, anything. Almost caught there onto Abed. but not quite going to connect. And again, they dodge. I mean, they've been doing a good job of staying away. When the fights eventually happen, TSM are definitely coming out on top, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem, though, is that these intervals are just too far in between the kills for TSM. Like, they just need to get more kills right now.
Saberlight, jump forward, try to kill him off. Heart, start to kill, but they do eventually get him. But Abed goes down to Tomato. That was the reveal. The Bloodthor doing massive work, and now trying to take down Saberlight. Can they bring him down, too? Instead, pulls a crit. Tomato, this guy's unstoppable. He puts his sights on you. You are going to die. TSM, every fight has gone their way.
This is so what they needed right now, too. Puck going down, that's the hero that's going to be the one who actually like mocks you into these attempted sieges on these tier 2s. So if they want to just like follow that wave mid, could be an option for them. They're not committing to it, though. They're just playing mega safe and looking to probably cement some vision up in this part of the map here.
Yeah.
Gonna take that outpost, knock it down.
Heads on off. And full Mjolnir done. Have yet to see Arteezy in a fight or even hit that many heroes. Has just been farming this entire time and hoping to get towards a position where they can take a favorable fight. Again, like, you think about the big combo that can happen later. Dream Coil, Terrorize, Connection, the stuns, right clicks, it's all there, but will they be able to get that fight, or is TSM going to be too big by the time it finally happens?
It's very reminiscent of these like core Witch Doctor games. Right. It's like, if they hit the big ulti, it is absolutely insane and you will all die. But you look at that and compare it to something like a CK where it should be a little bit easier to execute, you're hoping. Especially if Tomato probably angles it towards some sort of a blink item next.
Right.
Just try and secure the ease of these fights. At this point, they're definitely just playing for the next Roche. Take down this tier 2, great job. And then just try and secure the next Aegis. It will be a daytime Roche as well, which is good news for them since they're on the Radiant side. So they have control over that bottom outpost there and can TP in with buybacks potentially. Makes their lives a little bit easier. Their Wisdom Rune is also still up right now, so hopefully that doesn't get stolen away from them, but it could be a good opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to get a little something here on the map.
Trying to do what they can, but meanwhile, down bottom lane, you still have to deal with creeps in the base, popping Phantasm, sends him back into... Oh, he's sending in a little sneaky play here by Tomato.
Oh yeah, okay. Hoping that someone will TP back.
Yeah, and maybe gonna go for just one straight up kill. We'll see what ends up happening, but for now, they're bringing in numbers. Tomato, he's very far forward, Shadow Blade to get away, but they take a long time, and the tower takes a ton of damage.
He's kind of doing his best Jug impression here, right? You know, he's got BKB, TP,
right?
Not too concerned.
How close are we? I mean, again, it's really far from any of the
that was
big
a
items.
fast Roche, eh?
Oh yeah, that was instant.
That thing's right back up. So we got a smoke out of the base here from Shopify Rebellion. Are they going to find somebody? Again, very impressed, honestly, with how much they've dodged.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like TSM, they have a Earth Spirit mid, they got Tusk, they had early shard on Grimstroke too, so you can kind of feel really bold about it. The only thing they're really lacking, I guess, would be like a blink on CK in terms of like the catchability of these heroes, right? All combined with Solar Guardian.
Ryle reveals Dream Coil, but he got the roll off. Able to dodge that one. Really huge play from Bryle. He gets caught there. That could go so south so quickly. And now Shopify, they have to back out. They got to go grab the wave.
And if they check Roche right now.
I know.
No Dream Coil.
This would be the window. Ari heads right on over, but Fly is going to see it too.
Okay, that's big.
So they're aware at the very least of what's happening.
Ooh, Tomato just got Divine Shell.
Oh.
Great item there on the CKs. Might save you in a bad situation.
They're just giving it up, I think. Yeah, deciding that they don't want to go on in and contest the Roche, I guess. So they take Tormentor, get the Aghanim Shard onto Arteezy.
That's going to be really good for his Cursed Crown. What a helpful shard.
Oh, no. Maybe he takes a value point in it, who knows. But 32 minutes in, and TSM claiming a second Aegis. Gonna try and close this game out here if they can. I mean, again, we're waiting for that fight for Shopify, but can't wait forever.
The cheese is even on Bryle here.
Yeah.
Like, how's he gonna die? I guess he doesn't have a Dispel still, so that's kind of huge.
Well, we are almost at BKB for Arteezy. Abed is queuing one up after that last death that he had. Anything else really that's coming out soon for the rest of Shopify to help them? Not seeing a whole lot yet.
honestly, the Spirit Vessel from Crit could have so much value in this fight. If they don't get like a... I mean, do you really want to commit Inkswell to like remove Spirit Vessel? Probably not, right? So there is a chance that Bryle could overcommit and get Spirit Vessel and a bit surprised.
That's a fair point.
Because like you know he's kind of big initiation right now.
I mean, he is still incredibly hard to kill. Has the god items of Heart, Blade Mail.
It's rather large. It's true.
Yes. As well as the cheese.
And perhaps a little bit of help from a Dawnbreaker as well.
True. All right, BKB done. What can they do in this fight?
If this works and the way that Shopify have played, this is like their dream way to play Dota. This is exactly what they wanted. This is what they've been searching for all year.
Exactly.
How do we just farm as passively as possible and then just win the game?
I mean, it'd be pretty cool. Ward down. Bryle rolls in very aggressively into this area, and the rest of Shopify, they back out. Bristleback now has the Sanjin Kaya done. They've gathered all the items, gotten everything that they want. Will this finally be the fight? Or TSM even going to give them the opportunity to? I mean, they still have 3 minutes left on this Aegis, and I think that's full heart on now on CK.
Still no mobility, though.
Oh, kick onto one. Saberlight pushed back. Now the fear, the damage. It starts raining down on top of him, but the snowball save is there. Okay, now rolling in far forward. This is already BKB used. Do they have the damage that they need? Yes, indeed. They take down two. Streaming forward, hunting for Tomato, looking for Kasane. Tomato might be able to get out of here, although the invis slowing down. No, Saberlight doesn't fully commit for it. But that's the combo.
Oh, man.
That's what they've been waiting for.
Okay, all right. A bit of Dream Coil, bit of Rapid Fire, bit of Shadow Realm. That was a lot of damage.
I'm pretty sure that Arteezy doubled his damage throughout the game in this fight.
Yeah, he just did 4,200, so you know, more than the entirety of TSM right there.
Yep.
And yeah, he did.
Yep.
Yeah,
doubled the damage in one fight. That's how this is going to work. We'll see what TSM are going to do.
This is bad news, Gabe.
Oh wait, TSM? What? Again? Oh no, the Tormy! Racking up the kills in this one.
This guy's unstoppable. Both supports.
Very good. Well, 4K separating them. And still 2 minutes left on the Aegis. TSM going to have to lick their wounds and get back to it now. Our Shopify up in this top lane set to get a little bit of structural damage done to their own. Oh man. 35 minutes in and it feels like the game's just starting. Tomato steps up. Don't have vision. They pop the dust. See him now. Abed onto one. That's going to be a good connection. Takes away their save in the Tusk. And now Tomato starting to rack through the damage. Look at the Willow. Look at the damage. The right clicks are there, down to almost fully dead in one round of Shadow Realm. This is scary, Trent.
Yeah, it's only a minute left on the Aegis anyway, I guess, but kind of frightening how quickly you might be able to lose it in a situation like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, the inability to take the tier 2s is just killing them right now. Like, they were so slow getting it done. Like, sure, they're all knocked down now, but it feels like this whole window that they had is just missing. And, like, now it's here. The beast has emerged.
All right, they need more blade mails. More blade mails is the only option. Might die just from full if those right clicks are streaming out from the Dark Willow.
So currently it's a 5-second gap, right?
Yeah.
And Coddle's level 15. Right. Has CDR reduction 6.
You be careful though. Tomato, he's again caught. Damage starting to come forward. Dawnbreaker ultimate already connecting. Tomato dead. That's Aegis down. Now Abed, soulbound together. Crit in no man's land. He's in trouble. They get the silence now onto Arteezy. Do they have anybody that can find him though and deal the damage that they need? They've already taken down another. Ryle turned upon. Snowball save for the moment. Good damage out onto Fly. He's gone. And it's going to be a TP away for the Willow. Saberlight going to be brought down. Oh, just turns. Hard to kill this guy. 3-second stun, but once they finally isolate, they'll kill Saberlight as well.
Yeah, definitely need that combo, right? It is finicky.
Yes.
They need things to go well. Abed got really low there, barely able to survive and escape out of that fight. Great damage in that one as well there from Bryle. And he still has that cheese too.
Oh yeah. Well, This one might require a couple of buybacks. You have 60 seconds before the Bristle is going to respawn. And do TSM want to try their luck going high ground into this? Man, it's tough. It's not easy at all.
Shopify are thinking ahead right now on the supports, though. They're trying to go for 4 staffs because, like, I think Tomato knows he needs Blink, right? So he just wants to, like, Blink stun Arteezy. And then if he does that and he's BKB'd or something, they don't really have any good saves, assuming there's any sort of detection there from TSM. So they're just going to try and, like, 4 staff away, essentially. Just gonna,
Okay.
Like, what else can you do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of your only option. Unless we're going to get some Wind Wakers.
Wind Wakers is probably a little ways off, but the rate that this game is going, it makes it feel like we might see them.
You might as well just start prepping for them at this point.
Honestly. You can see Dota Plus win probability up at 62%. Do kind of wonder if that's factoring into it, the insane damage that can happen. I mean, again, we saw in that last fight, if it's not done perfectly, this Rebellion draft very much falls apart. It's a tall tower on some shaky foundation.
And this is where you make this one change for Tomato, right? He gets rid of the treads and he puts in the Blink.
Okay.
I've just been waiting for this for like 20 minutes, but I get it. I understand why it takes this long on the CK and why you have to really be sure, like, okay, we are just committing for fights now. That's the life that we're leading, and we can just win this game. Like, if I get the kill, do we win the game? Yes. Okay, I'll buy Blink. You know, I'll make the big commitment right now.
Tomato needs to be that guy. He's 10,000 net worth ahead of the next highest in the game. And if he can find the right avenue, he can get the right hero caught out of position, he can win his team this entire one here.
Yeah, I mean, that could be Saberlight. It could be a Blink into immediate break if he wants to go that way. It could be Abed, too, right? Abed still, you know, he doesn't have a Lincolns or anything.
A lot of bounty runes down there for old Saberlight. And TSM threatening high ground. Necessitating Shopify Rebellion response, which is taking a little bit of time to come, and they're just going to claim a good chunk of the damage onto that tower.
Brow with an interesting tactic there, spinning and waving in front of the tower, trying to entice them.
I like that.
Yeah.
Rotating out, going bottom, hoping to find somebody. And Shopify holding this high ground. Honestly, if he steps too far forward, he can die too. But no, now that Arteezy's TPing away, it's not going to happen.
Arteezy, speaking of dying, doubling up on the survivability, going for that Lincoln Sphere. So, same build that we were seeing at Ashiro before. Just trying to live, because it's all just about damage and attack speed. That's the goals that we're looking for here. And the other goal is Roche, which is back in about 35 seconds, right here. And once again, going to be Radiant side. So, the roles have been very kind towards TSM in terms of the timings everyone's been killing Roche, and then the actual respawn times. And now look at these big level 25 towns. We got level 25. We got Roche coming up. We got Blink Dagger, CK. Surely this is the time where they're going to win the fight.
We'll
right?
see.
Shopify, on the other hand, though, they're just thinking like, we're going to hit the Stream Coil.
Yep.
Arteezy's going to Shadow Realm. It's going to be sick.
I mean, to be honest, it is a scary situation because if you do manage to find it, the Dream Coil, even if Arteezy dies, Abed's starting to deal some serious damage himself. He's got the full Mjolnir completed, trying to queue into the Refresher next. Now, it is a very short respawn time on Roche, but TSM has not checked it yet. They're still a little bit spread out, and, well, first point of contact, Saberlight running down is going to find Whitemon, and that should be a quick one. As they got him in their sights, kill him off. Trying to collapse in on the rest of them. Ari off to the side. Saberlight runs right by him, gets the blink away, but a little bit far forward, and now the fight for Tyranny over on the other angle. Dawnbreaker ultimate down, Bryo connecting, killing Fly, Saberlight throwing out those quill sprays. Bryo rolls back in onto Saberlight. Abed is there, but they're having to back away. TSM all together, Inkswell onto Tomato. Turns, wants to get a stun. This Soulbind is going to connect onto both, and now the roll through. Kasane gets the heal back up from the Luminosity, and then the snowball save. That is what they needed. Arteezy under control, down to half HP, goes back into the Shadow Realm, and finally, they're going to bring him down. Kasane with the triple kill. He was so close to dying. Unbelievable. TSM trying to play cleanup as finally this moment has opened up for themselves. The snowball means that Saberlight is going to get controlled. Still dealing a lot of damage though. But Tomato moves back in. 3-second stun. Godlike.
It was right back to the laning stage right there. It was Ari and Kasane just jumping on top of Arteezy and blowing him up with the Walrus Punch and just the big damage there from that Dawnbreaker. Absolutely smoking him.
Man, that was so close to bringing him down too. That last swipe of the Luminosity heal brought him back up to surviving, and then of course that snowball save like you're talking about. Clutch stuff for TSM, and now a 10k gold lead and going to claim Roche.
And Shopify, they want these centralized fights here. This fight, we're everywhere. We're all over the map here right now, right? This is already after the Dream Coil. Like, it's dropped down right there. It gets a couple, but then it's not quite all this like amazing damage that you're hoping for. You're looking for this like absolutely wild combo.
And of course the chase down, you can see here trying to focus, kill him off, get so close and bam, back up. He was so on the edge.
And look, Arteezy's still at full health right now.
Yeah.
And he gets punch, swipe, swipe, boom.
Would have been able to get off a bunch more damage if not for that blow up there that came out from the Dawnbreaker, and now you're in a world of hurt. It's going to be a tough time going forward here.
Oh, buddy. Phantasm Aghanims as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we got a couple illusions all around the map now.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting couple of minutes here. I mean, it's still not easy going high ground against this lineup, but with double cheese and Aegis, you feel like you should be able to make some type of a play. But maybe that's what the Phantasm's for. Just send all the illusions in.
Well, I know I've heard you say never go high ground.
Yes.
Is now the time.
I mean,
are they
with
permitted?
Illusions? With illusions?
Should they apply for a permit? Is this like building a gate?
I think you never go high ground, Trent. I think that's the reality. Ari, don't die. Blinks away. Oh my god. Oh, what does he have right there? That's not the block of cheese, is it? No.
Oh, how could you do that?
I wanted to see it. He eats a cheese, though.
Imagine the first block of cheese happens at TI.
That'd be crazy.
Be fitting.
Well, 17,000 net worth lead at the moment for TSM, and still don't feel entirely safe going high ground, so the illusions are being sent in.
It's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other options were maybe giving it over to Ari, right? I mean, he's trying to farm towards his own Aghanims. It's not the most reliable game, though, for pumping someone out with the Ags of the big Walrus kick and just, like, giving yourself the win. Right. I guess Solar Guardian could have been pretty good, too, from Sonic. You know? Reject Scrooge McDuck to get Donald Duck.
Okay.
That's what they were talking about, I think.
Yeah, that's the one.
Makes a lot of sense.
You know, I will say that I think the focus that we've seen from TSM onto killing Fly pretty continuously has been a huge part of their success in these fights, because that natural order can really start to rack up when you pair it with all this magical damage that they've got.
Well, both ways too, right? If he gets into the fight with the Bristle.
Well, that's a scary position to be in, but he decides to go for more. Still has that shield run, keeping him very survivable, but interrupting it. Saberlight gets to the far side, and now the Phantasm don't have enough. Even when he walks in alone, they just can't do anything. Too tough, and in the meantime, down bottom, Tomato spammed his illusions onto the melee racks, and they got to deal with that quickly. We'll bring them down, though.
And this is working out really well, though. I mean, it's a slow siege, but you understand the risk here, right? This is an extremely high ground defending team. Like, this is what they want to do. They want to catch you in like a 3-4 hero Dream Coil. They want Arteezy just sitting there doing his thing. And they're going to try and break that up, though. Ari, no buyback. He goes all in. He just buys the eggs.
Oh.
Says, team, I got this. So,
well, you know, he's the first player from Britain to play at TI. He's taking a little bit of football here. He's going to play in the tufts, trying to kick people back and away.
A little more American football, I think. I think he's trying to convert a bit here, right? Through the uprights.
Silence. Roll, catches, decides to go for crit instead of the Willow. Now throwing out the damage, controlling onto Bryle. He's dying, eats the cheese a whole second round. So much damage out from that Willow. When left alone, can they do enough though? Abed Chase, he doesn't quite manage to connect, and there's the TP out.
Tomato?
Willow not around anymore, but Tomato dying to Saberlight. He's got the bug on him, but it just doesn't look like it's gonna matter. Do they have enough to kill him off in time, trying to kill him? And yes, they do. TSM taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage, and everybody ends up falling.
The Dream Coil is kind of feeling like it's tick-like if it's just the individual heroes there. I mean, how much did Bryle just tank in that fight?
It was so much.
I feel like all of the damage done was mostly on Bryle. You know, he's just like making his way through the engagement. They're chasing him over and over, popping a cheese, still surviving. Got off 2 rounds with a Shiva's Guard to boot.
And just like that, I mean, there's no buyback on the Bristle, no buyback on the ET. You're going to have to do this one with just a couple of heroes at this point as they even break through backdoor protection and start to lay out on it.
Tomato.
They're going straight in. Why not? Tier 4 towers. Who needs to go get the racks? Trying to end this game right now. Arteezy coming back in, but he's on the far side of the map. Goes for the terrorize play with a blink forward. Tomato dodges it immediately onto him. Goes for the silence. Nothing there. In trouble. Forstaff tries to get away. Lane into Ari, but he's gone.
That's it.
Arteezy dead. 100 seconds. TSM clean up.
Really a draft kind of built from the ground up, I feel like, right? Getting super solid lanes, some nice combos, nothing complicated, just Grimstroke, CK. Lots of synergy in the laning stage, lots of synergy throughout the game. Grimstroke proving to be a solid hero throughout the entire thing because you have this hard dispel the team's been utilizing a lot with the Shard. And then, of course, on the other side of the map, Dawnbreaker Tusk.
Absolutely.
Worked fantastically well as well.
A really impressive showing. The crowd giving a little bit of love here. Got to give highlights there to Tomato. Guy went in 12, 1, and 6 at 32,000 damage, one of the highest in the game, and just never looked back. A really impressive showing from him. And for Shopify now, need to come up with some answers for what they want to do in game number 2. I got to say, CK looks scary, man. This hero's crazy.
Yeah, combined with the flexibility too, being able to move around the lanes, I think that's a super important aspect of why you're going to see it. I think it could easily have gone to Kasane with a couple points in this draft, and partially why Shopify felt compelled to address it too, some of their own picks. So really nicely done here from TSM. And moving forward here, like Shopify, I don't think you can try and just count on this like late game idea next time.
No, definitely not. Well, we'll see what the panel thinks and what their remedies are as we head on back to them.
We're going to focus on everything that TSM did right here because Purge, you were talking about, especially you, Purge, you were saying that this Earth Spirit's just going to get this vessel run around. I mean, he was very active. He was shutting it down, and they focused a lot on Arteezy, making sure this Dark Willow wasn't going to be able to hit any item timings early for himself.
Yeah, I was wrong. He didn't buy a vessel,
No.
but he went Blade Mail instead, which was really cool because if you're playing carry Dark Willow, you're just like, go ahead, hit me. You have 2,000 HP and you're invisible. So, yeah, it was basically pressure. They sometimes lost 2 heroes to kill Arteezy, but he kind of needs to like farm constantly to keep net worth even with CK. And CK died like once as well, but then CK did more on the map than Arteezy did. So it felt to me that the tempo was just too high for TSM. Yeah.
It feels like one of those moments at TI where you see other teams performing well with a hero or a concept, and you try and kind of take it for yourself, but you haven't really done the homework really to understand why. Like, you got a Dark Willow here. It's pretty cool. You know, he's farming quite a lot, but then the rest of the draft doesn't really complement the Willow perfectly. You know, Bristle wants to make moves and make space for your Willow. ET wants to protect the Willow. Kottle's enabling a Bristle. Like, everything's a little bit off. Like, I mentioned it during the draft, like, when Bristle's the only hero that can stand up front and start a fight and soak up an engagement, yes, you can counterplay, but that's no way to really play out the map. And with TSM, all 5 of their heroes love taking fights in the map. They love punishing a weak front line. And Bristle, yes, very tanky, but he can't tank literally everything on TSM by himself.
I mean, there was the thing that you were saying, Sheep, that a Dark Willow carry could potentially play by itself if you get enough save items. And when we were looking at those Dark Willow items, there wasn't that Silver's Edge or that Wind Waker that we saw Shiro picking up in the LGD game. So maybe a slight difference as well in the itemization could have still worked and not needed to have as much team synergy if those items were slightly different.
Yeah, I guess like there's issues. Like he went Mjolnir to help deal with the CK and stuff like that. He got Silver Edge very later. He went for Linken's. His item build felt weird, mostly because I think TSM played so well. Because they were finding him, right? You had Bryle, who was always like finding his way into the thick of things, super hard to kill. You had the Shadow Blade on Tomato CK. Like we saw a clip just then on the highlight reel of like them playing this Roche. They get the Aegis, but Arteezy thinks he's in a good position, but he's been found out. Like they did such a good job of scouting him and pressuring him in fights and making it hard for him. Like pre-BKB, I think he struggled hard too. I do think he played poorly, sad to say, but I think that when you looked at the map for the first 20 minutes, he's constantly farming this top part on the outer parts of the map, and honestly, like plus to TSM, they went up there, ganked him, and put a ward down, and then ganked him there again, and really pressured him. But I think he could have played more with his team. I just think that Willow is not like this weak hero that only has to farm.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean that Bristle as well, like you're saying, when they're focusing so much on Arteezy, did have farm. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Bristle wasn't able to carry the game towards the end. TSM doing so much for themselves. They knew their win condition. They executed it pretty much perfectly. Were able to capitalize on every timing they had for themselves. But we're going to have a little bit of a breakup here. We're not going to talk about TSM Shopify Rebellion. Instead, we're going to have a chat with Tsunami.
We can talk about the region that they're participating in right now, though, because it's North American Dota. The only thing that kind of has me a little bit apprehensive is that despite it being an NA versus NA match, there aren't any Americans playing. Bulba's the only USA player that's participating in this match. So maybe we can broaden our horizons a bit. We can modernize it a little bit. My friend, introduce yourself and tell me where you're from.
Hey, my name's David, coming from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, and how about yourself?
My name's Manny, also from Vancouver, Canada.
All right, a lot of British Columbians. So then, well, why don't we indulge you then? How about you guys want to do a Canada chant instead of the USA? We do the USA all the time. How about a Canada? You ready? All right, 1, 2, 3. Canada! All right, that's good. That's good. I like it. But this is the road to the international. It's a very multicultural game that we play. Any Abed fans in the house right now? All right, so why don't we treat them? How about a Philippines? Philippines. 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 All right. I mean, I like it, but you know, the classic. You mind indulging me? Can we just do a USA for old time's sake? All right. You guys ready? On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. USA! 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 Oh, wait, actually, guys, this. Listen. It's a little known fact. Anytime there's a USA chant at a sporting event, a bald eagle gets a second set of wings. Warms my heart to hear. But I don't want to leave out my panelists either, so I'll give it back to Nat with a Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Oi, oi, oi! Tsunami, he's so cultured, he knows. I don't know if I heard any other Australians in the crowd, but you better have been doing that one with me there. A very Australian calling. That's how you can find us in any crowd.
That makes sense.
I didn't know.
3 of you.
You actually didn't know? All 3 of us. I think there is. No, there's 4 of us. No, there's more. There's 6 of us.
Oh, okay. I just assumed it was you plus 2.
No, there are more. There are more in the crowd.
In the room or?
No, in this specific convention center. This specific room. I
You
know
guys
there
know
is.
each other, huh?
Oh yeah, it's a real small, tight-knit community. But we could look towards Game 2 for this series because there's a lot going on. It's an elimination one, okay? We're in the lower bracket, backs against the walls. Do you feel that Shopify have that mentality to be able to bounce back, Purge?
I mean, they switched up their draft. They tried something new. That was encouraging to me. But I think Dark Willow is a little farm heavy. If you do want to participate more in the fights, like Sheep said, which is a good idea, it needs to work. If you run across the map to go gank and it fails, then you're going to get massively outfarmed by these traditional carries that have built-in farm mechanisms. So they can try to do something like that again, or maybe they'll go to comfort and go back to normal meta stuff. But I just feel like TSM's a step ahead here.
Look, it could be their last game that we're seeing in the road to the international for them. This 5-stack, or 4-stack I should say, outside of Saber has been together for a very long time. It is a big one for them. We're going to see if they're going to be participating any further in the road to international. But for now, with their backs against the walls, let's have a look and know some more about Shopify Rebellion.
We had a bit of a rough group stage. I think not as good as we would have hoped for.
A cataclysm for the ages, but it is going to be Liquid remaining supreme.
Yeah, they're going to take this one. They're going to clean it up nice and fast here.
I mean, I think a big goal for the group stages was no matter what, like, just don't get last in the group. Don't play Team Spirit round 1. And then we had to play Team Spirit round 1.
Shopify, unfortunately, not able to put the pieces together and will be playing in the lower bracket.
But at the same time, I think we got the most out of it while not getting eliminated, so there's some positive to it, you know? You say losing is learning, so it could be worse.
A lot of these young players, they play like all day, so being able to match that as you grow older is definitely the harder part.
I think probably individually from my role is just being adaptable to what the meta is, you know, and like use what you can and still be your own player. I think that's probably the biggest thing, because this year's been like some weird position 4 heroes coming in, like some tech keys out of nowhere, you know, so yeah, it took a bit of adapting, and I think it's helped me become a better player.
For me, number one, like the next like short-term goal is like making sure that no matter what, we're able to play a climate glitch.
to feel the passion and emotions, and not just out of the game, but in the game and in the back room, and going through all like the strategy and gameplay things. Like it's like my favorite part. So just getting to that, and obviously past that long term is winning, but just want to get the gauntlet match.
That is a great short-term goal, and they can still make it happen. They're not out just yet. They are down one game in this best of 3, but they have to get through this one. They have to be able to make a comeback, and then also another best of 3 on top of that one later today. So that's game 1. You already mentioned, Purge, some change-ups that could potentially happen for them, but TSM really did have their numbers. I want to go back to this game 1, look at these stats, because the numbers are impeccable. You talked about Tomato, how he only died 1. I mean, this man went 12, 1, and 6. Like, that as a position 1 is insane, as well as Kasane doing so much, and Bryle too, having 22 assists for himself, Sheep.
They all played phenomenally. But that's kind of where I was going earlier when I talked about how Arteezy was never really a part of the game, right? I felt like TSM always were together. They were always doing things. They connected so nicely across the map. It kind of brings in like the global that Purge talked about earlier in his bit. Is that you have this Dawnbreaker. It's so easy for them to bring their heroes together and do stuff, whereas Shopify felt way more disconnected. And that just reflects in all of their KDA and how easily they could take these fights.
I think it's also the heroes they chose. Elder Titan, I feel like, doesn't fit very well into this play on the map type thing, because while your laning stage is okay, while your ulti does percentage-based damage, very good at killing CK, and you're amplifying your team's damage, you're not always very useful at gank add-ons. It's like you are there to amplify other people's damage. That means it's still going to take a lot of heroes to get kills out of it. Whereas if you looked at TSM's draft, every single one of their 5 heroes is good at making a gank happen somewhere on the map. That gives them more options, they're more likely to be successful, and they're more mobile. So these are upper hands that they had in the draft.
Yeah, I also like how Ari, in the early game, how he makes those moves. He connects into a safe lane, so he kind of amplifies Tomato's early game. Kasane takes the hit in net worth, but then they make that smoke move to kill Arteezy, so the time that you've lost on farming on your Dawnbreaker, it comes back with just one clutch pick-off on the enemy carry, so like the lanes just go perfectly, and they're able to keep up and not ever get out-farmed, and then in your stride, they just win all the fights. So I think their position 4 from TSM as well, quite a pivotal part in getting themselves into such a dominant mid game.
Yeah, well, in that piece as well, speaking of position 4s, we heard Crit talking about how it's just been a weird year for him as a pos 4, this change up towards more ranged pos 4s, whereas he is normally inclined towards the melee. But we're still seeing Tusk being picked up. We've seen Tiny as well in group stages. Do you think with the potential of this being their last game for the road to the international, to just go for that comfort, try and make it work for yourself? Know that this is what you can do, and you've won on this. You've been able to build drafts around it before, so kind of rely heavily on that.
They honestly need to do that, I feel like, especially when you're one game away from getting eliminated. Like when you think about Shopify, they are like the kings of consistency, where it's like the meme, of course, like, oh, Bulba picks up Arbed Storm Spirit, right? But like that type of concepts have allowed them to always be at the top, because they pick the best. You have to counter it. If you don't, you just lose the game, right? And we kind of haven't seen that so far at this road to the international. It's been a lot of, let's try a bit of this, try a bit of that, let's copy that. It's like we're not seeing their own homework bleed into the stage, right? So hopefully in this next game from them, they have just like the Shopify strat that they have, which is their true identity, and then they can actually muscle up against TSM.
Mm-hmm. Do we think TSM has that identity, a similar one, or because they are such young players that right now they are able to be molded, that Moon, their coach, is able to kind of draft whatever he wants for them, and that is that advantage as well. That's why we're able to see something like that, them able to adapt quickly to this meta that you mentioned.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think TSM has been playing their own style since the group stage. Shopify might be forced to pivot, and that's going to be a lot harder for them.
All right, well, the players are walking back out. TSM obviously having the confidence. Moon clapping and riling up the crowd there for TSM. I'm not sure what to expect, Sheep. I need some guidance here. What can we have faith in?
All right, we can have faith in the desperate struggle. Whoever loses this series is the 3rd best in NA. You don't want to be the 3rd best in NA. You gotta keep fighting. You gotta get stronger. You gotta get hype. You gotta bring out your classics. I don't know. I think TSM are way more fun with their drafts and playstyle right now. And Shopify, they didn't seem confident in that strat.
Yeah, we had our video earlier from Shopify. I think it's only fair that we have one for TSM as well in their road to the international.
One kill snaking. Tomato gone. Whitemon looking next. Geomagnetic grip hits onto both of them. They'll even throw a blood grenade. They get the kill on Ari. Starbreaker was landing there and taking out this Tusk, and it's a full team wipe as Tundra lose nothing.
We got destroyed by Tundra. after that, we learned a lot. You know, sometimes you get destroyed, and then you're like, that's when you learn the most. So after that, we started giving it back to other teams.
TALON losing 3. TALON about to lose a 4th member of their team with Q. Can't even kill Ari.
Every time you expect us to win, we will probably lose. And every time you expect us to lose, we'll probably make a win. So that's how our group stage went 4-4. I think Dota is really a team game now. If you ask other players, they think something similar where individual play is kinda losing value over the years. Not that you need to have it, but like it doesn't define games anymore. So I could have played the best, but we probably still lose. And if I play the best and I get mad towards my teammates because I play the best and they didn't, then that's only gonna create a snowball towards getting last place. It really is off pressure. I really learned to like turn the pressure into just like be thankful for like playing Dota and like all that. So I'm just happy to be another TI, you know. So like when I'm an old man, I'll be like, oh, you went to 3 TIs. And you know, I look back and be like, oh yeah, I tried really hard. So like, I really enjoy the process. When you do things bad, it only allows you to do them better. So I have this mindset that really allows me to play bad, and I don't feel bad. I feel like all I have to do is when it matters, I have to know what to do. And we're getting to the point where like when it's gonna matter soon. So the learning experience has gone by.
That is so heartwarming to hear Tomato, the way that he's been able to grow throughout, you know, international showings for himself, his years as a pro player. So he's able to now channel that pressure into something else for himself, and he just wants to be able to look back fondly on these days for himself too.
Yeah, I think it's just cool to see like players just mature over the years, right? You know, if anything like Tomato, one of the younger players, but still he's speaking as if he's like some mid-30-year-old man who's like seen the whole life before him, you know, but he's still a relatively young player. So no, it's cool to see players just mature and kind of realizing what you need to do nowadays to succeed in this game.
And he's run the gambit as well. I remember the Stockholm Major, he got to finals, he lost it. I saw him at the after party, he looked depressed, so depressed. So he's been through those tough times, learned from it, and I love his outlook now, it's great.
Yeah, it's really nice to hear that, and they don't really have that pressure on themselves. It's this lower bracket, but there's always going to be an ounce of pressure for that one, no, right? Knowing that it's a lower bracket, but he's just like, I get to look back. We made it out of groups. It's better than last year for themselves. So already a big props. They're 1 game up in this best of 3, but it is time that we move and look towards game 2.
Shopify Rebellion versus TSM. Game 2.
We're going to need some solid strats coming out from Shopify if we want to see a game number 3. That's what you really wanted to see, Sheep. You wanted this NA bloodbath to go the full distance. Some drafts, some bans in the drafts have already come out of here. So TSM is still going for that tree for themselves. In fact, I think the only change-up ban for them is the Bristle.
Oh yeah, that Bristle ban is pretty nice. I think that hero was like very annoying last game because whilst like the best thing I saw from Shopify in that game was at least while Arteezy was being focused down and like being chased around the map, Bristle was farming pretty well and he was kind of an issue for a little while. They're just removing that issue now.
Yeah. And already I'm seeing like one key component here. Now you've got most likely the mid-primal beast. He's going to seek that fight, seek the engagement, and if you have Saber on the same concept as hero, it's 2 cores, couple supports. Like you're bringing the full team to make that space for Arteezy, rather than that previous game, which was again quite a lost draft when you think about Shopify and how they normally play their game.
And it leaves them flex potential as well with the CK now being banned in the first phase, because that's just such a lane-defining carry right now that can survive through almost anything. So Shopify's opener looks pretty safe, and TSM's going to respond with the Shadow Demon.
Very nice counter to the Primal Beast, especially if you, I mean, they could lane it into it if they want to, but just of course throughout the game, having that disruption, saving that hero, putting the slows on him as well. If they do lane it into Primal, then, because obviously being off lane, you can just stop him from getting on top of your hero and just make that distance. But
and the skill that everyone forgets exists, Disseminate, amplifies the damage that somebody takes, very good against these tanky heroes. So.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great pickup for themselves then, because this Primal, I mean, there's not too much difference in the build that he does go for, so we know he's going to become that tanky boy. Some more bans coming out, Spec, Kunkka. What are TSM going to do with their 1 ban? What do they have to look towards setting up for themselves?
Probably something that combos well with Primal Beast is what they're thinking, or maybe like a lane matchup that where Shadow Demon might be a little too weak in the lane, because that can be one of his weaknesses. He can do lots of Shadow Poison damage, but if you're against some like Tusk plus Dawn dual lane, Shadow Demon can look pretty weak very quickly.
Yeah, maybe just a ban that sets up their next picks. I don't think there's anything, I don't really think you want to be defending your Shadow Demon pick. It is just a support. It's rather like, what cores are we thinking of, and let's protect that. I like the response to Primal Beast. I do think that Primal has looked like one of the strongest heroes in this tournament by far. Like the damage he does throughout the whole game, even if you have like Shadow Demon and you hit your ult on him and you're not letting him just trample all over everything. I think the biggest thing I like about Primal is his ability to kind of get out and then re-engage with his Q.
The thing though, when we talk about Shopify, it's the game where they are backs against the wall, could get eliminated. Primal Beast, they played it once 28 days ago, again 4 months ago, another time 7 months ago. They started, of course, in Lima Major, where they lost twice with it, when it was kind of his big entry.
Yeah, I was going to ask,
really
like, what
this hero.
is the history for Shopify and Primal?
Bad. There we go.
Oh, okay. And where has he not mostly been played for this team? It's obviously different, right? Primal, the hero himself, is changing, but always mid?
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm quickly scrolling through multiple drafts here, but it's been a little bit mid. Yeah, basically mid every time I feel if I quickly glance through, but the fact that I can count on like 2 hands how many times they've Primal throughout the entire year, whilst other teams are rushing towards it every time. Again, it's a hero that obviously they have played immensely in their pubs, right?
Yeah.
But competitively, it's not been at the top of the Shopify kind of playbook.
Well, talking about not being at the top competitively, Magnus, we are going to be seeing him. We saw him yesterday. It went mid for LGD. Where do we see it going for TSM?
I assume it's probably mid. I think it's kind of a cool hero in the meta right now because it's guaranteed to farm with the skills that you have. You don't have to worry about some Midas thing to have super high net worth. So that means you can spend your gold on something like a Blink that allows you to make action happen and also accelerate a carry or other hero on your team if you want to. All item independent, so that's a cool thing the Mag brings right now.
Yeah. And if it is in mid, then the Primal with the Trample, you naturally want to play inside the lane. So Magnus being melee here as well, Shockwave into Skewer, get him under tower. Now you're not actually pressuring, you're actually killing him on the Mag into Primal matchup, if this is the mid versus mid.
I don't know, I'm leaning towards Shopify right now in general. I just think when I see Magnus, the whole thing of when Team Spirit won TI was that you played around the shot and the skewer, and that was like what made Magnus so powerful. But then after that was sort of nerfed. Now he is weaker, and you aren't going to be able to just outplay a Primal whose cooldowns are so low that he can just keep going in and out. Like, you have to be able to kill this guy. And now you have a Phoenix on top healing with no real anti-heal on TSM so far. On top of that, being able to use the egg to counteract this RP is going to be really nice and powerful as well.
What if they pair it with like a Bloodseeker or something? Then you get damage from Skewer with the Rupture. It's a good empower target. Kills
that would
egg
be
a little
hilarious, you know, with a crowd as well.
I mean, there's nothing funnier than somebody getting ruptured and you.
That's exactly it.
No one's picking that hero though. Luna makes a lot more sense. Just higher tempo, solid laning. Ooh, and a Snapfire.
This hero is literally dead.
But they want to kill the egg very easily, and they'll do that.
Probably position 4, most likely. Ari likes to play it, and we've seen it fall out of meta because the mid laners don't want to pick it up. Of course, with the talent changes, preventing kind of how quickly you got to your big explosive timings. In support, you still have Cookie, your Fire, your Blast. Like, you're still potent in how you play out the game. So yeah.
I guess it's nice to take some magic damage, especially when like you see Luna, you think TP time, yay, we're gonna counter that one. I think it's hard to pick illusion heroes like easily into this Shadow Demon, but it's still, you want a good carry matchup here. You're gonna have the aid of your Phoenix. I just want to make sure they can fight into whenever TSM decide to go, and I think they can so far. They just have like they have loads of spells on Shopify. They can do ganking right now. They can take early fights, early skirmishes. Now I just want to see them scale.
The thing I do like about TSM's draft right now, though, is that their team fight just looks a little superior due to the fact that the egg is not a big worry if Snapfire can get in there. Yeah. And then other than that, they have great team fight between Eclipse and the BKB Piercing RP. So it's going to be hard for Primal Beast to channel his ulti confidently without it being interrupted.
Yeah, and also having damage outside of getting close enough to the egg, because whilst you jump one hero, if you just throw an egg down, sometimes you have to retreat, but now you have this Monomakiss to throw from a distance, so yeah, it's pretty cool. I think both teams are kind of similar in that nature. You've got a Primal plus a Sky, very quick. On the other side, you've got an RP into Monomakisses. both of these off-lane, core plus support combos will be having like the same kind of ideology throughout the game. Find a hero, get the kill, get number advantage, and try and sweep through.
And the center looks good for up-tempo on the Shopify side. They can disengage better from Mortimer's Kisses, for example. That'll be less of a threat. But I don't have as much confidence against it a ranged carry versus a melee carry, but he can definitely abuse his lane between Skywrath and himself, and he's going to be the obvious setup if Primal Beast isn't the other one for Sky ulti. So if they do catch heroes and Shadow Demon is not quite there, that's going to be easy kills for the Shopify side.
Still respecting the illusion here as well. Like this SD pick, when you think of course, RTs, it's like Terrorblade, it's Naga, even the Void, Luna. Of course, they pick Luna themselves, but you know, it's like potentially final game. We're not going to allow you to have your Terrorblade and be in a super comfortable position. They've got another Void, yep.
Yeah, Faceless Void also being.
Does TSM play Invoker? Or is it banned? No, it's in. I want to see something that can follow Primal around the map. Like my biggest problem right now is I don't think Magnus is going to want to respond in TPs. I think Shadow Demon's a weak support. So when Shopify start to move around the map and go on people, I want there to be a hero on TSM that can match that pace or just stop it.
Technically, that could be like a Tidehunter style hero, because then you put the Mag mid, you put the Tide off lane, but then Tide can soak up the initiations. A little bit of respect towards Brood actually. We didn't see that hero too much. We saw LGD play it.
Yeah.
Kasane, when I mentioned his initial entry to TSM, it was the Zoo, the toxic heroes, and Brood was one of them. Yeah, imagine getting brooded out of TI.
That wouldn't feel good.
That'd be sour. It's like getting Huskar. It's the same kind of vein.
No one wants that cheese, no one wants that toxicity at all. So last pick for Shopify Rebellion here. Gonna be Arteezy's here, gonna be the carry.
Maybe Sven is one of the heroes he's picked that isn't banned, and it's either that or Naga, or he's playing somebody new this game.
Are you afraid picking up a Sven of being in that melee range for the Shadow Demon, for the Magnus?
It's explosive, and they have so much frontline that an explosive hero will always be able to find entry to the game, because Primal and Centaur, or even the Phoenix Egg, will kind of cover your initiation.
Okay.
Morphling instead, huh?
Well, you can empower yourself if you transform into Magnus. We saw that earlier in the tournament, just a huge amount of damage increase, plus Skewer. So between Skewer and Waveform, you're very mobile. So it works.
Okay, but how about just the hero in general, team? Morph hasn't had a phenomenal showing, but here it is. You mentioned Kasane, how much he loves the Zoo. The Brood got banned out, so he does still end up getting the Lycan for himself. Lycan, definitely one that we are not going to be seeing very often, one that has fallen out of favor. So maybe let's touch more on that one, too.
Yeah, I'm going to wait about 5 seconds for Moon to leave the booth so he can hear. This is just like...
Oh, he's there. You can tell him.
You're playing against Shopify. You know, you got last pick, Moon. You can hear me. You're picking up some Lycan. But, you know, Shopify, they're very slow. Now, like when you look at their hero, they don't really pressure the towers. They farm backwards. Only Primal can really make their aggressive move. So why not? Pick up a Lycan, start setting that tempo, pair it with a Luna. TSM, they want to get out of this game. They want to punch their ticket into a fight against Nouns later today, and this is a draft that can potentially do it.
I think both offlanes are going to own.
Yeah.
And that's just on the mids to kind of like make their impact.
Well, I want to hear more from you guys. I think you guys have so much to say, but someone who's going to know a little bit more about this draft is Moon Meander, and he's joined by Tsunami.
That's right, I'm standing by with Moon Meander, who has seemed to have delivered quite the final blow. That last Lycan pick, you liked it seemed.
Man, it's been like the whole year where we last picked Lycan, like the whole year, and then I can't believe we got it in TI. It's crazy.
These people aren't doing their homework, but you are doing some different things. This is the first time your team's picking Magnus. Where'd that come from?
It comes from Top Set!
That's all I need to hear, then let's get ready for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Neil and Moon. I heard him from over there. Like, we're a little ways away. Thompson! I can't even do it. My voice is going to crack. Holy moly. A big pick to end out the draft. We've got the Lycan. Do you like it? Is it the right pick?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Son, he's the Lycan. This is his thing. We got a couple other people here who've been the Lycan. You know, Matu, he's here somewhere. He was the Lycan. Arteezy, he was kind of the Lycan at one point as well. Even Old Man Fear, he was the Lycan. He was the Lycan mid. But today, it's Kasane. He's the Lycan. This guy, what is it, 71% win rate, I think? Yeah, all-time 38 matches, 71% win rate. That's just gross.
71%?
Yeah. It's one of his second most played hero after Beastmaster. And he's over 70% win rate. That's pretty good.
Insane. Well, we'll see if they can make it happen yet again here in this one, as Bryle doing a little bit of a dance there in the mid lane. They already got down their ward. Does look like Crit is heading over in that direction, and they're going to immediately take it away. So nice ward there. Shopify off to a little bit of a better start. Hoping that things go better than last game, because I mean that was a demoralizing loss. You just gotta say it how it is. That was a rough one to watch.
Yeah, they look like they got kind of squeezed out of the map there for a while. I definitely had my concerns, not gonna lie, about TSM in terms of like the pacing they were taking, but they didn't take any like super risky maneuvers, and they never got punished. Shopify never hit that humongous combo that they were threatening, and they just like kind of like slow rolled it to a nice finish there from TSM.
Well, Ari steps up, take a couple hits, was threatening to steal away one of those runes as, ooh, maybe in some more trouble there. Saberlight still trying to chase back Whitemon. And there's still a bounty rune that's over in the river. That one, I don't know if it's going to be claimed quickly or not. But we'll have it in the river for a bit.
Just a little forbidden fruit there. Just gonna hang out. That never happens.
Let the sky tear down the unworthy.
There's just a bounty there.
Okay.
So that's cool.
I mean, somebody gets a bottle early, you get a free extra charge. Why not? As we get to hear from Slacks and his marine call at the end. Abed steps on up, takes it away. Bryle, need to be careful about the pullbacks with the skewer there. It's the big thing to watch. And
yeah, kind of interesting too, because you're like trying to trample eventually in the lane as well.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see this one, though, because a hero that we have not seen almost at all throughout the entire course of this road to TI has been the Snapfire. Not a lot of games, but as the panel was talking about, an answer to the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's just such a good counter. I mean, all it takes is that single point there into a little shredder, and you can handle that egg at its earlier levels.
As down bottom, Crit takes a lot of damage, but does manage to get the TP out. Ends up going away from that one. Not wanting to run into too much more issues. Already back to the tower as Arteezy very low on HP, switching over and getting the Tango regen back his direction.
Yeah, Morphling at least having some pretty high armor as well, so not the most intimidated by the constant wolf pressure, plus attacks being relied upon here versus the Phoenix with the fire spirits. Has some defensive measures up here, and well, a defensive support as you can see down bottom here. Whitemon on the Shadow Demon.
Oh, just stepped a little bit too close. The concussive shot, the Lucent Beam tries to get him away, but no. Saberlight gonna draw first blood, taking down Whitemon.
Nice maneuver forward there from them, and that's gonna hit level 2 there onto Crit as well. So more aggressive options open up, but despite dying here, I do think the Shadow Demon's a super solid pick. We saw Banned a lot in the first phases throughout this group stage, because he's one of these heroes that just denies the opportunity later to pick certain heroes, right? You think about like anyone who really struggles versus like these Dispels and the constant purging, as Arteezy being bullied back a little bit here. But the main thing in this game is versus that Primal Beast. Not only because you have this like low cooldown save versus his low cooldown ultimate, the other thing is that if you use the ultimate on top of him, he can't actually onslaught out. It is a dispellable buff. So you get ulti, you're just stuck.
So for those of you that are going to watch for that later, you'll see Primal Beast just try and run away, and then he's going to be doing the running man, going absolutely nowhere. As Ari goes for the double kill. He may take first blood, but both couriers going, and that's a lot of regen too. How are they going to deal with that? They have no tangos, no anything up in this top lane.
Jeez, I mean, Morphling's pretty broken in the lane, but he has his limits, you know?
Right. Oh, man, that could be a tough one.
He gets the Lotus.
That's fair. That's some regen. They need that one desperately. Bryle's just going to step up there, get a couple more hits onto Abed as he tramples through.
Arteezy getting way down there. Gotta get down to, oh, he's chilling at 3 strength. There we go. Oh, that is just so ridiculous, actually, that a Lotus can save you.
How much value you get out of it, absolutely. Yeah, they still have a little bit of time before those couriers start making their way back out. We'll see if Ari is able to time it. Maybe could even go for another pick if they wanted to.
I mean, if he gets a cookie play too onto Arteezy, right? You know?
Oh yeah.
Pretty low.
It'll be a blow up. Absolutely.
You just cookie one little creep, test the reactions there, perhaps.
Well, regardless, we'll watch for it. No early kills. The big hero that's definitely struggling so far is going to be the Luna, 12-1. And though Kasane has obviously gotten a pretty good start himself with the 9 denies, I think at least 1 or 2 of those were Wolves.
Why also starting with no bonus armor versus a Lycan and a Snapfire is kind of scary too.
Yeah, it could be a tough one.
But yeah, so far so good. Despite losing their couriers, it is kind of crazy that they're still looking this okay, to be honest.
Yeah. I will say at various points when this team, Shopify, have looked their best, I want to harken back to the days of Fly on a Phoenix, you know?
Yeah.
This is his bread and butter as well. We'll see if that can make the difference for him, but already decide to go. Kasane will get cookied to a little bit of safety, and the Wolves get sent out. Fly keeps the distance. The regen is now on its way as couriers, I believe, are respawning and heading on out.
Abed's heading on out to that bottom lane there. Spotted on a ward as he's just going to steal the bounty room. But this is a bit of a classic thing that the Primal Beast players will do. They'll often just rotate into the lane. Like, they come to this bounty room, but if they see the opportunity, they'll utilize that early movement that you have at the onslaught to just charge forward. But I think he noticed that they were probably aware of it. Plus, he's this wave pushing in, so way too risky unless you have like a guaranteed kill to go for that.
Yeah, a tough one to make happen, but level 6 can make the difference. Bryle comes on in and steals away that creep from the Primal. And still just sitting steady, trying to out-farm when they can here. The deny is definitely racking up, though. As TZ hoping to get off to a better start and maybe be more active in this game than we saw in the last one. Obviously, you have to wait for a long time. Azari will back out, but maybe can play at a little bit faster tempo with the rest of his team.
We had a fantastic Morphling game yesterday versus that Magnus. I mean, you could really see the ability to take advantage of copying that hero as well, so not too shocked to see it here once again.
Right.
Taking the skewers, of course, using that shockwave, getting yourself empowered, probably being the most important factor there.
Looks for a stomp. Saberlight not quite going to connect onto it. Gives him the bing bong and heads off. As the 7-minute mark's coming around, Fly stacking up where he can, and likely going to see some movement around for the the Wisdom Runes rather. Another stomp connects, but again, Saberlight can't do anything really there to wipe on.
Yeah, very static side lanes right now. No twin gate maneuvers quite yet. Just hanging out on your own sides, and we'll see if that stays the same for the Wisdom Runes, like you were saying.
Right.
I do see a line drawn there. Maybe Fly saying, hey, what do you think, Abed? Want to go the Wisdom Rune?
Let's see.
That's what he's saying. He wants to smoke with ulti and go Wisdom Rune.
Oh! Whoa! Ari there, playing it close. That was very close to death for TZ. But no, they're just going to trade them off one apiece. Although, maybe if that rotation, they know that they're heading for the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, I mean, they scan, right? So then they say, okay, support's definitely there. Do we catch him on the way back, or do we go for Kasane?
Who is
and Ari TP's mid. He's going to catch the wave, so this might punish Kasane.
Yeah, it doesn't have anywhere to go. This should be an easy one. They run in, tries to go for the side step. Control is there. A couple more.
Wait.
Bryle RP connects, pushes him away. Never mind, Kasane waveform through. They managed to finally get that kill. Bryle can't quite get in range to punish this one, though, it looks like. We'll have another shockwave. Thinks about throwing it out, but no, won't go for it. Nice play.
Okay, not quite easy, but a kill nonetheless. As that's 2-0 now in favor of Shopify, so solid rotation, good punish on the support, heading over to that Wisdom Rune as Abed farms his way back home.
Not a whole lot separating all of the cores in this one. Centaur is top of the mark, but it's pretty even across the board. Waiting instead, more likely, for a couple of the big level 6s to come out. Obviously, Crit's going to be able to play pretty aggressively around the map with Abed if he wants to, comboing the Mystic Flare and the Pulverize. So Tomato will have to be careful with his positioning in this game. Make sure he doesn't run into too much trouble. As we take a look, and Saberlight, full Vanguard completed, trying to finish off those phase boots next. There was a movement over where, again, they're trying to catch and kill, but immediately vanished. And that is the defensive play they needed. Also going to make it back in time to stack the Ancients. Why not?
Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's definitely the best thing about Shadow Demon, right? Infinite stacking. Certainly why I like the position 4 when you can do it, because it's really easy to stack from the side lane, but wasn't really possible with the current setup in this one.
Right, and I mean, again, Bryle's out in the jungle. He's going to make this move now to connect onto Saberlight, who is managing to stun Bryle away, but this is so much space mid for Ari and Fly to soak up some experience for themselves, trying to get those level 6s on Lycan. About to have it. This can definitely be a quick kill if they find an opening.
I mean, they certainly have the more aggressive mid on Shopify you would expect too, right? Like, to see it being Bryle, the one who's moving around, you kind of expected this Primal Beast to be the one who's hunting for these kills, this low cooldown ultimate, but Abed, he's a little bit busy. Like you mentioned previously, there were some stacks set up here in the jungle, so taking advantage of that, he wants to try and be the one to snowball, because you think about who's going to take stacks, like, you know, sure, all three of their cores can kind of farm them up, but Primal Beast can be the fastest one at it, and also the one who's going to get the most value out of it at this point in the game. So where can he actually take that net worth and apply some pressure? Speaking of which, also, like, Ari, level 6 right now on the Snapfire. One of the absolute best do-something supports, and, well, they're going to get a kill down bottom here with his ulti.
Moves in, finds him. Immediately there with the RP. The kiss is not quite going to connect. The Saberlight pops
a drive-by.
All right, I'll do it myself. Gets out of trouble, manages to break the ulti, and, oh, that is a nice dodge.
Okay, so not the synergy they were looking for there.
Not quite.
Yeah, definitely a bing bong moment.
They keep themselves alive. But yeah, big ultis used is more time for Shopify to start to come online.
That is a tough hero, though, to kill with the ulti, right? It's definitely not guaranteed when you have that Stampede versus the kisses coming out there, so. Certainly a disappointment, though, because it is supposed to be kind of free when you get 6 on Snap.
Well, this is a bit of a scary moment. Ari does not actually have any points in the little shredder yet, so will not be able to stop any supernova plays that are coming out. Abed still thinking about a play here. Does he want to go for an onslaught? Not going to do it. Did not want to try and catch him.
This is a great voice line. I mean, I get why they're spamming it.
Pressure onto bottom. They're going to claim this tower instead.
Yeah, they've been working on this one for a while. Last time, Bryle was able to drive them back, but knowing that there's no kisses, knowing that the RP was used and no kill, even without a Stampede, they're very comfortable just standing here and going for it. Kasane trying to apply pressure as well with the Catapult up top, but RT's just waving at him. They're going to high-five a little bit.
Making a move. Ari looking, hunting. He's going to go for it here. Maybe no. With Abed showing up still very, very low. The cookie forward tries to bring down for the kill, but Kasane is gone. Oh, Shopify, they brought in numbers and take the finish.
Great defensive egg there, too, from Fly. Just a really secure thing. It gives you the hesitation of, like, I can't commit. Like, there's no way I can fully go for this kill right now. But then RT's able to just morph on down and go right back to farming like he was, and that's going to miss out on this pressure in that top tower. So big win for Shopify. Full pressure down bottom. They take the tower. They defend their top tower right now. It's just going to keep this pressure moving up top, where, of course, they're trying to extract a ton of net worth from this top part of the map. They can't lose control. Like, you think about how Gaimin Gladiators often play when they're on dire sides. They love getting wards up inside these Ancients right here. And now they're even pressuring. Like, he's not far from there right now. Have to defend with the kisses.
Yeah, just kisses there. Disruption already used. Abed, now he's out far, but they will turn it. Saberlight stunned with 2. Sunray out. Starting to bring Whitemon down. He's going to be the one left behind. So Shopify starting to get a little bit more aggressive after their defensive postures.
It's funny because, I mean, this Lycan last pick, I look at it and I'm just thinking, like, oh, this is great, because a lot of these counters that you see, like, you can't get the Lycan early because there's some pretty significant counters for the way you want to escape from fights with your ulti. You think about, like, Dream Coil, you think about Mars Arena and stuff, but kind of the same thing's happening now with the Stampede, right? They're both countered by similar ideas here, and this Stampede is a big save in this one. As long as you don't get RP'd, you're kind of just out of there.
Exactly. I mean, maybe a disruption, but, you know, disruption has some elements to it which are saving you anyways, so it's a weird position to be in. And they don't really have that answer at all for the Morphling as it gets later and later. Need to buy an answer, I guess.
And now with the Blink Dagger coming down towards Saberlight, like, I would love to see Vision up in that top Ancients camp. Like, if they could spot when TSM are trying to get in there, trying to stack with their supports, having this, like, over-the-train movement of both the Phoenix and the Primal Beast, I feel like they can just, like, run all over this part of the map. And they just want all of this gold in here for their Magnus, for their Luna, right? Like, this is where they want to live.
Well, there is not going to be a Magnus at this fight easily, but they are setting up for this. What can they do on the side of Shopify? Now they're smoking with Mag behind.
They're reading this move.
Yeah, they're ready for this. Ari jump forward, wants to do what he can. Pulverize is going to be there, already caught. Don't quite have any items yet for the Mag. He's getting them delivered on the courier. As the rest of Shopify back out, Kasane pop the ulti, the run forward. Now the Stampede trying to hunt this Lycan and see if they can go for the kill.
Running.
They just got the Blink Dagger delivered for the Mag. If they're stuck together, Shopify, they have to be careful. Kasane, run forward, the jump is there, and they caught one. Pulls him back in for the finish. So they decide to give up on Kasane, get that kill on Shopify, but they lose the morph.
And it kind of drags them all back So at least getting the punish on Arteezy is huge there. It still saves their space that they need for their heroes to farm up and become these giant cores that they're hoping for. But Shopify are making it no secret. They want to pressure this mid tower. They want to take over these Ancients. If they lose this part of the map, the game gets way harder for TSM. There's no doubt.
Pull one back, see if they can get him. Ulti out from SD, looking for a stomp, waits for it, hits onto immediately. Tomato, look at the turn! The Supernova, it's already down, starting to do a good chunk of damage. Disruption and too much onto Tomato. He is gonna fall. Can they get out with the rest of them though? Fly trying to escape, Wolves after him. Abed starting to fall lower and lower. TSM chasing almost enough for the kill, and they just can't get anything else out of him.
Arteezy comes to join in the fight, has no morph yet though. So not able to contribute a whole lot, but hey, at least he's there.
They do manage to get that kill on Tomato. There wasn't anything after the egg.
They never got the tower.
Yeah.
Drew him right off, kind of forced the fight in behind. And that's going to force the glyph out here from Shopify Rebellion.
Very back and forth type of game already. And you can see that fight handily won by TSM. Even though you lose Tomato, the rest of the squad is starting to stack up that net worth. And Abed, I mean, you look at his farm, he just has not been able to get the type of kills that you would expect out of a Primal.
It's very frustrating for sure. Like, there's just these little tiny stuns that come out there, like obviously the big save from the disruption, but even just having a kiss fly through, a skewer that comes by. He had to wait so long for actually using the pulverize. He grabbed Tomato when he was at like 100 HP. He just like lived him for half a second, and Tomato dies. Like, okay, well, you know, I secured the kill, but it's not that impact that you're hoping for. So clearly he's kind of just hoping for the BKB, right?
Exactly.
Still a very BKB dependent hero on the Primal Beast, despite some of the nerfs to the item. Kind of has no other recourse.
And it's really the pain of you know, the first pick overall Primal Beast. You stop all of his movement with Shadow Demon, you cause so many issues, and even with RP eventually coming out. I mean, that was a whole fight taken without RP that TSM were able to win.
It has an Arcane rune too here, so definitely just begging for a smoke right now. Smoke, Arcane, go for RP play. Sonic also has the ultimate plus his summon here. He's got a Warpine Raider. Terrifying creature.
With a Siege shot, you love to see it. I called the Willow, or not Willow, the Hoodwink ulti, the Acorn shot, Siege shot yesterday. I was just thinking of the Warpine Raiders.
That's fair, yeah. They're equally as powerful currently in the patch, I'd say.
They're so scary, the big pine cones. TSM hunting mid, waiting for anybody to show up. Nobody is there. Tomato starts to hit the buildings. And a similar sight to what we saw in last game for TSM. Tomato off to a hot start and on a hero that can snowball.
Yeah, just the one death, has some more stacks to go back to. Already up to 3 points in Lucent Beam and then 1 point in the Eclipse. So it's not this Luna who just feels horrendous when the fight actually breaks out, right?
Right. But that said, you do have the answer already done with the Centaur with a full Crimson Guard completed. That is such a good item against this sort of middling damage that's coming through. Bryle hunting, finds crit, misses on one. Shockwave is there, slowed. Stampede tries to get away, Cookie connects! Everything in perfect concert from TSM.
He's just silenced me, but I just get cookied for the stun. That hurts. Thought you had a play there, but not quite.
Still, a lot used for just the Skywrath Mage. As Abed heads on over, picks up the Wisdom Rune, trying to re-salvage his game. BKB, I believe, is coming out, along with hitting level 12. This could be a decent window for them to fight.
Looks like it here. I mean, no Stampede for 50, though. They might want to hang onto that a little bit. Also, still no Morph on Arteezy, but he is holding the point. So, yeah, if they want to go for a fight,
they're going. Looking, Saberlight wanting it, not finding it. They couldn't quite get him.
I think you approach the tower with no Stampede, since you're not going to have it for the full chase down. Maybe just play this a little bit casual. Oh God, if they all come though, this could be bad for Shopify, honestly.
Ari gets hit. RP already onto a bunch. Fly trying to save it. Can they dive it in? Crit is already gone, but they have the Supernova down. Already used a little Shredder trying to kill it off. The egg, is it going to pop? They managed to kill it in time. TSM hit on 2.
All right, they only lose the supports, I guess, but that definitely hurts. They weren't expecting, I think, the fact that TSM were still so grouped up just north of that part of the tower.
Oh, yeah.
Caught out there. Great skewer back there as well. Bryle having a fantastic series so far. Yeah, the BKB having to use there from Abed means like he probably does not want to come fight at this top tower. Saberlight caught here, skewered back.
Oh, that is not what they want to see. Saberlight pops the Stampede, but there it is, the disruption. Can they do anything? Gets the blink away. That was super necessary, but that also opens up Roche now for TSM.
Yeah, they're going to back right up towards it. Kasane already getting started here with the Orb of Destruction.
He's huge.
Yeah, he is the Helm of the Overlord. Again, another reason why we don't see it too often. There's some heroes that counter Helm of the Overlord. There's some heroes that specifically counter your ultimate. You feel very counter pickable. So this is why even if the hero's not that popular right now, it's still so important to ban against TSM in these situations where they could just get it last and it gotcha.
Right. No, this aura, this group together, I'm seeing the writing on the wall. Shopify are going to need to make some big plays here.
Oh, Bryle.
And this could be it. Bryle, a bit too far forward, will get disrupted, but they have enough to keep him alive.
These saves!
It's so good, but Mild still dropping down. The bolt, it's not quite enough damage to kill him off, and now Saberlight, he's in too far. Will manage to get away. Now the disruption, switching into it. Arteezy's in Shadow Demon form, trying to get the Luna connection. The stun is there, but Saberlight starting to drop lower and lower. Manta back away, gets the kill. Abed in, Cookie away. Now the disruption. Again, Whitemon doing so much on this Shadow Demon. They've already killed the Centaur. Can they find even more?
They force out the BKB on Abed with the blink forward there. Man, these plays from Ari and Whitemon have been so good. Huge saves there, just constantly enabling their cores to play a little bit more aggressive than you're probably expecting on Shopify.
Absolutely. That's what you need out of them. And a perfect lineup to do it because there's so much of this single target going in there trying to blow up one hero. You know, you got Primal and Skyrack. And even in that instance where they caught somebody so out of position on Bryle, they weren't able to play cleanup. And Kasane now just taking away a double stack of Ancients.
The piggy bank being raided here.
Starting to get towards desperate territory. I mean, still only 1,000 gold lead, but I mean, look at this group up potential from TSM. It's going to shred through buildings.
Yeah, just being led by this ancient black dragon. Moving their way through here very confidently towards the Tormentor.
Oh no, we've seen what happens here.
Now, surely no one dies on this one.
Be careful, Ari. Run, get out of there. Oh man, Whitemon's gonna get it. So now Demonic Cleanse available for the Shadow Demon.
All right, and what are they getting on the map right now for Shopify? They're taking some farm near the Ancients. They might steal their Wisdom Rune. Arteezy though, of course, very unlikely they would still be there, so kind of risky to go for. He will get the tier 1 tower top.
Yeah, the building's falling down bottom. This tier 2, they gotta know what's coming. It's the first tier 2 of the game. 4 staff done for the Shadow Demon as Bryle. Does see Saberlight in the mid, but won't go for anything there.
Fly even catching a wave down bottom here and getting some farm. They've really spread it across this map. It's gonna put Fly almost into the Yule Scepter right now.
Okay. Whatever they can do to get more control.
I mean, you compare the saves that we're seeing from Ari and Whitemon, and you think about how they play these fights here from Fly and Crit, it just feels so much more difficult. Like, with his Blink Dagger on Crit, who does he actually target with an Ancient Seal and with his ultimate? Because he's constantly have to worry about some sort of movement from a Cookie, which could just break someone out of his little combo, or a Disruption save.
No, I mean, yeah, you're going to need to find the Shadow Demon, I think. Like, they have to get him. Whitemon's free to do too much. Tomato takes another tower. Heard him in that little interview talking about how he sees the future playing out. A very lovely voice. This is old man impersonation.
I played in 3 TIs. Oh, it was good. He did nice.
He definitely did. We'll see if they can continue moving on here to the third one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's really trying to force them back right now.
Ari staying so far back as well.
Shadow Demon Lunaing even here. A little bit of vintage gameplay right now.
I mean, nobody's showing up. Nobody's here.
You're just going to mix them up so you don't even know who the real one is.
The building is just going to fall. You leave Luna alone to hit buildings for a second. Down bottom. Connection.
Nice.
He got the strength form off. Can Arteezy get out of trouble? Are they going to be able to get anybody to help him? Tries to TP out, but no, the skewer was there. Stampede now trying to escape. But Arteezy, he's in no man's land. The hunt, the kisses, everything drops onto his head. saving the buildings with his body, but giving up another death, it hurts. TSM everywhere.
And I love what Ari's done here. He's just picked up a pipe.
Yeah.
They are going for it. They're saying that we have grouped up, we are stronger than you right now. Sure, maybe the net worth isn't the highest. You guys have been farming. Yeah, we've seen you all over the map. But our strength right now as a unit, you just can't match it right now. And if we keep bolstering that with a couple auras, like with a slightly, you know, unused hero here in the Snapfire, like one of the benefits of this hero is that she can pick up these greaves, these pipes and feel good about.
As they catch another. And you talk about auras, there's only one aura right now on the Shopify Rebellion team, and it's on Saberlight with the Crimson Guard. He's getting chased down. Does not have that many places to go, was hoping for a blink away, but the chase is there. Bryle has him. Controlled and the slow, steady death. A lot of HP on the Centaur, but eventually he too will die.
And how are you feeling right now on Shopify?
I mean,
you know, you're getting chased around the map, you're trying to farm as much as possible, you're watching these new items pop up on each hero. I mean, there's a Satanic, there's an AC done on this Lycan. They are peaking right now on TSM.
It's got to feel like an inevitability. There's so much that is going to be running down these lanes and just trying to end this game. Shopify, they've got to prep for it, and I feel like they need to catch somebody unawares. They're going to have a Scotty soon on the Morph lane. But yeah, TSM, they're not looking to stop anytime soon. You're still a ways away from the heart on Abed.
I think he has to abandon those plans.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking at a blink right now because they just have to find a way to create a fight that's favorable for them right now. Part of that is definitely the Scotty, which is done. Certainly a huge element of that. They also have level 12 on the Phoenix, which is a big deal, plus the Shard. So, trying to get the best egg possible. And trying to catch them before they get a Roche, right? This might be the best moment they're going to get.
Can they get anything, though? Jump forward. Bryle finds one. BKB out. Doesn't have an angle.
Okay.
BKB wearing low. Abed thinking about going, not wanting to commit yet.
Bad jump. Do they chase?
They take down that ward. Hunting. Saberlight. Still has Stampede ready. Kasane pumps it. Catches immediately. Ari throwing out the kisses. What damage do they have? The egg is already there. Tomato hits onto it, but now the Manta, the walk away. Stun is there. Can they get it in time? They do. Barely managing to bring it down. Army connection says no siree. TSM, they're tired of playing second fiddle, trying to take the top spot here at NA as they find 4.
Oh, they're too strong. The auras are there. They race up the high ground into the base immediately.
And just like that, trying to end this game. They want to move on in this tournament, continue on a date with Nouns in their future. If they can finish this one off, TSM on the verge as the tier 4 towers are going to fall. Ancient turned upon, they don't have anything. There is nothing left as Shopify are going to be eliminated. TSM, they are moving on.
All the thanks between the teams. Regional rivals, of course. Good luck furthers. The thanks back and forth, but total heartbreak, of course, here for many fans and for Shopify, but TSM just complete elation here as thinking themselves, what some would consider an upset, but at the same time, like, regional rivals in NA have proven that nothing is secured in these matchups.
Absolutely. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be 2 teams from NA going home today. It was meant to happen, considering it's 3 of them playing off against each other. But TSM moving on, looking incredibly solid. Again, a flawless game coming out from Tomato. The love being spread from the crowd, as of course there are eliminations abound today, but it will be TSM that move on and have that date against Nouns a little bit later on.
I mean, you just saw the absolute, like, wonderful team play as well, of course, right? I mean, how many times do we go back to the supports in this game? Ari and Whitemon constantly covering. They made it just so comfortable to be up front as these core players. And what 0 deaths on Bryle, insane game on the Earth Spirit game 1, and then towards the Magnus 2 in game 2.
Impressive showing indeed as we head on back now to the panel. Let them talk about all the actions and implications from that solid series.
It was a beautiful display from TSM. Unfortunately, Shopify Rebellion going to be our first team eliminated in the playoffs. This NA bloodbath, it didn't go to the 3 games, Sheep, but it was still an amazing game too. I mean, TSM, they were just applying the pressure. They were keeping it on. It took one solid team fight from them, and they just went straight for the Ancient, straight for the win.
I mean, before we get into the TSM praise, of which they deserve very much.
Okay, all right.
I thought the start of the game looked good for Shopify. Like, it was really nicely played from them. They had the 6 2-minute smoke from mid on the Primal to top, killed that Lycan to try and stop some of his pressure. Lycan was trying to take the tier 1 up top again. They bring in the TP Primal, they kill him again. I'm like thinking that they were making such nice moves, as well as like bringing heroes to the right things, like 12 minutes in, there's a rune, let's bring the Centaur mid, fight with him, get some more kills. Like they were constantly staving off the moves that TSM wanted to make, and then it all just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I absolutely adore the TSM support during this game. Ari and Whitemon, the way that they played their heroes, you got disruption saves, cookie saves, for like all the highlights you're going to see in these clips, it's like, see here, Tomato, he gets saved on top. In the mid fights earlier than this, again, just clutch saves. You're basically baiting Shopify in, and for that it's like Primal, he's either in the middle of the fight or he's running away. Centaur, he blinks in. The disengage, of course, without Stampede, not so good. But yeah, the support duo from TSM just absolutely picked apart Shopify in this second and final game.
Yeah, Brow popping off there for himself. The TSM boys taking some photos, autographs with the audience there. Okay. Oh, it's Will. I was like, who is that man?
There's a fisherman next to him, too.
This is a fisherman, yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know that person. No one knows that person. That's an ancient relic standing beside him. It is tough to see Shopify go, but you're right. It does feel like a story we've had so many times, though, of them having this great lane, this great early start for themselves. TSM, though, able to hit their timings perfectly purged. They knew when they were able to apply this pressure and this Luna coming online and being able to have those active fights, have an active role, and have a pressure on the objectives.
Yeah, they really did hit their timings. And there's another cool thing about Luna now, the new shard, it reduces the damage you take, so it helps you so much. Normally Luna's like one of those ranged, kind of squishy, vulnerable heroes. When they get on top of you, it's a bad time. But now with the shard, you're like, I'm in trouble. You press the button, you take 25% less damage, and you do a huge amount of reflection. Well, not reflection, you just start attacking them with your glaive thingies. It's great against these primal beasts, these centaurs that get on top of you. So it makes the timing even safer because your chances of getting that pick off that leads them back into the game, it just reduces it.
We're really excited for the TSM boys. They're going to be continuing on going up against Nouns, but an Empyrean has Moon Meander joining him. So let's hear what he has to say.
Yes, I do, Nat. Thank you. Talking of excited, you look excited before the game. You looked excited just now. That was a hype win.
Yep, we're here playing the NADPC for the last time.
Okay. So when you were going into those games, both those drafts looked, everyone was saying backstage that I think they won the draft. You guys were very confident. You clearly have a very good idea of how you want to play, and you executed well. How much of that is scrims, or how much of that is just sparks of genius?
It's mostly the genius from my teammates. I couldn't really do it without like having such awesome players in their roles like Brawl on Magnus, unconventional picks, Lycanthrope Master, and Luna on Tomato.
So before the game, Bulba said that this was a battle of new ideas between your team and his. Those new ideas, how much are you taking from other teams, and how much of this is kind of original thought?
There was some new ideas in this draft, like the Magnus and stuff. I think he went back way too back into Morphling. I think that's like the hero was a Dream League thing with the Aghanims, but here, this patch, I don't think you want to play Morphling in the elimination game.
Okay, well, there it is. Thank you so much, Moon Meander. Congratulations to you and the lads. Back to Nat and the panel.
Oh, Moon Meander, the humble man that he is. I thought he was doing something else.
Yeah,
I was like, as I'm saying the word humble, he was very humble in his interview, giving a lot of credit to his players, having faith in them, being able to draft those heroes that he could, but also quite a bit of humor. The NADPC coming back once again, and they're going on to continue that NADPC later today.
I love Moon Meander, bro. He's so funny. He's great. I've also loved like him moving into this coach role and the way he's talked about it and all his progression. He's like, yeah, I used to be like, so, you know, when you're playing, you're so emotional, you really get into it, but like being able to be a coach, step back and kind of understand how to communicate more effectively with my players and really like learn that type of stuff. It's incredible. I mean, he's really shown that improvement and growth, and I'm super happy for the team.
Yeah, and he definitely deserves credit for it, because this team, at the start of their formation, it was kind of like, man, tons of young players. They were skilled, but there were a lot of doubts. Their first couple of performances went kind of poorly, consistently. They were disappointing. I didn't expect much out of them this TI, but they're definitely overperforming now. They're looking together, and you got to credit Moon Meander for that he's there to help form them, instruct them, and keep things together.
And he's one of the rare coaches that actually shows a lot of emotion. You know, like in the draft, before draft, he's like making these big moves, he's being animated. Nowadays, a lot of coaches, they're very stoic. You know, it's like, this is good, this is bad, do this. You know, Zhao 8, for example. Moon Meander is probably like the polar opposite, unlike the animacy he has during the booth.
Yeah, I mean, we saw those fingers go up there, and I do believe, right, where there is a winner, there is a loser. So I do believe that we have our losers interview. It is going to be Pyrian, joined by Crit.
Yeah, thanks, Nat. I am here with Crit, of course. Commiserations, dude. You guys must be very disappointed. But both of those games seemed to be going okay for you early on, but then it kind of got away from you. Did it feel that way?
I think the first game for sure. I think second game, I feel like we didn't really get a grasp on the game. They kind of just got to do what they wanted to, and then they just hit a timing that we couldn't fight. So I think second game was hard, but first game was definitely ours. So yeah.
Disappointing. However, disappointing this is, there must have been some highlights for you this year. What was your highlight as a team this year, or even just as an individual?
I think Lima was good for us. That was our first major this year. We had it wasn't perfect, but we had a good atmosphere, and we did pretty well there. And then I think the Dream League that we just played as well was pretty good for us. In some ways, maybe the Dream League put us in a bad spot for this TI, but I think it's been a hard year for us. I think the team's not really functioning as we wanted it to, and sometimes that's just what happens. And then we're in lower bracket, and we didn't do well at all in group stage either. So we put ourselves in a spot where this can happen, you know. So.
Well, that's very tough, but I know you guys have a lot of fans around the world. Is there anything you'd like to say to them for their support throughout the year?
Yeah, I mean, huge thanks to all of you, especially the people here in the arena as well. It's always us that's cheered for the loudest, and we really appreciate that. So it never falters, so we love you guys a lot.
Thank you, Crit, and better luck next time. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Pyrian. It's always tough to do those exit interviews, to see a team eliminated and see those emotions on their faces, but we do have to move on. As unfortunate as that is, a massive props to TSM. They're going to have their time to reset, go back to the drawing board, knowing they're going up against Nouns, and while we're waiting for that series later in the day, we get to talk about Gaimin Gladiators up against EG. This is our second series for today. One team no one expected to be in the lower bracket in the first round. Everyone expected them to be sitting in that upper bracket. It is Gaimin Gladiators coming up against EG, a team that people have probably never put their eyes on before. Maybe the org, but the players not so much. So, Pod, what can we expect out of EG? What are you looking forward to with their players?
Well, I think EG is a fun team to watch because their players individually have looked amazing over the last year and a half. They had a great run last year. They reformed this year. They had a great first half of the year, but the second half of the year has just been disappointment with the caliber of players that they have. So how are they going to do in this series? It's hard to know. They did better than their past 6 months in the group stage, but they could really show up and look like one of the best teams of the tournament, but they could also disappoint. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, I think in general, South America, they've had quite a decent year throughout, and every time we get to this point, it's like, this is the year. Maybe they get further, they can do it. And I think unfortunately, the region has kind of bombed a little bit, and to enter the lower bracket, going against Gaimin, of course, 3-time major winner, it's going to be a tough battle, but it's hard. It's like, do you want Gaimin, who have done so well? Do you want South America to stay in the tournament? It's going to be quite a difficult one for the fans, I feel.
Do you have anything you want to add, Sheep? Maybe a star player in your eyes on that?
Bro, I love EG. I'm a huge fan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I love them. I love Matthew. I think he's an amazing leader. I think when you see regions like Southeast Asia and South America, leadership is something that they've always struggled and lacked, and they comment on that, right? And it's like you have Jabs kind of stepping up in C. Here you have Matthew, who's really good and has prided himself on his communication and ability to bring the ideas together of his team and figure out their strats. I think it's interesting when you hear about this team and how they function and the problems they've had in the past. For example, they were, I believe, when they brought in the new players, things didn't quite fit because you had players that were quite greedy or wanted to play, like Whisper quite enjoys farming, right? But they had to really recenter their targets. They're like, okay, sometimes you can lead as a core, however, we want Pakaz to be our win condition, and they really had to kind of bring that idea back to that and how their playstyle matched it. So they have very much evolved as a team in terms of internal communication and their actual gameplay. I think they're super fun. I like the hero pools they bring out. They're fresh. You got that bounty hunter Matthew. I mean, my man makes games very fun when he's playing those Invis heroes. For me, I just love this team.
I love that you love this team. I also enjoy all the information you gave. So I have a treat for you, a little special reward sheet.
Ain't no way.
And for all the other EG fans out there, we have a video on them. We can see more about this team, more of their journey as well.
En realidad, o sea, cuando termina el TI del año pasado, fue como que la gran mayoría del equipo como que quería hacer unos cambios. Pacas, Panda y yo teníamos como que queríamos jugar con Whisper. Y nos comunicamos con Whisper y él también quería jugar con nosotros y prácticamente fue como que después Whisper quería jugar con Chris y todo se fue formando poco a poco y después nos comunicamos con la empresa de Evil Geniuses y ahí fue donde se hizo todo el trato y el deal.
EG's new lineup hit the ground running, clinching 5th in Lima and 4th in Berlin, but from there, Bali became EG's stumbling block. Not only did they face an unanticipated early bow out during the group stage, but the community's reaction added salt to the wound.
En realidad, en el equipo hay personas a las cuales le afecta y nada, como que lo conversamos y creo que lo que hacemos para que no nos afecten estas cosas es hacer una reunión en el equipo y poder comprender en qué estamos fallando para no volver a cometer esos errores.
Despite the stumble at season's end, EG had already secured a strong foothold, finishing 5th in the DPC. Teams often express a certain wariness playing against EG thanks to their unpredictable and unconventional style.
Sí, en realidad es un poco gracioso porque nosotros somos como que muy agresivos en el juego y hacemos como que jugadas que a veces otro equipo espera que no hagamos y como que las llaman jugadas random, pero para nosotros es como que algo que normal, que ya estamos acostumbrados a hacer. Y es muy gracioso porque equipos como, no lo sé, Gladiators, es como que su capitán siempre me escribe cuando jugamos una práctica o algo o un torneo y nos dice: nunca sabemos cómo jugar contra ustedes, siempre hacen cosas que no nos esperamos y nosotros como que nos reímos y a la vez nos agrada que reconozcan ese punto que tenemos a favor.
Do you feel you know EG a little bit better now, Purge?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they do have elements of that unpredictable play style. It doesn't always get you wins, and I still don't have as much, like I love the team, I don't have as much passion for their gameplay right now as Sheep does, but they definitely will be a formidable opponent for the Gladiators.
Well, we're going to look at their head-to-head record, not against each other, but just comparing what these two teams have had so far in the road to the International. So the games they've won, the games they lost, how they've stood up against teams in the upper bracket, but the average win time is a lot closer than our previous series. Only a couple minutes between each other, T.
Yeah, I think both these teams like to get in the face of their opponent. When they feel the victory, they are going to kind of close it out, but you know, I think for EG at least, they have had just shakier performances. Specifically, I'm looking towards C-Smile and Panda. I think these two players have not performed as well as they have done at previous, you know, international events, internationals. So yeah, I'd like, if they can kind of find their footing, then of course this should be quite an even bout.
I was going to ask you a question, and I'm not going to because you're taking. Oh, while you're taking your sip, Sheep, I will ask you to talk a little bit more about Gaimin Gladiators, and if you have just as much passion about that roster as you do for EG.
I hate that team.
Okay,
I hope they fail. Honestly, I'm sick of them.
Oh, you want them out right now?
Too many first places. I think it's time to share the love.
Okay.
They've had a lot of issues, I feel like, recently since the big patch came out. That's kind of their biggest stumbling block.
Yes. Sorry, I just wanted to say, I was thinking about this because I don't know if it's a patch like a hero thing or if it's maybe the draft change that is more of their stumbling block than anything else. Because for DPC 201, there was a lot of strategy. There was like 3 main ones, right? We only had 2 first phase bans. Maybe that was an advantage for them, but now there's more bans.
Yeah, it's a combination.
No, just like I hate that.
I think what happened is they won so many tournaments that everyone's like, what are these guys doing? And they got studied to death, and that it just makes it hard. You have to reinvent yourself. That's tough to do.
Yeah,
I actually disagree with that, but we don't have enough time to disagree right now, so let's keep it short.
Okay, but when a really big patch comes into play, though, then I think teams obviously take time to understand what's happening. So teams just took a little bit longer. It took maybe 3 majors to get there.
Well, we don't have to keep talking about them for too much longer. We are going to get to lay our eyes on them. It is our first team coming out, Gaimin Gladiators. Our 3-time major winners. These boys have had an impeccable year, victory after victory. They weren't sharing it around, but they are going to be sharing this stage. They're in the lower bracket, a position none of us thought they would be in this early, and it's time that they begin their run. It's going to be up against Evil Geniuses. This organization now representing the South American region. They have 5 veteran players, all with phenomenal records at the previous TI, having great placements. They too are a surprising lower bracket team. Will they be able to be consistent? Will they show up against Gaimin Gladiators? We are going to have the answers to these questions because these boys, it's got big pressure. EG is a big org name. Big pressure comes with it, Sheep.
Yeah. Well, they better live up to it, everyone.
Oh, are you going to go down there and you're going to be like, live up to it right now?
Just get good, man.
I mean, the last time EG beat Gaming was at the Lima Major. So since then, it's just been draws, losses the entire time. So if there ever was a time to actually beat them, I mean, it probably is right now.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Now I can disagree. We have time.
Oh, actually, we don't have time.
Oh, my
Yeah, because
God.
it felt like we didn't give enough time to Gaimin Gladiators. So we want to have a look back at their pathway. We want to have a look at a video and some information on them, and then you can disagree.
Sure.
I sort of led to join gaming because I'd only really played in NA teams in the past, and we never really did very well. I kind of wanted to give playing like one last shot to prove myself. I had a lot of doubts about whether or not I was a good player, whether or not I was a choker, or whether or not I had what it takes to play, like, you know, and beat the best players if I could win a tournament, things like that. They asked me, and I was like, yeah, I would like to take this opportunity to try to prove myself one more time.
Proving himself one last time paid off. Gaimin Gladiators dominated, winning every major. Remarkably, they didn't drop a single main stage match all year until Riyadh. Needless to say, they confidently secured their spot for the International.
You build the muscles of playing against the best players, and you sort of shirk some of that fear and that, like, you know, scariness of like the top players. You get rid of that. You feel way more that you can actually win the tournament. I think in past teams, you sort of, you know, try to cope it up and believe that, hey, I'm really good and we have a chance, we can win the tournament. But deep down, you sort of don't believe you can. Playing through the DPC in Europe, deep down, I believe we could. Like, it wasn't like a bit, it wasn't like some, you know, shell it was putting on. It was like, we can actually win the tournament. With every series we won and every like game that we gained confidence, it was like becoming more of a reality. Like, it's not just that we can, it's maybe we will. The day after you've won a tournament, you're just another chump who needs to prove himself. Like, if you lose the next qualifier, you bomb out of the next major, you don't win the next major, suddenly it was a fluke, you're a chump, you're a joke, you know, you're yesterday's lunch. And so I think going into every tournament after Lima, Berlin, Bali, you know, the Dream Leagues, everyone felt like we were fighting for our life. And that we could get eliminated in groups if we weren't careful. That's how it felt for me. I used to get insanely stressed in the past before games, and this year I've managed to quell that to a large degree, because it used to be playing games was just miserable, honestly. Playing officials was not fun at all, because I was just like racked with anxiety the entire time, and beforehand it was agony. The years of going through that, I slowly fixed bits and pieces and learned different things about this stuff, and I think a lot of those things helped me to find a much better routine for me this year, to allow me to like be more consistent and not be so, you know, in my own head.
Years of anxiety, but now he has 3 majors, 3 wins for himself. Quinn, he couldn't do it alone though. Obviously the 5 stack there, Ace, Tofu, Doracho, and Celery as well for Gaimin Gladiators. People put them as their favorites to win TI. I know many people out there are big fans, big supporters of them. Do you want me to not talk about Gaimin so you can argue with Purge?
I mean, that was talking about Gaimin.
I meant me not talking about Gaimin.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's my opinion of it based on comments by other people who play against Gaimin. They say that actually they know what's coming. Gaimin aren't like crazy. They don't do things you don't expect. They're just stable. They don't hide anything. You know what they're going to do. They play incredibly stable Dota, and they do the little things correctly. So when you play against Gaimin, I think you could study them, and you're still going to know what's going to happen. But like even Nisha said, they're just hard to answer, and their approach was to make them uncomfortable in like the draft. So when you said earlier like the draft could be a big factor, I think that's true. You take away like some more of Quinn's heroes at the beginning, and maybe they are much more uncomfortable because he was such like a focal point of being able to make moves on the map. As well, just like their players were top of their roles. I think a lot of people hate playing against their safe lane who just trade super efficiently. They don't like over-prioritize farming. They know when to take those trades and push and apply pressure and just make the game super hard.
Yeah, I have like vivid flashbacks of Celery playing Undying every game in DPC. He was bored out of his mind, but my goodness, did they have a stable safe lane. Like, they're willing to play whatever it is as many times over. So you're right, there might not be this innovation when it comes to draft, but it is consistent. When it works so well for them.
Yeah, and I will apologize for Gaimin Gladiators already. So backstage, Tofu walked up to me, and you know how Y and Jinkyu, they'd rub the belly for good luck? Tofu walked up to me and was like, can I please rub your bald head, please, for good luck for this series?
Oh, I thought you were going to say your belly, and I was
no,
like...
I mean, I have a big belly too, but no, he just walked up and he just, good 5-10 seconds.
Is that what he came to the green room
Yeah,
for?
he's just rubbing my bald head. So I've given him all the energy, and if they lose, it's my fault, but what can you do?
What can you do?
I take full credit right now.
Is there any data so far about the luckiness of your bald head?
This is the first time it's happened, so if they win, teams...
You're going to start
there
charging?
I am. Yeah? No, I'll just keep it free this time. First TI free, second TI, then we can get some monetization.
You got to get them hooked first.
Exactly, you need that good head, whatever stuff.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
We're going to move forward towards EG because we've talked about how stable Gaimin Gladiators is in the way that they draft, how consistent we can see it. Maybe even pick order is pretty consistent too, but EG, can we summarize them as easily, Purge?
Can we summarize them as easily? I don't think so, because they've been kind of, they just look kind of consistent. Or inconsistent. There's times where Prakaz looks like guaranteed best top 3 carry of the world type stuff. Other times where they're just not clicking as well. So it's just harder to identify them. They do have their comfort heroes for sure. Prakaz always plays a very hard carry, but he's willing to be active as well. So it's kind of a mix of what's in the meta. I feel like they have some signature heroes, but it's just not as consistent.
Yeah, you keep saying like the inconsistency, but I want to know where. Is it in the later game? Is it the early game? Like what exactly? Is it even an execution thing that...
My viewpoint is that they have at times, they've looked at top 6 team in the world for a long period of time, enough where I got confidence in that. And then when they just start losing games, playing sloppy, stuff that I didn't see in the months prior, it just felt like a big enough shift that I just have to label it as inconsistent. It's like their gameplay just sometimes looks amazing and other times looks like they haven't been practicing enough or they're off meta or something else.
Yeah, like spellcasting, for example. You sometimes just see them do everything right in a team fight, and then I've seen some games like this tournament even where you're doing like bad bench swaps and stuff. I know Panda has like had some issues with like nerves in the past. I think mostly they moved past it and got more confidence, but it could still, like, you can still have those moments.
My question is really for Matthew, the fact that he's played 11
You want me to get him up here?
Yeah. Go on. Can you get him?
Okay.
Hey boss, can you get out of the booth real quick?
Yeah, can you just jump out of the lobby, bro?
So why have you played 11 heroes in 12 games? Like, on POS 4, right, there's, like, normally you play, like, there's quite a good foundation for the 4 role, right? But he has played the furthest extremes possible. Like, Nyx Assassin, we don't really see at all, but he's tried playing it. He's played Bounty Hunter, that we haven't really seen as well. He's played some Dawnfall, that was kind of popular back in the day, but not so more.
Say back in the day, like one patch ago, right?
It's old. Dota ages you very quickly. But like he is playing so much that I think often with creativity, like a carry can be a statement hero, but on a 4 role, having that change, like that's quite an instrumental early game hero to be changing every single time. And that could maybe offset EG's kind of rhythm. Because like one game you have a Sky, one game you have a CM, one game you have a Dawn, like everything's very different from the hero that often kind of connects the early game. So
I have a reason why they may be doing that. I think it's because they pick Matthew's hero later in the drafts usually. I think Whisper and C-Smile oftentimes get picked quite early on whenever they do drafting, like kind of this whole year actually. So as a result, I think the versatility of his pool may come from the fact that he's just seeing supports that work better in these different games because he's seeing more heroes when he gets to respond.
Should we then be expecting a stable offlane for them, or not necessarily stable? I actually don't really want to use that word, but adaptable offlane, right? One that maybe one game we might see as just stay in lane, make sure that we can push out the carry, and then another game we might see it where they want to be that aggressive, they want to go for those kills, they want to have him rotate. Is that what we can expect them to be able to adapt to?
It's very possible because historically Whisper has been one of those weirder offlane players where he's like, I'll play Timbersaw or standard stuff, and then next I'm going to play offlane Silencer or other support-like heroes as a 3 in an interesting way. But as Dota kind of develops years on years, that becomes generally less viable. Sometimes it works for sure, but there's a lot of things that it just ends up being safer in a lot of cases to play more meta standard. But Whisper right there, definitely probably the best player, widely respected across all regions, always very talented. So we'll see if he cooks up something interesting. I hope so. It's fun to watch.
Do we see then Gaimin Gladiators offlane, right? They have been coined as stable. Are they going to be picking something a little bit different? Actually, I don't want to say picking different, but going for a different play style for themselves.
I think Ace is the definition of stable. Yeah. If you're talking about a player across the whole scene, he's the first person I think of.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, when you think about, if you make an all-star team, we saw the Tundra content as well, like it was always Ace or Tofu, always throughout the arguments.
Alrighty, guys, we don't have to theory craft anymore. Our draft is going to be ready for us, so let's get into game number 1.
Evil Geniuses versus Gaimin Gladiators. Game 1.
Let's get into the nitty-gritty of the draft. We've danced around it. We've used these words like stable, meta, whatever that word is, and we're going to see what actually does get picked up, what gets banned out. Conquer Primal, absolute no shockers there, but the Brewmaster is the one that is normally kept until the end to either be picked up or banned out for themselves. So Evil Geniuses think it's first phase ban worthy.
So here at the starting, the road to TI was quite prevalent in first pick. Kind of fell off a little bit for teams, at least in regards to that first phase. But I think against Gaimin, when you think about what Ace has played, he's often playing these very big brawler type offlanes. He's got Primal, Brew, Spearbreaker, Centaur, and then Tofu's playing quite a high damage dealing, ranged 4 position. So they have quite a traditional combination. So if you target the offlane, then it does kind of potentially hurt Tofu as well, indirectly.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they massively targeted the offlane. They got rid of the Muerta, which was really good. I think Gaimin played it like 7 times, but it was a lot of times actually, maybe not 7, sorry. But it's been mostly in support, which has been interesting. It's like the Atos build and playing like that. It's a little bit greedier, I would say, but they've been making it work.
You are right, it was 7 games on Tofu.
It was actually 7 games.
7 games for Tofu and
Muerta is definitely a greedy support, but before other heroes are able to finish items, she's kind of valuable as a 4 because she has a high mana pool from being an int hero. The cast range on your spells is really high, so in some ways, like, before anyone gets items, she's less greedy because she can impact lanes and roam really effectively. So no matter what, though, definitely a dangerous hero. She can set a lot of tempo in the early mid-game and transition in the right circumstances. Maybe just not worth dealing with.
Yeah. And Gaimin, they've only played Bristleback so far in the carry role. I'd like to think that they can shift it into that 3 role. I mean, it's Ace, of course, but yeah, so far they haven't done it. And of course, flexibility will exist here.
You say that shift, but still when we talk about Ace, in my mind, it's a lot of aura builds. I know Bristle is tanky, right? But for me, I still see him as like this Tide, this Underlord. I know he has more like the Primal he's brought out to, the Wraith King, but yeah, I don't know. It's still kind of difficult in my mind to picture him as a Bristle player.
That's the major days for you. When they win 3 majors, it's ingrained right there.
Oh, that's what they were doing. They were like Pavlov dogging you.
Exactly. But now, not so much. He's had to relearn, had to shift from that one.
All right, we'll see if they make that shift, though. Trian got banned out in the first series, both games. Evil Geniuses having it in the pool, and they think it's a worthy pickup first for them.
It's a good response for Bristle. You're going to slap armor on whoever's about to take 4,000 physical damage, so gives you a chance of keeping that guy alive.
3,972 physical damage instead?
Yeah, it could be a lot, yeah. I mean, 8 armors, it's a couple extra thousand HP effective. And yeah, great scouter. You can set tempo, heals to help offset the AoE damage too. I think it's good. Could be Matthew, could be Panda playing it.
I prefer seeing Panda play it. I think Matthew will make it work and it's fine, but Panda's always been really, really good at safe heroes. It's kind of like his brand of support throughout the years. It's what he primarily prefers, even though lately he has been branching out. I just like seeing Matthew when he's able to move a lot on the map. And I suppose you can on Tree. I really like seeing teams that abuse this hero to like play on the like the outer parts of the map, like the new parts that were added, and place wards down there and in lanes to kind of see where the enemy are moving on the map so that you can punish them. You can do that with Tree. I know everyone prioritizes, it feels like, the shard lately, so that you're invis and you're just kind of undercover on the map.
For me, I'd love to see Gaimin think about Enchantress a little bit more in this series. It's a hero that other teams are crushing, especially Team Spirit, and it's a Celery Classic. And I think in this type of game so far, if EG is trying to make moves as well, just make sure you crush your lane so well that this Ench can move away. And if you already know Willow's going to be that 4 position against you, Ench naturally does quite good against that. Get that extra creep, throw the body in front of you, zone her away, and force it to be like a 1v1 against the carry.
That's a great idea, and you can dispel off the tree armor. You can also help offset the fact that tree's going to keep your towers alive by bringing a creep there to actually take it, and then it doesn't force your draft so much around like, well, we need one hero that can help guarantee that tier 1 tower dies. Enchantress solves that. She's maybe not the fanciest ganker in the mid game, but as long as your map control is good, that will really unlock a lot of things for you anyway, so I definitely could see the enchant pick.
All right, guys, guess what? Dota 2 Pro Tracker check.
I was gonna ask.
Akasa's played the Willow.
Hey, I want to know who hasn't played the Willow now from the carries.
I haven't.
Who's?
You're not carry, babe.
Damn, she got me.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's pubbed it a few times. Funnily enough, most times I've checked, I haven't seen anyone with an overwhelming win.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Sounds like a terrible pub hero. Like, guys, I need to farm the Midas, an Ags, maybe a Silver Edge,
BKB,
plus another item and another item. Just don't lose the game or tilt out your mind whilst I'm doing this.
Hey, well, look, that's what Tree can be pretty good at, you know? You can keep those towers alive for yourself. You can make sure that you're keeping your side of the map pretty safe, that they aren't able to invade as easily. I mean, the Bristle is going to want to be that aggressive. The Enchantress as well, running around, breaking the map open. Tree's just going to stop that. So maybe Dark Willow is going to have time to come online if they want her as +1.
He'll slow it down. I don't know if stop is necessary, possible, but yeah, if he can delay the tower dying or make it more dangerous for them to commit to towers dying, that can be really nice. He can buy you seconds so your team can respond. You can get a couple kills here and there.
Do you want to do more on the Enchantress here, talk more on it, or you feel like you said your piece?
Yeah, it's good. It's great for the lane. I think as soon as you have Bristleback in your lineup, you just need to have artillery behind it. And this is a couple forms of artillery, right? You've got Enchantress with Impetus, and now Invoker. Tofu has played it in the 4 position. If there ever was a time for Invoker to be a 4, it's probably when laning with a Bristleback who kind of doesn't need any help at all. You get Vanguard and you're incredibly independent. So if this is the strategy they go for, you now have a Alacrity buffing hero that maybe goes Solar Crest, maybe gets some Earn Vessel type situation. Both the supports will be pushing the Bristleback forward. Of course, Invoker can still just be their mid laner, and this is where they'll be flexing it as the EG reveal a Tusk and a Dawnbreaker.
I mean, I'm pretty into Invoker core with his AoE disables. That's going to be able to deal with a potential Dark Willow carry.
Yeah.
Deafening Blast, Tornado, even some EMP stuff. Like, they've got decent solutions with just the first 3 picks. And with the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker, it's looking more likely that it is Willow carry.
Couldn't this just be like a void though for gaming? Like Bristle's going to be so noisy in the early portion of the game that maybe a slightly greedier hero like Void that needs a bit more time to get in. Ench is also so strong in lane that will kind of help the Faceless Void. And then you have that classic Invoker Void for, if the game goes real chaotic. I just think EG, they don't have the cleanest lockdown where like one Manta or one defensive tool will help them. Sorry, Quinn Pangolier.
Wants to say it.
No one. Instead, we're going to talk about Tusk and Dawnbreaker a little bit more. I want to know about why you think it makes it a Dark Willow carry more possible. Is it the saves, the Tusk, Snowball, the Dawn ult, that if they wanted to put everything onto a Dark Willow, that's the saves to keep her alive, that she could go greedier, it protects her in that earlier game?
Well, I think earlier when we watched Shopify play Willow, they didn't have enough ways to save him. Funnily enough, in the end, it just felt like he kind of died, and now they have 3 ways to save it. So I guess it could work. I like that they can fight without Willow while she's farming, because like Purge pointed out, this hero does farm so much. Shiro farmed so much yesterday. Arteezy farmed so much earlier. Like this hero is going to just hit creeps for a long time. And Tusk and Dawnbreaker could fight in that meantime. And Tree's, like T said, going to hold that map.
10 seconds.
So they both could potentially be looking for their carries here at the end.
5 seconds.
They could be looking for a carry for Gaimin Gladiators and a +4 for Evil Geniuses. So
I think
it's
Tree
tough.
Tusker probably supports.
Okay.
Probably.
I thought maybe
Probably.
Tusk mid. I don't know if that's ever a thing.
That's not really
meta.
in the meta.
That's ages ago. That's old school T.
It'd be,
Not last patch.
it'd be a little different. It would have to be, they would have to really feel forced to it. And the Dark Willow, there's some counters here, but it's not like the most extreme. They're probably going to commit to it. I still have my doubts on the hero. The Pengo should be good though, brings him some nice team fight. He does have to worry about all the roots, of course, and there's another thing LGD has been doing. They've been picking Weaver as a carry. The new shard gives you an extra Geminate attack if you Sakuchi through somebody. So you get like 3 attacks while breaking invis. It actually can give you a lot of single target damage.
Yep. EG, they don't have the best form of control. They go for a shaker that will help supplement that a little bit, but if Gaimin hit their stride early on, Roshan falls very quickly with the Nasal Go Bristle plus the bugs, the carry Weaver, the Pangos are like, they are so aggressive and they don't really have cooldowns. Like none of these heroes, like sure Rolling Thunder, but that's relatively short. And yeah, Gaimin, if they can get a little bit of a grip, that's where EG, they're gonna feel potentially outpaced, right? Willow, a lot of farming. We saw it just, hours ago when Arteezy tried playing it. It was just constantly farming. Please, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, just please wait. And I don't know if there's enough time for EG to get their heroes into the game against what is such an aggressive lineup.
I do like the Earthshaker a lot though, because he's going to be able to set up disable follow-ups. He's great against the Weaver carry, and they can also then utilize the Terrorize so much easier. It was when she first came out, that was the combo. Any stun plus Terrorize, somebody is probably dead. So there's some good synergy in the EG draft for sure.
Very team-heavy focus for Evil Geniuses. We'll see if that's an advantage for them. We can actually know more about their draft as we have their coach ready with Tsunami.
That's right, I am standing by with a Vintage with Avo helping out with the translations. Vintage, yet again, I'm looking at a Dark Willow carry, but this is something we haven't seen that much during the tournament. How important is it for you to stick to what Evil Geniuses plays all the time versus trying to adapt to new heroes as the game develops?
Vintage, vemos Dark Willow como carry en este caso. ¿Cómo de importante es para tu equipo, cuando estás en el segundo día del torneo, adaptarte a lo que has visto hasta ahora, a comparación de sencillamente seguir el juego, el plan de juego de Evil Geniuses de siempre?
Yo creo que el camino es adaptarse para que ver la manera que funcione. Creo que Dark Willow es de uno de los carries cheesy muy fuertes que han aparecido. Es muy bueno contra el Bristle. Así que lo hemos practicado bastante durante toda la semana. Estoy feliz que haya salido el héroe. Así que tengo confianza que puede funcionar muy bien hoy día.
He thinks the path is just to adapt. You know, you got to make it work no matter what. And he thinks Dark Willow is one of the stronger carries that have come out. A little bit of a cheesy pick. Really good against Bristleback. And they've been practicing all week, and they're pretty confident it's going to work.
How about adapting to your opponent then? Because Gaimin Gladiators has obviously been terrorizing everyone this whole season. Are you still just sticking to your Evil Geniuses foundation, or you got something special against these opponents?
Gaimin Gladiators ha estado aterrorizando a todo el mundo esta temporada. Es el equipo invicto. Y aún así, cuando estás contra ellos, os tenéis que adaptar a su estilo de juego o intentáis jugar el estilo de juego de Evil Geniuses y quedaros con vuestros fundamentos.
Yo creo que la única forma que podemos ganar es imponer nuestro juego, ¿no? Y cuando estás en el TI no le puedes tener miedo a nadie.
I think the best thing to do is to play your game, and when you're at TI, you can't be scared of anything. In fact, ¿hay miedo en esta partida contra Gaimin Gladiators o podéis ganarles, Vintage?
Creo que podemos ganar.
¿Un poco más?
Creo que podemos ganar por mucho.
Yes, they can win by a lot. He thinks they can win. He thinks they can win by a lot. They're confident. They're not afraid of Gaimin Gladiators today.
Well, then let's watch it. Let's get started with game number 1.
And you know they shouldn't be scared of Gaimin Gladiators because this is a squad that has amazing success when it comes to LAN. In fact, this year has been one of the most successful for a South American team. After all, they placed 5th, 6th at the Lima Major. They managed to get 4th at Berlin. This is a squad that has had a very successful run so far. Maybe not quite as good as Gaimin Gladiators, but they show they can take on the best, right, Avery?
I mean, it depends how you look at it, right? Do you want to win all those majors and get all your heroes nerfed and then have to play a non-real hero in the Pangolier? I mean, things can go downhill real fast, right? You're looking at the EG squad who has been in these tough positions at TI before, has overcome some of them and also fallen short at others, right? They were very close to the highest berth for a South American team at TI last year, and now it's a very long road to get back to where they were, and it's a different squad, so they have a lot to prove. They have a lot to prove to their fans, to the region, and I mean, this is step one of getting there, and damn, what a tough opponent to go into round one. Triple major champions here on Gaming. Everything that has been said about this team, I feel, has been said at this point. Now it's just, can you prove it?
Absolutely. Can you prove it when elimination is on the line? We asked that question to Gaimin Gladiators at Riyadh. We said, you went through the upper bracket time and time again when it comes to these majors and you win the whole thing, but can you bounce back when you've been knocked down? They proved at Riyadh they can, but Evil Geniuses, they have been the masters of going through the lower bracket. In fact, it's a reason that they have actually not played up against Gaimin Gladiators in one of these major LAN events this year in playoffs. They have matched up against each other in group stage time and time again. Here in some Dream Leagues, they'll play a best of 3, but when it comes to these LAN playoff games, they actually have not run into Gaimin Gladiators. So despite both of these teams going far in tournaments, this is a little bit of untreaded ground.
That's an interesting strategy to dodge the most dominant team. You know, just stay in the lower bracket. They're never there.
Exactly.
Upper brackets for somebody. You know, I won't complete that, but Matthew will also not complete the Snowball. And then Snowball level 1, I think it hurts a little bit on this lane. I mean, you really want to get this, like, Shard. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Shard or Snowball into the tag team level 2 is the timing you're looking for to burst this Weaver. And we're looking at a carry player in Diracho, who has arguably been the most aggressive carry player we've seen come out in the last few years, on one of the most aggressive carry heroes that, dare I say it, has a history of falling a little short at TI clutch matches. I feel like this Weaver always pops off, but it's a different thing getting that win. And of course, it's a very different Weaver than a lot of these past tournaments. I mean, this is a hero that scales a lot better, and the damage just ramps up considerably, especially level 20 and 25 talents. It's a long way away, but the Geminate just starts to pound you into the dirt. It's like, what, plus 90 with the level 20 talent, plus 65 now with the buffs. You're looking at over 150 bonus damage per Geminate that can also proc off the Shard. Sakuchi going through everybody. It's just a whirlwind of pain. So that is what Diracho is looking to get towards here, hopefully with as little deaths as possible. Dare I caster curse him. And EG coming out with their own pace. Shaker last pick mid to combat the Pango. Of course, only one of those heroes is real, as I mentioned.
Yeah, it's, well, we have interesting carries on both sides. I think Weaver and Darkwill are a little unexplored in the current meta. We could definitely do a little bit more digging on those heroes. This mid matchup, it's the same old that we've seen so many times. As you said, Pango, not a real hero. Earthshaker also being spammed in the mid lane quite a bit. So
it's so funny he like complains about it, and then he just plays it every game. But what can you do, you know? I mean, it is a great Pango game. There's a reason they picked it, right? Very limited rolling thunder control on the side of EG, and it's another AoE stun hero to deal with the Dark Willow, pull you out of the Shadow Realm, and then just burst you down. The mana burn, also pretty substantial this game. You can get a fast defusal, right? You're looking at a lot of melee strength heroes for EG that just don't like losing their mana pool. So I kind of like what the Pango does here for Gaimin, and it's a lot of AoE control between the Pango and the Tofu Invoker here.
I will say, though, you said it's not the best Rolling Thunder game. I will say he's going to have to be a good driver for it to be a good Rolling Thunder game, because he is going to have to deal with Fissures, Ice Shards, and then there is going to be the Overgrowth that's going to be popping up. But popping up, Whisper pops up in the top lane, gets a kill on Celery. So while this is a kill duo for sure, the Dawnbreaker Tusk, Weaver is going to be a hard hero to lock down. That Enchantress, not nearly as hard.
This is a very strong kill lane, and Enchantress generally suffers versus those lanes. I mean, your Nature's Attendants are only as good as you can stay alive for them to heal you. You just get bursted down in a second, you're absolutely gone, and that's a first blood to Whisper. Honestly, I feel like Whisper's had a quieter season than we expect from him.
Yep.
And I think this is time to show up or go home, right? So he has been one of the cornerstones for his team, one of the linchpins. Give him a fast start on a very powerful hero in the Dawnbreaker. He might just run away with it here.
Do you think maybe part of that is because of the player we just saw on the screen there, Because, who's going to be rocking the carry Dark Willow in this game? I mean, this South American squad was put together, for my money, it was the two superstars from South America put on the same team together. Because on one side, Whisper on the other. Do you think by doing that, it has maybe hurt Whisper's game a little bit more? So they're going to try and go on Ace here, the Bristleback, try and shut him down early, and they do just that. Because and Panda pick up a counter kill.
I mean, that was just too easy, right? They still have full wand charges down here. Just living the life, and we're seeing the dominance of the Dark Willow in terms of the laning phase. This hero's very powerful on lane with the low BAT and just the high base damage. Very hard to trade versus. I kind of agree. The one thing about that, though, is, you know, you could say, well, maybe Whisper's game's been hurt because Makaz takes more farm, but I feel like Whisper played with arguably the one carry that was even greedier than Bakaz for most of his career. So if anything, he should have more room to operate with Bakaz on his team instead of Hector, but it just hasn't panned out. So this is, again, time to show up. I'm excited to see what they can pull out in this game. And for me, EG has two modes, especially going up against Gaimin. There's the mode where they play ultra fast with like the bounty hunter type lineups. We're just going to dominate the lanes, run at you. The game's over at 20 minutes. This is the other mode where it's a bit more patient, bit more consistent with just team fight execution. Like, we're just going to out team fight you in the mid game with big Dawnbreaker ultimate coming through, Earthshaker controlling the fights, and then Dark Willow on Bakaz to help bring up the scale, especially against the Bristle. And if the lanes go their way, that's just even better.
But C-Smile is here to be able to block out Ace, and he gets him. Now the Tornado's going to help. They actually managed to get the kill on Celery on the other side, but Ace is still dead. So great rotation from C-Smile. Just the extra bit of damage they needed. Bakaz, meanwhile, hiding away from Tofu, tried to hunt him down. Meanwhile, the fight's still going up there in the top lane as they trade out kills. Both supports do die. Duraccio chasing after Whisper, trying to get some extra damage on him with the Hellbear.
He's going to clap him.
Yeah, if he gets the clap and he still has this bug on him, it's going to be a ton of damage. Whisper tries to turn around and get the damage on Duraccio, but Duraccio scoots on by, turns around, picks up that double.
Big turnaround for Duraccio up here. This lane was not going extremely well for Gaimin, especially with the first one on Whisper, so they get the double turnaround, whereas bottom, Ace still struggling. But honestly, I mean, if you get some stacks up for the Bristle and EG can't contest them that easily, he can always come back. So I don't know if the early start for Ace means too much. It's nice for Bakaz for sure, as he's just trying to rush the Midas down here. That's what you have to be worried about. You cannot give too many kills to the Dark Willow.
Early gold, early levels, and getting kills will speed that along. Bakaz gets to be part of yet another one. I mean, part of the reason you want to rush that Midas, right, is the levels. The talent levels are super important for this hero.
I've said it all year, right? This is the best Midas hero in the game to me. The attack speed is invaluable. The levels are invaluable. Though I will say, I mean, he's skilled a point of Cursed Crown, Cap.
Oh yeah, that what is that? That's supposed to be levels of stats.
Yeah,
come on.
Clearly didn't watch the last series, if anything. So maybe Bakaz playing his own version.
Maybe that's for the best.
Yeah.
5-2, Evil Geniuses may have a kill lead, but they do not have a gold lead, and that is something that Gaimin Gladiators have pulled the wool over a lot of different teams in the past. The Centaur game.
The backstab.
Coming around from behind, Bakaz didn't see that one coming. Not that he's going to be too punished for it. Maybe will. He actually runs back into Celery with the Wolf.
This is your Vanguard Bristle timing, so Gaimin are just trying to collapse with Ace, force the pressure point. And if you use the fact that Willow is not great in these numbers fights.
Does have a wand, pops it, be able to get off the Shadow Realm, but the Tornado is going to help finish him off. And Panda is here on an island now with a creep wave pushing in. Now, like, with these kills raining in on both sides, these side lanes are getting crazy hectic.
He does lead Duraccio on that 1-on-2, and he will get punished with the single target burst coming out. And it's a tough lane for Weaver, honestly. You mess up one Sakuchi up here, you're just gone. So Whisper's going to have a very strong start. Bakaz gets forced off the lane. And now it's a question of, do you go back to bottom here? I mean, your tower's just gone. Bakaz is going to TP in. He wants to defend this. I mean, the tower basically paid the price off the catapult. It's just a question of, can you get something in return? And they'll gobble up Celery. So some more levels for Bakaz. And it puts Gaimin in a position of, do you run back down here with the Vanguard Bristle once more to finish off this tower and kick Bakaz out again? And if EG, you can't provide another death on this Dark Willow.
Yeah. There is, both teams are definitely going to be assaulting this bottom lane, I think. And that kill actually puts our Treant Protector to some pretty key levels. I think, you know, you get to level 3, you have 1-2-0, but then after that, you can actually start getting those levels in Living Armor, which will help the Dark Willow, but also help protect this tower. C-Smile going to be victim here of the first rolling thunder. Matthew is going to try and come in and help him out here, though. What can he really do? Does he snowball, pick him up? Then they're going to be next to the tower, straight up for a Tornado EMP. The Dawnbreaker ultimate, though, it's going to come in. A little bit of heals. It's not enough. You're stuck inside. They block off the rest, so they're not pursued, but ultimately they do still lose their mid laner despite heavy rotations and an ultimate use from Whisper.
That was a lot of resources off this dual off lane that yielded nothing here. They're even going to bring Panda into mid on the bottom wall. Matthew's just going to die to Duraccio top. Pretty much a disaster in mid for EG here.
This is not going well. Matthew will make him reach for it, but ultimately they do still get that kill. 7-5 as Gaimin Gladiators might find a 6th kill. Back to back to back. They are just running over Evil Geniuses in this middle area. Panda will be able to get away to the trees, thankfully, and heal himself up a little bit, but
this was the alternative to making that second move bottom. Just let Ace clean it up on his own, because all the skirmishing mid brings the supports, and this is just the more efficient way to do it, right?
Now they're going to try and cut off Bakaz. Quinn on the hunt, but didn't quite spot the Dark Willow due to the part it's nighttime.
And this is where Dark Willow suffers. If you lose your tower fast, you get forced in the jungle.
Now they see him underneath the ward, but he is caught inside the brambles. Quinn's going to take a lot of damage here. Panda's going to pursue, but Bakaz cannot afford another death, and that leaves Panda alone. Threatening to terrorize, ultimately doesn't throw it out. Cannot save Panda, cannot save their tower, and C-Smile's rotation may only net them this support kill. They're going to be able to get him with the dust, but now the Rolling Thunder is going to be troublesome. Bouncing back off the cliff, C-Smile trying to get a cliff push off, does manage to get that. They have to chase away Ace though. That damage was beginning to build up from the Quills. So terrorize, put to use. Yeah. Gaimin Gladiators just forcing reaction.
I mean, what's happening top?
Getting so much. They're going to get a tower out of this. They have to get kills off this. They cannot afford to be losing towers for nothing. They will punish Celery. Can they get Dyrachyo next?
Oh, no way. He still has ult up. Skelly Boy's just doing the work here while everybody's distracted. Quick bottle refill into mid. The efficiency in this early game is really nice for Gaimin right now as they're picking up the pace. And again, just straight into C-Smile. EG just can't solidify the map right now.
No, they are constantly scrambling to try and save somebody. And not quite enough. And Quinn
should have played more Pango.
Buckle means that now he's going to be nailed by that Solar Guardian. He's going to be chains done. Goodbye. 10 minutes in, finally Evil Geniuses get a little something to work with, though the damage is done already. They have a Treant Protector, and they've lost both their side lane towers.
That's a big misstep, right? When you're rolling these early games like this, it's all about momentum, especially based on the supports around your mid hero. That's a big swing. It gives some breathing room for EG in what was turning just to be a rout on that laning phase. And what I was mentioning is, for Bakaz, when there's this much early tower pressure, Dark Willow's not a hero who wants to be forced into the jungle super early, right? You don't have some crazy farm spell in Glaives or Sven Cleave or something.
You want your hand of Midas.
Yeah, and
right?
then you're okay
Or you
getting
can go
there.
jungle.
But it's a slow hero, and I think this Bristle pick, exploiting the fact that you have Enchantress to back it up, so you're pressuring both tier 1s on equal sides of the map. It's not a situation Bakaz can respond accordingly to, whereas Dyrachyo, he's going to be happy to join all these fights on a Weaver, man. He comes in, he throws a bug out. You have good minus armor synergy.
Nailed him. And that's one great thing about the Dark Willow. Later on, might have a harder time being able to kill Celery with the Untouchable, but early on, you've got this Bedlam that'll get you free kills on an Enchantress every time. Maybe support on support. Dark Willow's really nice against that hero.
I do think it's a very good Dark Willow game. If Bakaz can get there, he's going to wreak some havoc in the fight. The question is, can he get there? And right now, these Gaimin cores are pulling out ahead. And the thing is, if you misstep on this map, once Roshan is going to melt, right? You have Goo, you have the bug from Weaver, you have Alacrity from Evoker later on in the game.
Untouchable to be able to tank the Roshan.
Lucky shot. I mean, there's a lot of minus armor poke that comes through for this gaming lineup. Even just the single point in Goo that hits you, it got buffed, right? It's a lot of minus armor straight off the bat, even with the low levels here. It hurts.
Bouncing around once again. Rolling Thunder will find more and more kills. Gaimin Gladiators. Now they're going to put some pressure on this mid tower. This is something Evil Geniuses cannot afford to give up, but can they stop it?
No,
With
no way.
Smile being gone and too many heroes here, all 5. I mean, I love the fact that Gaimin Gladiators make a move like that, right? Getting the pick off, but then just bringing all 5 and saying, go ahead, fight us.
There's just not a lot of zone control for EG, especially dealing with the Enchantress summons this early, and they know the Weaver can rotate. Can't keep these towers up, and that's a lot of minus value for the Treant lineup here. Treant would prefer to fight around these towers. It's not just about living armor healing them up. It's like, how does Panda get a good fight with Overgrowth, right? A lot of the way you do it is you take defensive fights around your tier 1s where the enemies dive you, and it sets up Treant spells. All 3 tier 1s gone by 12 minutes. This is looking like a classic gaming game of, we're just going to run through the objective so fast you don't have a chance to respond. And it's Ace leading the pack, a very good sign for them as, I mean, he has been the linchpin for this team's success all year, right?
Yep. In fact, yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, their run through the majors early on in the season was based around a lot of the fact they just figured out like what Ace needed to play to give them the win condition every single time. Do you feel like that changed, though, in the recent meta?
I mean, for sure. A lot of that hero pool was summons heroes. It was aura builders. It was things like the Underlord that he was almost undefeated on. I mean, where are any of those heroes now, right? They're gone. So you have to kind of adapt, pull these new heroes in, and make them work for you. We're starting to see it with things like the Primal Beast and the Bristleback. That is something Gaimin have had to adjust. It changes a lot of your itemization across the board. EG will go for a quick pickoff here on the support Joker, of course. Damn, that is a big swing there from Whisper.
It always surprised me how much damage that does, but he does have a 1-4-4 build, so very much focused on being able to throw out that damage. He need to go for an early game Blade Mail, start working towards Echo Saber, BKB. Blink Dagger, though, finally up for Evil Geniuses, and this is where we could see Evil Geniuses do more than just find a single hero pickoff. They've got their team fight hero online with the Blink Dagger. They're going to smoke up almost immediately with 3 heroes.
It's a decent time to fight if you didn't have the shield rune on Quinn right now, who just finished Diffusal, because Ace is clearing through the Ancient stack. So he's kind of taking the defensive orientation on the map. You get these towers down and go back to your side of the map. It does give space to EG. Can they find anything?
Vision of Dyrachyo right now. He's sitting underneath both a ward and a sentry.
I mean, this is the dream.
Shikuchis. This is a perfect.
Echo him on the stack.
Geniuses. Yeah, they're just gonna catch him with the Echo. It doesn't have to be on the stack as long as they get him stunned right now. Mid Shikuchi, chain that stun and finish him off. Evil Geniuses. Blink Dagger reveal nets them a very big pickoff on the enemy carry.
Pretty much what C-Smile wanted with this Blink. Get a big core kill. Quinn's going to try and turn it back. Arcane Rune.
Oh, Ice Shards tried to stop the Rolling Thunder from being able to catch Bakaz, but it just wasn't quite good enough. Bakaz, Overgrowth, and the Fissure block, but the support damage is there to help get the kill on Bakaz, and Matthew a little bit late there on the snowball to save Bakaz as a result. And Quinn's feeling good. He's got an Arcane Rune, so he's just going to keep on chasing.
Yeah, they're going to bring Whisper in. No Dawnbreaker ultimate to join the fight. He's going to have to do it the hard way. They have the burst for Tofu.
Beautiful. Fissure actually catches 2 more on top of the kill onto Tofu, so maybe separating Quinn from his supports, they can focus down Celery up next. Big hit from Whisper will finish him off. Dominating for Whisper. Yeah, you were right, Avery. Now's the time for Whisper to pop off, and he is doing it right when his team needs him most.
5, 1, and 3 in 15 minutes. He's got to lead the fights. He's the one hero for EG having a tremendous game here, and it's going to be catch-up duty for Bakaz with this Midas. C-Smile also had a very slow early game, but of course these are heroes that you kind of expect to be behind in this game for EG, right? Versus Enchantress, the start that Bristle had, maybe the lanes go a little better for you, but the objectives, there's just no easy way to defend it. So you're going to play with less map, you're going to play from behind, but you can take those types of fights with this lineup that has a lot of turnaround, and that's something Gaming you're going to have to think about. That exact type of fight bottom, how far do you extend into Overgrowth, Tusk Snowball and Shards, Fissure Block?
This kill would be massive if they can get it. He's used the Swashbuckle. There goes his mobility, and there goes his health pool.
Yeah.
Got in an instant.
That is what EG are looking for right now, and you can't split up too much of your gaming. You own a lot of the map. Can you be this greedy on it, right? That's the big question, at least before big defensive items come out. I mean, Ace, probably a hard target to go on, but even then, that's what this Tusk pick is designed to do with Max Tag Team. Give you the physical threat. Prevent Ace from just controlling all of the map.
And Ace is about to, like, with his Aghanim Scepter now complete, and then I feel like once you get the Shard, that completes the sort of run at you territory. It's very hard to turn around and kill this hero, and he can chase you down pretty easily by leading with that Shard. Tons of burst damage to follow it up. So Gaimin Gladiators could definitely, you know, solidify things a little bit more by playing with Ace, but Evil Geniuses, I'm sure, are well prepared for that kind of action.
And the front line is going to be important for Gaming because it is Ace, and it's kind of only Ace. You don't want the Pangolier getting jumped first in the fight, and you definitely don't want the Weaver getting jumped first, especially when Dyrachyo just went Desolator. This is a very aggressive Weaver itemization here. Yep. It's not some early BKB. It's not more stats. It's just raw damage, more minus armor amp to go along with everything else they have too. That's the part that's super nice here, right? The physical synergy is just off the charts for Gaming. If it lines up on any core hero, there's not a lot of armor outside of the living armor here for EG. Yeah. Dark Willow not exactly known for buffing up the physical resistance, so you're going to melt. And Roshan, yeah, it's going to be very fast, very early. This was a gimme, right?
I think that death on Quinn was definitely a moment of reflection for Gaimin Gladiators. It was like, okay, we've been greedy enough trying to play all 3 lanes and play very deep on the enemy side of the map. Let's go ahead and regroup a little bit, focus on the objectives. They'll take the Aegis for their side, give it over to Quinn, so now he can play a little bit more frontline.
Yeah, you know, he dies once, and they'll make sure it won't happen again. That might have been the fastest Roche under 20 minutes in the tournament.
Yeah,
that thing had minus 33 armor on it. At 17 minutes, that is ridiculous. And Gaming, they're going to try and translate this Aegis into more, right? This is not a team that generally sits back with their objectives timings. They want to translate them around Ace's timings, just up the pressure, especially if they can stay on EG's side of the map without giving pickoffs. They're going to be really happy about limiting Bakaz's space, which again, he's not on one of these heroes that can shove lanes out quickly like a Sven or make up for the lack of room. At some point, you're just going to have to fight them back.
I like this positioning from Gaimin Gladiators, just taking away the double ancient camps here on the left side of the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Whisper, though, I mean, they do have this global capacity where Whisper can at least always play away from his team, so he's trying to greedily farm up that bottom part of the map. He's got his Echo Saber working towards the BKB. They're definitely focusing on a later game timing. The Aghanim Scepter is almost done for the Dark Willow, though. In fact, he could buy it out as soon as his courier actually gets to the secret shop, which is all dark right now for Evil Geniuses.
If you're EG, I feel like you almost want Gaming to run past a tier 2 or something, give you the fight setup.
Spotted Panda, but they do have the stun there. Tofu reaches out, but even still, double damage on Quinn helps a lot.
This is not a fight. Double damage Aegis, which means you're just going to give up more of the map. This is a ticking time bomb. Like, you can definitely turn this game around if you're EG. At a certain point, you bend, don't break, get that one team fight, then reopen the map.
Radiant structures are
But right now, I mean, do you want to go into this ball?
How well do you feel like this version of Weaver scales?
I think he scales better than some of the previous versions for sure.
Okay.
The new shard plus the talents for the Geminate, it hits real damn hard. This hero can be really scary in the late game. I think it is still a hero that's susceptible to getting bursted, and maybe he's not as terrifying in an overall team fight. But when you have some of these other cores that can help pick up the physical damage slack, then he's just great because the bug goes through, and suddenly Pango and Bristle are having a field day, right?
Yeah.
You're amping the damage of everybody on this team. That's what's really nice about the gaming lineup. The scaling synergy is nothing to scoff at. Gonna make a quick smoke, try and control all the ancients here. Continue to limit Pakaz's room.
Pakaz?
Yeah, he might get caught.
Yep, they're gonna hit him with the tornado. Team has to respond here. Shadow Realm TP away, but the cold snap was still on him, so he couldn't actually complete that one. Oh, here comes that Rolling Thunder. Overgrowth is gonna be able to stop him. Snowball, though, didn't go through. It was actually on to Quinn, so he wasn't in a position to be able to pick him up. Oh, the burst slam goes in, almost enough burst damage. And Matthew is there with the final punch, but it is a blow that is good for EG, but the fight is not. EG is going to lose more members here as they've already lost the 2. Looks like Quinn, he's searching for more. He's like, you guys got this kill, right? All good. I'm going to look for a 4th kill out on the map. Maybe they were a little bit too greedy here. Does not have a TP though, so he's going to be dying.
21-minute wisdom.
Finds him with the quills. Oh, Panda. Panda, get it.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Hey, he got the wisdom rune. At least gives up his life to get the experience for himself and his team.
I don't know how many players get that rune in that situation, but Ace gives them a little bit of a freebie.
Speaking of freebies, one thing about this Bristleback, Tormentor is always a freebie for him.
Solo it up here. That's going to be a nice grab. Map control paying off for Gaming as they continue to run through these. A little bit of a weird death for Terraccio. I think he time-lapsed super early. Just didn't line it up. Does get a Deso charge out of that fight, however. And, I mean, he gets the BKB. He's kind of invincible unless you straight burst him off the Echo, which we've seen. There's a lot of interrupt for the Shaker jump in this game until C-Smile has his own BKB. It's not necessarily reliable to just going on one of these cores versus the Invoker, versus the Pangolier if he's not the one getting caught. So BKB timing's really important for EG here, particularly when they come out relative to Terraccio's. And I mean, Bloodstone already done for Ace. Yeah, he's big.
The BKB combined with the shard especially, allowing him to be super aggressive. Good kill if they can get it, but he's already popped the time lapse, and that's going to pull Matthew way out of position and up on top of the cliff. He'll wave goodbye, spotted with a Sunstrike, but nobody's close with the stun. Still looking to be able to chase down some heroes. They know Whisper has got to be somewhere close, and they got him with the goop. So he's going to be slowed down significantly, trying to get away with that hammer. Panda will cover him with a bit more slows, but the bug is going to latch. They'll have vision of Whisper.
They're going to take the fight. Aegis ran out.
On to Quinn, right as the Aegis has run out. He's in trouble. He's already dead. Oh, what a turn. Is Pakaz in good position, but look at Terraccio and Ace. They're both hunting onto Pakaz right now, trying to finish him up with the quills. Terraccio commits into the base. He goes to finish off the enemy carry, but another Shadow Realm.
Oh, he's in trouble.
No, he's overextended himself. Instead of getting the kill on the enemy carry, he got himself killed instead. Panda is going to be left alone here with the damage dealer pushed all the way back inside the base. EG can't really keep this good situation going for them.
They're healing him a bounce and coming back.
Okay, a punch up in the air does get him killed, but Ace is way far forward, and there are too many members of Evil Geniuses. He has stumbled into all of this. Now it just leaves Celery all alone. Now, we did get that shard from the Tormentor. That'll help him get a little bit of distance here.
I mean, you're looking for the full team wipe.
A Blink Dagger, a Hammer. and they'll finish him off.
Just a matter of time here as the physical burst. Winning EG a fight on the turnaround. They won't get the wipe, but I mean,
the fight was so delayed that Gaimin Gladiators heroes were up again.
I mean, they're super happy with that, especially Bakaz, right? He gets the Weaver kill, doesn't even die here, and just everything on that turnaround was great because the Age expired the second C-Smile jumps in with that Echo Slam. They had it down to a T there. As Gaming were trying to force that fight, you can't really blame them, right? They're trying to make the most out of this duration running out. It's just the smoke on the other side. They weren't expecting it. Catches two. It does get disrupted by the tornado, but it just doesn't matter. You have enough lockdown to follow it up, and it's just about running down the supports while you can. And this Bramble into Shadow Realm coming up for Bakaz is just perfect.
So massive. So massive that he gets this kill. You can see how much gold he got out of that. We saw at the end, the chart, he got the most gold and most experience out of anybody in that fight. Massive win for this hard carry Willow that is only going to get stronger and stronger.
I mean, I talked about the combination Duraccio on a Weaver, right? It has to be one of the most explosive combinations in Dota right now.
Yeah.
It's just, you know he's going to have some deaths on the hero at the same time. He's going to go in super aggressively and make a huge amount of space. It's just a nice edge.
Yeah, he is a man who rides that line constantly.
Exactly.
And he surely was confident going into this series because he has been playing a lot of pubs of it. In fact, he played 5 matches recently.
Oh, yeah.
Only lost 1 of them. So he's been practicing the Weaver, had to feel good about it going into this series, and they had a great start. They still have a big lead. Gaimin Gladiators still control this game, no doubt about it. It's just they've given a window, an opening for Evil Geniuses to now strike.
And they're amplifying the BKB timing, right? Now you have BKB done on Whisper and on C-Smile, and then you can push towards your next item for Bakaz, which is going to be the Hurricane Pike. So these heroes on EG are tanking up, whereas that was your Bloodstone timing for Ace, and he just got melted through it. So he's going to go into like Bot's Lotus here on the Bristleback. He's not really getting too much tankier in the next few minutes here for EG if you end up in another fight if you're gaming. So it's going to come down to Duraccio and the BKB he picks up on the Weaver. That's going to limit the amount of burst EG can pump into the Weaver, and it pretty much should guarantee him a time lapse here. At least a better time lapse than he's been getting in these fights. He's been getting forced out early. Generally not what you want. He'll lead the charge. Wants to put it to use here. Still looking for Deso charges as well.
Now, the potential Roshan spawn time has started, so both teams are going to be thinking about Roshan. Gaimin Gladiators probably a bit more than EG, but EG can finally contest. Felt like that first one was probably too much for them, but this feels like a Roshan they can actually fight
Duraccio? This is a dangerous game, man. You're showing all these waves versus a Blink Echo Slam Shaker alone. You don't know if C-Smile's there ready to pull the trigger, and he'll have to time lapse out. This is really a game about who bursts who off the jump, who's tanky enough to survive it. The Hurricane Pike on Bakaz, like we're seeing here, it's an interesting item choice, right? I think you have options of going Manta, for example. The Dispel's pretty solid. This is going to be a lot tankier. The Hurricane Pike is also super nice in this game versus the Bristleback, or even some of the Weaver and Pango later on in the fight to recreate some space, get you another Shadow Realm.
Sure.
Kind of like the idea. I mean, it's also a standard itemization for Willow. Absolutely nothing wrong with it here.
He is going to need to start speeding along. He's got to get the BKB, he feels like, next, but then Octarine, super important to hit with that level 20 timing. So you can have that kind of near perma Shadow Realm obnoxiousness.
That's what it's all about. Late game Octarine plus neutral item for extra cooldown reduction. Just get permanent Shadow Realm, then you're a god.
I like this a little bit of efficiency. They stacked up the Ancients so they could clear it out at 27 minutes. So they go into the smoke with tier 3 items right as they spawn.
I mean, of course, you're still going to stick with the Grove Bow here.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Bakaz is going to stick with that one for quite some time.
Yeah, it'll be smoke on smoke. Gaming, they're just going to meet him up here. They want the next Roshan. Remember, that Roshan happened super early. The next one's even more valuable, and they're just going to run into him. You see
Smile. He's going to run it instantly. Goes straight for Duraccio as the chain's done, going to land.
Hit it up.
Small moment with no BKB. Duraccio now gone.
Buyback time lapse.
Oh no, Quinn got himself stuck on the cliff and he can't actually chase after Bakaz. Bakaz who's stuck in his dead end. They have to get on top of him now, but now the Shadow Realm TP works.
Get out.
No stuns, he's getting out. Oh no, a buyback from Gaimin Gladiators that now puts them at a point where they can't immediately capitalize. They do manage to get Panda, so there will be one member down on the side of Evil Geniuses. We'll see whether or not he buys back to contest this Roshan, or if this is enough space for Gaimin Gladiators to just go for it.
Got Matthews buyback as well, but of course it cost you Duraccio's here, who time lapse back in, used the BKB and found nothing in that entire fight. He gets jumped once more. So you're going to feel good about getting this Roshan, but not nearly as good as you would have felt getting it for free. And they'll put the Aegis on the Weaver here. Not a bad choice, right? I mean, at some point, you're just going to have to make sure you can man up and play the fight aggressively, wear through these ultimates. The Saves and the Disruption have not been enough to buy him the time for the time-lapse.
Yeah. Ace is still having a fantastic time in these fights, though, and he's now completed a Lotus Orb on top of the Bloodstone, Aghanim Scepter, and Boots of Travel. So they're going to make sure they can keep playing the map and try and keep evil geniuses from being able to expand too far out there. They're just going to be locked inside the base.
And that's the thing. EG, they're playing these fights in a way where you're shutting down Dyrachyo. I mean, it's a tri-core lineup, right? All these cores are scaling pretty hard. They all have good synergy. Sure, you kill the Weaver, but if it costs you too much, can you actually win that fight afterwards? And the only real consistent damage they have going into these later portions is the Dark Willow. At some point, Pakaz has to be able to stand there and win them that long fight, kill multiple cores after they commit an Echo Slam, you know, Solar Guardian onto Dyrachyo.
Right.
That's what you're saying. Ace is big, and yeah, he is big and bad.
Now, they are going to be going, I was wondering, where's the break mechanic come in? Because you're right, they haven't really been addressing this Bristleback all too much. We're going to go for a Shadow Blade on the Earthshaker. We'll see whether or not he completes out the full-out Silver Edge. Obviously, Shadow Blade, the invisibility is super important.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going full Silver Edge here. I feel like they're aiming more just for the Tusk Axe. That's something that can shift the way these fights are played. Displace one of these, especially Ace on the front line, displace him into your burst. That's a very different scenario.
Right.
So that is something Gaming are racing against here. I mean, they're not racing, right? They're still 15K up. They are controlling the whole map, cruising through this game. Still have Aegis for 3 minutes. Could very well be just be a high ground force here.
I think they should, because I'm looking at Matthew, and he's got an Aghanim Scepter queued up.
Yes, so
you do not want to be trying to still break the high ground when you're dealing with Aghanim's Tusk, so I definitely want to take that advantage. At least get yourself 1 or 2 lanes of barracks before that item comes up.
It would feel nice to go high ground here, especially with Weaver just hitting level 20. Talking about this hero scaling, I mean, this is one of the big timings, right? Plus 90 on the Gemini. Has the shard as well.
Yeah, that kind of flat damage buff is going to be super impactful in this window right here. Meanwhile, we don't have the armor items. Whisper's trying to go for the AC, which would help a lot against all this physical damage and minus armor, but not there yet.
Still, EG, they have both supports out on the map. Doing a decent job of holding this net worth even while the space is really limited. This is way better than being stuck in your base right now. And it is a tough high ground to crack. You have the Tusk Shard, you have Fissure that can block people off on the ramp, isolate a hero. Somebody gets bursted, then you go back and fountain heal. It's definitely not the easiest high ground, particularly for a Weaver who, as we've seen, is pretty burstable this game. Be another solo Tormentor from Ace.
Yeah, who wants it this time? Oh, they already have all of them.
Nobody. Goes to us, I guess.
Nice. What's your shard ability?
You get to listen to me for once. Very nice, very powerful shard.
Quinn, gonna get some chain stuns here. BKB is available. Do they have anything to stop BKB TP away? No, not yet anyway. And it doesn't look like anybody, I don't see anybody going for anything. Like Quinn's going Octarine, not Basher, and Bristleback is going to be going for a Kaya, so that is going to be a problem.
Nothing in the short term. It'll only be the Basher on Pango later. Quinn opts for it. Satanic for the Weaver, definitely nice here. Now you're suddenly 3,000 HP. Way harder to burst them off the magical damage.
We're getting to the final 60 seconds of that Aegis, so now has got to be the time for Gaimin Gladiators to pull that trigger and at least try and see what they can do. But
yeah, I mean, we tried.
Good effort, guys. It's okay. Satanic will heal him up instantly. And, well, they got the living armor on the bottom tower. Do you want to go hit mid instead?
I just don't think you can force the high ground here. You don't have a great way to siege it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess like, what's the point of chipping away at that tower if it's just going to get healed up by living armor?
Exactly. You'd rather just build the lead and farm the map, play for the third Roshan, or at least a team fight that EG is probably going to bring to you. And yeah, if you can catch the supports on the map, because Matthew has been getting away with a lot right now.
That is a good item to take out of their hands for a while. Matthew does blink back into the range of Tofu. He does have enough mana. Tornado is going to be used. Is there any more disables left from Tofu? Used a lot of them, and oh, the damage just enough. Matthew almost got away with Courier Murder there, but does ultimately get murked. 22-18 with an 18,000 net worth lead for Gaimin Gladiators. Finally putting a stop to the supports that are farming out on the map.
This is going to become a real test of Dark Willow carry right now. How strong do you think this hero is? Because we've basically seen Gaimin exploit a lot of the weaknesses of it, right? The slow pace, the inability to defend your towers or join these early fights. The fact that when you lose a lot of these neutral camps, I mean, for any carry, it's really bad. For Dark Willow, the Midas doesn't feel great. Pekaz just had a very slow game.
Decent amount of AoE damage.
Yeah, so now's your time to pay it back and show why this hero is a late game powerhouse. Gotta happen soon.
Gonna try and get some revenge for Tofu. Rolling around here, they do have the vision of Pekaz. Are they going to focus him down, though? Another Shadow Realm going to be popped. Threatening to terrorize. Instant BKB from Jirachi, who wants this kill, and he wants it bad. He couldn't get it in the last engagement. BKB, plus they have the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in. Neither goes for Quinn, though. Quinn going to be the target. Swashbuckles away from that final hit from Whisper. Pekaz still in trouble, and his BKB is now down. What does he do? Keep it away. C-Smile, same thing here. Oh, he barely gets out. Oh, man, that was a close one.
The Gemini hits off this Weaver when you get minus armor down. There's no saving you. I'm surprised that EG get out of there with everybody.
Yeah, I think that was just the Shadow Blade that got him away ultimately.
Garacho is having a tough time sticking on the targets here. I mean, that is the one downside of Gamin's line. There's not a huge amount of lockdown and control, right? It's kind of just, you just want to run into EG and slay him with the right clicks here. Yeah. Outside of Tofu. I mean, Tofu, he's doing his best, but hard to control this Dark Willow in the Shadow Realm right now when your only real AoE spell outside of the Invoker is the Rolling Thunder, and they've been jumping Quinn. Did get the cheese out of Quinn on that as well. So technically, you know, you got through one life there.
Kinda. I like what Tofu's doing right now. He's just like hunting, right? He's ghost walking, run around at high movement speed. He's got a gem as well, so if he runs into, say, the Earthshaker with invisibility, or he finds some sort of ward, he's constantly checking for vision to make sure evil geniuses do not feel safe pushing outside of the base. And again, trying to limit somebody very important here, Matthew. Still, what was it, 1,000 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. It's looking like Gaimin Gladiators, I think they're likely to get the third Roshan, but it means they're also probably going to be facing up against the Walrus Kick high ground.
Dire's top tower.
That's the thing, the Walrus Kick is really nice for stalling the game, but it doesn't help you in that Roshan fight, I think, especially if it ends up being Dire side, where Gaming can just abuse buybacks. Again, there has to be at some point more consistent damage coming out from EG so they can win a longer fight. Otherwise, I think Gaming are going to be happy to throw lives and then just take the longer extension.
Sure.
Win it off that.
I almost wonder if evil geniuses, I'm sure they are going to contest Roshan, but I almost feel like it would be better for them just to say, go ahead, take the Aegis, try the high ground, see what happens.
It is a route you can go. Again, that comes down to your conceptual understanding of Dark Willow right now.
Yep.
Just how hard does this hero scale in this particular game? Silver Edge for Pekaz is definitely going to up the capability in the fight, especially versus Ace here. More attack speed, more damage, crits, everything adds up, and hey, Walrus Kick online for Matthew. He eventually grinded it out in this game. The lead has been built at 22,000 gold for Gaming, but he eventually found some space, which is going to change how these fights operate. And I mean, you got to just instantly go for the fight here, right? If you want to get a fight in, maybe force some buybacks, set yourself up for the Roshan, which is going to spawn soon, and you know it. Now's the time, and it'll be a smoke from EG to try and find something on the map.
It is a powerful tool to be sure, but is it enough to cut through a 23,000 net worth lead for Gaimin Gladiators in this Roshan fight that's going to be coming up? 45 seconds until Roshan spawns. Both teams going to be playing for it throughout this 3 minutes. Duraccio, he just completed his data list. We also have some tier 4 items. Very important, Spell Prism on the Dark Willow, so he may not have the Octarine, but he's got the next best thing, a free 12% CDR.
CDR is always what you want on this hero, especially with the talents coming out. I mean, Gaming, they're closing in on some big ones too, but they're not there yet. They're level 24 on Duraccio. Something to note, he went the Ascetics cap here.
Okay.
This could be really big in the fight because you might not expect the extra status resistance on the jump trying to burst his Weaver, and suddenly he lives with 3,400 HP.
If he's the one that gets targeted.
Well, I mean, it's Duraccio, so he's going to be in there.
That means Duraccio does have to like really aggressively go in. Otherwise, I think if they get the initiation on Quinn, then things are probably a lot better for EG in that regard.
They have to find the Pango the Weaver. There's not really a way around it because Ace is just way too big, man. He just finished hard, 4,600 HP right now. Do also finish this Assault Cuirass for Whisper.
Shot dies fast.
Yeah, it's gone. This is just an impossible contest. I mean, how do you even get an angle in here, right?
Okay, so Evil Geniuses do not contest this, Roshan. They are going to have all of their resources for a high ground defense, and we'll see what Gaimin Gladiators, what their strategy is to break this high ground.
This is a go high ground Aegis. You have everything you need. Not much is going to change in terms of how these fights are going for you. So you have to devise a plan right now. Think about it. Understand someone is getting kicked in. There's potential to fissure block the ramp. You're going into Overgrowth. You're going into Maresca in the back. It's going to have almost permanent Shadow Realm. If you can't get on Pakaz, he's going to kill you in these long fights at this point. Damage is creeping up there.
Other big items coming in soon. C-Smile working towards an Aghanim Scepter. The Silver Edge is going to be on the side of the Dark Willow instead. And the Assault Cuirass we already talked about for Dawnbreaker.
Continuing to grow.
I mean, is there something you see that Gaimin Gladiators want to wait for right now? Or is it they're just waiting for a better opportunity?
I mean, you can wait for more items on Quinn. This Pango still has a lot of room to evolve. In a sense, you can wait for some of these level 25 talents if you really feel like they make the difference. But honestly, I don't think much changes about how the fight is going to go, right? It's just a question of, are you jumping the right heroes on EG? Do you see them? Or are you willing to just let them sit base until you have 50k gold lead?
Yeah, why not?
That's what Tundra would say.
Best way to siege the base is perhaps just building more war engines. There's the kickback, first one of the game.
And there's a time lapse.
And immediate time lapse from Durachu, who's still playing a little forward here.
Thing is, you're happy to trade that if you're Matthew.
Yeah, they're getting damage on all three of these tier 3 towers right now. They know that Evil Geniuses are strongest when there is just one lane being pushed in. There's the kickback again. Ace gonna be in some trouble here. He's gonna be pulled in with the snowball. Quinn's gonna try and rescue him though with this Rolling Thunder. Ace has his Lotus Orb still protecting. He's gonna run out of here. Quinn, same thing. He's gonna roll on out away from this base. How much damage have you really done? Overgrowth is actually gonna be used on Quinn. He's gonna be in big trouble. Tornado comes through. Is that enough to save him? No, he ends up falling because at half health, trying to get away from Duracho, who is tearing through these heroes right now. Snowball pickup, picks up Whisper. He's gonna be pulled out of position though. Blink away. Nice. Whisper over to the side here. Can he get back to the fountain? He's getting away from this one. Ace, yes, his Quills do man to finish him off, but he's at half health right now, deep inside the enemy base. The rest of his team, though, Gaimin Gladiators, focused on the objectives.
Yeah, screw the heroes. These buildings are a way easier target right now. You still have Aegis on Duracho. They ate the cheese. Literally a buyback from EG.
A broken back is dead. They see the opportunity. 1 small second is all it takes to be able to finish him off. C-Small. Oh, what health! Oh, impetus. It might be enough damage. It's going to fall all the way to the back, but it's not quite enough. Now the damage starts raining in. A kickback. 1 life down for Duracho.
Can they do it again?
He's going to try and squash him, but not quite landing. Time lapse to get to the other position, but there is Matthew on the other side. Too many stuns. Gaimin Gladiators are not able to break Evil Geniuses on the high ground.
They get a tier 3 and that's it because they split the difference here, and the kickbacks are just devastating for a lineup that can't take the fight super deep. All the BKBs got wasted really early there. Man, the supports from EG doing work in these high ground holds. Their spells are so annoying between the Overgrowth, the kick, the shards, the snowball saves from Matthew, right? I mean, he is MVP in this for sure right now. He gets multiple cores out on the brink of death. Whisper lives with under 100 HP, and C-Smile lives with barely any after this impetus down to 25.
I mean,
Solar
just
Guardian
beautiful
kept him
team
up.
fighting.
Yeah, this is where this team shines, right? I talked about the 2 modes that EG have. They're either going to run you over, or they're going to try and out-team fight you. That is one of the strengths of this lineup. And they're showing why. It cost them some buybacks, but they are happy to trade that for a big Aegis timing, especially when all their cores stay up.
I mean, ultimately, Gaimin Gladiators, they got a tier 3 out of that. That's all they got. They almost got the barracks. They were focused on the objectives. I guess they also got a buyback out of what? I think Panda.
Both supports.
Bought back. Both supports ended up having a buyback. So
economic damage, but it did cost you that Aegis. It cost you the cheese. You still have a Refresher Shard on Duracho, but Gaming's not the best Refresher Shard team. I mean, it's okay. There's nothing crazy. He did get level 25 out of that as well in the Weaver, so he's fully amped up here. But that's one of those high grounds where it's like, all right, that went pretty wrong. But the next time, what's our plan, guys?
Are you willing to take that next time? Like, you got 2 buybacks out of the 2
Well, that's what I'm saying. What's your plan when you do it again?
Yeah.
What changes? Somebody's getting kicked. I mean, the one thing they had going for him was the Lotus on Ace that reflected the snowball.
Yeah.
That's a nice mechanism, right? Even if you get kicked in, you stall it out, and then you just go from there.
Let's go ahead and take a quick listen in onto the Gaimin Gladiators side after that fight.
We also just need to not over-focus on these racks. Like, the racks are not going to win us this game. Killing their heroes and building an enormous, insurmountable gold lead is going to win us this game. Don't over-focus on these racks. Play this slow and calculated.
Great insight there. Gaimin Gladiators saying, yeah, we were overly focused on the barracks. We're trying to end this now. We don't need to, guys. We can play it slow, and you said you could just go ahead and wait it out. Get a 50,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in the sense that if you get a lane of racks in this game, does anything change? No.
Probably not. No.
The way you win this game is you need to kill EG's heroes. You have to win them in a team fight. And, I mean, a lot of times you're going to get baited on this racks and give them a good team fight out of it. And right now, all of a sudden, EG out on the map, right? Still 40 seconds for Dyrachyo to come back up. But they're getting a lot of net worth out of this, a lot of breathing room. And Ags on C-Smile, a blink on Whisper to make sure this Starbreaker gets applied correctly. And he also has that Starbreaker cooldown. This is a 6-second Starbreaker on a Dawnbreaker with Deso AC plus the Shard. I mean, you get 3 or 4 of these off in a fight, it's hard to lose it, right?
Yeah, because is not the only damage dealer in town.
Exactly. So some of the hidden scale for EG is starting to show itself, and of course, because working towards that 6 slots Moon Shard.
What, we're talking about the damage
in the backpack.
Dawnbreaker, but what is, he's going for a Scythe of Ice.
Well, I mean, you got to balance. I mean, not everybody can carry the game.
Okay, so we get a little bit extra control. I mean, I could see it, right? You get the Echo Slam, you follow it up with the Solar Guardian, you land, you then can Scythe of Ice. Like, it is a ton of chain stun.
It's a good set.
When you choose to jump on somebody.
I mean, he probably asked what he should build, you know, because, yo, chill out, Whisper. I'm still a carry.
You got this, man.
Don't kill them all, man.
Speaking of because, he is getting close to level 25, which is pretty big. 100 attack speed for a hero that is already pumping out serious damage.
I mean, you get the attack speed, you get a Moon Shard, you get a Pirate Hat, and how much do you need, really? You know, at a certain point, it's too much. These are valuable talents. And of course, a lot of these fights, I feel like, still come down to Matthew. I mean, Matthew has been, to me, the linchpin of the EG team for a long time. He's the biggest shot caller. He's their drafter. He understands how these fights are going to go. But he's really what sets the fight up, right? If you get the good punch kickback into the burst, if you get the big snowball saves, that's what's winning EG these fights. Maybe they have enough firepower to just take it straight up, but you're still looking at a 24K deficit. You're still looking at 3 cores for Gaming that are on top here and all continuing to scale.
Gaimin Gladiators, you could see what they were talking about. They're definitely playing it a lot slower, but it's also because they've given Evil Geniuses a chance. The game has changed quite significantly, where EG is no longer holed up inside of their base, whether it's just purely because of the map push that they've gotten, or also just confidence. They are not hiding.
It's time to smoke.
Or maybe they're hiding right now. They are pushing back to their base at the right time, too. Gaimin Gladiators have gone for a 5-man smoke.
I mean, double damage on Dyrachyo. That's what's signaling it here. Oh, Ace is going to TP top, so they feel like they're not going to find anybody here. Just want to get all the lanes in off this smoke. Daedalus completed for Dyrachyo as well, by the way, so this is about as strong as Weaver's going to get. I mean, there's not much left in the tank, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is a carry that can operate without boots. That's the one nice
But he did see Smile. Goes invisible.
No detection.
Need the help of Tofu to catch him. C-Smile, it's already too far away. Maybe a slight error there from Gaimin Gladiators having Ace lead, but he's also the person if you're going to run into 5 heroes of EG, you want him on the front line, so.
I mean, to me, this game is almost even because so much of the net worth for Gaming is on these supports, but can you use it, right?
Yeah.
Can Tofu and Celery have the impact they normally would have in a game? I mean, how many of these heroes are you going to be able to just sit there and reign and the impetus is on? You can't touch the Dark Willow. You might not see the Shaker. There's snowball saves that can disjoint. Like,
and maybe part of the reason he's not so focused on trying to scale up, he took a pit stop and went for more utility. He picked up a Lincoln, so that's going to try and combat some of that.
That is not a Moon Shard, so that tells you all you need to know.
Exactly, because how many Moon Shards is too many on Dark Willow?
2.
Okay, well, he was thinking about a second one, but he's now backed away for and set a swift blink. I mean,
he's also getting close to being slotted here. Yeah. Also pick up his level 25 talent, and I mean, we're at 47 minutes. This game goes to 60. You're going to get the next set of neutral items. And it might go that distance because we've seen EG be very patient about holding the high grounds going into these late games, right? They are a team that has had mega creep comebacks. They are a team that has been there with us at that point, in fact, with some of their members at least. And this game could definitely go in that direction. It can get very weird at this point because you're maxing out. And finally, a Tormentor goes down for EG. I think they're first of the game, right? I think all the others have gone to ace.
Yeah, is there any shards that they really would have liked? I guess the ice shards is kind of annoying. The upgraded ice shards. Who cares about the Curse Crown upgrade for because the Fisher's a nice upgrade, I guess.
That Dark Willow shard is nice, but yeah, you're not in a range to use it a lot of times.
Yeah, not on a carry Dark Willow.
No, it's definitely not. Actually, it's probably bad because you're just inflating your net worth.
That's actually a good point. Minute and a half left until Roshan is up. Now, it could be up right now. Evil Geniuses are not in a position to play for it. Do you think they're giving this up again?
This is a Roshan you can start to think about fighting for sure. I think you have a lot more staying power if you can keep the Dawnbreaker alive, especially, and you're just looking at, again, that 6-second Starbreaker with the Hex. It's a lot of control, a lot of burst that doesn't necessarily rely on the big Echo Slam anymore. That's the valuable part of this Hex, right? You can go and find the Weaver, find the Pango, Hex him up in a Starbreaker with like a Totem follow-up and tag team. That might be enough. Then all of a sudden you can hold your BKBs, hold an Echo Slam, start to take that longer fight that's been the problem the whole game that I think still favors gaming for sure. That's when the support net worth on gaming side really comes into play. Like you get stuck in a Roshan fight with buybacks, your BKBs are down, you're just taking man fights into these gaming cores. All of a sudden, the two supports are going to make that a world of pain. So I don't know, that Roche fight, it's a very tough fight for EG to take, but it is starting to get doable.
You know, looking forward, we're talking a lot about this game and how it's going to progress, but just thinking about this game, no matter what happens in this game, thinking about the series, I feel like the composure that these two teams show and who ends up making that final mistake in the game, I think it's super important for this series because it does look like this is going to be a marathon. This game one is anyway.
And you're at the brink of elimination. You can't make mistakes right now. The TI pressure is going to start to get to you here. And it can come down to one team fight which determines a game, which might determine a series.
Hey, for the first time, Evil Geniuses will have a chance to play for Roshan on their favorite side of the map. Radiant side.
And this is very good for them, right? We're talking about these extended fights. Well, if you don't have to do it into the buybacks that are instantly there, you feel way better about that. Because all of a sudden, yours might not be too bad. Especially if Whisper goes down, you just buy, you can instantly Stole or Guardian straight back into the fight. You don't even need to wait for that long TP. There's some global capability here for EG. We're talking about the buybacks. I mean, which are even up right now. It's everybody but Celery.
Everybody but Celery.
So yeah, this is going to be a straight 10 on 10.
And here comes the big man himself. Over to the Roshan side he goes. Evil Geniuses are ready to play for it, but Gaimin Gladiators show up just in time to contest. The 5-man smoke, they're going to wrap around.
Send the Skellies in.
He gets some idea. Okay, nobody from Evil Geniuses is home. Where are they at?
Any amount of vision. Look what you're looking for here, so you can get the jump. But look at the wrap, man. C Smiles up so far.
But they're also prepared for this. Celery is in a position to break it with a very deep ward sentry combo there on the far left. But if Gaimin Gladiators don't see this coming on the right-hand side, oh, they spotted Celery. Okay, he's going to be done. Oh, that's right. He's managing to get away a little bit of distance. They couldn't finish him off, and now they go straight for Picard. They try and get the Rolling Thunder on top of him. They force the BKB usage out of him. Evil Geniuses are trying to reset right now, but the Rolling Thunder is constantly in their face. Whisper blinking over, knows he needs to be able to help out. Their Dark Willow, they do. They blow him up. Boom, he's gone. Duracio's dead, but they get C-Smile in exchange, and Evil Geniuses now on the run.
You have to play for the buybacks here. You have to regroup if you're both teams in a sense.
They've lost sight of because with that Shadow Blade, he's getting away. 5 seconds for Matthew, but he's now been caught by the bugs. Can he get this snowball blink away? It is unlikely. Trying to cover him with the tornado, but there's nowhere he can blink far enough. He will be caught by this as well. Gaimin Gladiators with that extra pickoff, especially since C-Smile didn't buy back right away. It's looking like Roshan is theirs to take for the 4th time.
EG does not want to buy back 2 heroes into running through the Vision, running through the Invoker to try and take that. I believe the bash are done for the Pangolier. The Rolling Thunder did a lot of work that fight, and a lot of the damage came out from Duraccio. A lot of it was into Picaz, who ended up living. Then he just gets bursted down. Another time-lapse buyback forced out of the Weaver, but he'll get it back with the Aegis here. So a pretty acceptable outcome if you're gaming, right? Especially with the fact that Celery broke that smoke and lived off of 1 hit.
Okay, so Tofu does consume that Aghanim's Blessing. So we've now got the Sunstrike, double Cataclysm going on.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the best stuns to use it.
Yeah, I'm not
Hey,
the
never
best.
know.
Depends what Quinn can get for them, I suppose.
Yeah, the old dash into Cataclysm. But once more, you are faced with this high ground. And a almost permanent uptime Shadow Realm. 2 more seconds here. We'll get the early
BKB going to be put to use here. Ace heals himself up with the Bloodstone. Dawnbreaker raining in. The damage is not the best. They do try and break him again, but Ace is just causing enough of a distraction. Whisper now tries to go in, but Varus is already gone, and he's going to have to jump away. They manage to get the sight onto the Weaver. Force Staff getting them some distance, and that is just enough. Outside of the sight of the Dark Willow, couldn't complete it. Couldn't take away that Aegis, and Gaimin Gladiators can now keep up the pressure.
So that's EG trading a Rax to keep Matthew's buyback here. That is how much they value the Tuskar in these fights. I kind of agree with it, right? I mean, you can just buy the Tusk there and take that fight. But like we heard, the Rax, it doesn't mean much at this point in the game, especially when you have a Dawn who can just clean up the lane anyway. They will retain all their buybacks outside of Pandas, which they traded for Durachios, and Aegis up for 3.5 minutes here. So you're going to have a 2-minute differential where you don't have Durachios buyback and your Aegis expires. So if you're gaming, you kind of want to use this Aegis. On the flip side, if it goes really wrong like it did the first time.
Like if he dies after being kicked deep inside the base?
It's pretty terrifying, right?
It's going to be so important in how they use these Lotus Orbs and Lincolns to protect that hero.
We are almost at 40,000 gold lead, but it doesn't matter if you get kicked.
Can you get the chain stun? Not quite enough. The snowball was put onto him, and Zerachi already used the time lapse, so he pulls Matthew back, and now Matthew may be forced to use that buyback.
Really nice grab for Gaming. That is what they want, because now you're putting them in a position where if Matthew dies again, this high ground just gets broken entirely. I say that because he's just raining down hellfire right
he's
now.
going to get on top of Pakaz right now, but of course Staff does get him a little bit of distance with the side device. Now they get the terrorize on him. That's going to be the first life, and no, he does fall.
Did get Matthew's buy.
Matthew, can he get the kick in on the revive? Durachu instantly pops BKB. C-Smile looks to jump forward, pops his BKB, but Durachu popping his own BKB to go for Quinn instead. Now with the kickback on him, they blow him up instead. Ace coming in deep, and look at the Fisher. He's blocked off right now. With his BKB, he can protect himself. But immediate refresher. C-Smile trying to get out, but Panda was in deep.
Because on the front line. No buy.
He jumps straight in, takes out Duraccio. Panda gave him an opportunity, and Pakaz goes straight for the throne. Now he's going to finish up both Ace as well. The Bloodstone, C-Smile. He gets C-Smile. He gets something out of it, but he still falls.
How much can EG get off of 100 seconds with no Weaver, and they know it? That's the C-Smile kill.
He's got mangoes coming in from the courier because it's like, I cannot take any moments to go back to the base. I have to maximize this 90 seconds.
I agree. Every second matters here if you are EG. You have potential to throw Gaming back if you get a good fight out of it.
There's an arcane rune up there.
That is the Dark Willow dream right now because sees it, but he's not going to see it. Oh, a missed opportunity in the night, and they will just push down the lane. I mean, this is not an easy push either, right? Because you know the rest of the buybacks are up for Gaming. Yeah, you can equally throw it straight back their way here. Daedalus completed for Pakaz, flying it in now. He can eat that Moon Shard and finish it up. And man, he is hitting so damn hard in these fights. Nobody survives a full burst from the Shadow Realm if they're stunned for the duration of it.
Eats the Aghanim Scepter, now a Daedalus. Good cut though, Tofu is going to be cutting the wave here.
Yeah, it's gone. They have no other free.
Evil Genius is not protecting their waves. A massive push coming in at bottom. It looks like they may not even be able to get a single lane of barracks out of this.
Skelly Boys, meanwhile, are cleaning up a tier 3.
They're going to take the tier 3 tower.
Who's pushing who here? You got nothing out of that. Absolutely nothing. I mean, you got the Dark Troll Summoner, but you got absolutely nothing out of that if you're EG. Though, you did feel good about winning that team fight, and it only cost you Matthew's buy for another Aegis high ground push that does not end this game. So if you're gaming, it feels like you're getting frustrated at this point, right? You have 30, 40K gold lead, you have Aegis, you have Refresher Shards, you have Cheese, and you're just not getting enough out of it. Maybe you just need more Lincoln Spheres. I don't know. Start stacking
we've seen
them
that
up.
before. We've seen 4 or 5 Lincolns all being put onto one hero just to try and protect against this.
Just try and stop something about how these initiations are going. We do have another Lincolns on Tofu. We have a Lincolns now on Duracio. So yeah, I guess they agree with the assessment. I mean, just start massing Lincolns here.
Yep. Now, it's going to be an interesting note because that buyback cooldown is going to be up in 2 minutes. Another minute after that, and we have 60-minute items. So is Evil Geniuses going to be able to get their 60-minute items, or is Gaimin Gladiators going to be able to take control of the map like they've done for pretty much 80% of this game?
It's interesting. I mean, Gaming could try and push up and play off of it. You know you don't have this Matthew buyback, so if you find the Tusk, I almost feel like that's the one of the most important ones to take out here, because you're not going to find Bakaz without buyback in this game, right? It's probably just not going to happen when you can play so far back, and he has so much damn gold to play with here.
Bakaz, who is 9-3 and 12, he was pressured pretty early, but throughout this later game, I feel like he's done a very good job of keeping it clean. Whisper even more so, 7-1 and 15, 1 death.
Only 1 death for him, who's been going into the middle of these fights. He's played this game very damn well, and a lot of these fights are also coming down to kiting Ace, making sure there's not a hero around him that heals, because Bakaz will kill the Bristleback incredibly fast if there's nothing to Bloodstone heal off. That's how this matchup's supposed to work.
And as much as we're setting this up as the potential of the Evil Geniuses coming back, they could just slip up in the next fight and get Megas. They have to keep a constant composure in this game. Some may seem calm, cool, and collected, perhaps. 1.5 minutes left.
Those days are long gone.
1.5 minutes left until we get these 60-minute items. Those are massive game changers. And we're also going to have that Roshan potential spawn time starting at the same point.
And Matthew he's getting to the Tusk dream. Like, you have that Ags, but now you have Aether Lens on top of it. It just makes your life way easier. And full Octarine completed. Of course, he does not have to save for buybacks since it's on cooldown for 3 minutes. So you are looking at some low cooldown spells here, 8 and 6.5 seconds between the kick and the punch, with an Aether Lens cast range and a Spell Prism to back it up. If Matthew's alive, I feel like somebody is dying on Gaming side.
The scary part
almost
is
the highest priority at this point.
We saw in that last fight, especially with the Lincolns, like, without a buyback, he has to jump in. He has to somehow get through around some of these Lincolns, get the kickback in the first place. But then even if he gets the kickback, his way to stay alive is snowballing that person. If he does it onto, say, Jirachi, we saw last time he got the time lapse off. So he has to just kind of free fall and hope that his team catches him. They have to stop Duraccio from being able to get off the time lapse. Otherwise, he's guaranteed dead.
It's a risky move. I mean, that's why they prioritize that Tuskar buyback so highly. Yep. They're willing to give a lane for it. Just guarantees the first initiation. Doesn't matter too much. And maybe that's like one of the pieces missing here for Gaming in terms of all the itemization is a Hex of their own. Just something to give them the chance at the instant Hex on a Blinken. Like, you never know, right? He can mess up the snowball cast, doesn't hit it exactly on time. You have a chance, especially with Invoker being invis all the time. But outside of that, yeah, I mean, you're just maxing it out here. Ex Machina for Duraccio. I mean, take your pick right now, right? But double everything, never bad, and another DD rune to boot. So we are getting into the ultra late game here. Some 60-minute items. We'll see what they opt for.
Cataclysm, gonna get him some reveal. It's gonna spot Panda, who, with being on disc, is gonna try and walk away. Blink out, but he's gonna be lucky to survive, and he will not.
Yeah, but if you're gonna die on a part of the map, that's where you want to do it.
That's true.
And this will create that space for EG to farm some neutral items.
Yeah, they're getting something out of it. They got the Pirate Hat on the Dark Willow. They got that massive attack. They got the Stygian Desolator on the Dawnbreaker, which is probably the best item for him as well.
That is a really nice pickup for Whisper here.
So funny. I see Panda swap out his neutral item. I'm like, oh, what'd he get? Oh, no, he's just swapping in his Philly Stone. 61 minutes into the game. Need an extra 90 GPM while he's dead. Another, wait, whoa. He actually went for another Stygian Desolator. See, Smile wants to start pumping out some single target damage, too.
I mean, it makes sense, right? They aren't always going on the same target here, and their individual physical burst means a lot when they're going on these big core targets, especially at the end of these fights. If you're cleaning up a Bristleback, you're cleaning up a Weaver. Makes sense to me. These are some nice items for EG. If you're Gaming, you've got to match it. Ace is deciding what he wants here. Still thinking about it. But it's just Mirror Shield on Celery. You know, it's okay. Ex Machina for Duraccio is definitely the big one here.
I almost wonder, I wonder if
wants to go.
If he has Mirror Shield as an option, maybe you put him in the front to start hitting some of these buildings.
The problem is he just starts getting Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem. They don't have a hero that kills the building fast enough before Bakaz starts wearing you down.
Well, he is going to be cruising now. Force boots picked up on him.
Okay, so they're just going for the economic advantage, right? Double force boots between Ace and Quinn here means you free up the boot slots.
Yeah, exactly.
Get another item. Put that gold lead to use.
Quick reveal. I mean, we haven't seen any combos of the Cataclysm, but it has done a great job of revealing Evil Geniuses the few times they actually get outside of their base. And it's going to be yet another Roshan. What is that, 5th Roshan of the game for Gaimin Gladiators?
It'll be an Ag Scepter, or, I mean, who at this point?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dyrachyo ever wants to give a time-lapse to anybody else.
Nobody wants it. The rare game. I mean, Tofu, you already got one, man.
I'm not sure if Celery wants little friends this late in the game.
Oh, they're going to give it to Quinn so he can eat his own. I sell it back. So, more economic advantage here.
Is there enough gold in the world for Gaimin Gladiators to break this seemingly unbreakable Evil Geniuses?
I mean, not really. That's the thing. This game is getting capped.
Yeah.
There's just not that much left to spend on.
Yeah,
the banks
the biggest
are full.
thing was like, okay, we can make some minor tweaks, right? It's like 5% here.
Yeah, exactly.
But the 60-minute items, that was the biggest splash we were going to see in a while.
That's where so much of this game came down to the understanding of Dark Willow as a carry, which is not something a lot of these teams are used to. If you're EG and you believe Bakaz will carry this game with the matchups he has no matter what, you were happy with the high ground defense hold strategy. You're just wearing through this lead, and the 30K gold lead at 65 minutes doesn't mean a whole lot. It honestly doesn't mean much here.
One thing to note about this, due to these item choices, we also have now Arcanist armor on Panda, something to know. But it does mean that Evil Geniuses have the Pirate Hat advantage. We've seen sometimes in these late games, like a bunch of teams.
That's a roll.
Rolling Thunder, they're going to go straight forward here with the armor. He gets off the Shadow Realm on Bakaz, has to use the kick. Got the kickback, and there's the burst! That's an Aegis, yes, but it's also Weaver in an awkward position. Is he going to time-lapse? Is he going to BKB? He does both. They got a second lane of barracks, but again, does that change anything?
I mean, 30 minutes ago, it was don't focus the racks. At this point, it almost feels like kill the racks before somebody else gets kicked in and get the hell out. The times have changed.
And the scary part is, what if they get Megas? Then they have to hit tier 4s. Then you're just even closer to being kicked into the fountain.
Let's go even deeper.
They actually
here.
went outside their base, though. Evil Geniuses decide to go and fight aggressively into him. They have maybe Ace. Ace in trouble. Got him on the overgrowth. C-Smile chasing after him, but he's already got the floats out heal. Back up the full. C-Smile trying to get out of here. Dyrachyo chasing after him is going to bring him down. Big crits coming in. Massive damage. A Sunstrike right in the edge, but Whisper will manage to away. And because
he
dies for
evaporates.
once.
They find the Dark Willow, take the damage out of the fight. Force a Shaker buyback. Matthew somehow survived off the Octarine cooldowns on the Snowball without an Aegis.
Evil Geniuses who break ranks first. They were the ones who were holding this high ground for so long. They decided to take a fight outside of it and it immediately goes bad.
And that was the weird opportunity to choose it, right? That was just an awkward go up the hill from Whisper that it ended up being super deep. You almost get the bristle back, but it ends up just being too far. You overextend, show your backline, and the second Dyrachyo finds Bakaz, I mean, I'm sure he enjoyed that kill with some crits.
Oh, yeah.
He has been getting pummeled the whole game, but finds his revenge. And now, no buyback on 2 EG cores. You know Gaming want to press the advantage here.
Quinn's got an idea, which is Rolling Thunder, go straight into the enemy, and just create some space. Now he's taking a ton of damage. He's got to be careful of this one. See if he can roll away before the Shadow Realm second round comes in. He does manage to get out. They get a tier 3. Oh, they got Matthew. Oh, Matthew being pulled away.
Who's kicking who?
He is going to have to lose his buyback here.
And Quinn's back in the base.
Quinn, yeah, Quinn. As long as Quinn doesn't die here, this is all space, but the final hit. Oh, the tower. Oh. So close, but Quinn stays alive.
You gotta be careful, son. That Rolling Thunder is not protecting you anymore.
And the buildings are dying.
And by the way, we have a Divine disassembled on Whisper right now. He can assemble that at any point in this fight.
If he sees the opportunity for a big hit, it might not be Bakaz you have to worry about.
This Starbreaker is going to launch you into the next game right here if it connects. But that's the big question. Can you connect it right now if you're Whisper? And at which point do you assemble Divine right now? Still 3 buybacks down for EG. They got Matthews out of all of that when it was said and done. So once more, if you're gaming, you must throw yourselves into the breach. You must press the advantage here.
And maybe they only need to do it one more time to get the Megas once more into the breach. Whisper does have that Divine ready to go.
He is not going to pick the time.
Crits. A second one queued up already.
Surprised that Gaming are giving him the breather and waiting. Okay, there's the Hex on Tofu. So that is the big item I was thinking was going to come out earlier. This is really nice because Tofu can basically be ghost walked on the back end of a fight or whatever and instantly catch up Lincoln off one of these cores if you don't preemptively BKB. Especially even in the longer fights, it's huge for locking down Bakaz out of a Shadow Realm. You've got 2 seconds to find him between.
I mean, if he's fast enough, what if he catches Matthew on the Blinken?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It can absolutely turn these fights, especially when there's no buybacks on EG's side. This is them being pushed to the limit here in game 1.
Another Rolling Thunder. Here it comes, the initiation. What is EG going to be able to do about this? Their building is going to be hit.
Just take the rack.
There doesn't seem to be much they can do to stop it. Panda's going to jump in with the overgrowth, trying to slow this down with the Glyph also being used. Terrorize trying to push him away with the BKBs. Gaimin Gladiators committed to getting the Megas, but can they get out now? C-Smile makes the jump in. Not quite enough to finish off Tofu, but here comes Whisper. Looks to finish him off. A snowball, door bounce back. That's keeping Tofu alive. Well, Whisper is Divine Rapier is in trouble, and he gets bursted down by Duraccio. Divine on the deck, because now fighting to keep them in the game as Evil Geniuses are going to be limping along here. A massive net worth deficit. Megas, C-Smile.
Round 2.
An opportunity.
The Hex.
The Hex doesn't save him, no. Because puts him down, but Whisper will fall for a second time. 3 dead with no buybacks. Make that a 4th. Panda can buy back, but it's Panda and Because, the P duo against Gaimin Gladiators as a full 5 stack.
And the tip from Duraccio, it may have had me early, but in the ultra late, there can only be one. Double Hex from the Gaming supports just broke that high ground fight. And now you have a Divine on Celery. The true carry has arrived.
Look at him. He is doing the most damage. Duraccio, they just lean into the buildings. That is going to be it. Evil Geniuses will call it 69 minutes. What a nice game, but Gaimin Gladiators will close it out and get a Game 1 victory.
Oh, man. Going into game 2 here, if you're EG, I mean, what do you go back to, right? Because I feel like this was your game plan. Go to the ultralight with the Dark Willow, with the scaling physical on Whisper, but it ended up just getting shut down by the late game hexes and the overwhelming net worth advantage. And so much of this game, I mean, I know it's hard to think back 60 minutes in a 70-minute game, but the first 12 minutes were mega deciding here, right? 3 tier 1s down by 12 minutes to the Enchantress creep pressure and the Bristleback Vanguard that kicked your Willow out of lane. The laning phase here was an absolute train wreck for EG, and they still managed to hold on, make this game go to 70 minutes, and almost come back.
Almost, but not quite enough. And now the experience has got to play in for the side of Evil Geniuses. They've been down in big series on the TI main stage before. They're going to have to do it again. They're going to have to bounce back after a tough game 1. But we've got a long series ahead of us, it seems. So let's go ahead and check in with the panel so they can break down that game 1.
If that game 1 is anything to go by, we definitely are in for not only a long series, but a treat. Oh my goodness, the match going 60+ minutes, Purge. We looked at the averages for these 2 teams. We compared them. They both had relatively short game times, 35, 36 minutes. I thought it was going to be a quicker one, but we get to the point where Dawnbreaker's picking up a Divine Rapier for herself and Enchantress then picking it up when it gets to the deck.
It was about time that Whisper bought something. He had like 12,000 gold in his inventory. Then he bought the Arcane Blink. He's got 10K again. So happy he bought something. But if you stopped watching at 30 minutes, it makes sense for both teams that their game length is really low. They were fighting constantly throughout the entire game. It was just that Gaimin Gladiators did it a little bit better, kept compounding that net worth advantage, and that's part of the reason they were able to restrict the map and get us to that late game.
I mean, I think it was the 10th longest game in playoff history for TI, and also second longest game so far in the road to the international. So of course they can't beat Tundra's, what was it, 97-minute game or something, but still, the fact that his class is so long, and I think the key thing for me is this highlight we're seeing here from Gaimin. At this point, they're very aggressive. They have what is like a double-digit net worth, 10K there. They're making this jump, but because Shaker finds that instant initiation on Pango, the fight's already a 4v5, and then you realize, wait, you heard on the listen as well, Quinn's like, guys, why are we going for a Rax? Let's just make this a 20k lead, 30k lead, 40k lead if we need to. They have confidence in the late game, but because of this one moment, it gave EG so much confidence to try and play out the game, and they weren't able to win it, but they were always able to punish Gaming at some points throughout.
Yeah, we heard that listening, and don't focus on the racks, but when the game length went as long as it did, that's all they ended up focusing on Sheep. It felt like team fights were just poking, prodding, trying to bait them into each other. EG breaks first, they go for that initiate, and unfortunately it wasn't successful when you hit that 65-minute mark.
Yeah, I really don't think they were aiming to go this long on EG's side. All right, you look at both their lanes, they're meant to be lane winners, right? Tree, Willow, Dawn, Task, like they're both strong early game brawlers. The Earthshaker helps bring up some of their weaknesses, and then they wanted to win this game with Willow's timings, but it felt like Willow was never that strong enough. And honestly, I did not like Picasso's item build this game. I don't think that if you look at Shiro literally just builds to be able to be invincible and keep using his W. I don't think these other Willow players so far that we've seen are playing in that similar manner. It's like, where is your Wind Waker going late game? I want to see Willow, Willow should be unkillable because he should be able to just use Realm, Wind Waker, Realm, Wind Waker. Instead, he's kind of being able to be killed, being able, you become unkillable when you can move yourself with the Wind Waker too. I don't know, I don't like the approach of items here.
Could you have argued that you're able to go a little more greedy, that build that Picasso did, because you're looking towards your Dawnbreaker, your Tusk to try and save you, even the Tree Overgrowth if it does get to that point?
I think potentially EG was in a position where they lost the early game momentum. So this was like, we can't do the traditional build that other teams are doing when they're winning. We're playing from behind. In the moment, under the pressure of the stage, he's like, okay, let's quickly go for this item. I can maybe take the high ground fight. And it was giving them moments to play out, but again, it wasn't like the perfect build to actually win you the game. So yeah, EG, another team to try and pick up this Willow, another team looking at other team successes and falling short again.
I mean, I thought the build was interesting in the sense that he was doing a lot of damage to heroes that had BKB active. So like the Daedalus and the extra attack range in terms of defending the base for an extra 30 minutes, I think his item build was good for that. But you are right that he's more vulnerable. He's not doing as much Shadow Realm damage. He's more able to be killed, but I think in the context of the game, that was okay. They had the best initiator with the Earthshaker, and that was what kept him in the game. It stuns into damage follow-ups, and that's why it was so hard for Gaimin Gladiators to close this one out.
I mean, we're already talking about carry, so let's talk about the carry on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Duracho picking up Weaver, a hero that hasn't seen too much light of day when it comes to competitive Dota as of the recent past few months, and here in the road to the International, also only having a couple of showings. 13, 9, and 6 for himself. Talk to me about it, T. How it worked, why it worked, Weaver, if we're really going to see an increase in him, or is that just a game and it worked for Gaimin Gladiators?
Yeah, it's a couple of things. I think for Gaimin, they have Ace playing this scaling core once again, so now your carry doesn't need to be that hero that's going to win you the super late game. You just need to be present, and that's kind of also how Gaimin won their majors, right? It's, you get some annoyance for Duracho. He's like, hi, I'm here. If you kill me, great. But now you use so many resources, Ace is going to come through on this other big hero. And I think this is like the perfect combination. Bristle plus anything semi-active is going to give Gaimin a very good position to win most of these games.
Well, look, EG's back's against the wall. They're one game away from potentially being eliminated here in road to the International. So let's have a look back at what's happened so far for them as a team.
Our run in the group stage was horrible. It was really bad. We played some really good games in our streams before coming here, but we sucked.
La fase de grupos fueron horribles. No jugamos como hace 6 meses. No sé, fue desastroso.
I think this is the event that we have, even though we are losing a lot of games, we are in really high spirit compared to events that we were winning. But even if we're losing now, we're happy. We're gonna try to step up in this main event. Maybe we win, Vivo Key wins. I don't know what's gonna happen. I think we're decent against Gaming. We had even matchups all year. We never played in playoff. It's gonna be the first time. So anything can happen. We have trees against Queen. I think we're gonna do great. As long as Duracho plays like in Talon, we're gonna do fine.
Creo que más que decirles algo del momento, les recordaría el cómo hemos llegado aquí y todo el esfuerzo que hemos puesto para estar en el TI y trataría de motivarlos con todos los hechos que hemos realizado juntos y todo el esfuerzo que hemos puesto.
We got a little bit of bonus content there. It's so emotional, right? Like, obviously, it's a tournament. Teams are going to get eliminated, but, you know, you got to look back at that road, how you got invited to the road to the international and everything that's going on for them. So, Matthew sort of having some words. Everyone talking about their high spirits. You got to keep it up. This is when it matters the most. If you talk about it after a rough group stage, that's all well and good, but right now, that's the do or die. That's when you have to keep these spirits high, Sheep.
I hope he can do it. I mean, every time I hear anything from this guy, he seems so like smart, both emotionally and like within the game. I truly trust, like as a player, I would trust him to raise my spirits, or at least like remind us like why we're all together and here as a team. Like he feels like he brings the team together so well.
I just like the idea that if you think about previous TIs, like TI7 or something, before the the TI8, TI9 era, like this logic of like the emotion, the feeling good in loss, like that wasn't a concept that you even had in Dota teams, right? And now you fast forward to modern day, it's like you're seeing teams still having that spirit, still having that drive, even though they're kind of in a difficult spot. So I think it's like we're in just a really healthy spot for kind of just the ethos of a lot of teams we have now at the international.
It's definitely true, and as the games go on, everyone's looking for smaller and smaller edges, because just being better wins you games. So having good emotions after you have losses, being able to bounce back from bad group stage, it's all really important. And I think after their first game, they made it very close. Even in the early game, they made it very close. I think EG should be in good spirits going for game 2.
Yeah, just focus all on those things that you pointed out that were very close, those 1% differences. But what makes me worried is they were really confident with that draft for game 1. Like, very confident. It felt like they had the Exodia when it comes to drafts. That's the confidence that they felt.
I think they were definitely happy with it. We kind of caught one of their coaches after the draft had concluded, and he was very confident in it. Obviously, didn't execute the way they imagined, I would think, in that case. And that's harder to improve on, right? If you have a draft that just comes out poorly, you can kind of adjust that. Playing better, you can only get so much better from game to game. You're still the same team. So maybe it's just like a confidence thing.
Well, that was going to be leading into my next question, is if you have this confidence in your game 1 draft, and yes, it's down to this execution of small little errors, how do you change your draft for game number 2? What do you really look at? How do you pinpoint it? Or do you just hope to run it back and go, okay, we've played it, now we know where the errors are, but it's also an elimination, so how much confidence do you put into it?
I think Spirit showed the best example of that. They go a game down, they identify the aggression and how certain key heroes can shift that aggression away from themselves to give them more time to get online. And here for EG at least, it's like the same kind of logic. Like they have great lanes, super aggressive, but then they're trying to copy a carry strategy from other people when it wasn't their identity. Like if they swapped this carry for like any Pakaz hero, then I feel like they'd be in a good spot. They could utilize Dawnbreaker, Seasmile punishing the Pangolier in those mid-20 fights. So I think just put the copycat stuff to bed, get a normal carry for your carry that's been doing relatively well throughout the year, and then they should be in a good spot. But just accept the fact that Gaimin are going to choke you out of the map.
With that said, though, I thought that looked best for Dark Willow carry so far. Like, he skilled Curse Crown in lane. Arteezy was like, nah, I'll get stats instead. I'm not going to fight. So he fought in lane. He high ground defended very effectively. So for a copied strat, it looked okay. I would just maybe adjust second phase or final round bans, or maybe switch up a support or something like that. Some minor adjustments could be on. Or if you have a backup strat that you're comfortable with, go with that instead.
It wasn't a perfect game for Gaimin Gladiators either, though, and they had a lot of confidence for themselves. Celery picking up that Enchantress. We've hyped it up so many times. We even talked about it yesterday, even though he wasn't playing. Invoker as well on Tofu is hit and miss. We've seen him struggle in lanes in other games, did quite well in this one. But what would you want their takeaway to be, Purge, whether it's draft related or even execution?
One of the things I would think that was hardest for them is they just didn't have good AoE lockdowns to guarantee the kill against the Dark Willow. So even without the Octarine or the Euls, like Willow was just kind of surviving, just blasting heroes. So that was one downside in their draft that made it hard, because if they just killed Pakaz, they go high ground, everything's fine. So maybe more stun type heroes. But with that said, they got to that net worth advantage with the heroes they did. So they should still probably feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, it's kind of also on Quinn a little bit in this game. A couple of times he did get picked off, that allowed the fight. Like when your draft is Quinn's initiation and then that's it for your team fight. Like he can punish Willow a lot, but if he gets picked off, game gets quite difficult. And again, the listening to reference it, you could see that he was like, guys, if I die and this game gets weird because we're going for racks, it could be over, right? So maybe the fact that they took one mistake to find that adjustment, the next game for them, they shouldn't make the mistake. They shouldn't need to correct it. It should just be potentially a flawless game. Again, they're a lower bracket. If they're trying to make a run, you can't make mistakes. These teams are going to capitalize on them.
I agree. It's like the same with Dyrachyo on his Weaver. Sometimes just went a little bit too deep. We saw him in that base trying to kill Willow.
That past that tier 3 that was not yet taken.
There's maybe some discipline issues, yeah.
All right, so looking at that discipline, I know that we're going to be having our teams walking out pretty soon. They're lining up for themselves. Sheep, give me your best EG coach hype impersonation, because you said at the start of the series you loved this team, you loved what they were bringing to the table, their game plan and their play style. So you gotta motivate the boys to get back on track.
As myself?
Can you do it in Spanish by any chance?
Yeah. You gotta do it as yourself, but in Spanish.
You know some Spanish.
No, no, no,
I want to hear Pudge do it.
No.
Okay, you can do it in English, and we'll see if Pudge can do a little bit in Spanish.
Come on, EG. Come on, boys. You guys got the flair, you got the fun, you got the drafts, you got the coolness. You guys are so cool all damn year. Right? You're coming to international. You are not going to disappoint us now.
That's right. Don't let us down. We got a lot of fans for both Gaimin Gladiators and EG. Do you want to do it in Spanish, Pudge? No.
I only know like 10% of the words she said, so sorry.
Let's go, gamers! Woo!
Yeah, we gotta keep it even here. EG getting their hype talk for themselves, Gaimin Gladiators. Do you think there is much motivation that needs to be pushed onto them? Because they're 3-time major winners. I know we keep saying it, right? But there is so much merit to that. They've been able to bounce back before. They've gone through the lower bracket a number of times too in other competitions. So it's not always flowers and fairy tales for them, T. They're not always this upper bracket team. We've seen them here before.
Yeah, I feel like we heard it in interviews as well, like the best teams are the ones that can treat every tournament like it's a brand new time. Like if you lean on your history and your past, then that next team's going to come up with a little bit more pressure, a little bit more kind of understanding of the patch and punish you. So I think for Gaimin at least, you can kind of see it a little bit as the tail off after the majors. Like, wait a second, they are catching up to us. We need to reinvent, we need to do this. And I think if anything, they just got to, chill, play their game. They're doing it very well, and they should be in a good spot. But always respect everyone.
I think it's better that they had some tournament losses after their big streak. That they got that pressure out of the way. They talked about that some of those terms. Riyadh, for example, they got 6th or 4th or something. They didn't go all the way as we expected. And now that Band-Aid is ripped off, they can roll into TI and be like, okay, we owned this year. We were the best team of the year without a doubt. Maybe we're not the best today, and that's okay. So, but they're still going to play really hard, and they showed up for game 1.
Are there going to be any respect bans when we do head towards this draft that might be coming out in game number 2, either side?
I'd argue maybe Bristleback will be in contention. It depends on obviously the first, second pick. But I feel like teams throughout the tournament so far have been trading who's first pick. So if you win the coin toss, they go for first pick. The value of having that opening entry, the second phase closing out the draft as well with a kind of gotcha pick after seeing 4. But if it is the same pick order, then I'd argue maybe you put Bristleback into that ban phase in the first phase.
Who do you get rid of, though? Because I think the Primal is
that was a Muerta ban. That was there. Like, Muerta's
good. They played it 7 times. Like, they love it so
Yeah, like, if you let it through, 100% it's going to be going in for Gaimin Gladiators.
Which is fine, because I feel like if you have a Muerta or a Bristleback, both heroes are so potent that you should have strategies for both of them. So after losing a game to Bristleback, if they've got some good concepts to deal with the Muerta, maybe it's like, okay, guys, Bristol's too much for us to handle. Let's put that aside. Let's bring out our anti-Muerta strategies, potentially.
But they just played against Bristol, so wouldn't they be able to adapt? Wouldn't it be more like, hey, we saw what went well and were bad in the game we just played, so let's feel out like how we just need to change a little bit?
I agree with you if it's like a group stage or something. Yeah. But like in the elimination match, that run back thing is a little bit spooky. You have to be like, oh, we know we're gonna get top 4 at the tournament to feel confident enough to do the run back. I feel like they're gonna pivot strategies, I assume.
All right, fair enough. I mean, I'm not against it. I think Bristol's obnoxious.
It does seem like it just wins every lane. Its net worth is always really, really high. Yeah, it's hard to play against.
All right, we're theory crafting a lot, and I am excited to say the lobby is full. Our draft is about to start. It's game number 2.
Evil Geniuses versus Gaimin Gladiators. Game 2.
Let's see if Evil Geniuses are able to bounce back for themselves. They picked first pick, okay? They had that pick priority and they wanted first pick for themselves. They get it here, and so this does allow for, if they want to leave the Bristle in, I was going to say the Murther in, but that one's already banned out, that they could pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, just to drive that home. Smurter gone.
Just gone.
Don't want
I don't ever want this team to play a hand on her again. Conquer as well has been a lot of first phase bans. I heard run me through why it has this much priority right now, and when it's not getting banned out, it's not necessarily 100% being picked up either.
Maybe not every game, but some teams just do really well laning with it. I've seen Kunkkas just kind of like dominate the mid lane with Tidebringer, proper harass, and then it transitions so effectively with pressuring the map and ganking. And then your item builds are straightforward, Blade Mail Heart or Blade Mail Ags or Blade Mail BKB or something like that. So he just kind of feels too strong in lane, versatile, can gank, scales well. It just kind of is a solid hero to ban if you're worried about it.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
We've seen more bans being laid out here, Primal Beast as well as Chaos Knight.
It's pretty cool from EG here. So they're banning the CK now because they're telling Gaimin, if you don't ban Bristle in the next 2 picks, we'll pick it ourselves. And then we'll also have another ban to protect our Bristle back. In the previous series, Gaimin, they used the final ban to then instantly go for Bristle themselves. So a little bit of mind games going between the 2 teams with the bans. And we'll see if Gaimin jump on that and maybe force that into a hero they didn't really want to touch.
The Uno reverse card.
Yeah, pretty much.
Call it. Oh, you guys did this? We can do it too.
And yeah, they ban it out. So yeah, because they pushed that CK a little bit earlier, now it's pretty cool. So yeah, nice stuff from EG though.
10 seconds remaining.
I've hyped up a ban before, but that was
yeah. Well, I want to hype up another potential banner or potential first pick is Spirit Breaker. That is another hero that doesn't necessarily do well in lanes, but always has impact in the later game, always has impact in a fight, and thank goodness, as I'm talking about him, we won't be seeing him.
We got Brewmaster coming through, which was banned last game, and Magnus was the last ban from last game that's not been touched yet.
And Dazzle as well is a hero that each played a lot throughout the group stage playoffs. But yeah, it also got banned against, Liquid banned them against them. Gaimin did, actually Gaimin banned it in the later phase, so another option for EG.
Yeah, it had a really high win rate in the group stage when it did make it through his core, so a little interesting to see it kind of be ignored.
Evil Geniuses turn to Gaimin Gladiators.
They take 3? Yeah.
Just a safe thing. They pick the tree, stabilize their lanes. Does it feel like a waste of first pick to grab the same hero though? I'm not sure.
Yeah, what are you really gaining from this? Because now you don't have overall last pick. I know that second phase you're going to get to have the closing pick out of it when you do a first pick, but normally it is this, you're willing to go a call, maybe you're willing to go a flex. There is neither of those things when we see a Treant.
Tree's still good though, because not only did they get to ban the Phoenix to protect it, but Bristle's gone this time. Like, I think the problems that they had are banned out, and they value Tree because of, you know, whatever mid-game it gives, you know, the anti-BKB, the ability to defend your side of the map, but it's also laning. I think they really like its laning, and they pick it for that, and they're going to combo it later to secure Pakaz's lane.
Yeah. Also, they ban up the Phoenix, traditional counter to Tree. I press Overgrowth, you press Egg. Uh-oh, I got to run away from the Egg. I can't fight in my Overgrowth. So that, again, using the bans to tie into their picks. I think the most surprising thing was the fact that they didn't jump on the opportunity of going for Dazzle. This is a hero that, like we already mentioned, they loved going for. Is a hero that can really push the rest of your team forward. Maybe they just preferred the stability of a Tree in regards to draft than the Dazzle, but again, we'll see how Gaimin operate with this hero.
Yeah, I want to know some more information about Dazzle on Gaimin Gladiators specifically, because to my knowledge, we're yet to see them pick it up in Road to the International. This is the patch that Dazzle has been buffed out the wazoo.
Yeah, I mean, core Dazzle has been the only time Dazzle's been viable in meta for like years now, it seems like. So he comes in occasionally a little overbuffed, and that's the case here. You just spam your spells like crazy. You can definitely accelerate the game in a big way with like an Ags rush. Some teams do go Midas, but if you just rush a fast Ags, you can solo Tormentor. You can just debuff and harass your enemies. So I assume it's going to be mid Dazzle. Some teams like TSM are happy to flex it to support, but it's just way more effective in the mid lane, I think.
Ace has been offlane. Oh,
sorry, I'll just say Gaimin's been playing offlane Dazzle. Ace has played it 5 times in his pubs. Again, haven't touched it so far in playoffs and groups, but He's been playing it, and he's undefeated.
Is that just the 4 days, the break that we've had that he's been playing, or are we talking?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Utilizing the new format. And that is the joy, of course, with the new format. These pros, they get to see things that are good, get to copy it, and then lose games in the lower bracket.
That's a bit harsh. We might see it.
Tiny.
Okay, this excites me because we've talked about how melee post forwards, melee supports, you know, maybe going out of favor a little bit. Tiny was always deemed as that flex between the 4 and the mid. Hasn't been for quite some time, but could still see its light of day there. But yeah, we're going to see a Tiny.
It could be both lanes. For Tiny with like a Dazzle 3 would be kind of interesting though, because any tossback mechanic, whether that's Rubik lift or Tiny himself, it's because you get a lot more right clicks in while they run away. And in Dazzle's case, that means more stacks of Poison Touch slow. So if they can't teleport away, that could be pretty difficult for them to win a lane against that Dazzle.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the Dazzle Tiny together, especially if you're playing into Tree 5. It's not necessarily going to be that because they've had the Nature's Prophet now. And Matthew is pretty good tree if they want to put it that way. I like their ability to take either of these supports that are usually massive lane bullies and be able to toss back and to get the kill. I do think the sad thing about offlane Dazzle is that he is a very weak offlaner. It's the same as when people have tried playing Jakiro. Like when left alone, you just die, you just feed. You have no way to defend yourself, your move speed is relatively low. So he would require Tiny to play a lot with him, and it makes it harder for him to use the portals to move around or to go mid. Or he'd have to play carefully, and they'd have to have more of like control on the camps in the lane.
Yeah. I'd like to see Gaimin kind of focus on that point and allow for the carry to be left independent to then give the 5 rotations into that lane. So rather than rotating away from your lane, enable that Dazzle, because Tiny Dazzle, you've already discussed, it's very potent, very kill hungry. Get that 5 position to offset it even further. Even the carry can TP on the twin gate at, like, say, minute 7. You take the enemy safe lane tower, and now that's your new area to farm. So, yeah, I think, of course, big issues to deal with, but if they draft that in mind, then they will be able to get the full extent of these heroes.
Could be another reason to justify Weaver as a carry. It's one of the nice things about him. It's pretty easy to dodge ganks. It's going to cost some resources to secure the kill. Instead, they'll go Faceless Void, though. Some nice lockdown potential. Doesn't necessarily combo with the other 2 heroes. I guess Grave with Void is quite good, actually. If you Grave him, it enhances the healing he gets, and then he gets more heal from Time Walk afterwards. So that's the only obvious combo I can see out of it, but Chronosphere good.
Give me a Jakiro. I've never thought I'd ever say that.
I suppose it's...
But this is, you know, some jaw breath against some Prophet. Sure, he doesn't do the trees, but I feel like you could just pick for Gaimin just any strong 5 that has a little bit of early game damage, like level 2, level 3, feel good at fighting.
Give me Tumbuson.
Hey. Oh, yeah, that hero's in the patch still.
This
in the draft, sorry.
Dazzle was a...
This is much better.
Yeah, the AA is good.
It amps up the Void as well, so because of course Void with Time Lock is magic damage. When you go for those early chronos, because AA goes for the 3 points in Vortex build with the magic amp, it actually feels not too bad going for these early chronos.
Ooh, I like that pick. Definitely solid against Faceless Void. Lots of physical damage, lots of minus armor. He's a little weak to that. Unless you get chronoed on the way back, then it doesn't feel so good. But should be able to jump around. AA can't really defend himself very well against it either, so good use of PA plus Magnus.
Yeah. Plenty of forms of scouting as well. Like this Dazzle, positioning is key. You've got an invisible Treant Protector. Later down the line, you can have Treants as well scouting out. Mag happily blinking in. You'll have opportunities to find this Dazzle and to jump in, but of course, you blink in, there'll be a Chrono, some Avalanche toss. It'll be a constant battle of, does Dazzle show himself? How do you initiate? Respect the Chrono if it's wasted. EG can bring a PA quite freely from the
One big downside, though, is that when PA was busted like 2 weeks ago, Faceless Void started emerging as the hero to counter it with time dilation. You lower her cooldowns or make them much longer, so she doesn't get to zip around fights as much. It can be a big problem.
I do think that the enjoyable thing about having a Magnus that's willing to initiate is you are doing this damage, right? You almost are trying to bait out the Chrono, and as a PA, you can stand off a little bit to the side. This Chrono comes out, you know you're no longer going to be locked down in it. You know that it's no longer going to be a threat, and then you're there to come in, you get to clean up, you get to have your kills, you get to have your resets as well. So if you play it right, Faceless Void doesn't feel as much of a counter as a lot of people expect it to be, but you have to play very, very patient. But advantage of having a mag for you.
Yeah, I think it's awkward because EG have really good ways to pierce BKB, but if the Chrono comes out onto PA, they don't really have anything that saves. Because like if Triad is going to buy like a blink, be able to get his ult off, Faceless will likely have a BKB, maybe he could buy a Manta, whatever he decides, something that purges, and then it's like whatever.
I would love if EG was able to get like a Night Stalker in their draft. You put the Magnus into mid lane, PA safe. Like, I think, of course, it looks very greedy because everyone's farming, but the Mag and power to PA will accelerate her timings. The fact that Gaimin don't actually hit towers with their first 4 heroes, so there's no threat of, oh no, they're going to take a Rax in the first 20-25 minutes, right? It's quite like a mid-game timing from Gaimin, and then the vision that you get from Night Stalker throughout the entire game. You see AA, you see Dazzle, the silence against Void. It could be really obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Well, the remaining bans are going to be out for Gaimin Gladiators. I'm more curious as to how Evil Geniuses split this, if they think it is definitely going to be that Ace off lane, or if... sorry, Ace Dazzle off lane.
GG actually has flex potential with the Tiny, with the Dazzle here, so definitely going to make it a little harder for them to ban.
Do you split it, or do you just go all in and be like, okay, let's remove any quote-unquote comfort for Quinn, make it so that he has to pick up one of these two, and then they're going to be picking a different option.
I mean, you could argue that you're not that worried about Tiny in the meta because not very many teams pick him, thus he must be weak. And then you just ban whatever role you're most worried about being swapped out. And mid heroes, yeah, ban the best mid heroes. That's a safer way to do it, maybe.
Yeah. So Quinn's been playing some Necrophos so far in the patch. Like, they could go for that route where you pick a hero that you tell PS, like, you need to buy a Nullifier now. But if you buy a Nullifier, you're not buying a good item to deal with the rest of the concepts in the game. But we'll see if they go down that route. They still, of course, have some like Shaker type thing, but okay, go for a Tidehunter on EG. That's we don't want to lose a game. This is a very stable type of draft. If you look at it, it's got playable aspect throughout the entire game.
It'll definitely up tempo. I hope it goes Meteor Hammer. Take the safe lane tower without too much worry. Treant and Nature's Prophet will be good at setting up those gank +1s as well. So I think it looks okay. Get tanky, frontline a little bit, initiate for your team, make the Chrono less good.
Gaimin need damage. It's just, they need damage so bad.
The little green lad.
I can't, like, you're playing it right now into Tide, who can get the Meteor, but then if they get things like Pipe to mitigate this magic damage from like AA and tiny spells and like faceless bashes, it's like, where is your damage coming from early game right now? I don't really see their ability to fight, especially when faceless is farming.
And they definitely don't kill Tide.
Yes, they go for
it. Nice ball. Yeah, they needed magic damage. Yeah. Reaper Scythe will kill him.
Yeah.
But all the other heroes do not do well against Tide.
So is the Necro build, was it Blade Mail, Heart, and then Ags?
Yeah, sometimes that, or maybe Sange to increase your regen, or BKB, Shard, lots of things.
I'm sitting here, I'm just waiting for, all Gaimin Gladiators players to pick their heroes, just making sure nothing cheeky comes up, that we're going to see something weird and wacky being picked up on the off lane.
It comes down to Dazzle or Tiny, basically.
Yeah.
And we assume it'll be Dazzle 3, but...
I'd want to see Tiny and AA to be the supports, just because they play so well together as well. The amp from the AA with the Tiny, the Avatos, like you see a hero, as two, you can pretty much kill, like the PA you can kill by yourself, both of the supports you can kill by yourself, so yeah, it's a nice combo. And Gaimin, this is quite a forward-thinking type of lineup, right? They need their lane to go well for Dazzle, they need AA to want to join with the Necro to keep pushing things forward, and Void, every time he has Chrono, he can't be Chronoing to save himself. It needs to be, I've Chronoed the Mag, I took a tower. I've Chronoed around Roshan, I now get Roshan with my team. So, yeah.
Alrighty, guys, we're not going to talk too much more. We're going to hear some more words, though. It's going to be from Tsunami and joined by CY.
Yes, indeed. I'm standing by with a Gaimin Gladiators coach with first things first. I've got some thoughts on game one. Like, dude, why are we still picking Pango? Holy, in 2023. Can we play a real hero? Aren't you trying to win a TI or something?
Yeah, Quinn is whining about people picking it in pubs, but when we play officials, we really want to win, right? So we will pick the Pango.
And you're doing it regularly, but this time he's on Necro, which seems to be just kind of a Quinn signature. Did he introduce this hero to you, or you kind of brought it up?
Oh, this was Quinn himself. Like, he played it in pubs, and he really likes these heroes that can destroy lanes. Like, he used to play a lot of Huskar. So Necro is kind of, I guess, it's kind of new Huskar in some ways. So he's really enjoying this hero right now.
All right, well, let's see if they can bring you to a 2-0 success. Gaimin and game number 2 underway right now.
Every single time we've seen these two teams match up in a best of 3 this season, they have gone the distance. But that game 1 was, yeah, it went late, but I feel like it was relatively convincing for Gaimin Gladiators' side.
Yeah, if you look at the net worth chart, if you look at the comeback potential, though, who had the greater comeback potential?
Well, you can only come back if you're behind,
Exactly.
so I guess that's Evil Geniuses.
And you can only
You're
go
right.
deep in the lower bracket if you're used to going in the lower bracket.
Ah,
which
okay.
Evil Geniuses also are, as you mentioned.
You got to be comfortable with losing, is that what you're saying?
That's right. You must embrace it, make it your friend, and then you can rise above it.
This
That is
is
what they will try to do here.
It's a very interesting draft, I would say, on both sides.
It is.
Like, we had a weird hero for Gaimin Gladiators. Weaver, we haven't seen too much of. Now it's going to be the Necrophos. But Evil Geniuses, they just have, I mean, yeah, there's a Faceless Void on one side, but EG has Ravage and RP. That's a lot of big team fight that they're bringing to this table. What do you feel like they took from that game 1 and what they needed to improve on going into this game 2?
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing to me is, again, they want to win their lanes a little bit more, so they picked the really strong laning supports and the Furion and the Tree. They definitely should be stronger than AA Tiny in a vacuum, depending on how these side lanes go. But I expect EG to do better on the side lanes. Maybe mid's a different story in terms of the Necro matchup. C-Smile's going to have to do his best to survive there. Yeah. That's one change, and the other is giving Pakaz a hero that he probably feels more confident just ultra carrying the late game, right? I think PA has a better chance of just 1v5ing straight up if it really comes down to it than a lot of other carries. Still the case even after the nerfs. So I think that's some of the things they've adjusted here. And of course, trying to answer what Gaming threw at them, which was, for me, a very unconventional draft for Gaming. Like, they got the Ace Dazzle, which has kind of been one of his heroes to supplement this Aura builder that doesn't necessarily straight exist anymore, right? It's a hero that does it through the spells in a degree. But very lane-oriented, which is something they've done throughout the year, but went away from for a bit. This is like, we want Dazzle to win the lane, and we want this Necro to win the lane.
I was going to say, if you're going to win this lane, you're going to have to do it through skewers and better body blocking. C-Smile doing a great job on the opening and a TP in. Blood. Okay, bye-bye, Quinn. EG will take the first blood. You're supposed to win this lane, Quinn, and he's already on the back foot.
The only upside for Quinn there is that Matthew took it right. It did not go to C-Smile in terms of the gold, but damn, that is so nice for C-Smile. Didn't even have to spend any resources on it. Gets full wave here, denies, it's going to push into him.
I will say, counterpoint to that, though, it is really dangerous if Matthew gets ahead, right? Earn early Spirit Vessel against a Necrophos. I mean, he's going to be looking at mid a lot, I'm sure. And if he starts getting those items, then Quinn's game is going to become so much harder.
It's a great Vessel game. I mean, all three of these cores pretty much rely on getting their HP back, right?
Yep.
And that's the upside of the synergy for Gaming, is the Dazzle with the Shallow Grave on a Necro or a Faceless Void is pretty devastating if it occurs in the fight, right? You get the Time Walk off, you get the heal off, suddenly that whole fight turns. There's no real anti-healing on each side. Vessel is, the one thing they can have going for them in that area, and if Matthew gets it fast, it is going to be devastating on the map. I think this Tide Hunter, you were talking about the zones of control. I mean, that's another reason the Tide's here. Tide should find the backline or guarantee that the initiation precludes the Dazzle from getting the save off.
Sure.
It's an old school Dazzle counter. You go in with the Ravage. I mean, it's pretty hard to Shallow Grave the guy that gets gone on. You just burst him with the Phantom Assassin. That's probably what EG are looking for as this game progresses, whereas if you're Gaming, you want to go in with the Necro, frontline it up, and then get a great Chronosphere, ideally on the mag or like the supports. Just burst it down with the magic damage.
I was going to say, if you don't get him with the Ravage, you already got a second opportunity with the reverse polarity. Instead, Avalanche going to try and cover them here as they retreat, but the rotation from Matthew will net them the kill first on Ace before he falls. So 1-for-1 trade-off there, but ultimately the core dying on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Matthew is having his impact felt, and you did say they drafted for strong lanes outside of this mid sort of situation that C-Smile, but Matthew and...
There's nothing you can do about last pick Necro. I mean,
yeah.
Like CUI was saying, the man enjoys playing Necro right now. That's absolutely disgusting. I don't know who enjoys playing Necro, but it will win the lane. There's just no way around it. That first blood definitely helped, but this is about the side lanes. EG wants to come off strong in the side lanes, and they're not easy ones to necessarily combat when you're going to leave the Tide alone, but that's what the Furion's designed to do. I mean, if you're going to pick one support in the meta that's going to win 2 side lanes, it's Furion. Or at least, I guess, 1 side lane and 1 mid, but 2 out of the 3.
Sure.
So Matthew's rotation is super important for EG here.
And combining it, toss back with the poison is going to be a big problem. They toss him back into the creeps. A big heal bit. It's not quite enough damage to burst down the Stream Protector because now they can make a rebuttal here. Slow down Ace before he gets away too deep into the trees and kill him.
And EG are happy every time this happens. It's XP and gold for Matthew. The cause stays up, extra gold for him, and they're shutting down Ace a little bit. Still, I mean, Ace is getting a decent amount out of this lane, so you have to keep committing to this. His TP is on cooldown for 20 seconds, and they brought Celery up here. So that's what you're looking for if you're EG. Get the Tide in a one-on-one, and you're looking at who's at the top of the CS chart right now. It's Whisper, who has basically been left alone in the one-on-two. Yeah, Gaming felt like they couldn't punish the Tide enough with an AA Void going into the tanky early ring of health with the start Whisper had. I don't know if Whisper start should have been this good with how fast Matthew left the lane, but damn, he is just getting the world down here. Solo XP, untouched. He's going to be big.
Now, I brought up the Urn Spirit Vessel on Matthew, but he's opting for the Medallion Solar Crest build-up instead, which is just as good of a build-up, but better for his PA and his Tide Hunter. Big minus armor, but the damage. This tri-lane is dangerous, man. If you get a toss back, you're being pushed into a dazzle with an advantage, and he's going to be able to run you down, not just one, but perhaps two, because does get away only because of the fact that, oh, the poison damage. He does have the stick, though, and was able to pop it, but he's not feeling great about his position. He brings a little treads to himself, but he's going to need some regen.
This is the correct play from Gaming, I guess. Like, you have to keep your dazzle in the lane. You can't just let Matthew 3v2 bully Ace out of this off lane while, you know, Whisper's doing this, right? That would be a death sentence on this map. I mean, you can fall back a little bit on the Necro Mag, but Necro's not necessarily the best mid to rotate to these side lanes either. Quinn just wants to play his own game. If anything, when you pick these dominating matchups like the Huskar they mentioned that's similar, you want supports rotating into you to abuse it. Very slick Sprout here by Matthew. We'll get him out of danger as
going to be slowed down a little bit more, but I think he should be fine. Meanwhile, C-Smile is being punished heavily, so if they keep the pressure, another good thing about this tri lane, they keep Matthew kind of locked down. He can't help C-Smile out nearly as much.
I mean, there's no helping this matchup. It is not a helpable matchup.
And they're going to catch him with Tofu. They're going to make sure he dies, and that not only, they get the kill, but now Quinn also has his level 6.
And look at the tower. This is the catapult flag bearer wave. So this is what Gaming want to do. They want to bring supports to the winning lane. They know they have the matchup. It's going to get a Tide Hunter teleport just to defend this catapult.
Do we swap lanes now? Put the Magnus in that bottom lane?
I mean, you could. I don't think you want to, but
nobody wants to be mid, that's for sure.
It's an ego thing, you know. No mid player wants to give up on the lane, no matter how bad it is.
No, he didn't beat me. I can still recover. Because going to be in some trouble. Jumps onto Tofu. Tree Protector can only do so much here. Is he going to be locked down by the cold feet? Barely gets out inside of the range, and lacking that stun, they will not be able to kill Pakaz. But it doesn't matter if they kill Pakaz if they're keeping him totally outside of the lane, outside of these daggers. It's like the only CS he's getting now.
The thing is that, like, you're looking at this net worth chart, right? I think EG are okay with this outcome, just because the Tide's going to be so strong, and you kind of got out of this Mag Necro lane a little bit. Like, this Mag Necro lane really could have been a disaster. With just mass rotations going in, creating a pressure point, this tower could be dead. I think that's what Quinn wants in an ideal game, right? So maybe he's getting 70% of this matchup right now. It's still very good for him, but it's not explosive, and it's not necessarily enabling the supports who could have gone there. Though, I will say, Tofu got a lot of XP off top. That's the upside of, I guess, Ace dying here. He's level 4 3/4 here before Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
This is like a dream start for a support Tiny, who can do a lot of work in this game, tossing people back. Not a hero we've seen a lot this tournament, but a hero we have seen a lot over the history of TIs for a very good reason.
Yeah, you were adamant that he was going to come back for TI. You think he always comes back?
Well, 2 reasons. I mean, 1, toss is a hell of a spell.
Yeah.
And 2, I mean, FY is playing here, so.
Well, that's a pretty good point for it. C-Smile, Quinn is in so deep. Evil Geniuses, though, don't really seem to have a way to be able to punish him. He's just taking away this little hard cam stack that C-Smile had going for himself. And if he's not careful, Quinn might go for the kill with Celery nearby, especially Tofu. An opportunity to maybe toss Quinn onto that big Magnus. Panda, who's sticking around a little bit too long, does get spotted. He'll be the victim instead of a Reaper's Sight. He goes down, and Quinn gets his first stack of the game.
Gaming making the correct read, playing up with this Necro, backing up and baiting the jungle. If the Mag doesn't want to lane burst, you bring the lane to him.
Look at C-Smile.
The stacking.
He's like, I got like 5 seconds to hit creeps in lane. That's it. Not going to be able to get the power rune, of course. Duraccio cut over to see if he can get the C-Smile kill, and he looks like he may just have him. Time dilation slows him down a bit. He can use the Chronosphere, but he'd really rely on bashes to finish him up.
How good are your bashes, son?
Can he get the bashes required?
Well,
4 hits, not quite enough.
They're
5,
not very good.
6. Okay, Tofu's here. Looks like they're going to cut off C-Smile. And hey, they don't need the bashes, apparently, when you just bring enough heroes to the table.
I was almost demoralized.
God, it was.
He's like, surely I'll bash him.
Quinn, meanwhile, did get a double damage. Perfect time for that when nobody's in lane pressuring the tower. Again, against a Dream Protector, it does seem like Gaimin Gladiators really put a heavy emphasis on taking the towers before living armor levels are up.
It's the upside of a last pick lane-winning matchup, especially for this player. Back to the top of the net worth chart despite the first blood shenanigans. Tower dead at 850 here, and it means early bots he can rotate. So Quinn's going to be pretty active on the map. He can join these fights, look for the Reaper site stacks, continue to enable his supports.
Now, Whisper did recognize that. He rushed the Meteor Hammer. No boots, nothing else, just straight Meteor Hammer. He also took a tower in that bottom lane, so it is even in that regard. But it always does feel bad trading towers when you're the one with the Dream Protector.
So maybe another one of those games where it comes down to like how much do you believe in your scale, right? On one side, we have the Mag PA, a true OG classic, if you want to frame it that way. You are going to scale very hard and hit very hard and farm the stacks really fast if you get the Ancient stacks up for Makaz here. And on the flip side, you have Faceless Void Ancient Apparition. I mean, this is a duo that goes back a long way as another stack goes into Quinn's pocket.
They get him, but they almost stopped Makaz's TP out. This top lane is in danger. As soon as the Necro shows up, you're like, no. Nobody wants to be there anymore. They immediately vacate the lane, but you can see Quinn, with his boots of travel, can play around the map pretty quickly. He immediately goes to pressure Makaz. Might even be able to get him too. Avalanche slows him down, and Dyrachyo shows up for yet another fight. Not that he's needed, but the help might actually be needed here as Quinn's gonna keep trying to dive in. The heals are just enough. They got an RP. Skewer back into the tier 2. Throw that Ravage down. Finally get the punish on Quinn. Do not let this man bully you.
I thought that was just going to be a bad death for Makaz, and somehow it turns into they get the biggest kill on the map. It's a lot of shared bounty gold too because the whole team showed up.
Man, what a massive difference like 50 HP makes because Makaz lives and he goes straight into being able to farm a hard camp stack, or excuse me, Ancient. So,
yeah, this is nice. He lives off the living armor and now he gets early in power. That helps him clear through this at a much faster rate than he would have. Otherwise, when you're looking at the camp stack, it's all Matthew here. So now if you're EG, the game plan is just hold the map for the PA, right? Especially when you're ultra on cooldown.
Can Whisper do that for them, though?
Pretty hard into the Necropose.
Yeah, when nobody's going to help you out. Now, fortunately, there is no Reaper's side. They're going to try and body block in Whisper. Of course, without a Ravage, there's no real threat of a turnaround here. They're just going to keep running him down, and they will eventually get this kill and start going for that safe lane tower.
This is the battering ram. Just continue to run the Necro into these cores that are not ready to fight him right now. Claim as much map control and space as you can. This is all absolute free time for the Faceless Void, for the Dazzle. Ace is just going to go straight to the Midas. You already have the Mask Madness up for Dyrachyo. So both the other two gaming cores, they're just not going to get touched. Quinn is way too much of a menace right now. He's going to make his presence felt. I mean, he's just running behind the tier 2 at 11 minutes. Got to be a little careful of some skewers here, but outside of that, you're not afraid of anything.
Yeah, and I guess this is the time to do that before the Blink Dagger is up on C-Smile, which I assume, similar to Game 1, is going to be his rushed item. I mean, he's got 1,500 gold in the bank right now.
Yeah, probably. You're just way too poor here. Your lane was way too bad, and you're not getting the farm priority to go some carry mag type build.
Yeah, when you're kind of like this far down, repositioning is probably the best way to even the odds.
I mean, rushing Blink also doesn't feel great right now.
Yeah.
I think he's debating the Echo Saber into Blink here. Can't really blame him. You still want to be a mid-mag in this game because you're tied to bring up utility.
Yeah. Is there going to be enough space for him to farm with that? Like, if he gets the Echo Saber, but you've got a PA Battle Fury, the map is getting good small pretty quick.
That's why they made the map bigger.
That's true.
Everybody has space now.
We'll see how much of that space Evil Geniuses can utilize as... it's funny, they haven't taken that top tower yet. Gaimin Gladiators have almost just kind of been like, yeah, okay, you gave up this space, and now we're going to slowly bleed you out. Nobody wants to be up there right now because it's so deep on the map.
It's just been Ace.
Bigger. Yeah,
Ace farming it up with very fast Midas. I mean, the early 2 deaths off the Burium rotation, kind of inevitable. You expect 1 or 2 of those. And since then, he hasn't been touched. He's just stacking up triangle for himself, going to town. It's going to be a very fast Dazzle Ags in this game. And until you have some of the Blink initiators to create the zone control, I feel like Ace can take over these fights. Which we saw in Game 1, he drove a lot of that mid game from the 15 to like the 30 or 40 minute mark with the Bristle.
Yep.
He was untouchable, right? He's trying to set up a similar situation here where you just force these objectives at a pace where EG don't feel confident enough to contest them if they're missing big items, particularly the BKB on Pakaz. You're talking about this Phantom Assassin with the mag. You can accelerate the timings. You can go for the Desto build. You can go for a faster BKB because you have extra damage. That used to be the staple back in the day. Actually, it used to just be you go Desto, not even the Battle Fury. Here he'll still opt for the Battle Fury, go into the BKB. And I think Pakaz will be pretty strong with that BKB outside of the Chronosphere. That's where that carry-to-carry matchup is going to matter a lot in this game. Who can get vision for Dyrachyo to find the Chrono?
Yeah, because they have the stuns. They get that disable on Dyrachyo, then Pakaz can probably follow it up, and he'll burst, kill him real quickly. But if he gets jumped by the Chronosphere first, then Gaimin Gladiators have all the spells in the world to be able to throw into this one. You can see the Chronosphere into the Ice Blast are going to be one of the deadliest duos we'll see in this one. You throw a Reaper Scythe on top of that, that's just overkill.
This guy's dash is working, right? Just a
Maybe he's saving them for the late game where they may need it most.
I mean, they're not quill sprays. You can't stack them up.
Aghanim Scepter being gone for Ace. He's halfway there. I mean, when you already have the Midas, you're able to lower the cooldown with Bad Juju. So you're already going to farm pretty quickly, but once you get that Aghanim Scepter, you're just like one-shotting creep waves, then you hit a neutral camp. You just get so much farm so quickly. Well, what do you do with that farm? How do you feel about core Dazzle right now?
I think it's insanely good in the late game. Zero scales like an absolute beast. The deceptive part about him is he becomes a physical damage hero. With all the right clicks off the inverse wave and the talents going through, you get minus armor off the Bad Juju. It starts to add up. Zero can just kind of win fights out of nowhere. And of course you have, permanent Shallow Grave can always be a factor. You can turn into the pseudo Tinker archetype.
Yeah, it's particularly annoying for a carry that is so single target focused.
Yes. So that's a big factor too. Like, can EG find ace in these fights without multiple Shallow Graves going off on big core targets, which are gonna guarantee big heal coming out. Like, Shallow Grave on Necro in this game is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a lot of extra heal, a lot of time that aura is just going to work in the fight. Heartstopper is what this hero's built around now, particularly with this Heart into a later Ags build. If Quinn's alive for 5 or 6 more seconds because he is graved and then dies, that might be enough to win you the fight, because it might force a situation where Pakaz has to commit in and you just get stuck there even during a BKB duration. It really is up to the big bruisers here for EG between Whisper and C-Smile. You have an RP skewer, you have a Ravage. You need to find and set the fight up for Pakaz so it works in that type of way. And on the flip side, if you're Tofu, we talked about the art that he had. I mean, you're gonna have a fast Tiny Blink in this game.
Yeah.
He's gonna be rich with Arcane Boots on top of it. So if you just toss one of the guys in, the fight gets very awkward for EG very fast.
Yeah, that repositioning, getting him away from the Dazzle is going to be pretty key.
And that Blink is finished at 16 on top of Arcane Boots. I mean, he's approaching C-Smile right now. And he didn't have to lane against Necro, so.
That's pretty scary. Heart almost done for Quinn. No Blade Mail required in this game because he's really not receiving a whole lot of smoke from the EG side. They haven't touched him too much.
Gaimin just gearing up for their timing, right? You hit this hard on Necro, you're gonna have the Ags on Dazzle. Your team fight becomes so strong at that point in time.
Gonna go for C-Smile, the Blink Dagger. There's that burst from the Tiny with the Ice Blast, the Reaper Sight. It's just a guarantee. You only need a bit of damage. You get him down to close to half. The Reaper Scythe will probably do the rest of the work, but if not, it gets him close enough for the Ice Blast to shatter him.
That's number 4.
4 stack of the game, an extra 8 HP regen permanently for Quinn.
And this trio is, I mean, the synergy is just so good with the Ice Vortex going down, amping up all the magical burst damage. This is where AA feels great. That's why I feel like we're seeing this hero so much more. It's about the Ice Vortex, not the ult for me. I mean, the ult's great, but you drop 3 or 4 of these down in a fight, you have a bunch of extra magic damage going in. Even Faceless Void, that combo's existed for a long time because, yeah, you're Cold Feet procs, but you're amping all these bashes and Maelstrom procs.
Under attack.
That's a good point. Hell, the amount of magic damage. And if there's anybody else to throw some spells into that Chronosphere, then all the better.
Oh,
Matthew.
Low priority game.
You guys suck. I'm playing on the high ground here.
I mean, we've all been there.
So he's going to try and pull the Ancients to him with Treants. That's pretty funny.
This is effective, but it's not that efficient. I actually don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he didn't pull the Ancients to him at all.
He's just chilling, man. He's watching Pakaz farm right now.
Hey, oh, here comes the farm. It's coming.
Yeah, but the thing is, he can't.
Couriers are on their way.
I mean, is he really going to TP off a cliff to kill a courier? There's no way.
Oh, one of them's going to get close. Get that one.
He doesn't want it.
No. Oh.
Are you sure this is Matthew?
Yeah, this guy is the courier killing king.
Still on the player cam, right?
10-4. It's a sleepy game right now. Gaimin Gladiators, very similar to game number 1, where they take an early lead. It feels like Evil Geniuses have already conceded to just playing for the high ground and playing for the late game rebuttal. But I do have to wonder, I mean, I've heard this phrase, play to win, not play to lose, so many times in the TI's history. I do have to wonder, Avery, is EG just banking a little bit too much on playing it safe and conservative here, as Gaimin Gladiators seem to have all the space in the world. Anytime they see somebody, they can jump. They jump onto Panda here, get that kill, and oh, hey, look, there's a Tide Hunter. We'll get that kill as well.
I don't know why Whisper shows there. I think that's, I mean, you just give him the treant, right? Unless you're ready to fight this with the Phantom Assassin, you're not taking the fight. Your lineup deals 0 damage outside of PA going in and joining the engagement. That's what you're waiting for here. Talking about what is EG's game plan, I mean, it's because. That's what the team is centered around, and the BKB just got finished, so you gave up 2 big kills there in exchange for a Chronosphere. Maybe something EG is okay with if they can make a move right now and exploit it. But damn, you are giving Gaimin a lot of room, and when you give this team room, they build the lead quite fast. All 3 cores straight to the top, 7K net worth lead.
Yeah, you gotta remember, they're a Western European team. They will methodically take a lead over you and grow and grow and grow it. Heard from Quinn in that listen-in last game, right? It's not the Barracks that's gonna win us the game. It's building an advantage and killing them over and over again. Evil Genius.
I mean, to be fair, though, Barracks was what kind of won them that game.
It did eventually, yeah.
And Blink on Mag. So C-Smile, he stopped off for the Echo Saber, will now finish the Blink. You got to get something going if you're EG here. I don't know how much you just want to rest on PA 1v5 in the game. I mean,
yeah, you can't say the game plan at 7 minutes is let's let them go high ground, guys. That's when we'll stop them. Hey, look at the courier play.
Yeah, there it is. The pentagram of Tormentor Death.
I'm telling you, man, it's so valued to be able to have a hero that can solo a Tormentor.
Well,
and
not for
Bristleback
that.
does that, Basil does it.
Yeah, for a Tiny Shard.
Well, Tiny Shard isn't the best, but hey, that's why you can solo it, because you didn't commit very many resources for it, right?
It's true.
And now you can get the second Tormentor at 30 minutes. Okay, there we go. There's the Blink Dagger reveal. Jump back onto Tofu doesn't feel very good at all. Duraccio gets a pretty decent time dilation. Overgrowth is going to be put to work here. Reaper's Sight doesn't quite finish him off, but they should have the damage, as Evil Geniuses really don't seem to have a whole lot going on here. Because tries to jump in, pops his BKB, immediately trying to go for Celery. This is just not working for EG. They're throwing a lot of spells, and not a lot of heroes are taking damage on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. It is all easily being undone by the Dazzle heals. Gaimin Gladiators are sure to be able to run down something more. At least Duracio's trying right now.
He has Chrono back up in 1. He'll pop it.
Yeah, might as well. You just watched EG throw a bunch of spells around. It's not like they're going to be fighting you anytime soon.
He saved up all the bashes.
He did.
Put him to good use as he'll Chrono the Tide Hunter yet again. That was a fight without the Chronosphere, which is why EG were looking for with your Blink reveal of okay initiation and your BKB on PA that yielded 0. So if you're EG, you are not feeling great about how this game is going, and if you're gaming, all you're really thinking is, how soon can we do Roshan?
Yeah, that's the worst part, is they built a second item BKB.
And didn't get a single
shot. Didn't get anything out of it. You could have gone for a Deso, you could have gone for this slower route, and it does seem like EG, they said, hey, we need to actually, you know, we need to punch Gaimin Gladiators in the nose and make them hurt a little bit, but that one didn't hurt at all.
And they're still missing the Vessel charges on Matthew. He just finishes the Vessel. He went for that after the Solar Crest. We're talking about the anti-healing being a way that you can commit on these heroes without committing Pakazin himself. I mean, not if you're sitting at 0. It's almost time to TP into the fountain, like I always say. I mean, it's valuable to a degree here. Do not want to give an Aegis to Gaming with this type of lineup, because they will push the objectives very efficiently. I mean, you're worried about like a skewer back, but not with how tanky your heroes are. And that Aegis will allow that, right?
Yeah, at least not for like when it comes to these tier. Like they can take all the towers off the map.
And then control Ancients.
Take second, third, fourth, fifth Roshan again if they need to.
Octarine done praise. He's ready to fight again. Ags closing in for Quinn. In fact, it is flying out on the courier right now. So 2 more huge team fight items for Gaming. These heroes are just fully online, basically.
Now they did just get a very very small win and is immediately neutralized by the fact that we get a kill on Whisper. Managed to get the BKB charge out of Dyrachyo. Didn't mean much because it doesn't seem like EG are going to be able to fight, particularly not without Whisper. God's still playing around though. We'll see.
Oh, they
See
found
Smiles tries to
Dazzle.
get the jump. They get the RP on the 2 on the Dazzle. Can they kill him fast enough before the Shallow Grave? They get the skewer, and that's just enough. Quinn tried to jump in, give the extra heals, and he is doing a lot of damage. Remember, this Heart Aghanim Scepter, tons of damage over time, and that's why Bakaz vacated the area and just went for other kills. They're just gonna leave Quinn alone, kite him around. They're doing this beautifully, but can they kill him?
That's a tanky boy right there. You have another chrono coming up in 8 seconds here, so if you're watching the clock on EG.
Oh, he's gonna jump under Dyrachyo. Knows the beat, and the time walk is down, but the gold chronosphere is coming up, and he gets him right on the edge. Quinn, he's gonna help with the damage. They're gonna try and skew him away, but Bakaz is actually gonna live proof, and then he turns around and kills Dyrachyo. Bakaz does it again, and TP's out.
What a mana from Bakaz. He just believes in the crit more than the bash.
And what a play from C Smile to bring Quinn out of the range of Bakaz.
Absolutely bailed him out there. Panda adding in the extra heals from Leech Seed. These are no joke on a high armor Agi hero. Flirting with danger here, but now you got a pretty decent team fight win, and you got the chrono out of them as well. So if you're Bakaz, you're really happy about that outcome. Yeah, because the second your BKB's back up, you might just take another fight. And this is what EG are looking for every time. Find Ace out of position and punish him hard. You get the Dazzle first, the team fight just opens wide, right?
Yeah.
You also
Especially
have
if you have the mobility to get away from Quinn.
Yep. I mean, he got away from Quinn. He killed Celery in the river.
Yeah.
Even more efficient here. If you have Reaper, this fight might look very different. But again, you're abusing the big cooldowns here. Something Gaming have to be aware of in this. That's a big win. Kills a lot of momentum in this game. Puts Bakaz in a much stronger position here and stalls out that objective taking that Gaming were going for.
You know, this was my biggest concern, is that EG was just playing too passive. That kind of play is what you need out of Bakaz.
That's playing. You were saying, are they playing not to lose? That's playing to win.
Absolutely.
That is absolutely playing to win here, and it's going to set the Faceless Void back a step against this Phantom Assassins. That lead opens up to 2,500, almost 3,000 gold between those two carries. That's what you're looking for in terms of differential here to create the openings in the fight. It's a lot about this carry matchup in this game. It's been very close so far. Can EG open up something in this game too, where similar to game one, Gaming have just controlled the map better. They've controlled the objectives better, have gotten more Tormentors, more Roshans, and they're looking to add to that total, and it'll be uncontested yet again.
Yeah, again, they have a way to do it pretty damn quickly. Maybe not as fast as game one. EG did just pick up an important item, the Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter, so now they have Blink RP, Skewer back into Ravage. Like, if they catch multiple heroes in one of these AoE disables, then that could just be the fight right away.
So the Aegis on Dyrachyo, it likely prevents EG from going on him first, but again, they are looking for Ace. All right, that is so much what it's about. Yeah, this team fight is going to come down to positioning. Where is Ace? How aggressive are you forcing objectives, and who do you show? And do you have mechanisms to get vision?
And that's why he's going for the Blink Dagger, right? So he can deal with that Ravage AoE. He can play super far back, out of sight, out of mind, and then jump in at the right time to get the Shallow Grave.
I mean, you probably even consider like Blink BKB in this game. Just guarantee you're not too afraid of this Ravage. Though you don't necessarily need the BKB. It is, confidence and positioning. Definitely wins you games. So how much are you going to get with this Aegis period? And how afraid are EG to fight into it right now? Because Bakaz just finished a Basher. He also got Orbit Destruction. I mean, he is melting right now with Living Armor plus some power on top of this Phantom Assassin. This is truly a buff your carry and let him shine lineup right now. And I mean, he's just firing on all cylinders. Almost has level 20 as well. His choice of a tier 3 token.
It's going to be scary, scary stuff when this VA comes on the battlefield. But Gaimin Gladiators have the advantage. 6,000 net worth lead. They have an Aegis in the hands of Dyrachyo. He's working towards that MKB, working towards the answer to the Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Scan on the triangle right now. EG are smoked. Gaming know they're there.
Yeah, they know they're there. Are they expecting the initiation, though? Will they be able to react in time? TP away. TP away. Oh, they don't have Quinn now. Right, the initiation comes in. The Chronosphere only catching the Magnet.
And the Overgrowth.
That's the Overgrowth is going to stop the damage, too. Oh, the Ravage will be able to fall. Absolute disaster for Gaimin Gladiators and Evil Genius. They will feast in this fight.
Quinn is
They're
back.
able to take away the Aegis. Dyrachyo's back into play. And yeah, Quinn's back with the shield room. at that. Oh, Shellgrave just at the right time to be able to bail on Dyrachyo. They finish up the tree, but Dyrachyo fighting for his life right now. Great avalanche to be able to cover him up, but the Shallow Graves are just
won't
keep
die.
going. He will not die. Finally, Because deals with them, but the damage is done. Dyrachyo lives.
Ace coming up huge in a team fight that could have been a disaster with Quinn going bottom. Instead, just keeps Dyrachyo alive way too damn long. Wears out the PA-BKB, and suddenly you are caught in a man fight that just went on far past its expiration here.
Yeah, I didn't think a second life was going to be enough for Dyrachyo, but when he gets a third life and a fourth life off the Shallow Graves.
How many ages is this enough, right?
Yeah.
That is why finding that Dazzle is paramount for EG in these engagements. We are seeing the power of this pick in this type of lineup when you have the leaps, when you have the necro heals coming through. And that was with Vessel on Dyrachyo that expired just before that last Grave did as well. So you might have even gotten Dyrachyo post-back. This is just not what gaming we're looking for, right? You have overgrowth on the BKB Void during Chrono, and Pekaz gets to come in after all of it. But he chose to go on Dyrachyo here instead of Ace, where Ace is in the back.
Yep,
and then he couldn't find him because of the blink. So maybe Pekaz just didn't see him there, or he had the prioritization of the Void because Chrono was down. But damn, did those Graves just destroy the back end of this fight.
Yeah, the heals are out of control. When the Shallow Grave is used, it's amping up the heal, and that includes not just the Necrophos impact, but also the Time Walk impact.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, he's just like, whatever, man, you crit me twice, cool, but he already did his job.
Yep.
That was with a Reaper Scythe on a Treant.
And Necrophos not there for the first engagement.
And they still won that fight convincingly. Shows you the power of this lineup when it all comes together. And now you have an MKB done on your Faceless Void, plus the level 20 Talon. So the damage just went through the roof here for Dyrachyo in these fights. And the items just continue to pour in. 10k gold lead. I mean, you have Matthew to make up some of it, right? Furion will always find net worth on the map if he can get to what I assume is an Ags being built up.
Yeah.
Pretty nice Ags game. It's very close to it. 600 away. That disarm en route is going to be pretty good here because he forces Dyrachyo into a tough position. This Furion ult flies through. Dyrachyo isn't happy. He BKBs, then you get overgrowth.
Oh, what a quick blink away from C-Smile right as Tofu tried to pounce there.
And this Tiny is still massive, right? You're still looking at Blink, 4-Stab, Yule's Tiny for Tofu. So the control, the disable, you also always have that Jerax play where you can toss someone into the Chrono.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if you're around the Chrono and not in it, you're not safe if you're on EG side. And once more, just run Quinn in first. Let the Necrophos frontline here with the Aura. It's pretty hard for him to get bursted. You're afraid of a skewer threat, but that's also what that Tiny Yules can interrupt.
Dire's middle tower.
All the itemization for gaming is hitting a really big stride right now. I mean, they're only missing that Aegis.
Dire's courier has
Feels like they run. Oh, how's it feel, Matthew, to have your courier? What if there's a special bit of medication you get out of that? Well, Matthew, I mean, very similar to game one. As you said, the Furion's going to be out on the map the whole time. He's also going to be cutting creep waves, which is going to be super annoying. And you're doing that with a PA who's always off the map in a way, thanks to Blur.
Yep. You're always going to find the side lane farm. Very hard to stop for gaming. I mean, their catch is also pretty limited, right? Is it even worth trying to catch them? Probably not.
All right, let's go ahead and take a listen into Gaimin Gladiators with that clutch move from Ace.
I'm dead. Grave me. I can grave you again, I can grave you again. Stun in two, stun in two. I grave you again. Bullshit, bullshit. I can grave you again. I grave you again. Kill the PA, kill the PA.
Hey, great communication. Clear and concise. I can grave you again.
I mean, that's top tier Dazzle gameplay right there. I mean, right, what else are you supposed to do?
What does Dazzle bring to the late game team fights?
Grave.
That's what he
And grave, and grave.
And grave. And more graves. But wait, there's more.
I mean, you know, don't hate the hero.
Hate the ability.
Hate Valve for making the hero into the abomination it is now, right?
18-10, 12,000 net worth lead for Gaimin Gladiators. Very much a repeat of game one where they hold clear control of the game. They hold the map. They are much stronger in the fights right now. question is going to be, how much do you need to be able to go high ground against a crazy repositioning spell? Last time it was the kick, this time it's going to be the skewer back. Evil Geniuses also have like more dangerous team fight. I mean, if things go really wrong for Gaimin Gladiators.
It can go really wrong, yes. But their positioning and spacing should be pretty good, right? They don't have a lineup that needs to clump very much. They can have the Tiny go in, they can have Dyrachyo watch the fight develop. Ace is never, in theory, going to be seen until he makes his presence felt. Yeah. It's just the Necro on the front. Again, though, the high ground is just not easy because of the displacement in the Magnus. It's going to stall this game out, particularly with Living Armor, and that means how much can Phantom Assassin carry the game? It's a very similar situation to last time. Does Because have the capability to 1v5 with a hero that was the 1v5 king in the previous patch? Does have his act completed, also got a Titan Sliver, which is just mega nice here because you're getting extra base attack damage on a hero that utilizes it better than almost any other carry.
I don't know what kind of read Gaimin Gladiators have, but I feel like they could take a lot off the map right now just because I don't think they can, EG can play the next team fight without a Nullifier. Because you got an Aeon Disc now on this Azure. So there's pretty much no chance you're going to be able to catch him first in the fight or second, and even if you catch him third, then he's not going to die immediately.
I mean, Because is definitely eyeing it up here. I mean, you have two routes, right? You can go this Nullifier. You can also just play for the level 25 Dagger talent with a Divine. Play that type of game, which is something that 1PA a lot of games. You just play on the backline. You don't commit the hero. You commit triple Dagger going in off Divine damage. Then maybe you're not too worried about dispelling anybody because it's going to get insta-pop. Meanwhile, Dyrachyo, he just wants to find the enemy carry here. He seems to know exactly where he is.
Yeah, he's just running straight to him. And Because immediately has to jump over to see Smile, but not a great position to be because Ace is sitting in lying in white. Because they got to fully get out of here. Dyrachyo, with his own BKB usage, isn't actually going to be able to pursue. In the back line, see Smile. Anything to stop him? Dyrachyo can't get there in time. I'll take the ward. That's all they'll get.
Dyrachyo had some god tier read of where Because was or something. He just ran across the map into him. Breaks that vision, but cannot find the Chrono, leaps the wrong way. Luigi escaped for now. Gaimin running into issues, catching them on the map. They're continuing to build the lead. Looking for Matthew up here. They're sick of getting ratted.
And they will find him.
Shouldn't have to use the Chrono either. No mana to use it, actually, so.
Sprouted. But he time walks right on top of him, does get it now. Time walk though.
The crit.
Because immediately ravage into the burst.
And now he wants more.
And yeah, now with the carry dead, they feel confident, but they got to be careful about Quinn. They found Ace though, but without Because able to take advantage of this, they may not have the damage for it. They try and use the overgrowth to save him, but it's already dead. Because is gone, the damage is gone. The Evil Geniuses need to get out of here, but they're going to be slowed down to a crawl. The Ancient Apparition with the Vortex, the toss up in the air, and the ever-constant annoying presence of Quinn will just heckle Evil Geniuses, laughing them down all the way to the grave as they're going to lose 2 and maybe a third core. We see Smile being tossed up in the air. Gets in front of him, but he got a blink away to the side. Perhaps he lives.
So it's a carry for carry trade with a buyback on Matthew. I mean, Because had the correct read, but maybe underestimated how much damage Quinn does on his own with these Vortex thrown down. I mean, Heartstopper did almost 900 to Because there. That's enough to just guarantee the Reaper, and you gotta remember his BKB was on cooldown.
That TP was very important from Quinn. They see Matthew, they're gonna catch him. They've got the Hex to stop him from TPing away, and the damage over time will complete.
It's a dieback. 7 minutes, no Fury on here. You're missing the Vessel, you're missing that Ags. It's Wrath of Nature.
70 seconds, we'll see him again, but yeah, opportunity for Roshan number 2. Cheese, pretty valuable.
This Necro's just getting massive, man.
He's got 4,000 HP, 37 minutes.
Absolutely huge, and he has a lot of charges too. That's the thing with the Heart Ags build in this hero, you're amping up how much this Heartstopper does. It's just so much extra regen from 8 stacks. What do you do versus him? You have to sacrifice somebody, it feels like.
Yeah. This is the second Roshan of this game, right?
Yep.
That means that Gaimin Gladiators have taken 7 Roshans in a row against Evil Geniuses in this series.
Sounds about right, yeah.
That doesn't feel like a great winning formula for EG.
No, I don't know the exact stat on that, but it's probably pretty good.
I have to imagine a team who takes 7 Roshans in a row in a series probably has a 100% win rate. But we'll see. EG has made some magic happen before in some of these crazy games. They tried to do it in game 1, wasn't quite enough. Gaimin Gladiators, very disciplined in that game.
So much depends on Pakaz's decision making in these fights. Who he jumps, how he jumps, and when. It's not easy when you have the Dazzle save. And how much farm Ace has as well, man. He's full Arcane Blink.
Got him.
He is the Tinker now. I mean,
Yep. He's got level 25, so when you get hit by the Poison Touch, you're not moving. And he's spamming out spells non-stop. He's gonna get to level 30 super quickly because of this constant use of bad juju, lowering the cooldown on the Hand of Midas. On top of the farm, he's gonna be cleaning up around the map, which just means the rest of his team, as you said, Tinker, means everybody else can play grouped up because they don't have to worry about the lanes.
yeah, suddenly Dazzle's a map mobility hero.
Yeah.
With
Weird.
no cooldown blink and the Hex. Never thought you'd see the day.
Gotta keep up. Cheese drops for somebody.
It is why when you were asking, you know, what's the late game look like for Gaimin? This is what it looks like. It's absolutely toxic as hell and disgusting as hell, and I wish EG the best of luck here. It's getting to a point where I mean, you have 6 seconds of debuff immunity for Pakaz. What's happening before and after that, right? Not much good for you on the side of EG because your other 4 heroes are built around him cleaning everybody up.
Yeah.
And he can only do so much. There's a lot of HP to get through here, a lot of spells, a lot of saves.
I love how they keep on covering Ace too. The bots too, directly onto the Dazzle. The Tiny TPing behind him, just making sure he's within striking distance if needed. And you can see here,
very aggressive.
Yeah, Shallow Grave is going to be locked down. Oh, the anchor on him is going to be a problem here. Constant Shallow Graves, can they get a stun in there somewhere to be able to stop him? Ravage is going to be used, and finally can they finish him off? Bash is required to use the RP. That'll finish him off with a nullifier put onto Quinn. He is also going to be in trouble. Ice Avalanche, oh, the Goblin Scythe was just enough. It covers him and finishes off because Quinn will live as a result, and now the Chronosphere catches the Tide right on the edge and didn't get C Smile, but it doesn't matter. Jirachi will hunt him down all the same.
Quinn's just too beefy. Even with a great fight setup for EG, they just get completely shut down. 2 buybacks out from Gaimin. It is worth noting on the Ancient Apparition and that Ace Dazzle. That has been a massive problem for them. But Reaper plus the Heartstopper has just been enough to kill Pakaz basically solo in these fights.
Gaimin Gladiators are going to get so much done here. They do need to because they used some buybacks for that fight, but with an extra kill onto Panda makes things a whole lot easier. Once they get through this tier 3 tower, they don't have to worry about the living armor.
And Tofu has just been so annoying with these avalanches going off. The utilities provided, keeping his cores alive.
I mean,
that's a stellar game.
Is EG just going to lose to Megas here? Because I'm not sure if they could do anything.
They have
with
5
their heroes as there are. Yeah, they've got 3 heroes with buyback, but no RP, no Ravage. I don't think they could take a fight to Gaimin Glide. I think that would straight up just be the end of the game if they tried to fight.
I mean, the other hope was, you know, Divine Rapier, Triple Dagger. Pakaz just never got to it. A couple bad fights, Gaimin take advantage of it, and suddenly, yeah, your whole base is gone here. Unless you're willing to commit the Phantom Assassin buyback right now.
Does Gaimin Gladiators want to try and close it out right here because they might get caught on their way getting out of the base with this Megas. 5 seconds for the PA.
You have no RP, no Ravage. You got to keep that in mind.
Toss up in the air. C-Smile not able to get the initiation he wanted. Has the BKB skewer out of it. That's not good for EG. They needed a good skewer away to be able to make this fight work. And now it's Gaimin Gladiators. Seemingly in the clear. Panda tries to jump in, hoping to be able to catch Ace. Doesn't quite get him. They're looking for Ace, but they want him so badly. Matthew's even teleporting in aggressively to find him, but Ace is already gone. He's out of there. Nobody can follow him in. And Evil Geniuses, they'll surely have to give this one up. And in fact, they may even become the Reaper Sights are going to be used with the Ice Blast coming in. They're tossed up in the air, and that is enough. Another buyback available for sure, but the Megas are in, and Gaimin Gladiators are going to force as much out of you as possible. A skewer going to be used. Dyrachyo into the fountain. Okay.
Yeah, just doesn't
Put
care.
that Aegis to use, I guess.
Because he can get Grave forever.
Oh, he's going to Chronosphere him, stopping the fountain damage. And there he goes. He gets both of those kills. Buyback's going to be used, but that's it. GG are going to con Gaimin Gladiators. No 60-minute game here. They will take the advantage, and they will bury you in the dirt with it.
Ah, what a rough way to go out if you're EG. Because buyback on a Phantom Assassin after the game has already been called. Just nothing came together for them, and a very convincing series from Gaming overall in terms of the map control. That's really what this came down to. Both games 1 and 2, every objective going their way, every tier 2 using it to get into Roshan, to get an Aegis, to translate into more map control, to take away Ancients, to propel all 3 cores into a position where, okay, maybe you go in with your ults, your carry, you kill one of us with a Dark Willow or a PA. What happens after that? Okay, you can kill Dyrachyo. Quinn's just going to solo you with Heartstopper, an Avalanche, and a Reaper. It's too many threats to deal with right now for this EG that kind of went into like a 4-protect-1 style that's an older school meta. It felt very defensive. You were saying, are they playing not to lose? It did feel very defensive on their side, and then we're used to seeing them aggressive.
And maybe that's the problem, right? EG, they were dominant in the first half of the season, but unfortunately they're going to fall out here. Gaimin Gladiators will take it moving forward in the losers bracket.
An unfortunate 2-0 for EG, but a massive 2-0 for Gaimin Gladiators. That first game might have gone almost 70 minutes, but in this game number 2, they wanted to be in and out of that game as quick as possible, and they had a fantastic display. That last pick, Necro doing work, but also the first pick, Dazzle Purge, was just instrumental in making sure the team could stay alive.
Yeah, it was very effective, that game. He got as much gold as we expected with the Midas. They slowed down the game a bit, but then in those mid-game fights, the vulnerabilities that were there to the PA were just solved by the Grave in a lot of cases due to great skill execution. So just very, very well played by the Gladiators.
Yeah, and I feel, Quinn, he does finish the game 17-2-11, but for me, I got to give a big shout out to Tofu. The way that he was playing that early game, even throughout, playing a position 4 Tiny, we don't see it too often, but he was connecting the dots for his team and just bringing everyone into the fight, just being super annoying, and yeah. Ace, Dazzle, that fight around 30 minutes, the one time that EG doesn't decide to go on him, he gets to blink away from all 5 heroes, then hit the Grave on the Void, turn around the fight. In the moment where EG thought they could maybe come back into the game, a lot of clutch plays coming up from Gaming.
Yeah, that was that exact fight that I marked down as well, because a couple of them beforehand had gone in the way of EG. I'm like, hold on, were they cooking with something that we didn't know much about? Could EG do this out? And there were those moments, but unfortunately not able to make it happen for themselves here today.
Oh, EG had such good moments, like right here. I thought Pakaza's involvement in the fights around this time were really amazing. Like getting there, not just AFK farming, being able to maybe like turn the game on those pivotal seconds. Like this is great. Really nice involvement. And he gets out. Whew. I think that fight in general was like kind of scuffed though. Just like obviously them not focusing the Dazzle.
So yeah, here's the big fight, right, with Ace. You're going to see after the chrono, so PA jumps to the north, and then Dazzle's positioning. It's like, at what point, why doesn't anyone from EG turn around and hit him?
He blinks, I think, right?
Yeah, no, of course, but there's multiple options.
Yeah.
The fact that it delayed so long, and then now he's on the far left side of the fight, free casting his spells, keeping the Void alive, and it was difficult for sure. EG, they've got Overgrowth, RP, Ravage.
That jump there from PA, like I understand the first one because Dazzle had blinked out of range of vision, but that second jump onto Faceless Void and not going for the Dazzle was so dumb. Sorry.
Hey, sometimes we're going to call a spade, it's a high-pressure situations, a lot of emotions, a lot of things going on for them. It was something very costly at the end of the day for them for game number 2. They couldn't keep that momentum going for themselves, and it does result. Gaimin Gladiators 2-0 winning the series. So let's get some words from them. I do know Pyrian has Tofu joining him right now.
I do. Thank you, Nat. I'm here with Tofu, who was just part of that Gaimin Gladiators team with a convincing 2-0 win. Game 1 looked pretty close, but Game 2 looked like you guys were having fun with it and enjoying yourselves. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I think that's fine to say. Like, coming into this matchup, I thought we're gonna be playing aggressive, like we wanna play up on them and kind of go ham, but eventually, I don't know if it's nerves, first game on stage, or the setup is a bit shaky. I don't know, everything felt a bit off, and we still tried to push it. So, like, I don't know, it seemed pretty hard, maybe entertaining as well. Like, was a very tough match. They're good players after all. But then within coming into the second game, I think like everyone got their mind sort of at ease, and like we knew what to do and how to handle them. So I think we're pretty happy with the outcome now, and yeah, it was pretty good.
Nice. You mentioned nerves. That was something Quinn talked about. We had a little profile piece before the series. He talked about getting over nerves and for the big stage. You as a team this year have obviously had a stellar year. Conquering nerves is obviously something you guys have done collectively. Would that be fair?
It's hard to say overall, because I wouldn't say nerves is a thing that necessarily should pressure you. Like it can also help you in a way that if we had a good run and we were champions, that we are confident and we believe in our ideas and we play on it, and what other people think doesn't necessarily have to affect us. It's basically what we make up for ourselves, which changes from tournament to tournament over time, like how we perceive things and how we think other people see us. But I think right now we're not really an underdog, but we're not the champion here for everyone, and also in this lower bracket run, I think like it was shifting over the course of this tournament, but right now I think everyone's super comfortable and we're just going to play our game and see how far we go.
Fantastic. And last question, just quickly. You got 9 Pandas up next. Is that a series you're looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to every game. It's pretty fun to play on the stage. We got fans, we got crowd. It's something different than just playing from the hotel. And it's always fun to play them. I feel like we've had quite some games against them in qualification, elimination matches on stage. It's going to be fun, yeah.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. I'm glad you are as well. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian and Tofu. Beautiful answers there from him. Talking about those nerves, how it's not really linear, you know? You can't explain it in a way that all of a sudden it disappears, all of a sudden it's in your advantage. But I do know that they are fan favorites, especially in that matchup. So many Gaimin Gladiators enjoyers in the house. I mean, there's also EG fans out there, and because we're not
still here, yeah.
Yeah, you're still on the panel. I mean, congrats to Gaimin Gladiators. They're top 12 right now. They do need to do another best of 3 before they get top 8. That's the series that Pyrian was talking about. But yeah, EG, let's talk about them more because it is the last time we're going to see them. Some takeaways for them, and what your hopes are for them next year when the time does come around for a lot of these players.
I mean, I think they looked really solid today. It's just they had a really tough matchup there against the Gladiators. Gladiators played like their old selves. EG played solid with some cool ideas, but they weren't quite up to match against them. So tough break for them to end up where they did, but they had a good shot.
Yeah, I think when you come into these deciding games, sometimes drafts can feel a little bit pressured. It felt like they overfought some of their drafts, and I hope, I mean, every year we say this, right? I hope next year it's the year for SA. I feel someone had to say it, but next year it's going to be the year. Just like it'll be our tour's year.
SA hope.
I know, but Keith Stars, I know, but I'm saying for this roster. No, there's Keith Stars, I know, but for this roster, like this is the roster that is like in SA's eye, like the superstar roster, right? So I would like to see, Whisper, these guys to do well, and now I go to the Brazilian guys. I'm going to hope they do well as well. But for this team, I hope they do well next year.
All right, some very quick words for you, Sheep, because we've got something exciting coming up.
Really?
Yeah.
More exciting?
You want to just go to it?
Next game? Well, okay. I'm super hyped. Let's take it down.
Okay, well,
goodbye, EG, though. It was a really fun time watching you this tournament. No, for real. I really liked, I thought their ideas were sound. Yep. Obviously, maybe just some execution issues in there. But overall, an amazing team of like awesome players and fun personalities, and I look forward to seeing how they come back next time.
Yeah, I hope to see them again. And the fun, exciting bit that I was getting up to, that I was gearing ourselves up to is, do you know what one of the second most requested things are? It's seeing backstage. That's right. So we have a little piece for you guys. You're going to see backstage what it's like for the life of talent. We have a very special guest and a very good boy joining us. This is our newest panel member, Echo. I'm so excited for you to be joining us. I mean, what has been the most exciting part of the road to the international for you, Echo? That is a very valid point. I mean, we even talked about it when we had the NA Bloodbath earlier this morning, that NA guaranteed top 8. Who could have predicted that one? I mean, look, yesterday was a bit rough, though. Rough. Obviously, talking about Nouns, you think it's a rough one, a fluke that they lost that series there. But Echo, normally we try and keep a little bit, unbiased on the panel. We don't really want to show too many favorites at all. So you might need to pick a different team to talk about other than just Nouns. Oh, Echo. I think maybe we should just look at some of our short film contest finalists. Echo, I'm sorry. We might have to ask you to leave.
I'm just not going to go in there anymore. Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye now.
Yeah, no, I agree.
X marks the spot.
Stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, so what happened next?
I've got Rotunda Coco's hex mark.
to battle is a strong one for our short filmmakers as well as for us and for the players. And today is, of course, Elimination Day. It's bittersweet. We're joining here with the second panel of the day, and that means more eliminations in round 2. Inbound, a lot of heartbreak, a lot of tears, a lot of sweat. I'm joined by Fear, Effie, and Lacoste. Lacoste, personally, I love the lower bracket. How do you feel about the lower bracket?
Lower bracket. It's always a treat to watch. You know, there's going to be some tears, of course, involved, but it's the emotions for me. You know, just seeing the teams that are winning, like how much you invested all of your year, and you know, some of the stories as well, storylines. But yeah, Dota sometimes is brutal, especially in the lower bracket. It's just the way it is.
It brings the best out in the players, though, Effie.
It really does. I mean, once you lose that safety blanket of the upper bracket where you could maybe experiment and have it go wrong and keep your morale up, that doesn't exist in the lower bracket. It's make it or break it here, and it either brings out the best in players or the worst, because this is a very high pressure situation and a lot of players do choke.
Yeah, extra pressure for all the North Americans. Fear, we'll get your thoughts in a little bit, because the North American Showdown, we're going to have a lot of words from Fear. In the lower bracket, we had earlier today, we had TSM. They beat their opponent in Shopify Rebellion, and their next opponent is going to be Nouns. So it is time to get some teams on the stage for the next round. TSM coming out on stage. They are representing 5 different regions, and they took the best of every single one and put it together in one team, and they are ready. You can see the energy from their coach Moon as well, and they're gonna need that energy because their opponents, they're very familiar with them. Let's welcome Nouns. Upper bracket, they met Azure Ray in that upper bracket, one of the strongest teams here, and they're gonna go for that lower bracket deep run. We'll see what they have in store against TSM here on the main stage of the road to the international. And extra pressure is on, and Fear, I want to talk to you about that pressure because, sure, yesterday, you know, upper bracket, everything's fun and games, you can experiment a little bit, which we know Nouns likes to do, but now, This is it. This is extra pressure added.
Oh, it's definitely going to be way more pressure for this team. You're in the upper bracket, as you mentioned. They did win their series against Tundra. They're on cloud 9 after that. They get a reality check by Azure Ray there, and unfortunately, it was ugly. That was a very ugly 2-0. So you have to spend that night really thinking about what went wrong, what can we change. And we know Nouns are a team that I don't think they have an identity right now. Like, they're experimenting. Some things are working, some things aren't working. They're trying something new about every single game. So hopefully this series has come down for Nouns at least about preparation. How well did they prepare for this?
Could you feel like maybe there's a little bit of an advantage to not having an identity because that means maybe TSM doesn't know what to prepare for?
It definitely makes you more dangerous in a lot of ways, right? Because like it's harder to prepare, but I think Nouns, it was hard for them to prepare yesterday because they didn't know their opponent, and they're going against TSM. And if you were to ask me, I guess I probably would have prepared more for Shopify in that series, or TSM did take it, so maybe their prep isn't 100% ready.
Yeah, these two teams, they are very familiar with each other, of course. Lacoste, they have faced several times over the course of last DPC season.
Yeah, it was pretty much, you know, in North America you have 2 slots to go to the majors, and in Tour 3, Nouns, they were victorious. It came pretty much down to that who wins in that particular series is going to go to the major, but these teams are very familiar. You know that these teams scrim against each other quite a lot, and they're from the same region. They know which heroes they're playing in the pubs, and TSM, they were victorious, Tour 1 and Tour 2. On the third one, they managed to lose, but should be an interesting one. You know, these inter-regional matchups, they always have, you know, more depth to it.
Mm-hmm. And regardless of whether they prepped for Shopify or if they prepped for TSM today, I mean, their entire competitive year was prep. in situations like this. They've just played them over and over again, whereas yesterday versus Azure Ray, that was completely uncharted territory for them. They don't have experience playing against these Chinese teams, especially in their current state. I mean, I think they did manage to play against Azure Ray once during Bali, but that's not really enough to rack up the kind of knowledge that takes you into the main stage with that confidence. But hopefully we'll see a different side of Nouns today, a confident Nouns.
Yeah, and when we are talking about these two teams, there are two people that you wanted to compare especially, Effie, because we got two very different coaches coming out with Moon on one side for TSM and Astini on the side of Nouns.
Yeah, these are very interesting because I feel like it's two different coaching styles and two different personalities. So you have Astini for Nouns, who's a very cerebral kind of coach. He focuses incredibly heavily on the draft preparation. He's always running draft simulations. He's got all of these spreadsheets. I mean, even when he worked with us at the Lima Major, he had spreadsheets on spreadsheets on spreadsheets. And I would ask him, why do you have this? And he's like, I just do this all the time. I barely play Dota. I only watch Dota. So I think that's one take to coaching, and that's one take to draft analysis. But then you have Moon, who is a seasoned veteran in Dota, who has so much personal experience. And maybe a lot of his preparation doesn't come from the sitting down and creating spreadsheets aspect, but no, I've played this. I've tried this. This is what's good in my pubs. So this is going to be two different coaching outlooks in the draft that we're about to see.
Two different coaching outlooks. There's not one that is more right or more wrong. It's just very interesting to see how it will play out and what kind of effect it will have on the teams. We also have a little bit of a minor celebration here. I don't know how, it's a pretty big celebration actually. The upcoming game that we're about to watch is going to be Lettuce's 50th game fair on any international stage.
Well, that's a lot of experience.
That's
right?
a lot of experience.
Talking about Mu and how he's more of the veteran, but maybe it's more Lilith at this point, right?
It very much could be, and he, of course, has switched roles. Last year, when people would have seen him, he would have been offlane. How do you feel about his role change? Because sometimes it takes a little bit of time for people to adapt.
I think that's just how Dota is right now. You got to adapt to whatever the group of players you needs. Because we saw Lilith, yeah, he made a role swap from position 3, moving to position 4. He's fitting really well with that. Yamsun, he moved from 1 to 5. Mu, he's been a carry, he's been an offlaner. Most recently, he was a carry, then he moved back to offlane. This team is a team that has role swapped a lot, right? And Gunner's the only one that probably has just kept his role for a while now out of all the players on the team, and K1, of course.
Yeah, we have got Lelis here on the stage, and if he wins this, he will have his best placement at a TI so far. This is his 3rd international. We got a couple of newcomers here to Lacoste at this stage in the lower bracket. It might add some extra pressure, as we just talked about as well. What for you is going to be something that you're going to look for in the upcoming match that we're about to watch?
It's definitely going to be like Ari, what he's going to play, because he tends to play like some of these like more aggressive styles, and Kasane, because both of these players, they're very young, and they joined the competitive scene in 2022. That goes for Ari. In 2021, Kasane joined the team. They don't have that much competitive experience, but with the experience coming out from Moon, I remember one of the interviews during the DPC, we talked to Moon, and he mentioned that this is, a long-term project. They don't mind that they're going to lose, maybe they're not going to qualify to the major. They're going to lose a couple of these games in the regions as well. But this is the team that, they're playing for a long term, and I respect them. They didn't have the best results throughout the whole year, but overall, on a good day, these team, they can beat anyone.
And I just want to bring up quickly about Ari is something a lot of people may not know, but he has the highest MMR to matches played ratio. I mean, he has 6,000 lifetime games in Dota and is 12,000 MMR. And that is an unprecedented level of talent that we've had come from these newcomers. So I thought that'd be a fun tidbit for people around.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of fun tidbits about Ari. It's a first. It's TI12. This is the first time there's a British professional Dota 2 player on the stage. I see Fear shaking his head.
I mean, that is crazy.
It is crazy.
It's insane. 12 years of Dota, and this is our first time getting someone British on stage. Yeah. Like, how's that even possible?
And they play PlayStation there.
Yeah, that is very true. Also, Ari is not completely unfamiliar with competitive play, as he played Heroes of the Storm competitively in the past. And at some point he decided to try out Dota. He, at some point, also got a little bit stuck. He played a core role in his previous game, and he decided to play that as well in Dota 2, but he could not climb as that. He swapped to 4, and that's when that major rise that Effie was talking about happened. And here he is on the main stage, and he is gonna be playing his heart out as I feel like position 4. How do we feel about position 4 at the moment? Because a couple of weeks ago, position 4 Fear was the role to try and make the rotations, but I feel like they're a little bit less rotation heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends patch to patch what's going to be better. Oftentimes you will see the melee pos 4 being more popular, making rotations, or sometimes, and this has been the case for most patches for like the last couple of years at this point, is just having a ranged hero that can enable your offlaner to get farm, right? And that's been a lot of ranged heroes up in the meta, and it's still very popular, but it doesn't mean you can't roam anymore. We did see last series that we picked up Tofu. He was playing Tiny. You can make some rotations. It's still a viable strategy, and that's the beautiful thing about this patch right now. You can do just about anything.
And Nara is also experimenting with his position 4 heroes. He's playing Centaur as a position 4 coming into this tournament. I thought we might see it more because it looks super strong. And also position 4 Weaver. Some of these flex picks that he can also play, which puts a ton of pressure on you in the drop, because you think it's going to go like, oh, this is Carry Weaver, this is offlane Centaur. But Ari, he's the master of some of these heroes, and he likes to play like in your face, very aggressive as a player, and I do respect him a lot for that.
When we talk about new heroes and adaptations, and I feel like we have to talk a tiny bit about the Willow still, because of course we saw it yesterday, Shero's hands, it looked amazing, Effie, great. And then we had 2 teams try it today, and it just fell flat.
Yeah, I mean, it did look better when Pakaz played it today than it did when Shopify played it, but I think that the Willow carry is something worth investigating, because if you have this hero that can be flexed to 3 positions, 4, 5, and 1, suddenly your drafting is blown wide open, and I think that's what people are trying to do with her, but there are conditions that need to be met for Willow to be viable.
Well, we're gonna find out what these 2 teams have in store for each other. Let's head over to the draft.
Nouns versus TSM. Game 1.
A best of 3 in the lower bracket against a team that you've played so many matches against, and basically both of these teams were each other's gatekeeper, not just over the last year, but these players are very familiar with each other throughout their entire career. As I actually want to focus a little bit more outside of North America, because both teams have a South American carry player, Fear, and somehow both Peruvians have not been on a team together, ever. Isn't that pretty unique?
Which players?
Both Tomato and Hector.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, both carry players are Peruvian, so, and they're some of the best from the region as well, obviously. That's why they're here. They're playing for North American teams. They both have their own individual style as well. Hector, he's been known for the longest time of being like the god of farming. He's had to adapt a little bit because that's just how the meta has changed. Their carries need to be a bit more active. Giving kills away is more important, or not giving kills away and getting kills is more important than hitting creeps. And then on the other side, you have Tomato, who I consider like an all-rounder at this point. Like, he plays whatever he needs to do, and he's always on the top of his game, and he's a very scary carry player.
One thing I particularly like is they banned Spectre. This is the hero that caused a lot of issues to Nouns yesterday when they played against Azure Ray, where they open up with 2 supports, Skyrot and Enchantress, and Spectre just completely dismantled them in the second picking phase, so really glad that they got rid of it. So this opens up some of these strategies that they ran successfully so far in the TI groups. Bristleback on the other side, I mean, this hero is just nuts. I don't know what to say. We tried to counter it, like some of the pure damage coming out, some of the break mechanics, try to turn him around with a couple of spells, the silver edges, but most of the time, the Bristleback, he comes on top, because hero farms so quickly. You want to pair him up with another position 4 who's strong in the lane, but also who can secure some of these early levels for him until he gets his Vanguard, and then you go to the triangle, make some rotations, get the stacks going, because he's one of the better heroes early on to farm those stacks.
And speaking of those stacks, Bristleback doesn't really feel like he's shut down by these break heroes anymore. They do help versus him, but the way to play against the hero is just to make sure that your lanes are strong enough so that you can go invade the triangle, so that you can pressure the Bristleback, so that you can rotate heroes. And it's not so much about picking these Vipers and these Hoodwinks the way that it used to be. And now starting off with their Naga Siren is very Nouns-like of them. This is a Hector specialty hero. It's not a flex hero like it would be for Talon, and it does secure their safe lane in the sense that they know this hero will always be sustainable. But I do find it interesting because I'm not sure how effective it's been historically.
Right, and I think the Naga, it's pretty good in Bristle. You have high armor, right? You have illusions. You can push the lane out, but generally speaking, when you pick Naga this early as your carry, he ends up being a hero that takes tons of net worth, but it's like a bad Naga game, right? You're playing against a lot of AoE that you can't really deal with and you can't enter the fight. So then you end up in a situation where you have this really farm Naga that just can't fight. And if your carry can't fight, it's really hard to win the game. So it is risky. And I think Nouns, if you look back at their previous successes, CK and Naga are heroes that they're really good with, and that's pretty much the only thing they have been winning with. So they're just being like, all right, they took yesterday, we've been winning with Naga, we've been winning with CK, let's just try to get these heroes. And I think they expected the Bristleback to come out, and they're like, okay, we're gonna get Hector a good game playing versus the BB with his Naga. But it's definitely not straightforward. They got Naga versus Bristol. It's an outdraft, right?
Because items you buy with Naga Siren, this is Silver Edge later on, Scotty as well, if necessary, to reduce all of this healing, becomes super annoying. Bristleback, very strong. Bristle front, not as strong, because if you just turn him around or break him, he's gonna die. He feels like a normal hero, and this is another hero that has been so popular during the group stage, because it is a flex pick. Like, you can run it as a position 1, you can run it as a position 4. It's another killer lane. One of my favorite pairings, Bristle Muerta, Centaur plus Muerta. It gives you a ton of, it's a lot of control coming up from your position 4, because her second ability is one of the best abilities in the game, especially early on. And we've seen Bristleback staying away from his passive, instead putting more points in goo, so you're going to be super slowed inside that Muerta stuff.
For sure. And just to backtrack a little bit in this draft before we talk about the rest, what I mentioned earlier about needing to win lanes on Nouns so that you can make sure to have some form of gameplay where you can threaten the Bristleback, that's exactly what a Nature's Prophet does, right? This hero is like, I will gank every lane in the first 10 minutes, I will have the most impact that I can, and then we will just have our entry point through there. But oftentimes we've seen it go wrong. If the rotations in those first 10 minutes go wrong, you have another hero that's going to siphon net worth and not do that much.
I love that Luna pick, though. I think it's really good. I think some of the harder matchups, like you see Nog every once in a while, you think you want some AoE cleave. Sven comes to mind, but Sven hasn't been doing so well this patch, whereas Luna's kind of like the new flavor. Same with Medusa, not doing so well this patch. Grab a Luna. You have so many things to have your glaives bounce on. Nog illusions, brew things as well. If this Luna gets really farmed, she's going to be super scary. And there's a nice support staff behind her too, with the Treant Protector, with the Muerta. So this, so far for TSM, is looking really good. On Nouns' side, I think they're lacking a little bit of playmaking with the Skywrath right now. The Brewmaster can't really do it, so I think TSM's going to know that, Nouns is going to know that. I believe you're going to have Gunnar play something that plays a bit fast and runs around the map to do things.
You need that Earth Spirit archetype of hero, that Earthshaker, that Earth Spirit, something that goes in first. But I want to talk a little bit about Nouns' lanes, because I think that this Brew plus Sky lane is very difficult to play against. It's an overwhelming amount of damage with that Cinder Brew into that concussive shot. And even versus a Treant and Luna, with the presence of this Nature's Prophet, I do feel like they can get kills on this lane, which typically you wouldn't see very often. So again, I'm highlighting this Nature's Prophet. There is a lot on his shoulders.
It's a good Brew game overall, because they don't have that many silences. There's Muerta silence, there's Deadshot, but other than that, and also good Brew game overall, because you can throw one of these guys into the air, whether we're talking about super farm Bristleback, focus the rest, like focus the backlines, try to find this Muerta, Treant Protector, and they'll then deal with the others, but not the best pairing when it comes down to, like, you get out of the laning stage, it's not your Axe, it's not your Legion Commander paired up, but still you have like Naga Siren with some earlier points, and Snare might be the combo that you're looking with the Skywrath Mage.
Yeah, I'll definitely say it's like easy for Brew to get his ult off this game.
Yes.
But it might not be easy to keep his Broodlings alive.
Exactly. Right?
Because you're going to have the Luna hitting him, you're going to have Bristleback with the Ag spitting a million quills. If you can micro him and keep him alive, might be really good, and I think that comes down to Mu a lot too. Can he get to like that Radiance? Last series you saw him play him, he was having a difficulty in that off lane. They're gonna have to be able to address that, and this is definitely a game where the Brewmaster, and honestly every core on Nouns is gonna have to be high net worth, because this Naga, if all the net worth is just on Naga, I feel like it's gonna be very difficult going into the late game.
This was the first time we really saw either of these two teams go into their bonus time. It's been a very fast draft, you guys, which is very telling. It's of course game one in a series that the teams had some time to prepare for, and we are going to see that preparation come to fruition. But it's pretty cool to see that both teams seem to be fairly happy with what they got. Looks like we're looking for mid laners coming out for both squads as well.
We're going to see an Ogre from the mid laner gunner.
Any of them? I mean, both of them, they did play Ogre.
True.
The first hero that came to my mind, like this overwhelming magical damage and also being super tanky. You're basically like an offlaner with the Heart and Blade Mail from the mid lane, who also deals ton of damage.
Yeah, the last time they ran this Brewmaster, they won with it, and they had Gunner on a mid Ogre, so maybe they're going to go back to that. We'll have to see. TSM if they did their homework as well.
And I do think that they need a stun coming out of Gunner here, just so that they can have a hero to playmake with the Skywrath, like you mentioned before. This hero does need to be set up for success, and a Sprout can't be enough. So I'm still looking towards that Shaker or Spirit archetype if possible. Potentially even a Pug with a Dream Coil could be good here.
I'll have to see here is TSM, they're taking their time to really think about it, knowing how important this ban is going to be.
Yep, and it is TSM that has to pick first. Nouns will get the counter pick on TSM, and therefore you got to think about all the scenarios.
I mean, TSM needs the same type of hero, right? So yeah, they could just steal that type of hero. And this is what I mean about first pick being stronger. You end up in a situation in most games that I've noticed here where both the 24 and 23 pick need the same type of hero. So when you pick on 23, you kind of get the first choice of that. And then it's up to the 24. Do we want to go away from a stable draft, one that has checks all the boxes? We got stuns, we got team fight. Or do I want to crush this guy and then we're going to have a draft that doesn't really work well? And if the lanes fall apart, then all of a sudden your draft really won't work. It's a difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, I wonder if TSM are looking to run back their Magnus from earlier today. Ryle played it, it looked really good. They also paired it up with a Luna, and it was just absurd amounts of damage and control.
Well, they ban out the Earthshaker, have another 30 seconds to decide what they want mid, but they have decided, and it will be their Pangolier.
Another Naga answer.
Do we like it?
I know a lot of people have lost faith in Pango.
Yes.
But this hero is effective in what you want it to do. It lanes well, it has a disengage, the diffusal and swashbuckle will always be broken, it rotates to side lanes very well, and it gives you team fights. I mean, the hero has been downscaled a little bit in terms of damage numbers, but if you're looking at what Nouns have, it plays well into Nouns' lineup.
This is going to round up their draft nicely. It's going to be like a ton of damage, a hero that can rotate early on. Also another hero that when paired up with Skywrath the Mage, you can go around and pretty much kill every single hero on the map. It's the same archetype of the hero as we mentioned for Ogre, and we can see Moon Meander going pretty hype about that last pick. And yeah, it seems like this Earth Spirit, I feel that it's going to achieve a lot. One of the easiest hero to rotate, also a hero that doesn't need to get level 6 to rotate.
We're going to find out what's going to happen in game one. I would love to hear some more thoughts, but maybe from the coach of Nouns, Estini.
Thank you very much. We can make that happen. I am joined by Estini of Nouns. Estini, these regional matchups always fascinate me because I'm sure you've played against TSM like 1,000 times at this point. How much of your preparation comes from, I know what they're going to do, I've played against them a bunch, versus it's the international, it's a brand new tournament, I need to look at it with fresh eyes?
It's totally the international, and it's about what we can do to them and not what they can do to us. It's about playing our strategy. And yeah, I'm pretty confident that we got our heroes. So the guys here, they will get to see Nouns playing, because I guess we didn't play yesterday. So today, you guys got to watch us playing. Yeah.
All right, they're going to put on a show for you guys. But then the last series was kind of rough. What was the discussion like? Because you only had basically like 18 hours to prepare for this.
Basically, we are kind of like back to our comfort. I feel like we worked out in some strategies that we were stronger at. And we just like back to the roots, and yeah, it was just like a mental reset. It was not even Dota, it was mental reset, have confidence in our strategies, and I believe we are ready with it.
Then let's start this series off with a clean slate. Estini, best of luck in this game number 1 as we pass it to our casters.
Welcome, everybody, to an NA showdown. I think some people were expecting Shopify Rebellion that is not the case. We get to see Nouns versus TSM, which we've seen a million times in the NADPC, unless you didn't watch the NADPC.
Oh, we've been casting a decent amount of it together.
I remember none of that, actually. I'm being literally honest right now.
Oh, well, it has happened.
Okay.
But yeah, as you said, these teams have played each other a lot. If it had been Shopify Rebellion, I feel like we would be saying the exact same thing, because guess what? These teams are like the top 3 of NA in every single DPC season, more or less, this year has been these teams. And yeah, we've had a little bit of a shakeup here. So Shopify, who in general has been the top representative of the region internationally, with the exception of, I want to say, one tournament where TSM did really well this year, nowhere to be found. So we're now at a position where the good news for NA is that they will have a top team or a top 8 team at the international. But the bad news is they will only have one, because the winner advances to the international, progress from the road to the international, to the actual international main event. The loser goes home.
There's still Quinn, of course. Gaimin Gladiators is an NA team after all.
Okay.
And I bet Awaken is still in the tournament.
Tundra is NA.
Tundra as well. Okay. So there's still a lot of hope.
Yeah. So if you show up at the final stage and you chant USA, you have like a 33% chance of being right. If you know,
pretty good odds. That's better than normal, at least.
Yeah. There's a lot on the line here. Obviously, aside from the top 8 placement, you want to be the top NA team of the tournament, right? Like this is obviously
the battle begins.
Yeah, the bragging rights. Yeah, the title of best NA team this tournament.
1v2 is going to be accompanied by Tomato, but Yamsen is here. That's a 3 versus 1. Whitemon likely will get first blood as the Blood Grenade is there as well. A couple more right clicks will suffice, and Yamsen for Nouns will get first blood. Now we should mention, in terms of history, I mean, Nouns came from the upper bracket, which nobody was expecting them to get to begin with. And in terms of like them versus TSM or them versus Shopify, they have been playing third fiddle for the last couple years. And now they have a chance to prove, like you said, who's the best in NA.
And I think it's kind of telling in a way, because if you look at if you look at the NA region in general over the last year, I would say this is the most improved team. So I think it's only fitting that they finally get a chance to show that and pull it off here at the road to the international. So yeah, exciting stuff ahead in this game. We do see 3 bounty runes as well. First blood going the way of Nouns. So Estini was talking about confidence. This is a great confidence booster to go into the laning stage with that little bit of an advantage. First blood going to Yamsen was maybe not exactly at the top of their list. I would say Nature's Prophet in this particular game isn't necessarily the one you want the bonus gold on. But it's always going to be just a flat-out net positive. And I'm curious to see what he's going to convert it into. So he's currently eyeing up boots, which I would say is a little less common for Nature's Prophet. I see like most of the time we see them rush one utility item before the boots, but maybe he's valuing just the overall move speed. Obviously, Nature's Prophet has the global teleportation, which is why a lot of the time you don't really need the boots. You just teleport next to the fight, use your Sprout, use your utility item, whether it's an Atos or Solar Crest, and go to work.
Now, we should also mention from Yamsen's perspective, as we're going to see the calling place, K1's going to take a decent amount of damage with the Blood Grenade there as well. Not going to lead to a kill, but does force him out of lane temporarily. The fact that Yamsen has changed from position 1 to 5 in just a couple months, that's one of the fastest turnarounds we've seen. I mean, typically when that happens, it usually does not have good results. So you got to give him a lot of credit. As Ari continuing the pressure onto Yamsen, eats right through that Sprout, but now will back away as his high five will not be reciprocated. Very unfortunate. I was surprised to see Gunnar getting his patented Earth Spirit as a last pick. This hero has been, I mean, I know it's gotten a couple slight nerfs, but it still feels very powerful. And for a last pick, were you surprised at all with that?
A bit. I mean, what was it that TSM ended up last banning? Actually, the panel were talking about the potential Shaker. Shaker was the ban, and it was Shaker, Ogre, or Earth Spirit that were the option. I mean, I guess if you're planning on picking Pango, you kind of pick your poison in that regard, right? The Earth Shaker is probably the worst matchup of the 3 in that mid lane, so maybe that was something they were focusing on, but I agree. I think Earth Spirit is, in terms of just overall impact and what they have on their own team, I think Earth Spirit has a really good matchup in the game in general here, not just the lane. So there aren't too many heroes in the enemy team that have significant burst. The thing Earth Spirit relies on a lot is having mobility in the fight. So you roll in, you cast your spells, you want to re-engage either by disengaging first with a rolling boulder, getting your cooldown ready for the smash again, or you just want to stay in there and keep casting and spamming your spells. And in this game, if you have Blade Mail Heart, it doesn't look like you're gonna, just get blown apart. There's no real stun locking you down. Just overgrowth is the main issue, probably. So could be a good game for Gunnar, this one.
Another Blood Grenade from Ari.
Also in mid, putting some serious pressure on Bryle here, forcing a TP out of Whitemon.
Whitemon does TP. Will force the likes of Nouns back just a little bit. Now, in terms of, I mean, Nouns played yesterday, obviously, and they did not do super hot, as the coach was talking about.
Fair to say.
While TSM played today, and they crushed Shopify. It was a 2-0 that was, especially game 2, not even remotely close. Do you think that that benefits TSM in any way? I mean, I know it's impossible to kind of decipher this based on what like is inside their minds, but theoretically, since you love theory and whatnot, since
I love my
hours on end about absolutely nothing, usually
theory,
just calling it theory craft, or we're just sitting here listening to you. But do you think that benefits either team as Bryle just barely lives?
Oh, to give you a short answer, I do think the team that just won is happy with winning, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That is good for them.
You know, I'm surprised you kept it so brief. Yeah. Really appreciate that for everybody in the audience.
It's just a theory, though. Yeah, they might be unhappy with their victory.
I figured you keep
never
going.
really.
Yeah, no big surprise. Bryle in the mid lane. We can see the CS is relatively close between the likes of him and Gunnar. I mean, would you say...
10 denies, though.
That's true. Would you say that this favors one hero or the other?
I mean, my gut says that this is a slightly Earth Spirit favored lane, but not like by a mile. So I actually think this result is maybe a little bit better than what you can expect, especially on the deny front from Gunnar.
A1 continuing to get harassed.
Yeah, so this was interesting in the draft, right? This was an instant counter pick to the Bristleback in the first phase. They grabbed their Naga, so they were anticipating this was going to get banned. And I wanted to talk about this a little bit because K1 has like a subset of heroes that I always love watching this guy at TI because he has a subset of heroes that he just really made a name for himself on. Naga is one of them. We've seen his PL in the past, Chaos Knight. He popped off the other day on that one against Tundra. When you pick Naga this early, I feel like the hero is very exploitable. And in this game, he's got 11 CS minutes, 6.
Yep, not
to the
too hot.
Bristleback's 34. And this was your counter pick to the Bristle? I mean, you've got to better make it worth it at some point.
Top lane, Ancient Steals there, move with the Thunderclap. Yamsen makes his way over as well. It's an easy pickoff, and now Tomato is the one that they're trying to take down. He takes out the Courier in due time. Sprout does not keep him in for too long as Ari showing up now to force the rest of Nouns back.
Yamsen will be taking some pot shots here, but probably going to get out of there.
Yep, concussive shot with the slow. One more Sprout for good measure as Yamsen limps away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It looks like Bryle's gonna be able to get a nice juicy regen, but he's gonna take a magnetize for his efforts. The level advantage you can see is going to Gunnar thanks to those denies. TP from Whitemon is here. It's a 1 versus 2. Turning around onto Gunnar. Looks like it's their kill for the taking, and Bryle will get credit for it. Nice turnaround there from TSM.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised there by this attempt even from Gunnar. Like, yeah, maybe this is... You could probably accomplish this kill if you have like 15 seconds of 1v1 there because Bryle isn't level 6 yet and you are, but any TP stops that kill and you're at risk of dying. You had no mana left, your stick was empty, your bottle was empty. Just I want to say a little bit of an overextension there, and that's really good news for Bryle. We were talking about he's a little bit behind in experience. Now he's going to be leading the charge here against Gunnar and get closer to that Diffusal the panel was talking about. I mean, this is... If Diffusal Blade was magically removed tomorrow, I think this hero would barely be played by anyone. Like, that is just the build right now.
Bro.
And in a game like this, you always look at, okay, how important is the mana burn? It's amazing against specific heroes in this game.
Oh, nice dead shot. Another silence.
Oh, he got 6.
Calling, Moo, hit 6. There is the primal split. Can they find anyone? Looks like Whitemon might take the stun here, as Lelis is there as well to try to finish him off. Looks like that'll be an easy cleanup, but can they get Ari as well as Yamsen trying to keep him in place? As Moo gets the Thunderclap onto absolutely nothing, but Ari still falls in the end. Too much damage over time, but Brock coming in with his Rolling Thunder, trying to connect on the Moo, but a nice sidestep is there. Might have to focus onto position 5 Nature's Prophet instead, but Lelis is there waiting, gets up the instant Ancient Seal, and now Moo in the vicinity. The Thunderclap ready to go very shortly. Whitemon and Tomato there are here in numbers as TSM look like they kind of want to fight, but so do Nouns as Whitemon taking the brunt of the damage from that Magnetize from Gunnar.
This should be the end of it. Diving here for Gunnar is really difficult, going in blind.
Bottle refill for Bryle now.
Yeah, a lot of heroes showing up to this move, obviously. The big winners, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, are the ones that didn't. So both Kasane as well as K1 are finding some much-needed farm down bottom, especially the Naga. Starting to get a little bit of recovery going here. Kasana's gonna, it's just already settled. This Bristle's gonna have an amazing game.
Mo trying to dodge the calling, can't do it, because it does slow as well inside there, so very difficult. But he will still live.
Yeah, nice timing on that whole fight for him, right? It looked premeditated that they were expecting him to hit level 6 at that exact point in time, so they were kind of baiting a fight out. And he ends up tanking like 800 damage worth of spells and then using his ult, so obviously that means all of those spells not being used on another hero in the fight, and that did allow Nouns to get themselves a pretty good exchange. But as a matter of fact, despite being up 4-1 on the kills, they're still 1k down on the net worth, and that is really the majority of this discrepancy is found in that bottom lane. Kasane with 4,300 net worth to the only 3k of the Naga on K1. The panel we're talking about, they've counterpicked this Naga quite well, right? You've got the Pango, you've got the Bristleback with the Aghanims. If Naga on top of all of that is also not being farmed, the way Nouns win a lot of their games is because K1 pops off, right?
Yep.
And I don't know how likely that is with the current lookout here, so gotta see if they can somehow bring him into the game a bit later on. Obviously Naga just likes chilling for the first 20 minutes, whether she's having a good or bad game. You kind of play the hero the same way.
That's better than it used to be. It used to be 40 minutes.
True.
And sometimes it was never. You never got involved, and you just won the game just by existing. Seen that from time to time, but things have certainly changed. As like you said, TSM with a slight lead in terms of the net worth right now, and the Bristle being the main recipient of that differential. We'll be going for the Aghanim Scepter, of course. Already an Ogre Club on the way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
One of my favorite Ags in the game, actually, Cinder. I know you're not a huge fan, but I actually love this one.
We have different tastes.
Yeah, that is true. Mo.
That's what Dota's all about.
He was initially slow, but he's going to use his Primal Split. And Whitemon might be the main one to go down here, but they get the lift on the Tomato. Gunner's there as well. Not able to connect on the rolling Boulder, though, as Bryle coming in as well. Looks like Yamson might be dead, but a nice lift at the last moment onto the Pangolier. They will take out the Luna. So it's a 2-for-1. All they've lost is the support in the Nature's Prophet. Gunner continuing on. The Magnetize just continuing over and over. Double kill for Gunner. But now Kasane has shown up to play. Level 9, trying to block out Gunner, but gets a baby roll off. Continuing with these Quill Sprays. Gets off to the other side, then to the high ground. The Quill Sprays are in range, though, as Kasane secures a double kill. So a lot of deaths on both respective sides.
Man, I feel like this doesn't happen very often anymore, but Earthspirit ran out of stones relatively quickly in that fight. If he has one more stone there, Gunner is going to survive, but couldn't get the distance anymore without that. Yeah, despite losing Tomato relatively early on there, TSM still end up getting themselves a decent fight with Kasane showing up and really putting that net worth to good use. So he's going to grab his level 10, 11 minutes in. Okay. Great look for him.
So we are casting Nouns, which means we need to start counting Midases.
Oh, I thought we were going to start counting Nouns or something.
Or that. I mean, Midas is a noun.
Okay.
Right? The move.
It's a proper noun.
Just purchase his. How many is appropriate this game, Cinder?
Oh, that's a very loaded question.
There's a Gloves of Haste on Gunner, so that looks like it's going to be 2.
Are you sure he's not going Armlet?
Yes, because it shows Midas in his quick buy there.
Change his mind. Armlet or Spirit? What do you think?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm
well,
up for new thing.
What's the appropriate amount? Probably no more than 2, so I'm happy it's not more than 2.
Well, Lelis has not quite. I mean, sometimes he gets a 40-minute Midas, so we'll see how the game goes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Midas Skywrath. Let me tell you, it's not really good value.
Now, once you get that shard, and you get the attack speed from the Midas, pretty damn powerful if you ask me, Cinderin.
This is a quite odd ancient farming team.
Yeah, but Gunner does the important thing and kicks his teammate away so that he can secure most of the farm.
And he has Blade Mail, which he used to farm it with, and he had the Children. So actually a kind of nice play here from Nouns to identify that they can do it with this hero combination because of Children. Otherwise, Gunner would have lost so much health, he might have almost had to go back to base.
Radiant are scanning.
Put it to use there. Slowly but surely, K1 is now catching up to the Luna. Now, in this matchup in general, I would say Luna has a relatively tricky matchup against Naga Siren. Despite having all of this spread damage with the glaives, Naga, if having a good game, can just overwhelm you pretty quickly. But given the circumstances, I think Tomato is actually in a pretty good spot here with that 1k lead over the Naga. If both heroes are just left to free farm entirely, I think they probably stay roughly hand in hand in terms of just raw farm efficiency.
Ari is spotted. He's going to get silenced and rolled on, and there's the Mystic Flare. Delete.
Goodbye.
The Gunner gets credit for that one, as yeah, his Midas is very shortly will be in his inventory. Bryle, speaking of which, will have his defusal on the way now. That's a big power spike for Pango, as he brought up. I mean, the one good thing about, I mean, obviously not to talk about Midas anymore, but we will. The levels you get from it are actually extremely good on a hero like Brewmaster. Like that Primal Split just gets insane once you get to level 3.
And Brewmaster, it's also about what you want on this hero is to not only be your ult, right? Like the problem is when you have that natural downtime, it's really nice to have Midas just for the farm efficiency, right? So not only the experience of getting to the higher levels of ult, but also make
cancel. Doesn't have his actual teleport for another 40 seconds, so that'll be a freebie for Tomato, but
he is more than happy with that though.
Yeah.
Got the rune. This is well worth dying for a position 5 Mage's Prophet.
Indeed. Sonic forcing move back. He does have his Primal Split. Not going to expend it quite yet. I don't think he's going to chase any further anyway, as Radiance looks to be what's in Moo's sights right now. We can see the Aghanim's already online for Kasane.
Yeah. Eyeing up the Bloodstone and the Shard, no surprise.
The one thing that we're going to have to hold your horses on, Sinners, we might actually have a fight here, is K1 is taking out some Ancients, but there's a smoke from TSM, Rolling Thunder from Bryle. They know that K1's in the area, gets silenced, and the Rolling Thunder should be enough with the right click.
Oh, and they stole the stack to Kasane.
Indeed.
Got it with that Bristleback Axe usage, so very nice. Probably going to turn into a mid-tier 1 as well here for TSM. I don't think there's any hope of defending this one, but oh, maybe Gunner's going to try to roll away. Good choice.
Yep, he's gone.
Yeah. Goner, they call him.
Oh boy. As Yamson getting some nice D-ward action here, but Tomato, does he have the vision here? Oh, the dead shot does hit. He's still running the opposite direction. Lucent Beam is there. Another kill. Actually uses Eclipse.
It's about sending a message.
He's just sick and tired of not hitting that R button. Like,
yeah,
gotta do it at some point.
Gunner is testing the limits here. He does have a Skywrath on backup, so potentially there is a kill here if they line up their spells, but Tomato wisely pulling off here to the right, farms it up and gets out of there.
But one good thing about having hero like Bristleback is, I know it's only 16 minutes, but it's always on my mind, Torment Time. It's a hero that can solo it extremely quickly. You don't need to worry about heroes coming in from across the map and losing efficiency. As Kasane trying to chase Moo's going to get dead shot, but still running the opposite direction, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, and Moo has to be a little bit careful in this game with his mana management, because if you get caught by a Swashbuckle at the wrong time, you might not be able to get the split off. So he kind of has to make sure he stays on around at least 300 mana when he's playing around the map.
There's hairball action from Kasane, so he bought the shard the old-fashioned way. There's the dead shot, canceling the TP, and you can see that Ags being put to good work for Kasane as he destroys Moo, who still does not quite have enough for that Sacred Relic.
Uh-oh. That may have been a mistake.
Sometimes you just gotta let the voice lines speak for themselves, you know?
Yep.
That's why I immediately said something. All right, here we go mid.
Oh boy, the Mystic Flare not really going to connect, but they might still have enough damage. Indeed they do. Down goes Bryle, and Gunner with that haste rune will likely be able to just walk away. Nice pick off here for Nouns, getting some retribution for Moo's death.
Gunner will be he's 1,000 away from the Reaver here toward the heart. This is the hero I'm watching right now for Nouns, because I think there's a lot on Gunner's shoulders. As we've already established, Naga's game isn't particularly great right now, so...
Oh, he wants some of this, though. The calling scares them away.
Bristleback is not the target you want right now. You don't really have that good ways of dealing with him. Brewmaster didn't get the full vessel, he only got the urn, so you don't have the healing reduction against the inevitable Bloodstone.
But I assume he will end up going for the Spirit Vessel at some point, right?
After the Radiance? I don't know, actually.
Really?
Because the problem is when you get it that late, even if it might on paper sound good against Bloodstone, the enemy team is going to start having Dispels, right? There's going to be some sort of Lotus coming out, even on himself. So
how important is Silver Edge this game? As to hold that thought. Kasane getting gone on, or going on K1 more like it. So he just walks away with a casual ensnare.
Nice little tickle war here, won by Kasane.
Airball. And he's going to use Song, which I believe
he can't
is the first of
TP
the
out though because Dead Shot could connect on him at any point. He will run away though. Tomato will kill Yamsen on the side of the map.
Yamsen does die, but is this going to be a turnaround? And it looks like it is as Tomato gets killed on the bottom of the map. Very unfortunate for TSM, but a huge kill for Nouns.
Very good trade for Nouns there. They get the last hit on Lelis, who as a result will almost have his Force Staff. A great item against both Bristleback and the Muerta. You want to help allies get out of the calling as fast as possible. You want to reposition them away from the Bristleback Ags. You can save people from Eclipse. There's a lot of really good value for Force Staff. I would actually like to see them get more than one, to be honest, on their team, but doesn't look like it's on the menu for Yamsen right now. He's eyeing up a Glimmer Cape. Obviously, also a solid item here, but I do think a second Force Staff might actually just straight up be better.
As Roshan, #1, will go the way of TSM as nobody from Nouns is in sight. Kasane will get the Aegis.
Interesting. I actually thought they were going to put this one on Bryle. I feel like Bristleback is borderline invincible right now. I don't really know if you need to be concerned with him dying, especially when he completes the Bloodstone. I don't really see much risk for Kasane the following 5 minutes, but
there it is.
I guess they just have the mindset that if they put the Axe on, or the Aegis on him, he's completely unkillable and he can just siege towers. Either way, they'll probably put it to use immediately to go and contest this Tormentor. You talked about it.
Torment time.
It's Torment time for Kasane. It's going to take a little bit of time to build it up, obviously, with the Hairball and the Quill Stacks, but he'll get there, slowly but steadily.
I think the bigger deal here is that he's stealing it from Nouns, and there he goes. Ari will get a Shard, which for a support, maybe not the one you were hoping for. Although, yeah, Tree already has his, I believe, so it would have been between him and the Pango, and the Pango one's quite good.
Yeah, I think they would rather have had the Penguin. The Shard on Muerta is kind of a weird one if you're playing support.
Tomato already has his Shard, actually.
Yeah.
Man, this man loves his... I mean, this is one of the few people that buys Glacier on Drow, for God's sake.
He's one of the few people playing Drow to begin with.
That's true. Really hoping for it here today, but instead it's going to be the Luna.
Okay, Gunner.
Hold on by Gunner, gets off the Magnetize with that Blade Mail, doing so much damage. Now you kind of wish you had that Aegis onto the Luna. He's dead. And now you can see the Bristleback inside the calling, but Brow's going to be chased right now with the Primal Split up, but there's the Overgrowth. Nice Dispel coming out from Moo, instantly getting rid of that. And now Whitemon completely surrounded. Kasane really low, but again, he has the Aegis, so that's life #1. The roll in with the Mystic Blade, it's enough to take out Ari despite using that ult. Not going to help you too much. And can they kill the big bad Bristleback with that Bloodstone? Completely surrounded now. Pops it. Yeah, that's the wrong direction, my friend. A huge team fight win for Nouns as they clean up nicely.
Yeah, like you said, it's just really dangerous to not have the Aegis on the Luna. She's frontlining and hitting the tower. I thought this was what they were going to do with their Bristleback, but I mean, obviously with this build, you're not very fast at taking towers, so at the end of the day, without
when they were going for Roche, I think Tomato had just died and he was bot lane, so I don't think he could have gotten there anyway.
Right, but then I think this push is just ill-advised in general then, right? You don't have a clear save for your Luna. She's exposing herself by hitting the tower. And you got to keep in mind, you're playing against one of the longest range initiators in all of Dota. The Earth Spirit can just roll at you from any angle. You won't necessarily have vision. You don't have time to react. So they got no value out of that carry whatsoever. They got a very clean engage there with the Brewmaster as well. So just excellent fight from Nouns. Worth about 6,000 gold, that team fight, as TSM were approaching it with a lead. And now things are going to slow down quite a bit. And we saw the thing there as well that the panel was talking about. Well, it's cool that you have this tanky Bristle. What if he just gets Cyclone for 16 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
Mood just took him out of the fight forever while they cleared up the rest of the team.
But it's Torment time again.
Oh, yeah.
Kasane, who's getting it this time? We talked about Luna already having hers. Is it just Pango that's left? I think it's guaranteed at this point.
I think Pango, you're right. He got it.
Wow. 100% chance.
Who do you think is getting the next one?
The other team. That would be funny. If you have your shards all done, it goes to the other team. You're punished. The true Tormentor action. Wow, that could be the next buff for Torment.
You truly are one of the game devs of all time. That is a great idea.
It's a nice little twist, you know. I mean, people are already dying to it anyway. You might as well make it feel even worse.
Now, this is your idea of rubber band mechanics.
Yeah.
You just grieve the winning team. You must be punished for being ahead.
That's right.
All right.
Sonic going to be going through the twin gate. He's going to not be spotted, actually, as Lelis is there level 13 right now. Has his 4-staff with the Philly Stone in tow.
Important development, by the way. K1 is now top net worth in the game.
Oh, that is quite the...
Ever so quietly, he has been farming up a Storm. 315 CS, minute 23 on that Naga. Heart is completed. So Heart Diffusal Manta is starting to look like a really big threat in the fights. Now you're reaching that point of critical mass where Bristleback alone can't really deal with you. And considering these 3 deaths on Tomato have really slowed him down, I actually think K1 is arguably just the strongest hero on the map right now on this Naga, so very curious to see how Nouns put this to use. Again, if I had to pick a Naga player to have on my team, this is definitely on the short list in the world. So K1 knows very well what to do with that farm that he has. He's gonna TP top and use it to get more farm. Like I said, excellent Naga player. Just the rich get richer.
Yep. As Bryle looks like he's going for the Blink Dagger before the Aghanim Scepter.
This is a big moment for TSM here. They want to find a big hero. Doesn't look likely though. That maybe they can find Mu. It's probably their best potential catch here, as Naga is already inside her own base and Earth Spirit is off in the middle of nowhere.
Lelis would tank the gank here. Would be nice for Nouns' perspective at least. As it looks like that's going to be, at the very least, that's going to happen here. Easy pick off, and you can see Mu just TP away.
That is a great result for Nouns. Losing
Trade
one
a smoke
there.
for your support.
Yeah, smoke for support, and you use the Rolling Thunder, so for the next 80 seconds, the playmaking potential of Bryle is very limited. And it offers some additional safety around the map for Nouns as heroes to just keep farming. I think, once again, Naga in this game is not really under that much pressure as long as Pango doesn't have ult, and obviously the Ags on Bryle is going to be a really big difference maker once he gets there. Currently eyeing up the Dagger. He's actually going to opt for that over the Ags, which to me is a little bit surprising. Maybe their mindset is that they're struggling to initiate fights on their terms and they kind of have to get this extra reach, but effectively you're delaying one of your key Naga counters by a good 3 or 4 minutes this way.
I think they're having a real hard time locking down Mu before that Primal Split comes out.
Yeah, that is true.
And being able to blink, especially with the Shard online now for Bryle, will allow them to try to set something up, the roll up. Very important to get a couple stuns off in quick succession.
I mean, speaking of this, the Shard on Earth Spirit could actually be really good this game, I think. I don't think Gunner's going to buy it, but if they somehow get this from a Tormentor, just being able to grab allies out of this...
Grab ally?
There you go. Yeah, you love that. Being able to pull allies out of the Pango combo would be a pretty big deal.
Very even game, which is kind of what we were expecting coming into this. I mean, regardless of how these teams have done thus far at TI, we talked about, they've played each other a million times, so be surprised if this was a 2-0 either way. Of course, only game 1.
I mean, with that logic, you could say in the previous series that TSM played today, they'd also played Shopify a million times.
That's right.
The second game was not very close.
Was that Shopify?
Yeah.
You sure?
All right.
Just check.
Not sure what you're going for here.
Me neither, actually. Whitemon opting for a Blink Dagger here relatively shortly. And it looks like the Midases are at 2.5. We're going to count Philly Stone as a half Midas.
Okay.
Side of Nouns. Not committing to the third quite yet, but did say 40-minute Midases are a thing with them, so we have 13 minutes to go. That's the limit, I think.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
And Roche, number 2, will know in about 10 seconds when that will spawn. And that, as usual, is going to be a pretty pivotal one. Feels like the first one's usually just given away in some respects. And the second one is when they start getting contested most of the time. You can see Nouns are smoked up. TSM going to the high ground. Tomato's going to break the smoke, and Mu, he sees this. Can't really pursue any further, at least not yet. As K1 just ignoring everybody and hitting creeps, as he should be.
Gunner might fancy his chances here if they can get the Brewmaster in from the left, but he is obviously still smoked. We saw Mu break the smoke there. And Gunner is looking for an angle. Luna with the night vision, though.
That's true.
We'll see him easily.
I mean, at what point do you want to fight with Naga? Are we at that point yet?
I think you're absolutely capable right now of fighting with the Naga, but the fact of the matter is you have an amazing split push lineup too. You have Nature's Prophet and Naga, so if the enemy team is congregated in one area, you can just bide your time, push the other lanes, and eventually they have to go back and defend, right?
Yeah.
So Yamson already pushed in bottom lane all the way to that tier 2 tower, and the mid wave is being cut here by K1. And this is going to be really annoying for TSM's lineup to deal with. We actually haven't really talked about this, but their heroes are not particularly mobile with the exception of Pango. Like running around the map with as Bristleback putting out fires feels terrible.
And Bryle is trying to get the stun lock onto Moo. The Eclipse to follow. Do they have the burst? They do. He does have buyback though. Obviously not able to get that primal split up. That is a very big kill for TSM. The BKB already popped by Tomatoes. K1 going on to the Bristleback, and there's the buyback onto Moo.
Nice connection from Gunner.
Really deep onto Tomato with the calling coming through as well, but Gunner's gonna roll on out for the time being. Looks like Nouns want to kind of reset and wait for their Brewmaster to catch up. The TSM now on the run as Bryle might be caught out. Thunderclap is there, and there's the Mystic Flare to finish him off. So Nouns trade essentially a buyback to kill off the mid laner for TSM.
Honestly, really good play call there from Gunner. Even though the Brewmaster is dead, he identifies that Luna used the BKB in that kill.
Oh, Kasane, he's going to get kicked to the low ground. That is a Bristleback, so you have to be careful, doing a lot of damage with that Quill Spray, but now he's surrounded, has a Spirit Vessel applied, but he pops his Bloodstone. Now opting to go to the other side of the calling as TSM getting pursued by K1. He is not afraid.
Oh, that's not a good force staff. He turned around.
Jump in onto the Treant inside the trees. As you can see, the Pango buying back into the game. It looks like the Treant Protector will die to start this fight. As K1 looking to maybe Song, but actually going to turn this around onto Tomato instead. That is a huge kill for Nouns. As K1 with an ensnare onto that Muerta, and that's another easy kill for Nouns as Kasane coming back into the fray. He's kind of left all alone, but Bryle has his Rolling Thunder up again, using that Blink Dagger to good effect to keep K1 on the back line, but there's the Song to keep the Bristleback in place. And Bryle might just have to Rolling Thunder away as they leave their Bristleback to die. So Kasane drops a huge teamfight win for Nouns, and that means Roche #2 is theirs.
Yeah, it's incredible how important it ends up being that Tomato used his BKB on the Brewmaster kill, right? Like, you can understand from his perspective, there's uncertainty about whether Nouns are counterplaying and baiting the Brew there, but he needed that BKB so badly in the fight that followed. He essentially just got jumped on by Gunner, which was what spread out the fight initially and forced TSM back. And then in the chasing sequence, Tomato couldn't stand his ground. That's the problem against the Naga matchup. You're not strong enough when Naga has this amount of net worth to really stand your ground. So if you can't use BKB and hit other heroes, it's just a losing battle. So it's a really big one here for Nouns. They get a lot of kills. They get the Roche Aegis Cheese here. Honestly, yeah, I was thinking put the Aegis on Moo, because you're not likely to get burst on the Naga in the same way if you play the hero well and you're just splitting the map correctly. Rather put the Aegis on the Brewmaster so he can frontline confidently, and he could give the cheese away though. I don't think he needs to have both of them.
Why not have both?
Put the cheese on Gunner, or even put it on K1. He still has a slot available that he could carry that in if he wants, but yeah, it's all coming up Nouns now. I know we've seen quite a lot of games this tournament where late game Bristleback has been a menace as well, but I have my doubts as to how effective the hero is actually going to be here truly late game, just because that Brewmaster and Naga matchup is so good at containing him, right? You just keep netting him, songing, throwing him in the air. Bristle doesn't want to buy BKB, so you kind of just, yeah, you just control him all the time, kill the other heroes.
Yep, Torment time for Nouns as Yamson gets his.
Okay, a little bit of a curse of the old growth.
Yep.
Giving some vision in the trees, doing some damage. It's nice for chasing sequences. If there's going to be some of those in around the top area in particular, where there's a lot of trees around that Roshan area, but I think that is likely to transpire anytime soon, considering they literally just killed Roche. Fights are probably not breaking out up there, but they might break out next to the top tier 2 tower, which I think should be next on the menu here for Nouns. Wouldn't mind seeing them going for every single tower outside the base right now with the advantage they have. I think fights for TSM are going to be exceptionally difficult to take.
Yeah, with 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, I think that is definitely what they're going to be up to. Now, one thing we've seen in the games we've cast, at least, is the issue of going high ground. I think maybe the best hero in the game at going high ground is Brewmaster, especially once you get like that refresher, and it's just, what do you do against?
Especially when you have Ogre in your team as well, as we saw the other day, just bloodlusting the earth element, whatever you want to call it, Brewling. Very, very great. Obviously, this game not the case, but yeah, Nouns are no strangers to sieging with this hero. And I think, I mean, again, once you're constrained in your base as TSM, it's starting to become really difficult. There's going to be Treants pushing, there's going to be Naga Illusions pushing, there's going to be Brewmaster Ultimate pushing. The way you need to organize your heroes to put out fires and effectively try to turn anything into a team fight is going to be very difficult. Another Tormentor killed here by Kasane, nice 1400 gold influx for his team, but state of the game definitely is at least 2 waves are going to be outside your base more or less at all times. Now even a smoke up coming out here from Nouns. They place a ward behind themselves to try to gather any information about movements from TSM if they go where they just left. In the meantime,
we talked about the high ground potential for Nouns. What about the defensive side from TSM?
I mean, they have some decent spam. Swashbuckle is always super annoying to deal with. I'd say the Calling is one of the really strong defensive spells as well. But again, given the itemization that Nouns have with the double Force Staff, they did end up going back for it on HT Profile, which I'm a very big fan of them doing. I think they can just reset out if they get jumped on.
Gunnar finds Ari, gets off his Shivas.
Yeah, he's dead.
A roll in there. We'll get the stun off and a Mystic Flare from a complete screen away on Lels' side.
Yep. Lels is close to Ags. Haven't really talked much about his itemization, but he went 4-Staff Ghost.
Oh wow, he's actually really close. Okay.
Yep.
400 away right now. Only a minute and a half left on the Aegis, and they've only gotten the 1 tier 2 so far.
And actually,
their lead has kind of gone down since they got that Aegis.
The Skywrath Ags is very good together with Earth Spirit as well as Naga, though. Like when you have other cores that have reliable lockdown, you're gonna be able to hit 2 heroes a lot of the time here. Nice TP out here for Bryle, should be okay.
Good attempt. Yeah, the instant roll up into Rolling Thunder, pretty hard to counteract until, I mean, would you say that it's worth getting an Ags on Naga at some point for that?
Yeah, probably.
Is that like a 7th item Ags or an actual like inventory?
I mean, he's actually eyeing up a BKB before it after his Disperser, but
Kasane.
I don't know. I'd rather see the Ags, to be honest, than the BKB.
Quite good move. Might have to expend his ult here. He gets 4-Staff to the other side, dodging the dead shot, so won't actually need to use anything here.
Still has the
Aegis for 30 seconds.
so might as well just expend that instead.
It's still the green panda that gets like auras and stuff, right? Like the gem.
Yeah.
As Moo showing himself.
They're trying to set it up so they can kill him just as Aegis expires, but that's
it's close now.
Tall order.
He has his Octarine core now. I assume Refresher would be next, perhaps.
Currently,
Brewmaster.
Quick buying up an AC.
Okay.
Which I don't mind that. There's a ton of physical damage on the enemy team. It's really good for his Naga to have an AC on the team as well, just for overall just pressure. It's good for sieging. I like it more than the Refresher. I don't think this is a game where it comes down to just having 2 back-to-back brew ults, but rather you just want to be consistent with the one that you have and get major impact. So.
Plus, there'll be a 3rd Rosh at some point, which may or may not have that Refresher shard.
Very true. They did kill the 2nd one bottom, so I think it's not that likely that the 3rd one will be top. The early respawn is in 2:18. So that will be around the end of nighttime. Will be the early respawn. So more than likely the next Rosh will be dead before 45.
Gunnar showing himself in the mid lane. Tier 2 still standing, but not for long as K1 starting to pound on it. Through backdoor protection for now. Kasane slowed to a crawl. I'm going to try to defend this. Here's Whitemon. Going to try to help out Bryle. He gets silenced by Gunnar to start things out. There's the Manta Styles. Bryle just going to use his roll up and just TP away with that ult usage.
So I think this is why it feels so good for Naga to buy Ags right now, is in this game state, TSM are very clearly communicating their read on the game to the enemy team, essentially. They're shying away from every fight. So having any sort of reliable lockdown that can turn these moments into key kills is how you open high ground. I don't know if they're, like we talked about, just hoping to get a free Axe, perhaps, which would then go to Naga. Maybe that's the idea. Because the 2nd or the 3rd Rosh will be respawning in 1 minute. so they could set it up to get it bottom. Tomato will have to TP out here.
Yeah, BKB down. Does Nouns want to take advantage of that right now, or do they just want to continue to just have control of this map and then kind of suffocate the likes of TSM so that they can get the next Roche?
Ari.
Throwing to Ari, but Lotus is off the side.
Oh, nice.
Get rolled on by Gunnar. And it looks like that'll spell the end of him, and all likely to see the Aghanim Scepter Mystic Flare being used for the kill. Primal Split used as well, but not really catching anybody in the process, so might have to focus on the tower instead.
That was a really nice connection from Gunnar there, just anticipating the Force Staff, so he rolled ahead of Ari and scored what we call a Joel in one right there. So very nice.
Nice. Good meme.
There you go. Memes have grown on you a little bit. You used to be very anti-meme. You've become a little more fun with time. I guess I rubbed off on you a little bit.
That's right.
You became a little more fun and I became a little more cynical. So, you know, great trade-off. I made your life better and you made mine worse. Thank you so much.
That's right. It's a good balance.
Yep.
Kasane sticking to the high ground for now. As we can see, this is actually a pretty long Roche timer.
The seeds of fortune.
But would be surprised if Nouns doesn't just wait for that. Still 2 tier 2s up for TSM. They've been doing a good job of defending that. They do have the living armor, of course, which makes it a bit of a nuisance to go through. We have a 5-man smoke from TSM. See if they can find anybody. Butterfly online for Tomato. He is fully loaded. Show the Manta illusions, and Gunnar's going to use that as a means to escape. Still smoked up, but not finding any meaningful connection here for TSM. But at least they've left their side of the map. It's been a while.
They're getting out on the map. The main thing I'm looking at right now for TSM is actually their support progression, right? We've been talking a decent amount of the itemization on the side of Nouns, but TSM are also slowly approaching some items that could make a big difference. Whitemon almost has a Force Staff on his Treant. On the Muerta, we're actually starting Ari's preparing for this to be a long one, eyeing up a 40-minute Maelstrom.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Midas. I was excited there.
Yeah, you were hoping for it, but it seems to be the plan here that this one, they're banking on it going ultra late, essentially, at this point. And well, Treant with a Force Staff can be very helpful at separating heroes from Naga. Getting that distance.
And Disperser is extremely good value this game. The amount of dispels.
Yeah.
Very cool. And we can see Roche up in less than a minute. So it's going to be a bit of a Roche-off situation, as we love to see, as Kasane still has that shield rune at about half amount right now. Shivas is popped, but not finding a connection again. Brian looking for the Rolling Thunder potential, as Gunnar will be rolling Bouldering away. Both teams knowing how important this next Roche is.
And how important it is to keep rolling.
That's right. Keep on rolling.
Yep.
This one will be the Aghanim Scepter if it's kept on the day.
Gunnar has a really good positioning here, but they actually sent the Brewmaster mid. So Muas travels level 2. So again, they're playing into this whole mindset of our lineup is
Gunnar.
really good. Okay.
He's going to have to kick Kasane away.
Oh, he will. And this is how Nouns are going to set up for Roche. They're going to have move push mid and use a split probably to force them to come back. And I think TSM, the clock is ticking right now. You kind of have to commit for this Roche now. If you're timid about this, you're going to be forced back. To see Nature's Prophet now connecting mid as well. Just these travels to Nature's Prophet teleport. It's really threatening.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder from Bryle, trying to hold off on K1. He's already half HP. Pops his BKB though. Now maybe the focus is on Lelis. A little bit easier of a kill. Pops his Ghost Scepter, but there is the song. Which is going to give space for Lelis to get away, but you can see in their base, they're actually starting to siege now. Fortifications popped on the side of TSM. Still no Primal Split used. That's when you have to really worry if you're TSM, but Bryle TPing away already, so that likely means that Nouns will back away, be able to get this Roshan for themselves.
Oh, they want more heroes to come back.
Yeah, they get the tier 3. You can see the Primal Split already used, and now that racks are exposed.
Wait, why did they instantly cancel it there?
Oh, that's true.
Was that a misclick?
I don't know. That might cost him, though, as Bryle getting a nice swashbuckle onto Yamsen. Will die inside his own Sprout. Oh, will barely get away. The Overgrowth, my goodness, that's a close call. Yeah, that.
Wait, how do you misclick that? What's the hotkey for that? I play a lot of Brewmasters, you can tell. Like, so he split and instantly ended it.
The shard allows you to instantly end it, right?
Yeah. It's just it didn't seem like there was a point to ending it early. All of his hurlings were nice and healthy. Anyway, Despite the mistake, they get the outcome they were hoping for. I really like this macro play from Nouns. I think just showing good understanding of the game state here.
Boy.
Forcing TSM to split up. That's the one thing their lineup does very, very poorly.
The Aghanim Scepter online there for Earth Spirit. That's a crazy one too. We'll see how that works out for Gunnar as he is ridiculously farmed. Top 3 net worth in the game. How would you rate that, Ags?
Quite high.
Sometimes it can screw you, right? But I mean, we're assuming that good usage here.
I mean, I still think it would be better to give it to Naga. I will stand by that. I'm not sure if there's some sort of key, because usually I would say it's obviously a multi-purpose one. It can be really strong for catching and for saving. I generally think the save is the more reliable way to use this, and it just doesn't feel like you're going to need to save very much, right? If you've looked at how this game has progressed in the last 15 minutes, so. But it's definitely, like in terms of just theoretically how good it is, I think it's very high up for me. But it's also difficult to use, so.
Remember that used to be part of his base kit?
Primal split.
The primal split from Moo.
Here he comes.
Now that the Earth Panda is there.
He didn't cancel it.
As long as he doesn't cancel it, a lot of damage will be done to his barracks. But I have to say, Tomato being there does clean them up relatively fast.
They definitely have good heroes for killing the Bruce Split, and they have living armor, which is a pretty big deal here, actually.
That's true.
If the strategy from Nouns is going to just be chipping away at buildings for the next 15 minutes, at some point you're going to have to commit unless you can bring it down with just the Bruce Split.
That's with the 1200 Bruising Health talent at 20 as well, by the way. He's about to hit 25 now.
Yeah, and he has... Oh, actually, he doesn't have the AC yet. That's going to be a pretty big help. Getting that armor aura. Almost complete, I do believe.
Yeah.
Actually complete, I do believe.
I do believe you are correct.
And level 25, so...
Okay, one. We get dead shot, but we'll be able to walk away as illusions. Just a constant nuisance on the map for TSM. As Kasane, he's starting to run out of room in his inventory. He's actually maybe going for a Radiance, I believe. As Whitemon getting gone on by the Brew. Not able to get his ult off quite yet. Continuing to get silenced. There's a lot of damage being applied to Moo. Is this going to be enough to actually take him out? Getting onto the other side and finally gets off his ult. And that is a lift onto the Brewmaster. As you can see, the kick in. Tomato in a lot of trouble. Surrounded, pops his BKB. Trying to focus now on the Brewlings. None of them will die quite yet. Uses the Eclipse finally. Most of the focus now onto Yamsen, who actually gets away. And now the Song of Siren from K1, holding everybody in place. Looks like the Train Protector is going to be the first to fall as Tomato. Trying to focus down Moo again, who will somehow live the Sprout, just continuing to be a thorn in the side of TSM, who've already lost 2, including the likes of Bryle. Lots of close sprays being applied to the Naga Sirens. Gunnar getting the double kill for now. Rolling onto Tomato. Lots of damage being applied. He's going to get the lockdown on him and likely will fall as well. A triple kill for Gunnar as K1 doing his thing against the Bristle, just keeping him consistently rooted. I mean, this is a very frustrating game for Kasane. He can't do much because he is the last remaining member of TSM. He's going to get kicked as a stone form. Do they even have the damage at this point to deal with him? We'll see. Might just walk back to base the old-fashioned way. The K1, another kick back. Kasane,
I love
the buildings being taken by Moo in the meantime. Just keep the Bristleback away from his base. They'll be able to take out all their barracks as a result. Another roll in. Most annoying heroes to deal with if you're a Bristle. Can he get back to his base? They're just ignoring him. He's doing absolutely nothing. Moo has a primal foot available again, and now we'll focus down the second set of racks. Another lift up onto the Bristleback. Can you even play Dota this game? Kasane feels so bad for him. 2 sets of racks now will be secured for the signs of Nouns. And still, no Luna in sight for 40 seconds. Bristleback is not a hero in this fight, Cinderin.
It was really funny to see, you know, the cogs turning in the brain of K1. He's like fighting the Bristle for 20 seconds. He's like, all right, whatever. He just runs away from a 5v1 to start pushing the base.
Bristleback things.
I mean, just Bristleback things. And again, it's really showing why they valued the Brewmaster in this game. I think Moo has had insane impact on this hero. Just effectively negating Kasane. And yeah, he's bought status resistance, which at least helps, but he's out of the fight for about half of it.
I mean, do you have to bite the bullet and go for the BKB at some point?
I just don't think it really matters, because can you get enough done in those 9 seconds?
Probably not.
I don't think so. So it's just strategically a little bit of a checkmate here for Kasane. I don't think there is a good item build to solve this problem. It kind of has to come from his teammates.
Now we have the Rolling Thunder. Can they actually lock down Moo?
Oh,
There's
they
the
can.
Eclipse, and that's the 25 talent being put to good use. Along with the... Oh, he actually doesn't have Ags yet. Actually, he didn't take the Talon. What am I talking about, Synderin?
I don't know.
Just ignore me.
That
was a lot of damage from the Eclipse,
some of the
though.
time. Well, if he
26K
had taken the 25 talent, it would have been the same amount of damage from the Eclipse.
That's true.
Worth keeping in mind. As a matter of fact, your call about him dealing a lot of damage was more true because he took the other talent that actually does give damage.
That's right. He did damage one way or another, which is technically correct, as you like to attest to being a fan of. Tomato forced to just defend his base from afar. Can't really leave it. And the bristleback kill was nice, as I think we're going to be able to listen in to a previous fight here.
No mana, can this guy even die? Surely he can die, guys.
I mean, it's all you, Gunner. I'm gonna watch. I can stun him soon.
What the fuck you want me to do? Just kick him back.
Kick him back and I can sprout him. Kick him back and I can sprout him. Oh, fuck this guy. I'm going for the throw.
All right, that's good. I mean, that's essentially what we said in the commentary as well. They can't kill him, so just ignore him. Just kite him. And that's good to hear that they can have a conversation like that and be so dumbfounded during a match at TI.
They came to the same conclusion that we did with slightly different lingo, but you know, it was the right idea. Just leave him alone.
Well, the brew kill was good for TSM, but they're going to do a lot more of that because, I mean, Moo has his buyback still.
Looks like they didn't recognize the fact that Moo had a gem, nor did Moo, because he's not sending his courier for it either. So everybody just forgot this exists.
They were just so excited by killing him. I can't blame him for that. Muerta, TPing. We'll ignore the gem. More important things to do.
Did he actually TP next to it and not pick it up?
I don't think it was quite in vision, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, close enough.
Oh, this is effectively working as a ward for Nouns right now. So that's kind of good.
Yeah, true.
Give them that little bit of vision.
As TSM have actually ventured off to...
Oh, he saw it now. He's like, he was looking at his man and was like, why do we have vision here, guys? Oh, right, I had a gem.
Maybe he just assumed they picked it up.
Gunner on the hunt.
Yeah, Gunner wants to find somebody. Muerta popping the ult, getting a nice silence. Onto the Nature's Prop. You can see TSM on the other side of the cliff here, but it's not going to matter for R as he dies straight up. So that's a 5v4 now. Bristleback. Yep, he's stuck inside a Sprout. We'll just assume for the rest of this fight that he will not be taking any damage and will not be dying as well. Although, Nouns perhaps wanting to actually kill him this time? No. They remember the previous fight. Still a tier 2 in the bot lane. And the gem is still there indeed. Kasane, even a point in talking about this right now. Okay, Yamsen making his presence known. They're actually doing quite a bit of damage this time. Waimon in the vicinity. Brile with the Rolling Thunder coming in as well. And Bristleback is living again. And now the song being used in more of a defensive measure than anything is Gunner popping his BKB as well as K1. Brile. Rolling Thunder has now ended, trying to do as much damage to the Brewlings as he can, but they're still going to survive as Tomato trying to TP out. He will be able to get away with a sliver of HP, and guess what? Kasane still very healthy, but no, they finally break him. Must be a Silver Edge on the side of
Otto died in base to Bloodthorn.
The position 5 Silver Edge is all they needed.
Yeah.
Now they have the answers. And with that, Nouns with a 30K lead and in prime position to take game number 1 as we're 52 minutes in now.
Yeah, they're going to have to burn both core buybacks to not get mega'd here, and they will do that eventually as this bottom wave is coming in about 10 seconds. And the Radiant lineup pretty quick at pushing. The Brewmaster ulti will be up in 20. As a matter of fact, they're looking for a little bit of an extra here. Moo as well as Lelis pounding the Muerta.
Yeah, that's a buyback onto the Bristle. He dies here. Of course, he hasn't really made his way over quite yet as Muerta getting chased now inside the Sprout. And Moo trying to find an angle, and he will. Thunderclap and the beatdown. Sprout. Well, does have his Rolling Thunder up now. Trying to go on top of Gunner, but he can just roll away with such a low cooldown on that spell. And that's a big ult down now for TSM. And Moo still has his Rolling Thunder available. They just need their position 5 in the area to right-click Kasane once, and they perhaps can kill him. And the Shiva's going to be popped. There's a fortification, likely the last one for TSM, as Tomato up in 7 seconds. Gunnar gonna yeah, just kick into the other side, focus on the buildings. Likely will be able to secure themselves mega creeps now in this game number 1, and they will do just that. As Kasane can only look on. He doesn't even get the kill on the Storm Panda.
All right,
back to defending they go.
So here's the thing: you've got megas, but the enemy team is really good at defending megas. So this game is not over yet. It's obviously extremely Nouns favored, and it would take quite the catastrophe for them to lose the game. But the question is, how long is it going to take them to win? Because sieging into this, as we talked about, it's not that easy. You can send Naga Illusions, you can send Bruise Split, you can send whatever you want, but if the Bristle and Luna get to stand their ground and just hit stuff, they can overpower it relatively quickly.
Well, if they give the Aghanim Scepter here to Mr. Moo, then you'll have that Earth Panda all the time.
True.
That's pretty good.
A nice little companion, but, well, when it dies, he doesn't have it all the time.
That's true. And it will likely die. So we have a smoke now from TSM, but they're too late for the Roche, as Gunnar will take the Aegis, Moo with the Cheese, and the Aghanim Scepter as well. Now they have to worry about either a Storm Panda or whatever Panda he chooses to use at all times to be up.
All right, so they chose to give the Ags over to the Brew over Naga, so again.
K1 was all alone for a little bit there. Pops his BKB as Gunnar.
Oh, they kick out the Luna.
Really deep. The kick out onto Tomato. Pops the BKB. Mystic Flare doing a little bit of damage through that BKB, but Gunnar and company are going to turn him to stone again. Still at half HP though, as Gunnar trying to get to the other side of these trees. The Sprout onto the Bristleback as Moo gonna try to go on top of the buildings now instead. Now they have the break onto Kasane, but there's the overgrowth from Whitemon keeping him in place. But the Cheese actually healing up the Earth Spirit to a high degree as Moo continuing just to hit buildings while the Song of the Siren keeps TSM in place. They're trying to heal it up with the living armor. There's the Mystic Flare again being used. And guess who's still healthy? It's the Bristleback. Gunnar now rolling out to the other side, getting slowed perpetually. Deadshot's going to connect as well, but looks like he might be able to walk away. As somehow no deaths in this engagement, other than one tier 4 tower.
And we have to say goodbye to one Cheese. But fortunately, Gunnar has second Cheese.
Yeah.
So I would have loved to see him stack up a third. I feel like that's a true rare spawn in Dota. I don't think we often see 3 Cheeses on the same hero, but actually did end up using one of them there, so very sad for all the fermenting fans out there. Considering you can make block of cheese out of the... How many Lotuses are there? Oh, there's a lot of Lotuses. What a shocker.
Yeah, why bother though?
What if you could combine 3 cheeses into like Giga Cheese?
And what does that do for you?
It's just a very big cheese.
It's a visual only, I see. Cosmetic. Sounds good to me. What if the cheese is so big it just turns you lactose intolerant? And that's an aura around you.
So that's another comeback mechanic for the losing
team.
Yeah,
it's a bad thing for you. That's correct.
You have the best ideas.
They're hoarding too much net worth on their side, so it should punish them. Nobody wants to see that. It's 50K lead for Nouns.
Is that the biggest of this event?
Tomato. Is he going to turn into stone again? Gunnar looking for the potential connection here. He's going to get stunned. Pop his BKB. Rolling Thunder not going to be doing too much as a result. Magnetize is there. Remember, this is undispellable now with that 25 talent. As Moo continuing onto the tier 4 towers. There's the Mystic Flare. So much damage applied to Tomato trying to stay alive. A nice overgrowth. This is enough to take out the Earth Spirit. Either way, he has the Aegis. Life number 1 down. Moo now focusing all his efforts onto that Luna. Will drop him, but that is just... Now that's actually be the buyback now as the Ancient is fully exposed. They can just right-click that to their heart's content as GG's will likely come out here any moment. As Tomato getting extremely low. It's going to be a dieback for him. And they can't hold this any longer for TSM. So Nouns will take game number 1 in this best of 3, Cinderin.
Yep.
And what a display it was. Eventually, they will hit that Ancient, and the game will end, and there we go.
They were waiting for everyone from TSM to type GG before they hit it.
Yeah,
they wanted to drag out every excruciating extra second of this victory. And yeah, they get there. Ending the game with a 61K gold lead. I do want to say that that's probably the biggest gold advantage we've seen this event.
Yep, probably.
Maybe I've missed a game where it was a bigger one, but that's quite rare to see it on this northern side of 50,000. But yeah, what a fun game. I mean, I feel like more so than anything, this really felt like a strategic win for Nouns, right? Which has got to feel good. Sure, all your players played well. You knew what you were supposed to do. You played your roles, but this was really a great display of understanding counter matchups for key enemy heroes. You give away Bristleback, who's extremely powerful this patch. You really kind of triple dip on countering him with the Naga, the Brew, as well as the Earth Spirit, just kicking him away and stunning him all the time. You itemize defensively when it matters the most. You have the 4 steps, the Glimmers to just kite. You effectively played a game of kiting, you know? It was I
mean, honestly,
fun to watch.
I don't think I've had so much fun watching somebody not die and not do anything at the same time for like a 45-second period. That was an insane highlight reel. I think you could put some nice music behind it and make a nice little montage.
Benny Hill theme.
Yeah, something like that. That might be copyrighted. I'm not sure about that.
Sure, it's fine.
We'll check on that after this. But yeah, let's see what the panel has to say about this very entertaining game number 1.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Cinder. And there's a lot to say about this game number 1. We'll start off with something that actually Astini said right before the game began. He said yesterday we weren't able to play some Dota, so hopefully today, you'll see us play Dota. And boy, did we see them play Dota, Fear. That was great.
They definitely played a lot of Dota in this game, and I really love the way that they itemized, particularly on the Brewmaster and on the Earth Spirit. They both went for the Midas. I talked about before, I didn't think Naga could carry this game, so I think they realized that as well, and they realized that they had to scale really hard on Gunnar and Moo here, and buying those Midases helped them do that, and boy, did they have such a good game on both of these heroes. It wasn't just the K1 show. Everyone on Nouns did super well, and I think that a lot of that had to do with the scaling on the side of these two cores.
Yeah, and you see what Fear talks about when it comes to scaling, with the Earth Spirit closing the game at 68k damage done, more than his Naga, which typically you don't really see when you're talking about a Naga Siren game, but that's just the nature of the first pick Naga. It did what it needed to do, though, in terms of lane control. That's what I want to talk about. So Nouns, after they were able to fight and win that second Aegis over, TSM felt like they had no movements that they could make on this map, because you're dealing with all of this map control that you lose with this Aegis, and this Naga constantly pushing up 3 lanes. So they were very limited in the smoke plays that they could take and in the areas where they could take fights. And we saw that consistently after that, is that TSM never took fights on their own terms, not because they didn't try to, but because they were choked out entirely by Nouns after that second Aegis.
Yeah, it definitely felt like this game was over 20 minutes ago. It's just that Nouns wanted to take it safe because, it's an elimination series. And also something that we did highlight at the start of this series is that Brewmaster, he's going to be able to get his ulti off. So like a lot of the times you'll see him just like walking into a fight with his Radiance and the Hand of Midas, getting those levels, level 20, level 25, getting Cloak of Flames as well. There's so much damage on the ground that is very annoying for TSM to get into a fight. We're talking about, again, Radiance, Naga Siren Illusions, random damage from Earth Spirit. They're resetting multiple times. Refreshers are coming online. So very difficult games. And I also want to touch upon Luna as a carry, because this hero's ultimate feels very lackluster in some of these situations where your ulti is not going to deal damage to heroes. Like, it even goes through BKB with reduced magic damage. Again, Naga Siren Illusion, so Brawlings as well. So pretty difficult game for Tomato to carry. And I can't really blame Nouns for taking this, to a distance, 50 minutes and then closing it out.
You want to be safe, right?
Yeah. And we just witnessed, I think 45 seconds of that highlight was just Nouns trying to take that back, take down the Bristleback, or rather ignoring the Bristleback, but because they could, as we heard on the comms as well. And it makes me wonder, Fear, that you open with the Bristleback, that's your first pick hero, and he lives very long, and that surely is good, but where is the damage? The damage?
Well, he did a good job at surviving, and I think he did his job, right? And yeah, you do have Scotty, you do actually have a Shivas to deal with him, but still, this hero is so strong they still can't even kill him. I believe he did his part for the most time, but I think TSM, they just missed timings in this game. They went for that fight that was around 20 minutes and 45 seconds. They ended up losing that fight. Tomato died right away. They put the Aegis on Bristleback instead of Luna there, and maybe that was like the beginning of the end for TSM there, and they really missed the timings that they needed to hit. Brawl, he had to get that Aghanims online. You really needed that Satanic online as well as the Butterfly. Before there's a Scotty online, before there's a Shivas online, but that didn't happen, unfortunately. And Tomato, he just missed his timing there, and they were able to scale really hard on Nouns.
Yep, and they thought that they could deal with the Naga Siren as well, which obviously turned out not to be the case, apart from at the start of the game, which Purge is going to talk about.
Hey, that's right. The Naga Siren had a rough early game. You might have missed it because it went so late, and eventually his net worth caught up. But Hector, the greedy player, wanted to get a first blood kill on the Treant Protector. So in game here, he used Mirror Image for the first blood fight, had to TP all the way to the safe lane to get there. But unfortunately, because of this, he now doesn't have Mirror Image. 45 seconds into the game now, he uses Mirror Image again, and the second he does, Ari starts nuking these things down so that he can't use them to get last hits. Now, every single one of these illusions here increases, it gives him, does as much damage as 25% of his regular damage. So if these are dead, his damage and ability to last hit just isn't there. And Bristleback with 60 damage has just way more damage to work with. So he gets more last hits that they have to deal with. So here's his third mirror image of the game. He gets pressured a little bit, he pops it, and that exact second, TSM throws all of their AoEs into it, and now he's again dealing with just his primary hero. It gets worse though. His courier comes with his Band of Elements again, that gets sniped. That would have given him 6 damage and an armor to help deal with all these quills. Here's a dive at 3 minutes. Kasane started with 3 mangoes, by the way, so that he could spam quills a bunch. The second that he uses split again, it gets killed using blood grenades and other things. And then even more interestingly, Kasane just didn't even go for a fast Vanguard. He just rushed Arcane Boots so that he could do stuff like this. He stands under tower, he casts Quill Spray, and these Naga illusions are dead. So this progressed to an amazing part of the game. 6 minutes in, let's compare these networks. It's hugely different. Great performance there by TSM, but ultimately it didn't matter.
If the game lasts long enough, the game is very different from the laning stages, as we witnessed. And the game also is very different from the history of these two teams. We touched upon it before the series started. And Fear, I just want to reiterate, if you would have asked me a week ago, I would have said, you know what? History shows, and we've seen it time and time again. It's not Nouns that's making it to the lands in the DPC. Every time it's TSM that comes out on top, apart from the one time.
Yeah, of course. TSM has had Nouns' number throughout the entirety of the year. We talked about a lot on the NA DPC. It was like TSM, Rebellion, they were the 2 strongest teams, and Nouns was really the only contender from the region. And they took games off them, I think believe in Tour 2. They ended up beating TSM in Tour 3, and we're seeing the progression of Nouns. Now they have up 1 game against TSM. So Nouns, I think this is a great matchup for them. I think this is the team they're going to be most confident against, potentially in the whole tournament.
Yeah, and they have great communication amongst each other as well, very important. And I loved that we got a little bit of a snippet of that communication when they were trying to deal with the Bristleback. And we have more communication for you to listen to.
4 staff they have.
I'm going the Bristol up.
Silence on Pango.
I'm starting
ignore
the Pango.
Bristol, ignore Bristol.
I'm going Pango.
Go Pango, go Pango. Tree is here, guys.
I can ult. I can purge. Bristol has no eggs. Bristol really low with no eggs.
Kill tree, kill tree.
Pango? Bristol dead.
Muerto.
Bristol dead once, guys.
Kill Bristol again. Can we kill him?
No eggs. Yeah,
I have silence in 5 seconds.
We have to be careful of the lifesteal. He'll have it soon. He has Bloodstone up.
Nice.
Go lanes.
I love listening in to these because I know communication cost is so incredibly important. You don't want too many cooks in the kitchen. You want everybody to, be precise. And it seemed like they were so on
Yeah,
point.
it was pretty clear. After they kill, reset, I have silence in 5 seconds. Then also, immediately after they kill Bristleback the second time, they're going to go and farm the lane. So they know what's up. Comms are pretty clear, and also no one's like yelling or anything. A little bit of, good job, just to keep the spirits up, and then go immediately back to farming.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about the overall last pick and the second to last pick as well. I think we had the Pango versus Earth Spirit. I know that Earth Spirit, the overall last pick, ended up winning, but how do you feel it played out, as we know that there was so much time that these teams put into those final 2 picks?
I mean, I think obviously we can say that Earth Spirit played out very well because they won the game, but I would attribute that to TSM missing their timings, because it became about TSM not being able to fight when the Luna BKB was down, not being able to fight when there was no Rolling Thunder from the Pango. And they did have that window in the game, the first 20 minutes, where they were able to take fights on their own accord, but that just disappeared. You had the double 4 staffs coming out of the supports, you had the Glimmer Capes, you had the Bruce Split to fly the Bristleback up and ignore him, you also had the Song to disengage. There were so many means for Nouns to play around TSM's conditions necessary to win the fights. So I think overall you'd say you're very happy with that Earth Spirit performance, but it's also due to how well his team played.
I just want to touch upon on that because Earthspirit, they played it 2 times on Gunner and it was sitting at 0% win rate, and this is what 24th pick Earthspirit. I think it boosts a lot of their confidence coming into the next game.
Yeah, and those type of wins are important.
Oh, for sure.
So that you know that what you practiced is still holding true. With Nouns winning game number 1, it also means that on the other side, TSM is on the edge of elimination.
I would say that soak in the moment, you know, like really feel the crowd and think about how much it cost you to get here and how fun it's been to get to this point. And, you know, what if we lose? It's been so fun. Just go play again.
That is the correct mindset, Fear. That is what you want to feel in this moment as TSM. Is that the reality of it? Because it's so easy to say, yeah, that's what I want to feel when I'm on the verge of elimination, and it's one different thing to be here.
I think it's a good goal, right? To like look at it that way, because if you put a lot of pressure on yourself and you lose, you're going to be very, very sad. So you don't want to be in that position. You always want to find ways to take pressure off, and whenever you can do that, you're going to play better ultimately. Because if you have too much in your head, you're feeling like this is going to be a very difficult game, you're probably going to play worse, right? So he's a young player, but he has an old mind, I want to say. He is very wise and has everything he's said so far. I agree with entirely. It's a good motivator for the team at this point.
Yeah, a good philosophy to have. And speaking of philosophies, Lacoste, this is the time where coaches, especially on the verge of elimination, coaches come into play. You gotta pep the team up. Moon Meander seems like the right man for the job.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Moon has always given his teams good speeches, and if there's one guy that can lift up the spirits for the team, like look at him on camera. He's smiling. He's trying to do his best, just so that the players that they feel good coming into this next series, next game, because they need to win it.
Yeah, dude, Moon is the energy of that team, because every player on TSM is quite shy, they're quite quiet, they're all very calm. And then you have Moon, who's their dad, who's encouraging them to go play sports, you know, go join a club, son, you got this. And it's just such a funny dynamic to see play out because it works for them.
It works for them, and they are taking the stage once more as game 2 of this best of 3 coming away very soon. And it is a lot on the line. Pride, but I think sometimes you just, with this series, I feel like we have to take the whole title, Road to the International, off the table, because I think North American pride is what is on the line. We know that Shopify Rebellion has been eliminated, and then you got Nouns and TSM happen to find each other, and you want to be considered the top dog of the region, and I don't know who is going to take that honor at the moment. Of course, Nouns is having it within their grasp. And Beer, do you think that this is going to be? Did you think before that Nouns was going to take it or not?
I thought TSM was going to win last game, honestly.
Okay,
so the fact that they were able to take the game on Nouns is already surpassing my expectations of their own play. I feel like they won last game because they just outplayed TSM. I feel like TSM also made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. So going into this next series, Nouns has to be feeling really good. And hopefully during that break, TSM used that time to do a mental reset, because that was not their cleanest game by any means.
Mm-hmm. But I wouldn't count TSM out in any way, because they have had such great performances over the last couple of months, and they've really grown as a team, and they surprised everybody too at their group stage performance. Most people thought they would be one of the teams that would get eliminated, but no, they held their own. They got second place in their group. So we can chalk that up to maybe those few uncharacteristic mistakes that Fear was talking about, but I believe that they'll be able to reset here. There's no way that they come into this feeling discouraged.
Yeah, I want to touch upon resetting as well, because Nouns yesterday against Azure Ray, they looked terrible. This was like the biggest stomp when it comes down to road to the international group stage as well. They didn't get the chance to play Dota. Astini, he was pretty convincing the team that they can do so much better. Drafted them a really good draft, and you know, it all it takes. You know, at the end of the day, one is going to be victorious, but hoping for some like closer game. Even though the game lasted for 55, 56 minutes, you know, last 20, 25 minutes were pretty one-sided.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about the Dota, because we talk about the mental aspect, Nouns versus TSM in the break, you know, how do you claw back from that confidence-wise, but what about the strategic side of it? We had Bristleback overall first pick. This was something that TSM, you know, this was their strategy. it got beaten, Effie. Where do you go next?
And I would attribute the factor that they're looking at if they're going to run back the Bristleback is allowing that Brewmaster through. If that Brewmaster wasn't there, we would have seen an entirely different game from Bristleback because he would have actually spent time in the team fights instead of up in the air. And they opted to ban the Witch Doctor in that second phase, which you don't see many teams do often, but that's the nature of knowing this team, and Moo has ran the offlane Witch Doctor, but potentially take that Brew out. I think giving Moo this Brewmaster is a mistake.
And what changes would you like to see, Lacoste? Because it's hard to say that it was draft related, but at the same time, where it ended was so obvious that basically TSM could not do anything that you have to start there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the draft was okay. I think this position for Muerta can look like either extremely good or it can be like very bad when it comes down to using Deadshot, one of the toughest heroes in the game right now in terms of using your abilities. So, I mean, they also decided to go with Luna, like Luna, Muerta, pretty similar in terms of like what the heroes want to do. They want to farm up, show up, but they missed their timings. This like high ground, the tier 2 push when they had Aegis on Bristleback and Luna used Mask of Madness, reducing her armor. I think that was a big mistake, and I think they are very aware of it, and they're not going to make it again.
Yeah, I don't think they'll make it again. At the moment, we have Tomato and Bryle. They have hereby, by being here, they have already beaten their personal best results at the International. Moon, though, Moon needs one more series to be his personal best. He needs to start winning right here, right now. Let's see if he can do it.
Nouns versus TSM. Game 2.
With their backs against the wall, TSM, they need to force out that third game of this series. And it all begins in the draft, and we are in it. We got TSM on the Radiant side this time around, and Nouns on the Dire. First pick, also flipped. And Brewmaster, I know Effie, you're pointing at it, that Brewmaster is removed. And it does mean that a couple of heroes will make it through that were not banned earlier. I can refresh you guys' memory if you want. Previous game, we saw Primal Beast, Phoenix, and Ancient Apparition banned on the side of TSM, so they go on a completely different round. And we got Nouns, but last game, they banned out Dazzle, Spiritbreaker, Spectre, and Spiritbreaker.
I really like TSM's bans here just because Nouns has been a team that has varied success, right? And we talked about how Hector has pretty much only won on CK and Naga. They just banned him out. They just lost last game to a Brewmaster, so they just banned it out. They're just like, okay, we're just gonna ban heroes that we know that Nouns likes to play. So this is a very individualistic choice to play against Nouns, not necessarily the meta.
Ooh, Primal Beast is in the pool, same goes for Phoenix. I think TSM, they're one of the better teams at using Phoenix, especially Ari. He kind of is the one, him and Kaori, I think two of the best Phoenix players out there from what I've seen, like just utilizing their Supernovas dives, very aggressive in the lanes, and also going for this like newer build in the last 3-4 months where you rush Hex after picking up the shard, sometimes even skipping the shard, but it's going to be Muerta again.
Yeah, the reason why Nouns just go for this Ancient Apparition instead of the Phoenix, which is also a really great hero for them and their draft, is they did leave Bristleback in the pool. So by them taking AA here, not only can they build around a stun carry plus the AA, but they have their solution to Bristleback, and in fact they're encouraging the Bristleback pick. But TSM pivot around that, they go for the Muerta. It didn't look that great last game on their 4 flex, but this time around it could be different.
I mean, it is Hector. He does play a lot of stun carries, but his 2 best stun carries are banned in the first phase, right? In the Naga, then Snare, then you also have the CK banned out. So they're probably not going to get their #1 choice. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban the Void next, which means he's going to have to look at heroes like potentially like some Wraith King and Svens later on in the draft here. But it does put them in a position where, yeah, I think Effie said it best. They picked this AA just so they don't get bristled again. Last game they picked the bristle, they had an idea, but they just couldn't kill it, right? And if you have an AA, all of a sudden this hero is killable. You can't go that one build where you just put 1 point in your bristleback, go Bloodstone, become unkillable by just doing a lot of damage. Now all of a sudden you have to play it the real way and just max bristleback, and then the hero's not very scary.
And this is an interesting one because nobody else played the Lycan. Kasane is the only one who banged it out in their previous series, and they managed to get a win. So even though it's not a Zoo meta, you still have to be aware of some of these specific heroes that they're very good at utilizing, you know, because Kasane, throughout the DPC, he looked extremely comfortable on the hero.
5 seconds remaining.
And removed from the pool.
I mean, he came into the scene and then in a DPC playing almost exclusively Brood, Lycan, and Beastmaster. So he's like super good at these heroes. Maybe we might still see a Brew Beast later on, who knows, but he's been trying throughout the whole year to evolve and adapt into not just being a Zoo hero type of player.
And we have seen the difference, right? We've seen him be scary on his lone druid even.
Yeah.
He has gotcha heroes that aren't within that whole Zoo summon, run over the map type of meta. He's also been playing a lot of Tidehunter. So Kasane's evolution as a player has really showed in TSM's results.
Yeah, it definitely has. He's been really great, and I think this might be a game, though, for him to potentially bring it back, because we look at a lot of the heroes that are popular in the offlane right now. You think of Heart, you think of like these Blade Mill heroes, you think of the Bristleback with the Bloodstone. AA is pretty good against all of them, and that's why AA is really popular right now. But what AA is not good against is the Zoo type heroes. It's very bad against them, and maybe that is something Kasane is thinking about, but it is something Nouns is aware of, so they are definitely going to be prepared for it in some capacity.
It is quite interesting and for me entertaining to see that both teams already at this point in the game have used so much more bonus time than we saw previous game. That's the nature of needing to adapt on the fly, both teams wanting to have a different plan than what they came in with in game number 1. Primal Beast now on the side of TSM.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering what happened to Clockwork as a response to Primal Beast. Like even in Muerta, you just get like good initiation, a hero that provides you with vision. You don't care too much about the dead shot because you're inside the cogs. It's another setup for Ancient Apparition. I know the hero is not like the most popular, but could be a potential pick in this one.
I mean, Nouns did actually play Clockwork.
Yeah.
During the last day of the Road to TI group stages, they busted it out in position 4. It looked good. I think the reason why this clock fell off is because ranged 4s are the meta right now, because they're typically paired with these offlaners who are melee and build the hard into blade mail build. But it's not a bad discussion at all.
But yeah, but that to build on your point there about the Clockwork, and ranged 4s are generally going to help you, play a stable offlaner. Most of them are melee. They might have to adapt a bit here by either putting the A in the offlane and picking a ranged carry, or they're gonna have to pick a ranged position 3. There's not a lot of ranged position 3s right now that people want to go for. And the pool is very limited. We saw the Dazzle, that could be good potentially. However, like that some type of adaptation, because if you do Clock with another melee that isn't Darkseer, maybe they're thinking about Darkseer, it can be difficult to win your lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can break the mold a little bit and just play that double melee lane. I do believe that is how they won with it. But if you're talking about a ranged offlaner, if your Dazzle does fit that archetype, doesn't he? And it's the first time we've seen him go unaddressed in a draft for this long.
Yeah, I mean, that Dazzle can go anywhere. It can go with the Clock, it can go mid potentially. I've seen this hero dumpster Primal Beast mid on many occasions just because you can keep clicking him, force him to run out. So that would be a good choice as well, but could be an offlaner, so that's going to be a flex pick for Nouns. I do like it.
I think you need to start thinking about heroes that can run away from Clockwork, run away from these cogs, also run away from Dazzle. So this position 5 for TSM, it needs to be something that can move around. Like something, I mean, Phoenix is still in the pool, even though you're not going to get the full value out of it because of the Ancient Apparition ulti. I feel like it still could be a really good pick, and it is a pick that they do flex from position 4 to position 5 if necessary. Also, these heroes are not really good at hitting the egg until Dazzle, being universal hero. Maybe later on get some, right-click damage. He gets the attack speed from the items as well. So,
do you feel like having an Ancient Apparition on your opponent team is enough to move away from a hero like, for example, Enchantress as your +5? Because I know she can't really get out of the cogs, but she can survive through it.
I think that's a good choice. Is there a Shadow Demon in the game?
There is still a Shadow Demon available.
That is also a hero I really like against Clockwork, because you just disrupt whoever gets in the cogs, and all of a sudden some illusions pop out that can not only get them out of the cogs, but they absorb the battery assaults. Phoenix can work too. I also think they don't have a lot of means to deal with that. And Phoenix kind of just safeguards your team fight in a lot of ways, or if they do want to pick some more tanky heroes down the line, that hero is just great in the meta overall.
Phoenix can be a bit scary though, because as you're diving out, depending on the battery assault interval, I mean, if you have to time it so that after you see it pop once, you dive out. Because if you mistime it, you're stuck in that cog cell.
Yeah, I believe
he
it.
will interrupt your dive.
These are e-gamers we're talking about in the end.
But back in the day when you're talking about supports who are good versus clog, it used to always be the Rubiks and the Muranas of the olden days. Like Rubik was able to lift him out and then with his shard lift his allies out of. But Rubik has fallen off completely. So it's a shame that we don't see that as a response as much anymore.
Yeah. Now, we talked about Kasane going back to his roots here, playing these Zoo type of heroes. He loves his Lycan, he loves his Beast, he loves these type of heroes. So good against the supports right now of Nouns, and this is what Beast thrives in, generally speaking. We're probably going to see him go for that, and they also go for the Shadow Demon. These are two heroes I think that are really great right now. Whoever you set up, you can do a minor save with the Disruption. You're going to get the Ice Blast proc still on you, even if you're disrupted, but it won't do the damage. So that's going to be nice as well. And the Beastmaster, it's an absolute nightmare to try to play Clockwork or AA. And even, I guess, Dazzle to some degree. I'm not sure how he interacts with Beast right now with having like a dragon running at you. I don't think this would be a good game for the Aghanims.
And also keeping a bit of a flex open on side of TSM. I know it's not the most popular pick, but Primal Beast can be ran as position 5 if needed, especially if you pair it up with Muerta. So you have like someone in front to soak up the damage for you. You know, it's not like the most obvious one, but you know, there's some flex to it.
There's a flex on the Shadow Demon as well. We've seen both Ari and Whitemon play it, and then you got Muerta. We've seen both Ari and Tomato play it. So yeah, they're keeping quite a bit up in the air there, as we have got a Phantom Lancer picked up.
This PL is scary. It looks scary for TSM, honestly. Their heroes that they have don't address it that well. I mean, it's a hero that's going to beat up Shadow Demon later on. Beastmaster stopped being good against PL once his Drums of Slum got nerfed. And not only that, his laning stage got nerfed. I mean, Beastmaster, we stopped seeing him be played this TI because his Call of the Wild Hawk went from a 1-second route at level 1 to a 0.25-second route. I mean, that is one of the most significant nerfs we saw in that D-patch. So they are now worried about this PL. They might have to look for something to deal with it. I mean, we saw it yesterday be dealt with by Azure Ray with a Leshrac, but at this point we already see the Primal Beast. We know that it's going mid.
Yeah, I think they just pick the Phoenix, honestly, if they want to, because I don't know why teams are so afraid to play this Muerta versus PL. You're a natural Mjolnir carrier. You attack very fast, and you can kind of deal with these illusions. So, like, putting on Pos 4 is like, sure, but there's very few carries that I think enjoy playing versus PL in a 1-versus-1 matchup. It normally comes from like the whole package of your lineup. Can you kill illusions? And there's very few carries that just do it by themselves that are good in the game.
Nouns turn to battle.
And so you think that Muerta actually has a shot outscaling PL?
You're not going to outscale him, but you can out-tempo him, because you do have a Beastmaster, you do have like this Primal. That's like the downside of PL. This hero takes a while to come online, and very rarely is there any hero that's going to just outscale PL. But you can definitely push the tempo. Muerta's great at hitting towers as well. You can play fast this game if you want, if you're TSM. I think a Phoenix could outscale the PL.
Playing fast on TSM is what they have to do, because what Nouns don't really have right now is solid lanes the way that they did last game, because they don't necessarily have that combo with the AA to actually play for the kills on the cold feet. You're just going to have AA trying to protect PL's farm for as long as possible before PL hits the jungle. And the Clockwork, we still don't see what kind of hero he can be paired with yet.
Okay.
That pretty much can fake cover offlane Dazzle, right?
Should be. Yeah. And I mean, it's Sven still in the pool. If they want to run it, could be sometimes tricky against Clockwork. Or if they want to speed it up, if they want to speed it up, bang out carry Night Stalker. Can run away from Dazzle, like you get a good jump. Phantom Lancer can get out of that silence. You know, it's not your traditional carry, but I'm leaning towards Sven. Just that you have this like explosive damage. It's going to be Phoenix in the end and Muerta. Okay. We did call Phoenix for a really long time, since the first phase, and a little surprised that TSM gets it in the end, because usually this hero is banned against them.
I mean, I think they saw it coming. There's no way that they didn't. They probably just feel like their PL is strong enough to deal with it. And I feel like now that you have this offlane Dazzle, who's going to do a great job at applying a lot of pressure with this Clockwork, you have this mid Earth Spirit who's going to be able to play on that pressure. TSM don't have the chance to out-tempo them that it looked like they might have been able to. I feel like this PL is going to be a big problem.
It will be a big problem, and TSM surely has a way to deal with it. Let's hear from Moon if they do.
I'm standing by with a Moon of TSM yet again. Now, oftentimes when you have to play multiple series, there's this idea between momentum versus stamina. Which one do you believe has a more stronger influence in how a team does when they have to play multiple times in the same day?
Momentum, violence, and speed. That's all I'm all about. That's all we all about in TSM.
So you're telling me you're gonna get the 2-time in this series, right?
Yep. Like game 1 was just like super cap. You know, we had them, and then people were like throwing and shit. Like it's whatever. You know, like Naga has 6 CS, whatever. This game they pick PL. If that was often, this guy's gonna buy Midas. We're just gonna run at them.
Okay, the game plan seems obvious. How about from your perspective as a coach versus a player, how does the stress levels compare when you're sitting back there versus sitting in the booth?
It's not really much stress. It's like kind of chill, this TI. I feel like it's because we're in Seattle, so it's like no cares, you know, it's YOLO TI.
Seattle, how we feeling right now? No cares, let's get into the game. It's time for game number 2.
For battle.
Thank you. Moonmanor, always a very special interviewee, if I do say so myself. Sunsfang here with Cinder in game number 2 between Nouns and TSM. Nouns take game 1. Do you think that TSM have a shot to push this to game number 3, Cinderman?
I definitely do. I think something that the panel touched upon that is going to play a really big role in this game in particular is the Beastmaster. So the choice from TSM to run back for something, you know, Nouns talked about what they adjusted after their series, where they kind of got run over yesterday by Azure Ray, and I feel like TSM are kind of doing the same thing here in game number 2, where it's like, you know, you go back to your comfort. Kazane on Beastmaster, they correctly identify that AA has certain offlane matchups that it's very good against. This is not one of them. And I think this is probably the hero and the lane to watch is Kazane on this Beastmaster and the AAPL lane. That is very far down my tier list of best safe lane combos. There's no synergy, it's not strong whatsoever, and it's extremely exploitable. So got to be careful up there. I think that's the biggest thing for TSM.
Would you say no synergy or little synergy? It is a slow.
Next to no
with cold.
Yeah. It's definitely not the best. And I wonder if Nouns maybe got a little bit too creative here. It's obviously going to, I mean, if K1 gets there, it's completely fine. I think this is a good PL game, ultimately, when he gets farmed enough. But the concern you can have here is that if the lanes don't go well, you only really have one hero to fall back on, and that's Gunnar. Because Clockwork position 4, sure he can, you know, do some stuff around the map, but he's not going to find that many kills himself, and he doesn't have obvious synergies with anything else than the Ice Blast, which might not even be available if the lane goes poorly enough. So all eyes on top lane for me here.
Okay, what are your thoughts, because we haven't had the chance to officially discuss this, on Core Dazzle? We've been seeing it, as we can see a pause, so we can talk about this a bit more. Do you like this hero as a core?
Yes, I do, and I think it's better as a core on average than as a support with all these changes. I think the Aghanim Scepter on this hero is proving to be incredible. And I'll admit, honestly, I just underestimated the hero in general. Not going into this tournament, but in this patch, I didn't think it was going to be as good as it has been. But yeah, I'm a big fan of this hero, and he has. That's one synergy here that I didn't hear if the panel touched upon this, but the Dazzle PL is actually a classic as a lane duo. They're not laning together, but later on in this game, that heal bomb with Ags on Dazzle as well as the PL illusions can be quite powerful. So.
Yep, and the constant Graves coming. Of course, the Graves will indicate what the real PL is. I don't know if that's an issue.
True.
I mean, I know that you usually will end up graving them anyway, but that is a downside.
Do you remember when Dazzle Ags gave you AoE Grave?
Cinderin, that hero has been remade more times than any hero in the history of Dota. So yes, I do remember that.
Oh,
it was like
that was not what I was
short
expecting.
nightmare. Very brief.
Yeah, that was not a popular pickup. It was almost impossible to use, but it was good with PL, because then you didn't know which one was real.
That's true. As Bryle will be playing the Primal Beast in the mid lane versus Gunnar, who gets the last pick, Earth Spirit, again. So something that TSM feel comfortable playing against. I mean, Gunnar did have a very good game, game number 1.
This is a worse Earth Spirit game, though, I would say, for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think this mid matchup is not as good as the one in the previous game.
That's first blood for Whitemon. Nicely done from TSM, as they are first on the board.
Yeah. So a couple of things about Earth Spirit. His lane matchup is not as good as last game. It's still fine. He's still going to farm. This hero farms against more or less everything. There's a couple of really bad ones, but this is not it. But he's playing against 2 defensive supports that can actually counter him quite well. Demonic Cleansing is very good against this hero that the Shadow Demon will ultimately get either by buying it or getting it from the Tormentor. Phoenix with Sunray can... during the egg, Earth Spirit can't stop that from happening as long as the Supernova goes off, and Phoenix has Shard, that hero has major healing, and above all else, arguably, it's 2 supports that Earth Spirit doesn't just kill and run down, right? Like, he has to, if he goes in, he's going to get Demonic Purge, they're going to have saves for each other, and none of the cores are easy kills either. All of them pretty tanky in their own right, so... I don't expect Gunnar to have as free of a game as he did last time.
Do you think there's any issue with Nouns lineup being so focused, like the fact that they don't really have a frontliner other than the Earth Spirit? That's your mid laner being your frontliner, whereas before your off laner was Brew, who creates a lot of space in the front lane. Now it's a Dazzle who kind of wants to be in the back to be able to get these Graves off.
I mean, they're trying to compensate for that by having a position 4 that can go in this time, right? Last game it was a Skywrath Mage, but now they're putting Lilith on that Clockwork going in, so I do think that can work out, but you're right, in terms of like distributing the farm and having some sort of truly beefy hero, that's probably not going to be the clock. I think his role in this game is setting the fight. His role is going to be dying, it looks like.
Good dead shot. Lelis resigned to his death, trying to do as much damage before he ultimately goes.
He pulled Timato in there.
Side the cogs, another right click will be enough, so Moog gets a nice revenge there.
I play a lot of Clockwork. When I use those cogs, they don't get pulled in. That was crazy. That must have been literally on the last pixel that he got pulled in, and otherwise that is not a kill, so very good news for Nouns to get that kill onto Moo there.
I love Earth Spirit. I know people are so sick and tired of seeing this hero, but it's actually so entertaining to watch. Just kicking people left, right, and center. I mean, how does this matchup go generally, would you say? Because
I think it's
pretty normal mid laners.
Yeah, it's largely a wash. I think Primal might be slightly favored, but
some good blocks there with the PL illusions from K1, but now Ari has come with that dive and slowing K1 perpetually. Blood Grenade is there as well, and Ari will get credit for that kill. So a good turnaround. You talked about the lack of synergy. I mean, if he was able to block a little bit better, the cold feet would have activated.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it's a bit of a trap playing aggressively up here. I think your PLA lane has to just accept that you're not playing for kills, but you should be playing for farm. So try to pull as much as you can, try to get CS, key CS with Lance. And I understand that if you're not putting any sort of pressure, the enemy team is just going to run at you non-stop, right, and just punish you. But trying to dive for kills is not the way to do this, I think. It's just too unlikely to work out. And K1, I mean, he was off to a bad game 1 with his Naga. I think this PL, he has way more CS than he did last game around at this time, but also a hero that is extremely dependent on getting his alone time. Phantom Lancer needs to build up.
Seen a couple of Shadow Demons today, and we just saw that combo there potentially.
Yeah,
that thought as Yam getting on Ari and Kasane. Looks like they'll eventually find it because remember from yesterday, this is an ancient apparition. So Kasane will get a freebie. But the Shadow Demon, disruption into the calling, very annoying.
Yep.
Like it literally just sets it up to get that auto silence.
Yeah, and considering how long that slow is on the calling as well, it makes it pretty easy for Shadow Demon to at least land 3, if not 4 Shadow Poison stacks. So this lane does have quite a lot of kill potential. I would say it's particularly good at killing tanky offlaners, which Dazzle isn't even. Right, A is trying to find impact somewhere else because it surely isn't happening top.
Oh, deny of a rune there. Gunnar not going to be too happy with that. Level 3 Phoenix coming in for the kill. And in terms of egg killers this game, I mean, PL, classic.
Yeah.
Kind of it, though.
Yep. And I don't think he'll necessarily have the freedom to hit the egg with the right peel because there's going to be a lot of things to worry about, right?
Yeah.
Primal Beast is going to be on top of you. You need to not get roared. The calling is a pretty major attack speed slow. So, yeah, I genuinely think Nouns, with the strategy that they've picked for themselves this game compared to the first one, this feels like a game where K1 has to get 5 slotted or 6 slotted to really get there. Because the rest of their lineup, it's effectively a turtle game almost, right?
He's
It's kind of 4 Protect 1.
Midas is the first item of that 5, I believe, right?
I mean, I don't mind it, because I think the right read on this game is, all right, guys, me jungle for, 30 minutes.
Jungle. Yamson trying to go through the gate, but he's going to get caught off guard. As Brow's there with the Pulverize. Another death for Yamson. They get a nice little D-ward action of their own. Actually, they're just getting it to half HP, it looks like. Nope, they're actually denying it. I guess it's because it's obvious that it's there, so.
Yeah.
And Moo. It's going to be first item. Is that the normal build? You go right away for the Ags?
It is from mid Dazzle. I would say on offlane Dazzle it varies a little bit, but I don't mind it here. I think Moo's mindset should be, how can I have the biggest impact at 20 minutes? Because that's where the game is going to be decided for Nouns largely. They need to buy time for their PL, and if he goes Midas and plays it slow, I think they just get run over. So he kind of has to have a high impact item, and that's the biggest purchase you can make on this hero for that timing in the game. So it also enables certain things to happen in the game, right? It makes it easier for Clockwork to go for kills because he gets a new killing partner suddenly. AA wants to have that extra damage to find Ice Blast kills, so I just think it's just pretty straightforward to make that choice here for Moo.
Nice couple stacks here for TSM as we have a 2-man smoke from Nouns on their way bottom. And Tomato, obviously the prized possession if they can get him. He's going to get slowed to start out. Is Gunner going for the rolling boulder? He's going to get a nice little damage proc onto Whitemon and Tomato, but you can see Bryle has made his way over as well. Pop that illusion room, going for the Pulverize, and Lelis finally gets the cancellation thanks to that battery assault, but he's going to die inside his own cogs. But Bryle, this will be a very big kill for Nouns, and they'll take that trade any day if they can actually finish him off. Pops the uproar for the extra armor, but he does eventually drop to Gunner and that Magnetize.
They are
Tomato
very
low. Blood grenade popped by Whitemon. Tomato apparently still wants to fight. That's because he's an ancient apparition, which usually means a free kill, but a beautiful kick from Gunner leads to 2 more deaths from TSM.
Ronaldo has arrived.
3 for nothing. That's a soccer reference, I do believe.
Wow, impressive.
Thank you, Cinderin. That was an alley-oop.
That is not a soccer reference.
Okay.
That is another sport that shall not be named.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kasane in the mid. Why is Beastmaster falling off? I know there were some nerfs. Has that really been enough? So just because he was the hero like a patch ago. So you see a little deny here.
Yeah, it's something I've been wondering myself. I don't know if it's because certain meta safe laners just have better lane matchups against Beastmaster than back when he was popular. He got changed a bit, but I thought this hero was really good and was going to be a much bigger pick at this tournament than it has been so far. Maybe we're going to come full circle because now, the things that Beastmaster doesn't like dealing with has been figured out, and now we're, banning those out, and he could maybe make a comeback, but it's a good question. I love this hero in terms of just overall power in the game. I feel a lot of the times it feels very impactful.
10-minute power rune will be top for the shield rune. As Bryle wants to go in deep. He sees a juicy ancient apparition. Another death for Yamson.
Yamson is playing AA.
Yes.
So it will die.
Now?
Not specifically because it's Yamson, but because he's playing AA.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with the player. It's the hero is meant to die. I'm waiting for the talent that has like a death ice blast. I think that's needed for him.
What about respawning faster? Those were great. Let's bring those back. Everybody loved those.
If you bring it back for supports, maybe not so bad. Mid Lina, though, was not fun. As the Tier 1 tower will go the way of TSM. K1 still not quite finished with that Midas.
Yeah. He would go for the tread, so obviously it will take a little bit longer, but...
You can see his farm in comparison to the Muerta a decent amount behind right now. Bryle. His smoke pops. He knows that K1's in the area. Gets the Pulverize onto the correct one. Well, the Sunray actually gets canceled by Ahri. It looks like K1 is just done. No way to get out.
K done.
K done indeed.
Yep. Well, they're trying to make the most of it down bottom, Nouns are, by pushing the Tier 1 tower in return. They have the Siege Creep wave, but being pulled off here by the Shadow Demon almost kills off the Siege Creep, but actually the Creep's reset position. Was scared of getting dove, so he backed off, and that will probably lead to this tower falling in the end if Moo tanks it up a little bit longer, but he's a bit careful too. All right, Gunner, not careful.
That is a Shadow Demon. He's actually level 7 right now. Takes an Ice Blast and will drop. As Yamson finally on the board here with an assist.
Yeah. And now we enter that stage of the game that's going to be, for me, the most interesting, probably the most interesting stage of this game is going to be the next 10 minutes. Mu almost has the Ags. PL is absolutely in the jungle, and he will be there for the foreseeable future.
I mean, his farm is pretty bad right now.
Who plays the tempo better? You have this incredible Ags on Dazzle very early. This is so powerful, but the other team has 5 heroes. So what's better is going to be the question.
Well, if it ends up being an even state of affairs, then I think that Ags might be a little overpowered, if you put it that way. But yeah,
K1 is basically going the greediest possible build, right? Midas into Ags. So that is one farming item into the next farming item. Sure, you can show up to fights with this Aghanims, but essentially you still want to just use it for farming as much as possible. And it feeds into this idea that PL is playing the 6-slot game here, and that was the plan from the beginning. This doesn't seem like a fallback plan for K1 where he was like, oh man, my lane went really poorly. You picked AAPL, you know what you signed up for. You are not winning this lane, so.
Not sure if they think it would have gone better than it did, but I mean, he's only technically 500 behind.
I feel like this is almost par for the course, honestly. I know you're really far behind Beastmaster, right? You're 2K behind, but I think theoretically this lane is just flat out unwinnable. So it's, all things considered, not that bad. Like, we're painting this picture of a terrible PL early game, right? But they're still even on gold, the two teams. So they can buy him the time they need because Dazzle's game is this good.
Yeah.
And Mu will now go Midas.
Yeah.
So
I'm surprised they didn't go for it earlier, but yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the fact that you can actually make the cooldown lower, I kind of have to buy it on a core Dazzle, I feel like. Like this and Ogre, it just feels wrong not to. Even if it griefs the game as an Ogre in some cases, you just got to do it. Feels too good.
Yeah, well, in this tournament, Ogre has been primarily played mid, so I guess he's been more of a core than a support. I want to say LGD played it support one game on Y, but yeah, it's not been a popular support. That's for sure.
Yeah, that is one of the Gunner heroes. I think he lost that game.
No, well, I think he has both won and lost, if I'm not mistaken. But it was one of the games against Tundra that, you know, Nouns were kind of the silent assassins of this tournament, where everyone was like, okay, Nouns made it out of groups. Maybe some people didn't expect them to do that well, and then they go into the bracket, and then they beat Tundra, and then all eyes were on them suddenly, like, okay, these guys are the real deal. And one of those games that they won, they played the mid Ogre, so deservedly so. I feel like Nouns are getting a lot of attention and a lot of praise from fans, because not only are they winning matchups that on paper are not favorable, but they pick cool stuff.
Lellis. Oh, he actually hook shots away, but Gunner wants to go in. He's going to take a Primal Roar for his efforts. AA Blast is coming in. He's going to clip 2. Disruption there for the time being, and you can see Primal Beast has made his way over. Nice grave onto Gunner. Can he stay alive for a longer period of time, though? They find the Shadow Demon to start, but there's the trample and the onslaught from Bryle to take their prized possession. And they're going to go for the Dazzle as well. So 2 core kills for TSM, and all they lose is the 5 Shadow Demon.
All right. They won the 5v4, so Dazzle Ags may yet be fine. You were worried about it.
Yep, very worried for another redesign of Dazzle. If I was a betting man, Cinder, this time next year might be an entire different hero again. Maybe Shallow Grave will be passive then.
I miss Weave. I do miss.
That was a boring one, though. Yeah, I can understand.
I understand it's a polarizing ability. I always thought it was really cool, but I'm also boring and weird person.
That is true.
I like Venomance, so that says a lot about me.
Stop talking right now.
There you go.
Thank you for joining us.
Your least favorite hero in Dota is Lion.
That's right. That's more personal than anything, though.
Very interesting. Fortunately for you, it hasn't been played this tournament. So
thank God. Lellis only 1,500 away from his Aghanim Scepter, which is kind of a crazy. We'll talk about that when he actually picks it up. The old overclock.
Yep.
I mean, looking at the net worth, this game is pretty even, all things considered.
It is.
I think Nouns are, if they knew that, they'd be pretty happy with the current state.
Yeah, and this is one of those situations that are, it's kind of interesting because, you know, historically you sometimes look at games and you're like, okay, this hero is pretty good against PL, this hero is pretty good against PL. I feel like PL, unless he's like double or triple countered, he ultimately reaches a point of, you know, just becoming too much of a nuisance. Even if, let's say Muerta, you're like, yeah, she's pretty good against him. He uses Pierce the Veil, he can't hit her. He can just kite forever, you know? And then you just outlast all the problems you have, and then eventually it's too much. So I do think if this becomes a 6-slotted PL, I fear for TSM's ability to solve this hero, because despite, you know, you look at Phoenix, you're like, yeah, the egg is good and Huerta is good. Just run away, you know?
Yeah.
Just run and then turn and win. So Primal Beast is a little bit of a wild card in that with the Ags. I think that can maybe push it over the edge.
Yeah, his Ags, I mean, Mjolnir eventually on Huerta. You have Drums of Slom eventually for Beastmaster.
Drums of Slom, true. That is also another one. So maybe, yeah, you're right. I didn't account for the drums.
Of a Shiva's carrier. I mean, theoretically, Phoenix would want to go for, I don't know he's going to be able to afford it, but I don't think there's really a Radiance holder on TSM unless they really force. I mean, theoretically, Phoenix does like to go for it in some cases, but this is support.
The Drums of Slum are a really good point, actually. I think that's kind of the thing that could push it over the edge where TSM have enough solutions, but Kasane did deviate from it. He planned it, and now he's quick buying up a pipe instead. So maybe TSM with a little bit of a let's play it even faster mindset, let's look to push S5. A lot of teams have failed to do that successfully in this tournament. Going high ground has been very difficult for most. And Nouns do have a lineup that will ultimately be quite hard to push into. You've got Shadow Wave from really far away that does a lot of damage. You can get kicked into base. Clockwork is always going to be a problem for displacement. And while you do have a save in the Shadow Demon, you don't have a repositioning save like, say, Nether Swap or a full-on hard save that, like Oracle, to just get people out of trouble. So it is... It does feel like this game is likely to get decided on Nouns' high ground at some point, one way or the other. And the question is when TSM want that to be. Obviously not 18 minutes in, that is definitely not going to be the case, but this is likely just going to be a farming Aegis, right? Like, how do you use this one on Huerta? It just feels very difficult to set up.
Yep, still 3 tier 2s available for the taking for TSM. They're trying to look for a pick-off first, though. Putting down an observer, but not really gaining any vision on a enemy hero quite yet. As we are about 1 minute 20 seconds away from Torment time.
Well, Dazzle can solo that, worth keeping in mind.
That's true. Oh, Bryle. The onslaught to the other side of the trees. They're going to find Moo. Can he get off his ult? Yes, he does, right on the wall. Do they have enough damage? Indeed. Oh. That was a Veil of Discord, I believe.
I'm surprised he didn't get off the grave there, but yeah, the Veil just barely got them across.
Very nice pick off. I mean, that's the thing about these fights. I feel like you kind of have to kill Dazzle first no matter what, right?
Yeah, that seems to be a great recipe to enter the fight. So you don't have exactly the best catch if he's in a good position. Like Primal can technically go dagger and jump, but do you have the follow-through burst? You know, something like a Skywrath, you know, just pile on him and just blast him during the Primal ult, but maybe it's not necessary. Like, maybe it's going to be more of a maneuverability thing where you try to just flank and set up the fight under the right terms, and then sure, maybe Dazzle gets a grave off, but if he's out of the fight because he hasn't playing offensively, that might be good enough for the side of TSM. And they really want to steal this Tormentor. I think this is the perfect play on the map. It's obviously, you're already over here because you took the tower, but you also know you're playing against Dazzle, so this is effectively a 3K net worth play. Yeah. You get 1,400 and they don't.
Nouns have an idea that this is happening. They have the Aghanim Scepter now online for the Clockwork. Kasane is going to get initiated on the AA Blast is coming. He Spirit Vessel as well. He does get off the Roar. Looks like he can find enough distance to get away for now. Hook shot again.
Oh, that's a good Hawk.
Destroy that Hawk. Destroy him now. Delicious meat for everyone. Looks like Gunner's on a really far away from the rest of his team. Trying to get on Kasane, but he just dies.
He died to poisons, right?
And somehow Kasane, the one initiated upon, lives through the day.
That's a value pipe there, I have to say. He does not live without that. But yeah, the Hawk, more so than anything, really saved his life. It blocked the hookshot line, and Lelis obviously ends up self-stunning from the overclocking, so he can't really pursue any further. Well, they didn't get the Tormentor. At the very least, they found a core kill, and they keep control of the area. It looks like they're not going to give it up under any circumstances. They're staying around.
Yeah, they love Torment time. Understandable.
Bryle throwing a bit of a tantrum here.
They got the Wisdom Rune. That's what he was really wanting to get.
And I guess now they have to dip because they're too low.
They'll have to concede the Torment to Nouns, because it is theirs after all.
Yeah.
Now enough vision from those rocket flares to be able to secure this one for themselves.
Here comes the full squadron of flying donkeys.
Will they
rams
get the jetpack? Yes.
What's that? Will. What's this dog called again?
What dog?
The courier that Clockwork has. It's from a video game, right?
Okay, go ahead.
How can I not remember this? It's called Courier. That's right.
Okay, yeah,
there we go. Yes.
Gunner 2,000 gold into his eventual heart right now. TSM sporting just a 1K lead. I mean, what kind of lead would you want if you're a TSM fan at this point? Like, is there a certain threshold, like we should be up by this amount at this point, or is it not that simple?
I think it's hard to say how much you should be up by, but I don't think 1K is really necessarily enough. PL is, once again, he has 0 assists. I don't know if K1 has over 1,000 hero damage yet. Probably not. But he's slowly but steadily getting to a point where he can start entering fights. And with that in mind, if you've kind of like drawn, as we talked about, more or less 4v5, how are the fights going to look when this guy actually turns up, right? So I don't feel overly confident that this first 20 minutes for TSM has been successful enough. But I also think in this patch it's very difficult to necessarily pull that off, and that's why perhaps that's part of the reason teams are shying away from a hero like Beastmaster, that they feel like they cannot accomplish enough of what this hero is known for, which is taking over the map and dominating in the first half hour. Maybe players just got too good at playing the map. It's hard to say. Obviously, a bit of a factor in this, there's 2 Midases on the side of Nouns, right? One of them is Dazzle, so he will use it way more than other heroes, so a lot of quote-unquote fake gold. These 2 Midases are worth almost nothing in terms of teamfight prowess, so arguably in power level you're behind by 6k. But that's only if you know, are forced to fight. As long as you can keep using them passively, should be a-okay. And yeah, win expectancy in the game is effectively just a flat-out 50-50.
Yeah, it's definitely a close one. And we'll see if they end up going for some of the itemization we were talking about against the PL. But right now, I mean, PL is not that big of an issue until he gets to a certain point.
I think man to heart will be a problem. Okay. Until then, you probably have him decently under control. And K1 is a very seasoned player on this hero, so he understands when it's a game where he doesn't join at all. Like he's, you know, I think a lot of players will be tempted to join fights once they have their defusal, right? It's like, okay, now I have my fighting item. He's not going anywhere. He's still farming. And his quick buy currently is Manta into Linken's into Heart. I guess looking for some protection against the Primal Roll and the Pulverize. I want to say he's probably still going to pick up the Heart first, though.
You're telling me he has patience.
Oh, yeah.
He has 2 Midases on his team. He has to have patience.
Yeah.
You have to. There we go. He's actually going for Linken's after the Manta.
Oh, if only someone would have told you that 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, it looks like Linken's is going to be the choice here, Cinder. You're aware of that.
He's buying the Heart first, but
Tier 2 tower. Looks like it's TSM's for the taking.
Yep.
And Nouns just waiting for the inevitable push into the high ground, which
I don't think it's coming here, though.
Yeah, they might just take that tier 2, then hope that Roche has spawned, but we can see it's a very, very late Roche spawn timer, which benefits Nouns, I would think.
I don't know what Moo makes of this pike here, if that's... I mean, what were your options? Could have got Octarine, could have... I mean, I guess you just want to, you know, position yourself as well as possible, so you're staying further away with this. All right, he's spamming his Midas and Fountain. Very nice.
Just got to use those spells. Get that cooldown on Midas, that's all he cares about. Next tier 2 tower, and in fact, the final tier 2 tower for Nouns will be uncontested as well. And Kasane is going to be greeted by the Ice Blast. He has, yeah, about 150 gold away from finishing his Ag, so Drums of Slom.
Yeah.
Which we've seen that work against PL. I know it's been nerfed since then. Still relatively good skill against the hero in general. That was with like Bloodstone, and that was like kind of an older school build, I think.
Yeah, and I guess you're probably unlikely to buy Bloodstone because you're against AA. But... Alright.
Lelis completely out of mana. Yamson existing, which I don't think Bryle's too happy about. Gonna have to wait.
He's playing AA.
He is.
He is actually probably set a record for this tournament, playing AA for 10 consecutive minutes without dying.
He only has 3 deaths. That's impressive, considering how aggressive the TSM lineup is.
Yeah. Solid.
Yeah, give them credit.
Yeah, he's got a half Midas, so just chilling, you know.
Oh, he's back to the half Midas again. Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 and that seems to be the average amount for Nouns.
Yep.
Somewhere between 2.5 and 4 Midases.
So somewhere between 2.5 and 4 means the average is 2.5 is what you're saying.
Depends on the weight distribution.
We can't all attend our classes. It's okay. I got you covered.
It's been a long time.
Do you want to have one guess of what the average between those two numbers are?
3.25?
You didn't miss that one.
Huh?
You didn't miss that one.
Because I'm smart.
That is
pretend to be
very
for you.
much up for debate.
I mean, it's the only way to make you look good. It's me being a complete moron. Heart now online.
I have been pretending for 7
My
years.
whole life I've been pretending. Life is easier this way.
Your eulogy is just, it was just a prank, bro. Was that
Nerds.
smart?
Runner very, very tanky now. Or for the SNK, Braille about to finish his heart as well. Still about 800 away from the recipe itself, as we can see Roche is about to spawn. Kasane pretty happy about that, banging on his drums. It'll be nighttime for the foreseeable future, so Roche will likely just be taken out by TSM. And I think this is the Roche, the Aegis they have to use well, or else I think they might be in some trouble.
It's easier said than done, though. I think it's kind of hard for their lineup to go high ground because the only hero that can truly siege is Muerta. And if there's one thing this hero absolutely hates, it's displacement, right? When you get thrown out of position...
Oh, that's a nice blast.
I mean, they're just going to pipe through it and kill it, right? But they know there's no contention. So. The problem is, if you get hookshot or if you get kicked into base by Earth Spirit, you're probably losing your first life off that alone, right? Or at the very least, you're forced to use your ult, and that might be enough to just break up the fight and delay. And while that is happening, you're facing Peel Lance spam, you're facing Shadow Wave spam, and you're facing them both at the same time, which is even worse, because the Shadow Wave is going to bounce on the Peel illusions as well as the enemy heroes. So as soon as he lances and it bounces twice, which the Axe does, you just have this like extremely annoying wall to get through. But they are going to go for it. This is the moment of truth for TSM. I feel like if they get forced back here, or even worse, take a very bad fight.
Yeah, you can. Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
so much spam
cleansing.
between the poison touch shadow waves and these rocket flares constantly coming out.
Difficult to push.
I've always wanted to be a giant spacecraft.
Not right.
Like, yeah, we don't really have to do much to get you off our front door steps.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, they brought back K1. I actually thought he was just going to stay mid for a bit and that they would be spamming them out with just the rockets and the dazzle, but Nouns feel like Peel is needed, and I think it was the right call. Just bring him back.
Perhaps waiting for this heart on Bryle, still not quite finished with it.
TSM are scanning and hoping to find someone, but they could not be further away from the enemy team at this point, basically, while still playing aggressively on the map. And arguably, they have to go bottom at some point, too, because this wave coming in is going to start being relatively sizable. If any of Nouns' cores shows up there, that will force a rotation. So I think TSM will have to give up positioning a little bit here. Tomato already TPing mid. Obviously, this rocket spam. Overclocking is great on clock when you don't have to fight, and you could just use it for farming. It feels nice. You know,
right.
Sure, the stun drawbacks, kind of whatever. You know, you just keep spamming rockets on the waves, keep farming up your PL. Ever so quietly.
Have we seen more than one roar this game?
Well,
his spell icons sure are small.
He has roared the Earth Spirit
He has
Autumn.
6 on there. Goodness. Like he's playing on mobile or something.
I think he might have roared twice.
Twice? Okay, sure. Still not that many times for 30 minutes in the game. It just goes to show how Nouns has kind of been playing keep away.
Yep.
To some degree from TSM. Waiting for their critical mass point, which PL, let's see, he has the heart done in 400 gold or 600 gold.
What do you think he's going to go after heart? Do you think Lincoln?
Lincoln's, I think so, yep.
Probably a good choice here.
Yep. You got a problem?
I got many.
Okay. But Lincoln's ain't one of them.
But you ain't one. There you go.
Bryle and company looking for an opening to get to this high ground. It's 2 minutes left on the Aegis. They need to, I feel like they do need to try to do something with this. Finally, PL within a few feet of another enemy hero. Not sure if we've seen that the entire game, other than the first death in the laning stage. A lot of creep kills since then.
I really hope the crowd is going to go wild for K1's first assist. That's what I want, guys. If there's one thing...
0, 2, and 0, but 425 creep kills. That's a lot.
If I can ask this one thing of the crowd, be the loudest you've been all event for K1's first assist here. That would be really funny to me.
Making mistakes.
Just hold your breath. It's not going to happen just yet, okay? We're waiting a bit.
Waiting for his Lincolns, I think.
Yeah, we might be. Also queued up the Shard, as well as a Disperser.
Oh, Torment time.
Oh, yeah.
They're big fans of stealing enemy Tormentator. Cross between
Tormentor and Commentator. It's you.
Tormenting our audience. Bryle will get his rocks ready to throw.
Yep. Another spell against PL. It all adds up.
It's getting there.
But you need to see him first. It's hard to throw rocks at things you can't see.
Oh, you can throw them, but not going to connect.
Sure.
And it looks like Tomato's Aegis will not be used for really too much. I mean, they do have all the outer towers, but they had those already. And I can see the lead technically on Nouns side, but still, this feels like a 50-50 game. The later it goes, maybe not so much.
It's hard to say. I mean, I've built up this PL. We haven't really talked too much about the other cores, but obviously Earth Spirit is really big now at this point as well. Kaisanj coming up. You've got the Dazzle almost with Octarine. Mu is quietly farming up a Storm as well, but obviously TSM, they have 3 of the top 4 net worths in the game on their cores. But there is a significant distance between the Clockwork and the supports of the Radiant. That could turn into a bit of a deciding factor here, that Lelis will just keep farming more than the enemy supports on the map with that overclocking. Just spamming out waves, keeping his net worth growing. He's 3,500 net worth ahead of the Phoenix, which is a lot at this point. That has bought him a Halberd. Not a very common item to see nowadays, but obviously nice against Muerta.
Yep, absolutely.
And he's going Lotus next.
Yeah, those rocket flares have to be one of the most annoying things to deal with. I mean, to the point where I mean, I guess I do, but most people probably couldn't even name what the Ags does for the other skills. It feels like rocket flare is the main reason that you buy that item.
It is. I mean, to be fair, it does quite a lot of things. So.
I mean, I want to see the day when the cogs giving attack speed becomes an actual thing. You go like some crazy right-click build on Clockwork. Sounds like fun.
Do you mean just the base spell?
Yeah. No, it's part of the Ags. Like the reason you buy the Ags.
Oh, you mean, okay, you know it already does it, but you want people to itemize it specifically.
Correct.
Yeah, I think if the drawback wasn't a 4-second self-stun, that might be a thing, but it is hard because
minor details.
You pop it, you go in, and then you stun yourself for a long time when you're really starting to get some kills.
Hey, Lincoln's is done. It looks like 6 items are finished on K1.
All right.
Is he ready to fight? As the crowd goes wild,
relax,
anticipation
no assist.
For the first assist of the game for K1.
Take it easy.
He might need to wait for the Shard, though.
We're not there yet.
And then Disperser after that, and then maybe need to, you know, consume the Ags and then buy another item. So there might still be some time to wait.
He has room to grow.
12-6 at 35 minutes in the game.
Fun fact, it was also 12-6 at 25 minutes into the game.
That is
And at 20 minutes into the game. The last kill was minute 21, I think.
Wow.
Am I wrong? No. The last kill was... Whitemon killed Gunner. Minute 20.
K1 has killed a tower. That doesn't count as an assist, technically speaking, but we'll give it to him. He has bought the Shard now.
Here comes Kasane, so K1's out of there.
Okay, yeah.
Shard coming up.
Yeah, the Shard on Kasane as well, by the way, so...
Yep.
Got a zoo.
Extra Hawk. Shadow Demon. I think Whitemon should be farming more, or stacking more, to be honest. I think if you're playing this kind of stalemate game, the supports have to follow through and really get there too. And it just looks like Nouns are getting more value out of that. Keep in mind, you're getting out-farmed by Shadow Demon, or by AA as Shadow Demon, right? Like, AA has nothing to farm with except Philosopher's Stone. So if Shadow Demon was actually focusing on stacking camps or farming wherever his cores aren't, I think Whitemon could be looking at 2k more net worth.
Oh, the roll-in. Will we have a kill in this game?
Here he comes.
Oh,
okay,
Gunner really wants to find Kasane. He will kick him back into the Lotus Fountain, and K1 is doing damage to something that's not a creep. But he's going to try to get out of dodge now. He's not interested in fighting. He still wants more items to work with. Gets the Spirit Lance out as Tomato ready to do some damage here. No kill yet, ladies and gentlemen. Might have to wait a bit as Nouns resetting now. They forgot how to actually fight. Stun onto Mr. Earth Spirit, the Primal Roar to follow. A-Blast is coming, doing a nice amount of damage with the trample, but he's going to get graved. And Gunnar still being surrounded by Brown. Not sure if he can actually get away from this as Tomato pops the ult, dealing so much damage to K1. Still doesn't have a kill or an assist, and now he has to run away in shame. Invisible right now. Nice hook shot with 2 in the cogs from Lelis. Beautifully done as the cheeses pop. Bryle is very healthy. We'll take a disarm there from that halberd. That's going to be 3 deaths for Nouns. They kill off everyone other than K1, and somehow the Ancient Apparition lives just to taunt us. And K1, he's not finished farming yet. Still needs a few more minutes, Cinderella.
That was a great fight from TSM, I have to say. They did a really good job weaving in and out, playing around the perimeter of the fight. Got a lot of value out of the drums of Slom and the pipe on Beastmaster. Kasane tanked so much in that fight, and they just keep him alive. They have the supports protecting. Tomato gets quite a bit of freedom.
K1 pretending that he actually wants to chase here. We all know that's not going to be the case. Eventually, he will run away.
Sunray.
And there we go. Forcing out 1 spell, and that's enough. Back to the creeps.
Structural damage.
Yep, a little bit.
It adds up. But that was honestly kind of important for TSM to experience this fight and recognize that, okay, finally, if they do give us the fight, we can win it, right? They win it cleanly. They're gonna, as their reward, probably going to get the Roshan here unless Nouns can get over there. And it kind of is playing out the way we were predicting, right? Like, PL is going to force spells and then keep kiting forever, but if he can't ultimately pierce through heroes after that, it's all for naught. Like, the Supernova went out, Beastmaster used everything, and while PL didn't die, his teammates weren't able to distance themselves. They actually kept going in to try to set up the PL, but he wasn't strong enough to commit. So Lelis kind of killed himself going in, Gunnar died, and ultimately they ran down Mu as well, as you pointed out. So maybe...
Disperser finished on K1.
Yeah.
Now all he can do is consume the Ags and maybe upgrade the treads.
Yeah, do you reach, like, what is the last item here? Is it Butterfly? Is it Swift Blink? Like, so you could just...
You don't really need boots on this hero, right?
Not necessarily true. So
especially with Disperser as well.
Yeah, so maybe what K1... What he identified in the last fight when he was halfway through it was, I can't kill a core. I need to kill supports first.
I think they want to contest this. AA Blast is coming. A bunch of illusions now from K1. Going to get gone on by Bryle, who has that Aghanim Scepter, so the Uproar, something you do have to worry about if you're Nouns. Pipe going to dissipate here relatively shortly as Roche is at half HP. And K1 pretending to go in. He's going to get roared. Lincoln's broken. There's the roar. He's dead. 80 seconds of no PL. Not much difference in this game because he's not going to be hitting creeps at least. That's the big difference, but hasn't really been a PL this game, it feels like. It's now Roche is available for TSM, and this is a big one. This is Refresher Shard. You could wait 15 seconds to get the Ags, but they're not going to take the chance.
There's just no way around it. That's just a blunder. Like, he's going in. His teammates are nowhere near to save him. There was no hook shot for a save. There's no Force Staff. There's no Grave. Mu has Dagger and Force Staff, and he still couldn't grave him. So K1 was way far ahead there. We're going to see the replay here. So, like...
That was really quick between the Lincolns breaking and the Pulverize. Like, super fast. It's like I was just ready to play Dota. All right, back to hitting creeps in 30 seconds. As Bryle now not scared at all. Going for this high ground push as Mu will try to spam everything out. Fortifications pop. Muerta still with that Aegis because she literally just picked it up. Hasn't died since then, in case you're wondering. And this is going to be a set of racks, I do believe. 13 seconds left on K1. Another fortification, so they do want to defend this melee racks as there's an overclock activation. Let's see if Clockwork wants to go in here. Mr. Lelis. They will be able to defend the melee rack, so that's pretty big for Nouns. And now PL is back.
Maybe the thing that Nouns needs, we've been focusing so much on the PL, maybe the key thing here is unlocking Gunnar, who seems to be struggling with initiating fights because the turnaround potential, we talked about how this isn't the best Earth Spirit game compared to the previous one. He seems to have a hard time going in because if he goes in, he's going to get roared and just blast it, right? But when the BKB comes out, he's going to be able to ignore a ton of damage. He's going to take way less from the Primal. He's going to take way less from the Beastmaster, and the Shadow Demon and Phoenix in particular are going to be doing way less to him. So maybe for Nouns, that is what you're hoping for to get him in. But essentially, you need long fights, right? You need them to drag out so that PL can keep poking, and you need to find supports, because you're not killing the cores. They're too tanky. Beastmaster has this huge tanking build. Primal speaks for itself, right? And Muerta, half of the fights, Tomato has Aegis. So not really going to be an easy target either for them. So
It feels
TSM?
like their whole lineup for Nouns is just like poking in and out. They don't really have this guy that's just going to go in and kill everyone.
Lelis overclocked.
Yes,
You got
he did.
stunned.
He is self-stunned. Going to hook shot to safety. Gets onto the other wall. Will be fine. K1. I really do wonder how much damage he has done this game.
I mean, he's starting to lance spam quite a lot, so it's going to add up.
Let's see. 14.
More than Gunner by now.
That is, I mean, I guess that's not that surprising considering Gunner, he can't really fight without a PL at this point.
He can't really go. He's going to complete his BKB now for the upcoming fight. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him queuing up a Linken's next, because you need that freedom of movement in these fights as Earth Spirit. You need to be able to run in, pop your BKB, and not get roared. So you can get off all your spells at least once. TP back to base here. Let's see if TSM fancy going here. 2 minutes on their Aegis is plenty to try to get something done.
Rock throw actually will hit. They got to get rid of that Linken's first, though. What is their best Linken's breaker this game?
Probably Demonic Purge.
Yep, as Braille jumps in. A blast will clip him barely as there's the roar, this time expended for Gunner. You can see Moo on the outskirts ready to grave at any point. Gets it before he gets to half HP. Will be able to use the BKB and roll away. Another grave to come just to make sure. Pretty tense moment here as TSM distracted by the fact that Tormentor is available. They really love this Tormentor.
Like
Still, even at this stage, going high ground is quite difficult.
They don't actually have Phoenix Shard.
Torment time.
They should really try to get this Phoenix Shard.
They might. 50-50. There we go.
All right.
That is a very good one.
How is that a 50-50? It's the only shard they didn't have.
Yep, 50-50. Between him and the enemy.
Is that another comeback mechanic? There's 50% chance you get nothing
that's
breaking
right.
the Torment. Okay. Makes sense.
40 seconds on the Aegis. Tomato.
He is progressing. I mean, they're getting some damage in.
Yep, it's going to happen eventually, you would think. Of course, this endless.
Oh my God, this is
my God, so much damage. All right, well, Bryle is trying to put a stop to this, but he goes in with his BKB and nobody's with him. Now hightailing away, and I think TSM are just going to back away knowing that this Aegis is going to expire in 20 seconds. They don't want to be caught in a weird spot. They still have the Refresher Shard, by the way, and it is on the Phoenix.
All right, Aegis is out. Time to play the map, probably until next rush for TSM. I just think high grounding is genuinely impossible for them without an Aegis. It's just so difficult. So essentially what you're hoping to do at this point is keep control of the map, smoke out at some points, and if you find and kill PL, that is where you force high ground and get a buyback. Because if K1 is out, the defense is not possible. His spam is way too important to holding them off. And if they were to find him now, he wouldn't have buyback, so they would actually just end the game. But doesn't look like they're in the right area of the map to make that happen.
Back to the spam. K1. Looks like Bloodthorn will be the choice.
Okay.
So either going to consume the Ags or just ditch the treads.
Probably ditch the treads first, you would imagine, right? It's too expensive to go the other way around. He is approaching his 25 talent. Do we have any of those? We do have the Muerta one. Magic resistance.
Yep, pretty
one of the
solid.
less
middle tower is under attack.
creative ones.
But very good. Bryle's going to be found out. Well, onslaught to the other side. We're going to have a fight here. Whitemon's going to get some action with Gunner as he puts himself in a very precarious spot. And Tomato's going to pop his ult and trying to delete Gunner, but the Grave comes out just at the last moment. see if another grave will come from Moo, if he even needs it on the Gunner, but they're going to lose the Shadow Demon from the TSM side first.
K1 got an assist!
K1, great job for K1 as Bryle trying to get away with that BKB. The pipe is still activated, so mitigating a lot of damage. Going to pop the cheese as well, so we'll live through the day. The first egg comes through, healing up Tomato. Kasane gets off the roar onto the newly minted 1 assist on the Phantom. Okay, Mr. Phantom Lancer, K1, trying to poke K1 from afar. See the Rocket players from the south as Gunner is going to sheath mid-rolling boulder. Very weird fight, very segregated overall as K1 now focusing his efforts onto Ari. Looks like that's going to be the kill as Gunner now continuing the pressure as Kasane gets to the high ground. He's going to have buyback here potentially coming out as a big A blast comes in. Will hit Kasane, and somehow Nouns kill 4 heroes. I thought they forgot how to do that halfway through this game, but they've remembered. But they do lose a set of racks in the top.
Damn, look at that damage from Dazzle. He actually did more damage than the PL in that fight. 12.5K coming out of Moo.
Yeah, those shadow waves on the PL have been insane.
Yeah. And I think the critical difference in this fight, there's a couple of things that happened. First of all, Gunner went on, he was the first target, right? So he's going to go in here and start off the fight, and he has the BKB, and he's tanking quite a lot of spells here and a lot of damage, right? From Tomato, forces out his ult, he gets graved, and he gets to reset. This is what Nouns want in the fight, is for Gunner to be able to do this with confidence so that they can just make the fight chaotic, make it long, and then PL ultimately will start building up. The hookshot from Lilith is crucial here, killing off Shadow Demon. You need to kill the support first, right? At the very least one of them. And then the fight can open up suddenly, and that's what happened. So.
And that was with 2 eggs being used, so now the refresher shard is gone. Although it looks like Ari is, well, he's going to finish his Boots of Bearing first, but then refresher will be next on the list if he's able to get to that point. And K1, who now has 2 kills and 2 assists, actually, will be consuming his bag shortly. Very lackluster cheering.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be consuming the Ags for an eventual Swift Blink. And then Moonshard is next, of course. And then I think he's done at that point. Maybe a pocket Boots of Travel.
True.
Not ready to go here as Bryle's going to get some Lotus Flowers to consume.
That
one
was
is top net worth in the game.
That team fight was about a 12,000 net worth swing. So
yeah, that was huge.
That is absolutely huge for Nouns. Obviously not out of the woods yet. This is still an extremely close game, so this kind of team fight win, while nice, isn't going to cut it for them, but it will open up for a bit more aggression, it seems. The confidence here to push in through bottom.
Oh, we're going to have a fight up top. Pulverize is there. AA Blast coming in. It's not really going to connect because Gunner is already dead.
No grave for him there. Dazzle is covering PL bottom.
Yeah, that's going to force a fortification. Going to have to come back to their base here pretty shortly. Doppelganger away potentially is Kasane. He's going to get some Axes action with those Drums of Slom going to work as well as Bryle. Nice onslaught. Can they find the correct Phantom Lancer? There's the Sheep to try to keep him at bay. Another Doppelganger onto the high ground. But no, K1's actually stuck on the low ground. He gets unlucky, but you can see the Primal Beast actually going for the wrong target. And now, finally, the Primal Roar comes.
They found him!
Sunray is there. K1, he is dead. No buyback on this Phantom Lancer. 100 seconds he has to wait.
That play from Nouns is
high risk.
It's super high risk. You're splitting your team in half 50 minutes into the game. You're sending PL to push bottom and covering him with Dazzle, which means you're leaving your Earth Spirit vulnerable top. And ultimately what happens is Earth Spirit dies, TSM have a power play, and they're just going to collapse on bottom as soon as they can. Very well played by Kasane there to just be patient, isolate the right PL, get that roar with the Sunray, and find that kill. I think Grave was not available for Moo there. He maybe wasn't in range. And then it is a big one. They don't know he doesn't have buyback, but, you know, they're absolutely going to try to force it out if he does have it. So 100%. The play is the same regardless.
Yeah, 50 seconds. Roche is back, so they have something to fall back to if they choose to go down that road. But like you said, 5v4, whether they know it or not. Kasane, oh, Tomato actually goes to the high ground, trying to take out the Dazzle, but he's able to find enough distance to get away. But the Primal Roar onto Gunner. There's the Grave from afar, nicely done from Moo. A Blast is coming in. Tomato stuck inside the cogs, but I think it's Lelis that's actually stuck inside there instead, as he is completely surrounded. Will likely be the first casualty, but the Grave comes in at the last moment, again from Moo. No one is dying from Nouns because of this freaking Dazzle, and just like that, TSM have to pull away. 13 seconds from K1. And now I don't even know if they get Roche for free anymore.
That is a really good hold. No casualties. They didn't lose any barracks in this 5v4. 50 minutes in, this is usually the recipe for losing at least one lane, but they hold out. And yeah, their heroes are just stupidly tanky, right? Gunnar has a heart. Lelis has a heart on the clock.
Okay, okay.
They're sending these tanky heroes in front and just keeping them alive with the dazzle and buying time.
Oh, overclock. Get out of his way.
Yeah, trying to
get
find
some vision. Morale trying to cut them off at the source. Throwing rocks in his frustration will actually hit Gunnar. Now that the overclock is ending, maybe this is the path for TSM to potentially take this Roche, but still will be difficult.
Mu is taking care of top wave in the meantime, so TSM do see at least one hero on the map right now, and they know the PL illusions are here too. But yeah, Dazzle with the Travels level 2 will always be able to connect. Also with the Arcane Blink picked up on Mu, a classic super late game Dazzle item is in this patch.
Yeah, that one's dirty. That is such a dirty item for this hero.
So
now that it heals and gives mana each time you blink.
You're kind of Tinker in a way.
A poor man's Tinker, a less disgusting Tinker, some would say.
That's up for debate.
Yeah, true. One. Keeping this wave pushed perpetually, Brian will take it out with Trample as well, so these creeps are not passing this location as Roshoff number X of this TI continues.
K1 is just cutting the wave. He has no cares.
All right, Roche attempt from TSM.
They can keep rocket spamming it though. They should get the information, but actually 10-second cooldown.
A blast is coming though. Roche will take all that damage.
Pretty hard to get in there. Ninja gear.
Man, such a pivotal moment in this game. It could be the end of TSM's run if they lose this potentially. Back into the pit they go. And there the Muerta ult comes to fruition, and look at the damage. They're gonna get some vision thanks to the rockets, but Roche has died and TSM will claim the rewards that come with it. Gunnar and company, do they actually want to continue to fight this? They have all the vision in the world as Bryle's gonna onslaught to the other side, pops the uproar as well.
No ulti on Muerta is a big deal here.
That's
you gotta be careful if you're TSM. You committed that to get that Roche kill. So now it's time to kite.
Continually being harassed by these illusions that seemingly never end. And the roll in onto Ari. Can they take out the Phoenix before an egg can be consumed? But no, the disruption comes out. A blast is coming. An early grave on the Gunnar just to make sure that he's okay. As Tomato doing a lot of damage from the high ground. But it looks like Gunnar's going to die inside the pit. The AA dies as well. And Nouns will likely have to try to fall back. Only having 3 members available. 2 buybacks are there, though, for Nouns if they really want to use them. Another overclock use as Tomato. Not able to get the stun off there, so the TP is successful.
What a nice sequence from TSM. They get the Roche, they get these 2 kills. They bide their time because it's a moment of vulnerability when Muerta doesn't have ult. Sure, you have the Aegis, but it's still kind of scary. You're cornered in the bottom right corner of the map. You know the enemy has vision of you, but they're just buying the time they need, and they find that, you know, Gunnar goes in on the Phoenix. I think he was maybe expecting a little bit more backup from K1 on that. Obviously, the disruption came out, but maybe they could have killed the egg together, as a matter of fact, there if they would have popped everything on it, but...
K1 trying to solo defend this for now. And Tomato and Kasane making, I would say, short work of the illusions. That wasn't really that easy. And now pounding on the tower. Can Nouns hold this? Again, they do have their buybacks intact, but don't want to use them if they don't have to. Tier 3 towers dead. Sunray expended from TSM side.
This is
These illusions
so
obnoxious.
Never end. I really feel for TSM here with pushing.
Oh, big Pulverize coming in with a nice clockwork.
Oh, they got Kasane with it!
Kasane's deep inside the base, and he's dead. No Beastmaster. Could buy back as well. I'm sure most of the buybacks in this game are intact overall. Now, absolutely no mana whatsoever on Bryle, and he gets destroyed. So not only do Nouns get 2 kills, they don't have to buy back to be able to hold that.
Yeah, it seems
now
like
Ari on the run.
It's like, it's so frustrating, right? You really feel for TSM when they're pushing this high ground.
Silence there from Gunnar. Tomato with the calling.
It's kind of forcing some errors, right? Miscommunication there about what the plan really was. You have Beastmaster and Primal diving a little bit into the base while everyone else is disengaging away from the PL and Dazzle spam. And ultimately...
Oh my goodness.
Of course.
We have a Divine Rapier on Tomato.
Well, we don't. We have it on his courier.
His courier has Divine Rapier. That is a powerful courier.
There it comes. What's he going to swap out? It's going to be the BKB and the Pike for now. Has to be quick on his inventory management.
Yes.
There's some really important items in his backpack.
Are they going to give up this set of racks is the question. Again, TSM have both their buybacks, but they might just hold off on using them.
I think those 2 buybacks are worth more than 2 lanes. This late into the game,
yeah,
having 2 cores without buyback is extremely dangerous.
Tomato's Rapier will not be a surprise factor at all, as now K1 focusing on bottom. And it looks like you're right. They will be giving up 2 sets of racks. And we'll see what they can do with this Divine Rapier. And of course, still a minute and a half on that Aegis as K1 looking to pick a fight right now. Might just need to focus on the barracks and be happy with that. As the rocket flares come out, that is the overclock from the Clockwork, as looks like they'll be able to defend this melee racks in the end. The items coming out. Wind Waker, what is
big pickup here?
These items are ridiculous.
This is actually a really key item here, because if you can save from Roar unless the Demonic Purge is on top as well, right? So you kind of need to stack your spells.
Yeah.
It gives him a way of disengaging from the fight himself now. When he hooks in, if he sees a bad moment, he can just reposition out. On top of his, obviously he already has the jetpack, but that kind of depends on you not being stunned. Whereas the Wind Waker, as long as you get it off, you can't get stunned during it. So the utility through the roof here for Nouns. And AA is close to a refresher.
Oh.
Amazon wants this. That is a very big late game item.
It's not Torment time anymore. It's just gold.
That was a very short Torment time.
The fact that Gunner's not 25 yet, it's actually quite surprising.
The fact that we're 58 minutes in and you haven't talked about tier 5 neutral items.
I don't want to get everyone's hopes up, you know? Every time we do that, the game ends within 10 seconds.
That's not true. We had tier 5 yesterday.
Yeah, one fight and then the game was over.
I mean, that's generally how they work, right?
Sometimes.
A lot.
I think, especially with a Rapier in the game, that's probably how it will go. Whoever wins the next fight should be victorious.
It really, it so much comes down to these buybacks, right? Because the buyback status is everything in a game like this. It means if one team has all buybacks and the other one doesn't, and a huge fight breaks out and it turns into like a 10v7, you know, that's generally where games are ended. So I think all heroes at this point should really look after their buyback. And the problem right now that TSM are facing is after buying the Rapier, Tomato doesn't have it for another 1700.
I mean, if he loses the Rapier, I think the game should be over, sure.
That's fair, I suppose.
Then again, Nouns don't really have the greatest
It's pretty good on
carrier.
It's pretty good on Dazzle with the Axe Shadow Whip.
Oh, that's true.
It fires an auto attack,
I forgot about that.
It's actually quite a lot of damage.
Damn. I'd love to see that. But yeah, PL with a Divine, doesn't apply to the illusions at all. All right, dead even game, 59 minutes and 20 seconds. Now we will start discussing tier 5 items.
Okay.
What's a good one? What's a good tier 5 item this game?
Book of Shadows is insane against Beastmaster. It really messes with that hero.
Yeah.
So that's definitely one that Nouns would want one of, if not even two. Judging from how these fights have gone so far, I think Arcanist's armor is also going to be very interesting.
That, I feel like nobody goes for that.
But you only want one, right?
Right.
I just, these fights are just a mess. Like, there's so much damage flying around everywhere all the time, so I would at least say TSM should consider investing into one. Just think about how much damage is being spread around, right? It's ridiculous. Rockets, spam from PL, spam from Dazzle, Earth Spirit Magnetized, that will be undispellable soon because he's almost 25. I can't believe Gunner isn't 25, actually.
I said this already, but
yeah,
thank you.
That is still kind of crazy.
Thanks for joining
It is equally crazy to when you pointed it out. It's actually crazier now because we're later in the game than when you said it.
Yeah, it's been a minute. You're right. It's been one full minute. All right, okay, Arc in his armor.
There you go, Kasane.
Not ignoring
nice.
it for once. Very
good.
cool. Ex Machina on Huerta.
Standard.
So can refresh the Divine Rapier, very important.
Oh, nice.
K1 has the Giant's Ring.
Oh, that's a big.
That's a juicy
That
boy.
is a big clock in bottom lane.
Very nice.
That is.
So 2 Giant's Rings.
Oh, baby, that is. He looks. I have never seen Clock with this item, actually. He looks menacing.
He's not quite 25 yet, but I wonder what he's going to go for. Is the battery assault interval, perhaps, or debuff immunity inside cogs?
I think the battery.
Is
probably the one. What else we got? Mirror Shield on the
Higher
Dazzle.
at on Phoenix, the right-click machine that he is. Of course, the bounty runes are kind of a big deal, especially if you think this game's going another 40 minutes, which could happen, of course.
And it's always the wildcard item, Seer Stone on Yamsen, which has the potential impact of just winning the game off of the active.
Yep, increases the range of his Ice Blast as well, I believe.
Phenomenal.
Right, Cinderin?
Amazing.
Phenomenal.
But yeah, the 800 AoE vision has the potential to win games. So it is, the potential is there. On the other side, we've got Ex Machina, like you mentioned. There's also Seer Stone and Shadow Demon. Force Boots the choice of Ryle. So not a single Book of Shadows was chosen. That's a bit surprising. I feel like both teams really benefit from this item. There's no way they weren't offered it for any of their 5 heroes, right?
Maybe it's too high skill an item for TI.
Yeah.
To be fair, it is a really difficult one to use. But I agree. We talked about this yesterday. I think it's the most, in theory, the most powerful tier 5 item.
It just, the potential is just incredible, right? And I think in this game it's actually relatively simple to use compared to a lot of other games because, you know, you're either going to pop it on a Roar target if you're the Dire, or on the Radiant, you're going to pop it on the target PL is laying into, right? You have time to react. You know what you want to do with it. It's relatively telegraphed, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe the wrong heroes were offered it, but I would have definitely liked to see at least one.
Roche up in 8 seconds. They're actually scanning, so they have a good idea that Lelis is just chilling in the pit. Gunnar can be found as well. We'll dodge the rocks. Roche number 5.
So what?
And this age is pretty important for the likes of TSM, especially with that Divine Rapier, which we haven't gotten to see too much of yet.
I think TSM's hexes are equally important. They really need to find this Dazzle and just blast him. He has Lincoln's and Mirror Shield though, so good luck. But all right.
Well, pulverized to start. AA Blast is coming in from Yamsen. It's going to connect on the Primal Beast and pop the BKB. Gunnar pops his own and jumps right in, gets the refresher up, but shortly after is Roar, but a nice grave from afar as Moo keeping him healthy, trying to get Opt to the other side, but he's going to continue to get stunned.
Braved again.
Braved again, number 2, trying to roll out, but Kasani's body is just too thick to get through, and Gunnar has died. We'll buy back and instantly try to TP here. Now big fight to Lelis inside the colony right now. The onslaught coming in from the Primal Beast is K1 continuing to do a lot of damage with these illusions. Doesn't want to get too far in his Tomato. Still available with that Divine Rapier. Now trying to focus all his efforts on a Gunnar. He has his BKB again popped because he probably popped Ex Machina, which is a great movie, by the way. As Moo going to be able to get the grave off on himself. We'll get to the other side, and that's going to be the death of Gunnar. Die back for him, and just like that, it's a 5 versus 4 for TSM. And we'll see if Nouns try to retreat in the process here as they've lost their mid laner. Ryle gonna spot Yamsen, somehow lives on Ancient Apparition, just a miracle. See the Wind Waker onto Lelis. Trying to find an avenue to be able to get out. Looks like he will not be pursued any further despite being extremely thick as mid lane has to be defended now. But knowing that that's a dieback, you have 90 seconds where you know for a fact it is 5 versus 4.
Yeah,
the fact that Gunnar died twice, and if I'm not mistaken, nobody else died in that fight.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. NA math and all, you can never trust that, but.
And now Nouns, because of this pressure mid that they put with K1, look to be grabbing themselves an Aegis here, 4v5 late game.
Okay, very normal.
I mean, the guy you wanted on is dead though. So, I guess it goes to Lelis? Moo?
Yeah, who takes
Lelis.
All right.
All right. Okay. This will be the only time this TI Lelis gets to hold that unless he wins the tournament.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a Roche be conceded when it's 5v4 late game situation. That is so weird.
That is
very weird.
Truly a rarity, but this game has had plenty of those.
Indeed.
Clockwork Aegis, I wonder how many times that has happened at a TI. Probably less than 5.
Divine Rapier still there, and still no buyback, by the way.
Yeah, the bottom lane is such a problem for TSM. They have to keep rotating heroes back to deal with this K1 pressure. Lincoln's popped.
Okay.
Right, that's a full pulverize.
Force boots there. See TP's coming in from Kasani. He gets off the Roar. Pulverize just lasts forever at this point. Trample doing a decent amount of damage, but now K1 can turn his efforts onto the rest of TSM because they can't tell who's real at this point. Looks like he's going to get to the other side.
Dispersed and ran left. They saw it, though.
Onto the Well of Eternity. Definitely not the real name, but we're going to coin at that now as the Lincolns has popped again. K1 onto the high ground. He's trying to get Of course, he can just walk through the terrain freely thanks to that Tier 5 item brought to you by Valve Software's K1. Gets sheeped. Still pretty fast, but there's another pulverizer. Now Tomato with the Divine Rapier rips him a new one. 90 seconds of no PL, but buyback remains. And during this entire process, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, Gunnar did spawn.
Yeah, and he also tipped K1.
Oh, so very important, yeah.
Jumped the gun a little bit on that. He was like, good job, K1, and then he instantly died. So, you know, maybe not, maybe wait until he's actually out. He really thought that was a clean escape. And honestly, it did look like it was going to be, but late game Dota is wild. Even being away 2,500 range is not enough against a Primal with Dagger, Hex, and a full duration Pulverize.
Ahri has Aegis. He has Refresher Orb finally. We talked about that 20 minutes ago. Finally is a real item in his inventory. Very powerful on that hero. Bryle was poking bottom racks.
Is this going to be the time that TSM get a barracks?
I don't know. Hookshot in from Lel. There's the buyback onto K1. They have the Grave right now, the Clockwork. But remember, he does have that Aegis intact. He's going to use the Refresher for himself. Going to go for a second Roar as Tomato's going to have Refresher for himself as well. As they're being pursued onto the high ground, into the enemy triangle. There's the first egg, I do believe, as Tomato trying to save Kasani, but just dies to the illusions. Tomato now kind of to stand his ground. Has to be really careful. This is the Divine Rapier we're talking about. The disruption to keep him alive a little longer, but beautiful Kong. Tomato's dead. Divine Rapier on the deck. Who will pick it up? Whitemon gonna survive a little bit longer as Ahri finally passes with pressure. There's the second egg, now being completely destroyed, and he is donezo. No buyback available. Divine Rapier now on the side of Nouns, and it is Dazzle, like you said, so Shadow Wave will apply his auto attack. And now he just needs a Daedalus, for God's sake.
I love this. Mu also has one in his quick buy. Let's go for the double dip here.
Beautiful.
I think the crit's probably better, but you know, it's more fun, and Mu likes fun, so.
I mean, they don't know that there's no buyback on Muerta.
They're about to find out, because they're running straight down mid to try to force these buybacks. No buyback on Muerta, none on Phoenix.
Yeah, there's the first buyback. This onto Bryle. There's the fortification, likely to last the game for TSM if they can't defend this. Still 50 seconds without 4, maybe even 5 heroes here. That is NA math at its best. K1. Continuing with the illusion, there's already one tier 4 tower down. I don't think there's going to be anything to stop him as Bryle trying to make one last defense, because if they lose here, they're out of TI. There's a Lotus Order applied to him. His Gunner's going to jump in with the BKB. Lelis getting a beautiful cogs onto Kasane. Cannot get off a roar as the Ancient is fully exposed. K1 looking to finish the job. He started farming the whole game, Cinderin, but now he finishes it in style as Nouns knock out their NA brethren and TSM from TI.
What a game. Oh my God, that was great. I mean, everything. It's one of those games where you're just like, imagine the mental toll on TSM from the last 40 minutes.
Imagine the mental toll on us, for God's sake. What are you talking about, TSM?
Yeah, that's true.
Jesus.
That's true.
A loud cheer there.
It's so crazy. I mean, there's a million things in this game that could have gone differently and that made a big difference. But ultimately, in these late game situations, it just becomes absolute chaos. And Nouns with a lineup that really thrives in that, right? Rockets everywhere, PL illusions everywhere, Dazzle hexing left, right, and center with his shard. Just the spam from Earth Spirit, Magnetize, Undispellable, and ultimately they do finally overwhelm TSM and close this one out. But holy shit, did they have to work for it?
This was an epic game. I mean, tier 5 items, we talk about it all the time. We finally got a good tier 5 item game. Lots of back and forth, but yeah, TSM, unfortunately for them, they are knocked out of TI Cinder, and they had a pretty good year overall, I would say, but obviously they're going to be pretty disappointed with the way things end here.
And what a run from Nouns already, right?
Absolutely.
This is a team, international tournaments this year, they have not had the best results. They are now secured top 8, so they will be playing in the Climate Pledge Arena next weekend.
That's right.
And honestly, I think a lot of people going into this tournament, most for sure, would have not expected a top 8 finish from this team. And now the question is, what's the ceiling? Like, if you can effectively tank out games like this, you had to really, you know, delay and stall and have your composure for so long.
Maybe I'm a bit biased. Nouns gives off a little bit of DC vibe, right? They have Mu on the team, of course, but get crushed in the upper bracket. It's a surprise that they're even there to begin with, and then lower bracket run begins. Will that happen again? I don't know, but definitely a great showing overall from Nouns this game and the whole series overall. I mean, Gunnar had a rough time in game number 2 after owning in game 1, but they destroyed. I believe we have the panel ready to go. So let's see if they can break this down. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, Sven Sindren. Quite a lot to talk about in the second game. Congratulations, of course, to Nouns making it to top 8. A hell of an achievement, but more importantly, now being the top dog in North America, Fear. I bet that is quite the triumph.
Absolutely crazy going out through this year. They were always sitting on that 3rd spot, not be able to make it to a lot of the majors this year, and now all of a sudden, without just today, right? TSM, they take out Shopify Rebellion. Now they play TSM, they 2-0 TSM, clearly stating at this road to the international, they're the best team in North America, and what a feat just over the year to get that good that fast.
Yeah, I think the improvement especially is something that we'll talk about a lot as they continue their road in the lower bracket. We do have to attempt, as the commentator said, to break this game down that we just watched because, well, there was a Phantom Lancer in the game, and let's be real, FEU always knew that he was going to pull it through.
I mean, when I said the PL would be a problem, I didn't expect the problem to start happening at minute 60. I mean, that's just Hector for you. I can't believe he played the first 45 minutes of that game with minimal kill involvement. Was 0 kills, 1 death, something like that. I'm not even sure, but I mean, that was just really well played by Nouns. They held on for as long as they could. It was that high ground defense ultimately that took them there, with the AA Ice Blast into the Rocket Flares, into the Cogs, into the Magnetize, just pushing heroes back. And because of his team being able to hold out for that long, he eventually reached the point where he could deliver.
Yeah, and deliver they did. Nouns moving forward, and you can see on the camera that everybody is having a great old time. And I know someone who's having a great old time. It is Gunnar and Pyrion.
Yeah, thanks, Sheeves. I am here with Gunnar. Oh my God, you must be exhausted.
Yeah, I'm like shaking, but it was fun. It was a good time.
I mean, we were all hoping that there would be a game like that at some point today, just like a really good back and forth. The gold lead was like 2K even at 60 minutes. How do you stay focused in a game like that?
We try to listen to Lelis a lot of the time, and then there are times where we just didn't say a word. Like when they were chasing Hector, at some point we were like, guys, can we save him? Like, no one's talking. Hector didn't say a word. I tipped him because he was owning. They were like, we can save him, and then he died, and we're like, oh, never mind, guys. So I don't know. A lot of it was just kind of silent until the fights. We're just like, okay, we can fight.
So is it just like slightly organized chaos at that point? You're just kind of just clinging on?
Yeah, somewhat. We have to talk about how to take the fights. Like, oh, I can go on the support, blah, blah, blah. We want to take the fight this way, but once the fights break down, it's just a lot of yelling, and like everyone just has to click their spells.
So how does it feel now at TI12 to be the best team in NA?
Feels good to make it to TI. The road is over. I'm blessed to be out of this road after so many years. So, and you know, in NA, USA, TI back again in Seattle. So feeling good.
Can we get a USA chart to support Nouns, please? There you go, Gunnar. Congratulations and good luck further.
Thank you, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Gunnar and Pyrion. Nouns to the international next week, of course, in the Climate Pledge Arena. We're going to break this game down further because I just want to talk, Lacoste, about something that we were promised. Start of the game, we heard Moon say, you know what? We're just going to run at them.
Yeah, it didn't happen. I mean, there was still like 20, 25 minutes of nothing happening. Crowd was cheering for a smoke, for any kind of a small play, dazzle, blinking, using Hand of Midas, because they've been turtling so much. Like we also, you know, using the word turtle, it's been a long time, because they had Aghanim Scepter on Clockwork, Ancient Apparition with his thing, dazzle, blinking out, and also Hector. Is this like K1 or 1K, because he had 978 CS in this game. Dude was nuts. He was really pushing the limits, and I think Gunnar explained it well, because they didn't know like what the hell he's doing. Like he's kind of used to doing this stuff, because Hector, people always talk about him, you know, being AFK farm. And this one, he really did it. Like he was not showing up, and then suddenly 50, 60 minutes into the game, the guy shows up with 6 items. What are you gonna do? And you need to face him eventually, because he's the final boss.
Yeah. I mean, this game was very good for Nouns. It have been very stressful for TSM. We're going to find out how stressful with Tomato.
Thank you. We're here with Timado. We got some questions for you, Timado, after that game. I'm just going to start. Honestly, that was one of the wildest games we got to see at TI. Is it fun for you in that moment? with all the pressure, is there a moment that you actually get to enjoy the game and actually realize where you are, how far you've made it?
Of course, I wake up every day. I practice 10 hours a day every single day of my life for the entire year for this moment. So when I'm there, I'm just like, I'm in my zone, you know? I'm just like trying to win. It's very fun. I feel very sad, but I also feel happy because I really gave it my all. Maybe I could have played better game one, but that's just life, you know?
Timado nos cuenta que esa partida para él fue divertida en su momento, obviamente se siente triste por haber perdido, pero él juega cada día 10 horas al día para poder llegar a este momento. Es un momento que él aprecia muchísimo, es un momento que es muy importante para él y se ha esforzado mucho y no puede sentirse mal porque ha jugado tan bien como él ha podido, aunque quizá un poco mejor podía jugar la partida uno según él. I actually want to talk to you about your year. You've had, every interview I've had with you this year, you've talked about this feeling of beating oneself, of this path of self-discovery, of becoming a better player. And even earlier, you were talking that you felt like you're actually peaking right now, that just as a team especially. How has this journey been for you? How does it feel now to make it to TI in what you think is a really good form?
It feels really nice. I thought this would be the year. Clearly it wasn't. I think everyone should be proud of themselves, how much they've changed. For a lot of people, this is like their first time they're on a stage and their first ever like competitive team. I really like my team. I'm very proud of them of how far they've come. And yeah, it sucks to lose. At least not last like the other years. I try to look at the positives. But it was a good year. I think I really enjoyed the Dota I played. I gave it my all the entire year. I had ups and downs. I learned a lot as a person and as a player. So it's been a nice year.
Preguntándole sobre el año, nos dice que para él ha sido un buen año. Se siente muy orgulloso de su equipo, cree que son muy buenas personas y buenos jugadores y cree que han estado mejorando todo el año y se ha divertido mucho este año. Cree que cuando llegan al TI, este iba a ser el año de verdad. No ha pasado, pero no pasa nada porque para ellos es la superación y seguir intentándolo y al menos saber que han jugado con su mejor Dota posible. Now, a lot of people, we're doing this interview for 2 languages, that's how many fans you have, Timado, and 2 whole communities. These people, they've supported you, and they will keep supporting you with this loss now. Is there anything you'd like to tell these fans, or perhaps the people are watching you, some maybe special people that came to watch you today as well? Anything you'd like to say to them?
I hope you guys enjoy the games. We really gave it our all. We're not going to give up. We're going to keep trying. Especially I can speak for myself. I'm not giving up. This only motivates me to wake up tomorrow and go again. You know, there's a next year TI. So, and thanks to my family for being here and the people that care about me, that are watching my games. It motivates me, and to all my fans, thank you so much for supporting us and me.
The fans are already cheering. Can we get a couple more cheers for Timado here? Thank you. Timado dice que le da las gracias a los fans, a todos que han estado apoyando todo este año. Sí, aquí acaba la carrera de este año, pero no acaba su carrera en general. Timado va a seguir dándole el todo, tiene motivación encontrada por esto y también una gracias especial a su familia que ha venido a verlo el día de hoy. Gracias a todos los fans por apoyarle y a todas las comunidades, to both communities, English, Spanish, that are supporting Timado here, and we'll continue to support him. Thank you so much from myself, from Timado, and from TSM. This is not the end, is it, Timado?
It isn't.
It isn't.
It is not.
But it is the end of this segment, so we're going to go back to the panel so they can tell us more about this lovely game.
Thank you very much. It's bittersweet, you guys. It's bittersweet fair to see Timado exit here with TSM. And you mentioned that they gave it their all. I think the game, the series we just witnessed, it did feel like they gave it their all.
They definitely did, and hopefully it doesn't eat on him too much. He realizes, well, that game one, he probably could have played better, and it's very easy to look back on that moment for sometimes the rest of your life, right? Like, what if I would have played this one game better? But that doesn't really help you. Hopefully they move on from that and just learn from the experience.
Yeah, you can't get hung up on like the one game, the one moment. That's not a healthy thing to do. We can also see where this puts not just TSM now on the sidelines, but also Nouns as we look at our bracket. Effie, we move forward. Elimination is part of the process. Losing is, you know what? If you're playing Dota, you lose more than you win. That's just the nature of competitive Dota. You got to deal with it.
Yeah, TI's got one winner and a whole bunch of losers, and it's just the way it's always been. But these players understand the nature of this, and they're not concerned. And the cannibalization of North America is done in this lower bracket. I feel like every single TI, it happens with a region that they just meet in the lower bracket and knock each other out. Last year it was with the South American teams. This year it was with the North American teams. But they gave us a great series out of it, so I don't mind.
No, and North America is not out. Nouns moving forward. We saw that they sit there in the next round of the lower bracket without an opponent, Lacoste. They don't have anybody to play against.
Yeah, they're gonna need to chill for a couple of days and wait to see who's gonna win, 9Pandas or Gaimin Gladiators. And I think a lot of people didn't expect Nouns to do this well, and they're a team to beat on a good day. Like yesterday, they didn't have that good of a time against Azure Ray, but today they really stepped it up. So, you know, it's TI, everybody's gotta give their 100%, and you're gonna be careful about it.
Yep, and the upcoming two teams are gonna give their 100% as well, as Lacoste said. 9Pandas, Gaimin Gladiators, that is our upcoming series. It will be our final series of the day, and it will be another elimination match. So we're gonna have an interesting time. We're gonna have a bloodbath, maybe a little bit more back and forth as we have in a previous series. That's just my personal wish. Before we head into the deep dive of the statistics of it all, I do wish to learn a little bit more about Gaimin Gladiators.
I think our group stage didn't really go as people would have hoped it to be.
Like a trash. That's why we lost a couple of games. We play like a trash and we lost to TALON. That's why we go to the loser bracket, because we are too bad.
Mindset, prestige, pressure, expectation. TI just has a special ring to it, and maybe that's getting to people's head. I don't know what it is especially, but I could also feel it within the team in boot camp coming here. There's something that makes people more upset, more frustrated, more ambitious, and I know small things can be off, but small things can make a big difference in the end. Every loss is a bit of a setback. You also learn a lot more from those losses, and I believe that we can make it and sort of fix our issues.
I think it's more motivating, to be honest. Like, nobody's gonna be sad if you're losing. You're just gonna be angry. You're just gonna be mad and angry at yourself that you're not performing well, losing or doing some stupid mistakes. You need to play faster and better.
Yeah, we definitely proved before that we can be one of the best, and I believe that we can do it again. I'm hoping for a miracle run through the lower bracket, and I hope you guys are there all the way, because it's gonna be fun.
Gaimin Gladiators is hoping for a miracle run in the lower bracket. So is 9Pandas, of course. But when talking about Gaimin Gladiators, they are the major champion three-peat of this year, Effie. They have so much experience at winning that maybe, we heard Tofu talk about it, losing at TI, apparently it hits different.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure. There is a lot of glory, of course, to a TI win, and every single time a team is dominant for the entire year, they've never won a TI. And I feel like that's also getting to Gaimin's heads. I mean, they were the team to watch for the entirety of the competitive year. Everyone studied their replays, everybody studied them, and it seems like they've fizzled out right before a TI, just as it always goes. But I do think that this team has players that are capable of bouncing back, especially like the video we just watched. They said that they admit that they played bad. They had a lot of time to sit together and talk through their mistakes, and maybe they'll bring their older version of themselves here today.
Yeah, we also have 9Pandas, Lacoste, that has to bounce back as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the team that throughout the whole year consistently plays at 6th place, 7th place, pretty much at every single tournament. This is also like a relatively newly formed team. You know, you have Solo, you have Ramses playing together again, and they were doing like really good. Another Eastern European team, another Eastern European powerhouse that is very difficult to take down.
Very difficult to take down. This will be a fantastic series. Both of these teams have a lot of experience facing each other, and they're going to do so again here on the stage on Seattle. We got the Ratio, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, Celery, and CY, and they have won every single major this year, which is absolutely unheard of. They have absolutely crushed it. and they want to do so again. They're going to have to make it to the grand finals to do so, and their lower bracket run here with 9 Pandas continues. Kiyotaka, Miero, and Taras, Solo, and the M. They have had a rocky year. They've been present every step of the way, every major they were there. But they have not had the same all roses run fear as Gaimin Gladiators does, but they are still here. And they're still fighting, and they are looking good doing it.
Yeah, this is a team coming from Eastern Europe, one of the big three, I would call them. And they've been really good, but inconsistent. That has been the problem with 9 Pandas here. They seem to have a strategy, a formula, I would say, of like how to win games. And once that's been figured out, and that maybe this TI, they might need to restructure a little bit because they have been trying what they've been winning with in the past, the Alchemist, and it's just not working right now. So I'm very curious to see. This is a team that many teams would call cheesy in the past, but cheese can only take you so far. And have they brought more cheese to the table? We'll have to see today.
You know, I don't necessarily think that they need cheese to win because I feel like their ceiling is very high. And the issue with yesterday was just Kiyotaka did not have the Kiyotaka-like performances that we're used to. And typically, he is the win condition in 9 Pandas, and yesterday, he just was not hitting. So if they were able to correct a little bit of their drafting issues or the way they play around him, they can definitely be a dominant team.
They can be a dominant team. Will they be dominant enough? I will say the record between 9 Pandas and Gaimin Gladiators is a very Gaimin Gladiators favorite. I can't believe that they've played 15 games against each other this year, which is a lot. Only 4 of them, Lacoste, went the way of 9 Pandas. So in this series, I mean, I'm going to say there's going to be a lot of experience between the two, which might help 9 Pandas, but on paper, this is an uphill battle.
Absolutely. I mean, if you wanted to win a tournament in 2023, you always needed to do extra prep for Gaimin Gladiators because eventually you're going to need to play them. It was pretty much like that for the good 6-7 months, and then Team Spirit took over slightly. But yeah, 9 Pandas, they're the team that, you know, can be hit or miss from time to time, but also a lot of these young players who are extremely skilled. Eastern Europe produced so many good players, and everybody talks, when you mention 9 Pandas, Kiyotaka. Like, he's definitely the one that always pops up because he has a bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, and when we talk about Kiyotaka, we got to talk about the mid matchup because it's an exciting one. Kiyotaka, youngest player at the International in Seattle here, and he's going up against Quinn, North American player, and I feel like we got a very exciting matchup between those two. Effie, what is the most exciting part about it?
I think it's just going to be a matter of which player can enter the game faster for his team. Because in terms of lane mechanics, they both have it on lock. It's not like we're going to see one player stomp the other. They're both the highest tier of laners that we have in this tournament, you know, with the exception of some others who weren't mentioned, but it's not about that, right? It's how their supports can play around them, the rune security, which rotations are going to work out. But in terms of this matchup, I do have a little fun fact. There was a tournament a few months ago. It was the BB Dacha tournament, and there was a 1v1 tournament that was played. It was a best of 3, and one of the rounds was Kiyotaka versus Quinn, and Kiyotaka actually won. It was very interesting. I don't know how relevant that is to a conversation like this, but I thought it was pretty curious.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, especially knowing that this is just the start of Kiyotaka's career. Who knows where he'll be in just a couple of years' time. And when we talk about the youngest player on the team, we got to talk about the oldest player on the team, and also in Seattle in solo. And I want to talk. I mean, okay, I'm a little biased. I'm Dutch. Celery's Dutch. He's position 5. That's where I was gonna go with that. But it is also, it's a very different style of playing position 5 here. I feel like Celery is, you know, he's playing the Enchantress as the Tree and Protectors, and Solo is I don't know, I still have Solo as a disruptor player in my mind, right?
Right. I mean, Solo's he's a very aggressive type of player, and we talked about before, like, he loves buying blood grenades, he loves using twin gates, he likes to get aggressive, where we have a difference in Celery. Like, I've seen games where Celery, he's playing a Chen, and it is a universal hero, but I see him go like Manta Butterfly, try to scale with these type of heroes. He's no stranger of like becoming the hard carry of the game, especially on heroes like Enchantress, so they definitely have a different type of playstyle, but the one thing I do really like about Celery is like, he plays his role until he needs to transition, right? So he's always that hard support, but it's like, oh, we're lacking damage, I'm Inch, I'm just gonna buy a BKB and a Hurricane Pike, I'll carry this game.
That's what he did this morning.
Yep.
Because this is the second time we see Gaimin on the stage, Lacoste, and that also means that Nine Pandas has seen them on the stage. There's a lot to learn from a series like that, but I think one thing to learn is indeed maybe don't give Gaimin Enchantress.
Yeah, most likely. But I was just watching Celery, meditating, you know, getting prepped for the game. This dude is awesome. Like,
yes.
I can easily talk to him, and he's just, you know, he came out of nowhere pretty much. You know, the whole squad, the old Viking.gg, and now with this team being like the captain of a team, like we needed new type of blood. I'm wondering what's going through his mind right now.
Is he meditating? Because his brows are furrowed. He looks kind of in pain.
It looks like he's typing.
Just a nap, guys.
Good morning.
Sometimes just take a nap.
Yeah, but we know a lot of players have a lot of rituals to get into the zone. So, you know, this is the second time on the grand stage here for Celery, here with the Road to the International. Last time at the International, they also with Gaimin Gladiators, they came top 12, which is right where they are right now. This is a team that's won every single major. I think getting eliminated here, Fear, would be absolute disappointment.
It definitely would, but this is kind of what happens when you dominate the whole year. There's a target on your back. And it's not just the other teams, like the patches come for you too, because whatever you're doing is really good. And I feel like Gaimin Gladiators, a lot of things they did with, like, got nerfed really hard patch after patch, and then now it got to a whole new stage where the map has changed, and I feel like you have to play a completely different style. They really like to abuse the auras, group up, play these timing-based things. It's a lot harder to do this now, so they were kind of forced to adapt, and now they're in a situation at TI where how good is this team? We know how good they are on certain patches. Now, can they adapt?
That is exactly it, what you just said, because I did have a conversation with Quinn a few days ago, and I asked him what it is that they're struggling so much with, and he just said that they felt so dominant at the last patch and they played so many things well that got entirely nerfed because of how well they played it. So not only did they have to find new things that they can do just as well, but they're also adjusting to the map, which every team is doing, and it feels like a free-for-all for everybody where there can't really be a dominant team when the patch is this fresh.
It's the curse of doing well, because if you're doing well with something, other people are going to copy it, and then everybody's doing well with it, so then obviously it must be broken, so then it must be nerfed, and then you have to start over again.
When they were playing on the previous patches, this was the team that you kind of knew what was going to come. Like, they were not too innovative with their picks, but they started to be innovative in the last couple of, month or two, because I see Dyrachyo playing this CK, they're playing meta heroes. He banged out Weaver early on as position 1, and also Quinn, like, he loves to play Necro. We've seen in the series that they played against EG, this is the hero to look out for, 24-bit Necro. When I was doing some research, I'm like, okay, let's see what Quinn is playing, and he definitely caught my eye with this Necro pick, one of the strongest heroes against all of these, like, tanky heroes, and if you don't have enough magical damage, be careful, you might come out.
Yep. One thing that I'm going to look for this game, though, we have, over the last year, we talked a lot about it, and we'll do so here again, because Ace and Tofu, it's like the magical lane coming out from Gaimin Gladiators for me, Effie. We got Ace as one of the most stable offlaners, supported by Tofu. This is a duo that has... They want to play together. They came from the position 1 and 5 playing on the safe lane. There was no place for them in that team then as the safe laner, so they both went to the off lane. It's working out so well with this duo.
They've been playing together for so long, and they spend so much time with each other outside of Dota that they're just on the same page. They're one of those historic offlane duos that are going to go down in Dota history, just like Baboka and XXS were, amongst many others. But when two players have gotten to know each other that well and feel that kind of comfort around each other, then you have a rock. You have a stable lane on your team consistently, and that's always been the it factor with Gaimin Gladiators. It's been the stability of the Ace and Tofu lane. It's always a lane that you can depend on to enable you in that mid game.
And enabling in the mid game on the flip side, we got to talk about Miero and Antares because this is a duo Lacoste that is so young, so fresh. We got 20-year-old, 21-year-old. This is an offlane duo that a lot of people last year wouldn't have heard of.
Absolutely. I mean, this is their first time at the TI, and these are also the players that don't have much experience on the competitive scene, but they're doing really hot.
They're doing really hot. How hot will they do here?
Gaimin Gladiators.
9 Pandas versus Gaimin Gladiators. Game 1.
All right, it's on. We got draft. It is Dota time. We got Gaimin Gladiators on the Radiant side. We got 9 Pandas on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Gaimin. Am I saying that right? No, I'm not saying that right. Fear, am I saying that right?
Saying what right?
Gaimin has first pick.
Oh, I'd have to see here.
They do, yes.
They do, but that's so unusual. This is why I'm second guessing myself, because normally we do not see a Radiant team having first pick.
They're Radiant and first pick? Okay, let me tell you, the statistic from Road to TI group stages for every match that had Radiant and first pick, that was a 74% win rate. I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, this is why I'm still doubting myself.
So whoever has first ban has first pick. Who had first ban here?
Yeah, first ban is Gaimin. Yeah, no, we're not doubting ourselves. This is all good. This is part of the plan. 9 Pandas planned this out. This is a strategy. And let's talk heroes, because we got quite a few bans, but quite a few usual suspects still left in the pool, Fear.
Yeah, there's definitely too many heroes in Dota right now to ban everything, and every single team has had a different preference on what they want to overall first pick for the game. I do like that the Dazzle was taken out and the Brewmaster by 9 Pandas. That Dazzle looked incredibly scary. If you look back to when Gaimin were at their prime, they pick a lot of healers, they pick a lot of push. They're on Radiant as well, and I think one of the reasons why Radiant is so powerful right now is the fact that it's just the day-night cycle when Roche is on what side. And typically when you're on Radiant, you are playing on the Dire side, and around that 15-minute mark, the 20-minute mark, you can take an Aegis and get it ahead of the game pretty easily.
There's one hero that is still left in the pool, that's Muerta. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, they love to flex the hero, because Tofu plays it extremely well. I think him and FY might be the best players that are playing the hero right now, because they are not missing those dead shots. They know how to utilize them in the lane, and also a lot of the times you'll see them paired up with these strong offlaners like a Centaur Tidehunter, and then you can leave them alone as soon as they get multiple points in Kraken Shell or they get a Vanguard, and then you can start roaming around.
And Bristleback too, right? That's what they played today. The AA ban probably indicates the Bristleback pick. That's usually the hero that people choose against. Oh, they CK, that is interesting. I don't think they've done this once for the entirety of the tournament. Yeah, they normally do not run the CK in the overall first phase. But I do like this pivot because it indicates that they want a self-sustaining safe laner, something that you can leave alone after a while and just have your supports play around that mid lane. And that's that matchup we were talking about earlier, the Quinn versus Kiyotaka. How well are the supports going to enable them?
It's also another hero that deals really well with Bristleback at the moment. Builds into Silver Edge, overwhelming damage. If you just turn him around, you have a stun, so you can go around and actually kill him during those 2-3 seconds of a stun that you have. And
yeah,
run undefeated.
You have to add on top of that, it's the laning too, right? They're still spamming you all the time. You have that self-sustain with the Chaos Strike. Because that's where Dota always starts as a pro player. It's sure, in theory, you can just make any hero work in the late game, but you got to get through the laning stage. So you want a hero that can get through the lanes, but also be good throughout the game. And CK's just been solid this tournament. So no matter what you pick, this hero looks pretty good. And Wraith King, this used to be a carry hero, but not so sure anymore, right?
No. An offlane hero. And of course, we've seen 9 Pandas do it with 2 Radiances on the team as well.
We've seen VP also do it with 2 Radiances, yeah? But they do tend to play the Wraith King on the offlane more often than not here, and it works out quite well for them because you have this late game scaling, but you just have the ability to kill early on. Any kind of strong tanky hero with a stun enables you to play aggressively on your side lanes. And we've seen the Blade Mail Radiance build. Wraith Kings on the offlane just become these sort of soft timber saws where they're farming away and they're pushing with their skeletons, and you have to bring attention to them or they take too much of your map away from you.
usually you'll see Wraith King when the enemy carry can't really put too much pressure on you, but CK is that type of a hero, especially if he's paired up with a strong position 5, so he might struggle a bit in the early stages of the game, but this is also the hero that can easily recover because of his skeleton farming patterns. Map is bigger, one of the reasons why Wraith King came back into meta, and also itemization. You can build into like, whether you want to go for Radiance, you want to go Deso, this Blade Mail that Effie mentioned, and also Aghanim Scepter. This is your core item as your like 3rd, 4th item, which is a better version of A on this, because you're actually dealing damage with your spells, you're attacking, and you have like you can't focus people down. Even if you get them killed, they're still gonna get their spells off.
So CK's current win rate, this road to TI, is around 65%. But he's only come out in the first phase a handful of times for teams like Nouns that like to build around him. But for the most part, we've seen the CK come out in the second phase. So I do wonder how effective this hero will be when he comes out overall first. I feel like there are ways to play around this hero. There are ways to pressure him early on. And like we mentioned, it is a self-sustaining type that kind of allows supports to rotate, but will that be beneficial in the overall first phase? I feel like you can pick a hero that can outscale it quite easily now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see when the picks come out, but we talk about the outscaling, and I really like what Gamin's doing here with their bans here. All the games that they have won with this Wraith King that they put in the offlane with Miro, it's very greedy. Ramses has either played Sven or Alchemist, and they just remove both of those heroes from the equation here. Because you have to look at it this way, right? Kiyotaka, we talk about it all the time. He either wants to play a hero that just is very greedy and wants to farm, or he just kind of has to pop off. Either way, he takes a lot of space, right? Until he pays it back. Miro, he's playing a hero that's going to take a lot of space. Ramses, he's a carry player. He's also going to want to play carry, but the fastest carries that work for them are these blink stunners. Those are now out of the pool. So will you get in a situation like we saw the last time 9 Pandas play for LGD? You're getting way too greedy, all of a sudden you're getting ran over, and Gaimin Gladiators is definitely a team that can run you over if you get too greedy.
I think this Antares Skywrath Mage is typically the hero that they go for whenever it's available and there's no Phoenix or AA in the pool, but I like what this hero does for Wraith King, because we talked about how CK is a hero that lanes into it quite well, but the extra kill ability that comes from the Skywrath Mage makes it so that you can pressure this CK pre-6. It is hard to out-sustain all of the damage coming out of these concussive shots and these bolts and these Wraith King skeletons. CK doesn't do a great job of killing them early on.
I completely agree. And also, whenever he plays Skywrath Mage, he tends to be super active, not just in his lane, but also going through the Twin Gates and also like refilling bottle, ganking the mid lane. He's not afraid to die whenever he feels like there's something else happening on the map that he can help out with. And we wanted to see Muerta in the first phase. Most likely this is going to be position 4. I love the Centaur pairing a lot because it does allow you to have ways of protecting Muerta with the Stampede and also a killer lane. Like this lane is just insanely good. Maybe Tusk as well is also up there.
Oh, there's that Chen.
Oh, yeah, Celery Chen.
The Celery Chen.
That kind of goes with what Effie was talking a lot about. Like Chen can help you a lot with the laning stage, with the sustainability. Maybe he won't be getting the aura, the headdress, perhaps he will, but the creep is probably just going to chase around the Skywrath and zone him from the lane, so it can be more of a 1v1 and just help out the CK, make sure the lanes go a bit better.
And Chen looked pretty good when LGD played it a few days ago, but this is Gaimin's first Chen being busted out this sort of TI, and it is a Celery specialty. He is one of the Zoo support players, he always has been. But the issue with Chen that I have is you're kind of consigning your team to playing around the Chen tempo, where it feels like a lot of these games are just going straight into the late game. And we already have this Wraith King, which is one of the cores that's being brought up for 9 Pandas, but the way that they play with the Kiyotaka plus Ramses double win condition and the likelihood that this Miro Wraith King is going to be in the offlane, I still worry about the scaling potential of Gaimin as of now.
I mean, 9 Pandas has ran this lineup before, the exact same 3 opening, but then they picked a Sven or an Alchemist here, and then coupled by Earth Spirit. So they're going to have to replace the Ramses hero, and I think that's going to be super critical to make this just work, right? Because right now, like, this is something they've practiced before, and what are they going to play? Oh, I guess you're going to play Carry Weaver. They're looking for that tempo still.
And that's something that they took out of Gaimin's deck, because that's what they played earlier today, and it looked really great. But I do like this Weaver. I feel like it's a nuisance of a hero. It outputs a lot of damage, but there aren't really many stuns coming out of Gaimin so far. It's just the CK and its projectile stun that Weaver can Shukuchi away from.
What about some good old Spirit Breaker? He's still in the pool against Weaver, having this vision and also silence with Muerta in the lane could cause a lot of issues for, especially at the early levels. I mean, Treant Protector is up there to back him up if Weaver is in trouble, but the other one I was looking into was Dawnbreaker because of the ulti and also the laning stage against the Treant Protector, but maybe they need to have like some kind of a guaranteed stun.
Yeah, we'll have to see here because like they definitely need to decide. I think they'll pick Lockdown regardless, but will it be Quinn's hero or will it be Ace's hero? That's the other question. And is there a possibility for an offlane CK here and a carry Morta? Potentially, but most likely I would like to see the CK as a carry.
Bristleback coming out.
Not a stun, not necessarily.
Not a
but
stun.
It's something that Gaimin like to do. In the past, I talk about their lineups all the time. They might be low on stuns, but what they're generally good at is closing the map out and getting really far ahead and just being ahead in net worth. You can build your own stuns with Scythe of Ice being so popular, Abyssal Blades, whatever it might be.
Gaimin Gladiators are going to hit really early timing. This is like Aghanim Scepter Bristleback, +1 item, CK 2 items, and then you can start invading enemy jungle. Chen with the auras, with the Solar Crest against Wraith King. There's going to be a lot of damage mitigated between all of these heroes, and Wraith King, not a hero that comes online quickly from the offlane, so they need to pick something that's going to keep them in the game. I don't think they can go with anything as greedy as they did when they played against LGD. I think Kiyotaka needs to be the one setting the tempo for 9 Pandas.
I agree completely with Kiyotaka having to be able to rotate. And if he wants to scale plus rotate at the same time, things like Lina are always up. Lina got banned out, but heroes that fit that archetype, right? They lane very strongly, they go very highly into the late game, and there are things like Storm Spirit potentially could still be there because of the lack of stuns on Gaimin still unaddressed.
Maybe a Spirit Vessel Carrier, or Spirit's still in the pool for them, so to reduce this Bristleback, CK healing coming out, even Earthshaker as well, you know.
They have last pick, right? So I think you're going to be in a situation with Kiyotaka where you get to decide, do we want to pick a hero that's best for the game, or do I want to pick a hero that's going to crush Quinn and slow down the tempo of game?
I do like what Lacoste said earlier about this Bristleback not needing much time to play with the Chen, because we were talking about how by picking this Chen and designing your team to play tempo, you might run into the outscaling issues of the offlane Wraith King that's coming down. But the thing about Bristleback is he's online so quickly after taking those stacks. Around minute 16, he has his Vanguard plus Ags plus Shard, which is when his power spike is, and that's about the time that Chen has his mech and is ready to run around the map too. So it does feel a little bit scary unless there's a mid hero that can completely crush the lane.
Now
Lina would have been perfect. It's so sad to see her out.
We know 9 Pandas intentionally really wanted this overall last pick, so I am expecting the world of Kiyotaka's hero pick. I do also always feel like I have to ask the question, is this a Tinker game? It's Kiyotaka after all.
OD game.
It's an OD,
game, I was about to say. I mean,
Now
you have
that
Save
Kunkka
against
comes
Kunkka. There's 3 beefy boys. His Arcane Orb is going to do a ton of damage. It's a slightly on the greedier side. He went for Hand of Midas against LGD. Maybe if he has a slightly better early game, he's not going to go for it. You know, Witchblade, Hurricane Pike, something that Somnus does, is the build that I really like.
Necro, OD, or heroes I'm kind of looking at if you want to really win the lane. If not, then it's like is there Shaker in the pool, some Earth Spirit, a little bit more stable.
It's an OD game. There
we go.
So the OD that 9 Pandas ran yesterday did not look very good, to be honest, but I'm glad to see that they weren't discouraged by it, because often a lot of teams will run something new, lose with it, and never revisit it, but they saw that it was a good OD game, and Kiyotaka doesn't feel discouraged, so that's very promising, honestly. And for the reasons that Fear and Lacoste mentioned, it's great OD, it's great versus Kunkka, it's great versus tanky heroes, it's going to output a lot of damage, and it's going to be a save versus the X for his teammates.
So we think that this overall last pick for 9 Pandas, this is a really good one for them, Lacoste.
It really is. It's good for the lane, it's good for the game, and also protects Weaver. They have very limited amount of catch. There's X mark and CK stun, and Weaver doesn't care too much about it. And now with the addition of OD, I'm going to give a slight advantage to 9 Pandas in this one.
Well, we're going to find out if 9 Pandas can take the first game of this best-of-3 lower bracket series against Gaimin Gladiators. But before we see them play it out, let's hear a couple of words from the coach.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with a DM of 9 Pandas. You gave a Weaver to Ramses, and I'm surprised by that because I've been seeing Ramses this entire tournament. Dude likes to hit creeps. It's Sven, it's Alchemist. This time he's playing a hero who likes to fight. What's up with that?
I mean, we have already big core potential in Miera's hero. He's playing Race King. He's gonna be Kinder Greedy, I believe. So Ramses on like semi-carry, it's a good idea for this game, I think.
And how about that last pick of the OD? The hero kind of has a tricky track record in this tournament. You guys seem confident about it. What incentivized the pick?
I think we have best player on OD in the tournament, and it's kind of good matchup made for him.
Telling me that Kiyotaka is going to do work right now? I can't wait to see it. Let's get ready for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, looking forward to this series here to end the day in Seattle. It's going to be a fantastic showdown between 9 Pandas and Gaimin Gladiators. Fog,
should be.
With the lineups done, what do you sort of make of this? Is the panel correctly called? This OD coming out as the last pick for Kiyotaka. It's against 3 beefy boys. It has that extra element of save. This could be enough to really set up this game to be one where this Weaver could run out of control.
Yeah, especially versus limited control and stuff. It does seem like 2 different styles that are going on here. Gaming, it's a very like, it's got a lot of team fight that comes in from this Kunkka, a lot of team orientation with the Chen as well too. While 9 Pandas, it feels like a lot of independent heroes in particular. The 3 cores, quite independent of each other. So we'll see which one wins out. Will it be a bit of that greed, or will it be more of what feels like a bit of tempo that Gaimin Gladiators is kind of looking for with this Chen, with this Kunkka, trying to set that early game.
Already here with the smoke, Gaimin Gladiators trying to see if they can catch 9 Pandas by surprise. We'll get dispelled here. Ramses knows he's pretty free to go where he wants. Stun will connect. It's a little bit of damage, but as talked about, not a lot of follow-up after that initial stun to lock this Weaver down. At any point, even, you know, especially in these early points at this level 1.
This could be a kind of crazy clash. Wraith King considering it, but Miera's like she's going to stick himself down bottom, so not going to actually have that big clash right now. Okay.
30 seconds to
Yeah, this should be a really exciting one. We have tons of cool interactions and stuff like that as well too. That's why we see this OD picked up versus the Kunkka, of course, as they mentioned on panel 2, just beefy boys, right? That's what this meta is all about. So Kiyotaka, yeah, he's looking to really get away with this hero versus this lack of disable, and versus just, he has a lot of distractions on his team too, right? He has this Weaver that's going to be going in fights, the Wraith King that's starting fights for him too, so see if Kiyotaka is going to be able to reign supreme. And let's see what the Chen's going to be able to do, right? Hero that's, I think this is the 4th pick at the tournament, it's 2-1 at the moment. Not many people are really going for it here, so definitely very different than the typical Celery playing like his Enchantress and stuff like that. It's quite a different hero, especially in lane and mid game, what he's going to be able to apply.
I mean, this bottom lane, right, the fact that, you know, you obviously have this safe lane CK for Duraccio.
Yeah.
Regardless of what support he has by his side, he's going to be pretty solid. So with the 2 of them here, it's going to be a lane where the CK shouldn't be under too much pressure, right? I feel like he's going to farm, the Wraith King's going to farm.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's going to do as this Chen in particular, because the lane sometimes can be a little bit tough to guarantee, but he has a CK who has, you know, who's one of the best laners in general, so looking forward to see what that's going to happen. I'm mostly going to be looking at mid, see how this matchup goes in the first few waves.
Yeah, we'll see how much Kiyotaka's able to deny away from Quinn, play smartly with the Astrals early on.
That first wave, pretty good for Quinn right there, 5-1.
And top, I mean, is this something we're going to start seeing more and more of, these safe lane Weavers coming back? Is this sort of the patch for it? What do you sort of feel is causing some of these teams to reconsider bringing this Weaver back into the meta?
That's a good question. I think that we are kind of seeing like a lot of carries being played from the off lane and stuff like that, so people are trying to look for these semi-carries that are able to make a lot of moves in the early game. At least that's what it feels like to me. Not too sure, but the hero seems pretty decent right now. And I'm seeing people actually buying the Shard, too, to be able to get that extra bit of farm and stuff, too, and maybe versus something like CK, if he's able to actually get that applied and get some kind of clear, perhaps there could be something else there, too. See what Ramses likes to do with it.
That should be what, decent enough playing against the Bristle?
Should be.
The stick, you're pretty much always going to have full charges, so you can use that Shikuchi pretty freely to secure those CS.
Yeah, that being said, Ace should have a pretty okay time up here in particular. I feel like Gaming is set up for some nice lanes that are pretty difficult to punish.
That mid matchup still having a little bit of an edge here, Quinn. First few levels against Kiyotaka.
I feel like that's the case always for the ODs, right? So around like the like the level 4 hits, and then that's when he's usually able to take advantage of a lot of these melee mids. But I think most of the time the melee mids, first few levels, they do come out quite a bit ahead.
Bottom lane, Miro.
The Ghost.
He just gets run down by the two of them. Celery. Getting the power of the Ghost there from the jungle.
No hesitation. They saw Antares leave the lane for just a quick second. They make that aggro move. Nice. CK, this hero is very scary. He's able to get off to a good start like this. Very difficult to pressure him.
I mean, it is a lane here. Top lane. Tofu. They're going to lose him. I mean, Ace should be fine. Both safe lanes getting involved in a bit of positive action for each side of the map. And which can absolutely continue. This bottom lane as well, you know, Miro and Antares on the Sky, on this Ray team, not the highest of armor heroes, right? So if Gaimin Gladiators, Dracio is able to start getting his hands on them, running them down in those sort of situations, definitely high kill potential.
It does feel like this is probably one of the cooler pairings in particular, just because that Chen sometimes can be a little weak the first few levels. CK is just unbelievably strong the first few levels, so a cool pairing that they're making work out here. And yeah, he got the Ghost. Yeah. Which is one of the best creeps it feels like you can probably get here.
Absolutely, yeah. 9 Pandas, they've got to be careful with their positioning down here.
Yeah.
If they step forward and Gaimin Gladiators see the chance to start making a move, they'll get the kills. Trying to make a go themselves onto Duracio, but he's got 10 stick.
Yeah, and he's got the second point in Chaos Strike. He just goes for full sustain in this lane.
Yeah, he can tank throughout this all.
Yep, big damage.
Back up.
Usually you do see the 1-1-1 skill build, but that just says a lot about how he feels about this lane, that he's just going to be able to sit here.
Overall, though, incredibly even on the CS right now across the board. Top lane, getting a good shot back here to push Solo back towards the two of them. Should manage to finish him off. A couple more quills from Ace. They got it. Dopa takes him down. Ramses indeed fighting for the trade. A few tower hits coming in onto Ace as well. Means that Ramses might just be able to clean up the two of them. He's got the stick charges.
Should
the
have
spray stacks are adding up. But Ramses is able to fight through them, take him down. Double kill for the safe lane Weaver.
Got a nice connection with the Swarm there onto them. Very good versus the Bristleback early on, and as he can be a pretty low armor hero, a lot of these strength heroes early do lack that. So full armor, Ramsey's able to get some nice kills.
Absolutely, huge for him there on that lane, getting that especially the solo XP on that last one as well. It's going to mean that he's going to get accelerated level 6. Once he has that, I mean, as we said already from the draft, it's not easy to lock down this Weaver. No. They have a stun or two, the CK maybe into the Kunkka setup, but outside of that, you're not silencing him. Ramses is going to be able to time lapse pretty much every time.
Yeah, and every single time too. It's like when these heroes, when the 5 position dies, he just brings a full Falcon Blade out of Ramsey, so this lane for the Weaver looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, very hard to bully him out of it now.
Bottom, aggression, Miro.
See if they can chase him down under the tower. It's getting close to tier 1. Duracio and Celery, they don't care. They'll still take him out.
That's through the chainmail, the ring of protection and everything too. He's trying to get a little bit to protect
he really
himself,
is.
But this time, it's not the Ghost, it's the Harpy Stormcrafter, so a bit more of that magical damage that comes through to bring him down too.
Now for sure, Celery making great use of these early neutral creep that he's grabbing.
Yeah, and there's not really anything a hero like Skywrath can actually do to prevent this. You don't have a stun or anything that give this kind of meaningless slow in particular right now.
They're bringing Solo over.
They're bringing Solo. This is a good move.
Very much necessary. Gaimin Gladiators getting a little bit too much out of this bottom lane. Solo, he turns up to help try and shut it down, as they should, slowly but surely, find the CK. It's 9 Pandas. They'll look to do their best here to rectify the situation down bottom. And they can make these moves. They know Ramsey's up top as a Weaver. He's under no sort of threat. Takes a bit of damage, but stick charges are there. He's perfectly fine. He can be left on his own. Gives him that solo XP to get towards that 6 as quickly as he can.
Yeah, this is a really cool rotation because it's going to have a double effect now too, right? Solo, he's going to play around mid. Quinn, of course, wants to be able to get a rune. So he's going to perhaps be able to just prevent that as well as making that move bottom. So really heads up play there from Solo. I like that move a lot.
See if we get anything explosive here on the power runes. It's just going to be a regen rune here for Quinn.
But he gets the rune, right? So he gets a little bit lucky with that spawn there, even though the rotation's coming out. But things sticking pretty damn even. 3 to 4 gold as well. The Weaver just a bit ahead because of those kills he was able to get. And he's getting really good levels since he's just completely isolated top with the tree moving around. So Ramsey's on top of these cores.
Yeah.
Early Javelin.
We'll see how active he is indeed, because of course he's got these other 2 cores that are going to end up being rather greedy. You know, Kiyotaka, of course, going the Midas route as the OD. Talking about Kiyotaka, he's getting gone up on the mid lane. Tofu is able to block off his escape. As the TP's coming in from 9 Pandas, not quite quickly enough to be able to do anything in return and save Kiyotaka's. He goes down.
The one thing I do have definitely worries about the OD, even though it's that matchup, of course, versus the Kunkka to be able to save and stuff like that. The Muerta's annoying. Anytime when you're playing versus silences as OD, it is very, very debilitating. So we'll have to keep eyes on that whenever they're able to get on top of Kiyotaka.
Yeah, and as I was sort of saying, you feel like having this Weaver semi-carry, it's going to provide enough for 9 Pandas to fight through that portion of the game, you know, where your off-lane Wraith King's trying to get his Radiance, where your mid-lane OD's trying to farm with the Midas.
It might be difficult, honestly, because just running into the wall that you feel like Gaming's going to build up with a Chen, it could be difficult for a hero like Weaver to push them off of these towers, right?
Bottom lane. This time around, they won't be successful. Mira able to step back.
My concern really for 9 Pandas is when the group up starts to hit, right? Because they've gone for a pretty greedy route with these triple cores. So when the push starts hitting, who's going to be the one to stop them? And Solo, pretty much soloed by Celery there in the Chen.
Yeah, tough to offer it up a little bit with a nicely angled dead shot, but indeed Celery making a lot of work happen here.
He's level 6.
I mean, he's 3-0-1, been completely crushing it on this Chen performance so far. This bottom area of the map, I don't know if you want to go down here as 9 Pandas. This Chen, he's going to handle you.
The tempo they can set with these type of early levels, taking towers and stuff like that. 9 Pandas, they really don't have deep push at all. They have no way to clear creep waves or anything. They have to fight for it.
I mean, they're just storming across the map here. Gaimin Gladiators, they head back over towards the mid. They've got the combo set up on towards Kiyotaka. Boat comes crashing in onto him and Solo.
Hello.
They take Kiyotaka out again. Solo's going to fall. The Torrent catches him. I mean, there's only so much Antares can do. He better start running himself. Gets hit by a huge Tidebringer down to half his HP.
There's a dead shot. Tofu can't line it up, though.
But still, these couple of kills starting to bump up the lead now for Gaimin Gladiators. 3K advantage. I mean, as I say, that the greed that you're going to see from the mid OD and the offlane Wraith King, it could be sort of on track to be punished pretty hard with how good this start of the game's now beginning to go for Gaimin Gladiators.
It truly is the definition of speed versus greed, it feels like. And right now, Gaming, I mean, the 3 lanes, now they're starting to look really good with these 2 moves. Even though the Weaver's having that good game, we'll see how much he's going to be able to do to prevent these pushes. They're going to start coming quickly, especially with how good of a game Celery's having. He's going to have Solar Crest pretty much done. Yeah. So the group up, they're taking up these towers. They're going to have to bring numbers on the side of the
They're going to have to bring Ramses quite early as well. As soon as he has this Maelstrom done, he's got to consider turning up to these fights. And it's not going to be easy to do. Whilst they can't really catch him super easily, he's not going to have a lot of HP to work with when he's turning up with the Maelstrom alone. The damage, these Tidebringer hits as we've seen already from Quinn. Get caught in a combo, you will still die very, very easily as this Weaver early on.
And honestly, it's not the most type of disables, but it is there. Like, if they get the X on him, he's just probably dead. They have the follow-up that will be there from the Muerta, potentially from the CK if he's there too, so.
It's a lot. I mean, sure, Kiyotaka has the Astral maybe to save someone or something, but it's not going to be enough to save them all.
No. And these next few moments, probably these next 8 minutes or so are going to be a bit concerning for sure for 9 Pandas, unless Ramses is able to make some magic happen.
Yep.
He's got the Maelstrom done, so he is very farmed, but look at the farm of Miero. I think this is the least farmed I've seen him be able to be on this Wraith King. He's below the Chen.
I mean, I guess you always expect some sort of struggle when you're playing the hero that got first picked in the draft, right?
True.
Gaimin Gladiators, they had the whole draft to approach that. See bottom, Teraccio. He was able to finish this one off.
Should be able to.
The Celery helping out there with the drag back of the Wild Wing Ripper, continuing to go beyond and above here with his Chen performance.
And the levels for the supports continue to struggle on the side of 9 Pandas. Celery now level 7.
Yep.
Solo's only level 4.
Ramses.
He's trying to get involved. He's going to be a little cautious. He has a haste, trying to push the limits.
Going to start teasing around with him a little bit. Him and Solo down here. I mean, Celery's not easy to get. Ramses is going to try and start farming some of Celery's army that he has.
Okay, but you can't really commit for a kill. Hand of God is at the ready.
It's a bit awkward.
Yeah. And in the meanwhile, too, Ace, he's just been freely sitting on those Ancients, so look at his net worth. He just skyrocketed to the top, clearing all the stacks that they've been prepping. So already a 6K lead very quickly now for Gaimin Gladiators. And they're ready to fight. Like, they are not afraid to take any of these battles at the moment.
In terms of the farm for 9 Pandas, obviously the Midas was finally done on Kiyotaka.
Okay.
But it's still going to be quite some time before Miro can really begin to build up towards that Radiance.
They have no team fight whatsoever on 9 Pandas, especially with the fact that the supports in particular are so under level. The tree is kind of their biggest team fight. So yeah, they're just going to have to farm to kind of recover. The Gaming, they're getting so much more out of the map at the moment.
They're on the hunt. They know if they get any sort of grab, they're getting a kill.
And he uses the Astral. There's an opening. He doesn't even have boots, so he's very slow.
I mean, he's playing careful. He's backing away from the lane. After using that Astral. Quinn, he's hunting behind the tier 1.
Ramses was able to scout it at least and break that smoke. They're
still going for it. I mean, look at Teraccio. He's up here in this part of this area of the map looking for the catch. He gets to drag back with the Rift. I mean, Ramses, see if he can do anything to sort of dissuade them from chasing down Kiyotaka. But Diracho continuing to go for this one. Won't be able to get any further control onto the OD. So Kiyotaka will survive.
But they get the tower. They zone them away from that tower. Celery just takes it by himself. Yeah. Meanwhile, bottom though, Miro, he's finally getting a little bit of breathing room. He's getting some pressure onto bottom as well.
That was super aggressive stuff here from Gaimin Gladiators. Yes. You don't usually see the position 1 being in that position at 12 minutes in.
And Tofu actually just makes his way bottom, and he's going to be the one to try to save this tower down here. It's tough for them to dive onto him versus the calling, too.
I mean, they can't even go on him on his own at this point. 2 of them against the 1 of them. It doesn't matter. They can't dive in. Ace turns up, and at that point, this lane, it's a complete area that, once again, 9 Pandas don't want to be. They've got to back off and get away from this Bristle. Ace, pretty untouchable at this stage with the farm that he has.
My God, and the farm is just, it's growing and growing and growing from 6 now up to 8K. It's only 12 minutes in. Kiyotaka.
Astral's been used. Ooh, very nice little tumblers there. That'll get him out of that spot of bowler.
They find a kill here.
Mystic Flare coming in pretty hard here down on towards Tofu, but not enough damage. Headshot on point. Goes in from Ace. They'll be able to chase this out. And Tara's maybe looking for a deny to the Ancients. He won't get it. Quinn in with the Tidebringer. Another kill to be found for Gaimin Gladiators. 9 Pandas. The struggle, it's very real here, folks.
Yeah, you're seeing just the full split up. One team is playing completely as a unit. The other team, they don't want to play as a unit because they have a Wraith King, OD, and a Weaver. They kind of have to play split up, but they're getting run down. Gaming's finding them.
They're looking for Miro now.
Look at Ace. He's just running through the tower to try to find him.
He's going to make it away.
Nice done.
Quinn not quite able to catch vision on him.
But another tower to drop.
I mean, they don't care. You know, at this point anyway, you know, how much do you really get for killing this Wraith King Miro? He's not worth a lot. With how little he's found in this early game, they'll take the tower instead. A tier 1's gone. They continue to take over more and more of this map, Gaimin Gladiators.
And they're even going to be able to deny away a Wisdom Rune, perhaps, as well. So they're going to be able to claim double Wisdom Rune. They're hitting every single timing perfectly. I think FB was saying on panel, it's like, what, around like the 16 to 17 minutes is when we've been seeing Aghanim, Shard, Arcane's Vanguard. Ace is set perfectly up for this.
Top lane.
Ramses
and I should get the stun on him. The Silence as well has come in, but he has got the backup. Solo leads forward over towards Diracho. Diracho's going to get healed, but not enough. They take down the CK.
And they'll be able to get the Wisdom Rune off of that kill, too. Pretty huge. And very needed. Tofu still lingering in the area. They might be able to get him, too. No, don't want to die.
Underneath the tier 1. They don't want to push their luck. You know, settling for that CK kill, taking down to Diracho. Absolutely content with that one. They don't want to try for anything else. It's something.
It's something. Something needed. But they need a whole lot of time. Ramsey is still getting stalked a little bit here. Tofu, he's got the calling. Does he have the angle?
He certainly does. Is it enough, though? It is.
Quite. Almost.
I mean, Ace is charging in at the 2 supports here, and Tara's caught in the goo. I've got the Astral as Kiyotaka will turn up to help out.
Do they have enough? The bug will connect.
They're considering it. They have the Ancient Seal down upon him. Dead shot once again. I mean, Tofu every single time pushing them perfectly away from any of his cores that start to be close to feeling any sort of pressure. Tofu with the save.
The rest of Gaming's coming over. Kiyotaka. Quinn, he's got the X on him.
And Diracho. He's just coming in with the wraparound as well. He's ready to fight. He's looking for them to get the setup onto Kiyotaka, and they will. The Silence is there into the rift. An easy kill to be found once again here for Gladiators.
0-3-0 for the last pick OD so far. They have his number completely. They are setting tempo. They're just, it's every time you see, what, 3, 4, 5 heroes of Gaming making the rotations. Roche could be the next option. They're set up around here. They've got the Solar Crest, and they're pinging it out.
Yeah, I mean, they know there's no chance that 9 Pandas are going to consider heading over to this part.
Yeah, looks at Quinn. He's going to make the way bottom. Doesn't want to lose his tower just yet, but the rest of the team, they're going to start that Roche.
Oh, for sure, yeah, Quinn doesn't need to be there.
Nope, they can do it as 3 pretty easily.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
We'll be able to finish that one off in no time. No way the 9 Pandas can contest. They need so much more time with this draft with these 3 independent cores who are just still so slowed down. Miro, again, he's still bottom. He's still just tied with the Chen, tied with the support. It's Gaming.
Now Ramsey's getting his full offensive finish first. The Mion is done.
Oh.
So going all in on that.
Antares has the Midas queued up as well, too. So they're feeling like they need a lot of time.
I mean, it's the only way they get back in this game. If they can keep it going, they're not going to be turning any of the fights right now. They've just got to try and hope that they can stall and make this lineup work out in the long run.
How can they stall, though, with almost no way to defend these towers early on? Antares, he's getting surrounded.
Rest in peace.
Goodbye, my friend.
Many pieces.
And now this tower also, they've got the tree armor at least to delay for a little bit, but Chen's up here, mid.
Tofu, he's got his ASOS stun, he's looking for the setup, gets the dead shot pushback, Solo had to drop the ult to try and hold back Tofu. Another Tumblr's toy does get Kiyotaka out of the combo. They'll settle for Solo. Tofu and Ace running him down. Axe is there.
Kiyotaka.
Him and Duracho, he's actually found Kiyotaka over the tier 2. Sweeps over from their side of the map, takes out the OD. It's getting pretty messy, this one, folks.
It is super messy. I mean, Ramsey's already getting to the point of cutting waves. He's like, I cut mid-wave so you guys can't take the tower, but I couldn't get the whole wave. Top tower, dying solo to Celery while all these rotations happen. There's no space. Nothing's happening for 9 Pandas.
It's got to be tough for 9 Pandas in this sort of situation. You said we were starting to see it early. I mean, they kind of were going for it with their draft, but it really does feel like the team play, it's not there. Everybody has to sort of just play for themselves and hope for the best in this kind of game if you die.
It really does feel like 3 independent cores and then the 2 supports are kind of just left on their own. Ramses!
He's going to find him! The ASOS is there. He might not get the kill, but still just irritating for Ramses that his TP gets cancelled.
He's going to have to go for the long walk back, and he's still low HP, so brutal for Ramses. 12k lead. It just continues to grow. It really just feels like Gaming is doing pretty much anything that they want on the map, and Taka has to be so careful when he uses these Astrals.
And again, now with the force stun, he's got extra ways to break away from the attempts.
But you can see they have no way to stop pushes. They have
to run.
OD push.
They have to just let their towers fall, as there's nothing they can do on the defensive, and nothing they could do on the offensive, and nothing they could do at all right now. 12k behind. Combo setups here from Quinn. Comes with the ancient seal. It doesn't matter. Still hey, get the drag back in time.
Tofu got Ramses.
He did.
He found him. He kept chasing him. Oh boy, I mean this
is one of the rougher ones we've seen on out here on the main stage of the Road to International playoffs.
And the timing is
I don't know what they do on 9 Pandas at this point.
I mean, you gotta wait for get Rams Radiance on Miro and then look to fight, but the game might just end before that.
I think it might end very, very shortly. As they get their drag back onto Kiyotaka, dying under the tier 4s. They're just 18 minutes in.
A beatdown. This is what they wanted with the Chen, and everything is working for them.
I mean, that's the thing. If you're 9 Pandas, what are you saying has got to go in the next game? Are you taking out a Chen? are you considering that sort of banning against Seto? Because Seto, he did help crush that early game.
You've got a whole lot of things to fix, I believe.
Yep.
Going into that next game. This one, what do they do?
Well,
Radiance is done. All right,
it's done.
They got to try right now.
This feels like my pops. You know, you're losing the base, but your offlane Wraith. He's like, I've got my Radiance. It's rough.
Ramses caught by the stun.
I mean, he's got his Radiance, but
he just dies in a second. And dies in another second.
All right.
All right, we're on to the next one.
This was a quick one. Pre-20 minutes by looks, but 19 minutes in, Ramses gets dragged back into the torrent. I think they might want to end the pain. And then
I think
GG installed 19 minutes and a half in Gaming Gladiators.
Wow.
Well,
yeah.
Well, okay.
All right, be careful how greedy you go, I guess.
They won't be doing this again.
No. I mean, 3 independent cores, no way to defend towers whatsoever. And then those lanes, I mean, Celery, you have to give him a lot of the credit in this one.
Coming in on the Chen.
The Chen just actually took over in seconds. He won bottom, goes mid, takes towers, and things just got out of control. Pre-10 minutes, it felt like.
They have to do something completely different. They cannot do this again. They cannot, at least not against Gaimin Gladiators.
Not against
Gaimin Gladiators as a team, you know, with the success they've had. Yeah, they've seen teams try and do this before, try and outgreed them. They'll just run you over when they're ready and able to play this sort of lineup. Celery 3-0-10 on his Chen.
Impeccable.
And just the way they were so in tune with themselves, something that we've seen so many times for Gaimin Gladiators throughout the season. And the fact that Duracho turning up these fights 12 minutes in, he's in the enemy's jungle.
Yeah, and they were making sure that they don't even give any slight thing up, right? They kept like TPing bottom, defending the tier 1, even though they maybe didn't have to entirely because they're dominating the whole map. They gave literally no space to 9 Pandas this day.
Very, very scary performance from Gaimin Gladiators. 9 Pandas. I mean, even so, the last pick, you know, that came out, it just didn't do anything at all, right? There's this OD from Kiyotaka. On paper, maybe there would have been the chance, but I guess he probably didn't account for the game finishing in less than 20 minutes.
Nope, way too greedy, right? That's what it can come down to when you're playing versus some of these teams. We're seeing more and more teams take advantage of the greed. I think we perhaps could see a trend coming into this tournament.
Which is good. You know, we've had enough of these Midases. So many coming out, but finally, we're certainly seeing that a team like Gaimin Gladiators, they've had enough of that. They shut it down pre-20 minutes here in this game 1. Gaimin Gladiators to take the first game of this best of 3.
Can someone tell Gaimin Gladiators that we are in the entertainment business and we like the games to be back and forth and even and maybe a little bit longer than 19 minutes? Oh my gosh, I mean, we talked about domination for some series in the past, but I think this game right here, Fear, I can't curse at the moment, but this is a very one-sided ordeal. That's very, very diplomatically correct there.
It was very one-sided indeed.
Yes.
I think this is 3 games in a row, I hate to harp on it, where Kiyotaka gets last pick of the game. And he tries something experimental with this OD. It doesn't work out, and I think it's been exposed by Gaimin Gladiators. These top teams, they won't allow you to bully the mid laner, because by the time you do come online as a mid lane, or to bully the enemy mid laner, supports come, they come gank you, and of course the story wasn't just that, the bottom lane as well. This CK with the Celery Chen was making all types of space. The only thing that was really going well for 9Pandas this game was that top lane and the Weaver having a game.
I mean, we talked about the tempo that Gaimin was going to bring out, especially around that 15 to 20 minutes when the Chen would be online, when the Bristleback would be online, and what that would spell for 9Pandas. But we also didn't account for the complete destruction of the mid lane. I mean, if there is a team in Dota that knows how to play around its mid laner, how to enable its mid laner, how to secure every single rune for it, it is Gaimin Gladiators. And they completely took over the game after those Muerta and Chen rotations to mid. It just felt like 9Pandas were not quick enough on their reactions, and the OD just didn't have a game because of that.
It feels really bad for the guy who's in charge of the highlights for this game. There's like not many things to do because, you know, maybe we've seen 2 of them. Kind of a hard one. Prior to this game, 9Pandas, they were the one having the record for the shortest game of the tournament, and when they played against Entity, and now they beat that record. Where's Miero on some of his signature heroes like Centaur, Dawnbreaker? I want to see something that comes online early and also handle Midas from the mid lane. We did mention it coming into this game that it might not work out. We did like the OD pick, but this kind of aggressive draft from Gaimin Gladiators that did not allow them to get to those items. Like Breaking, he didn't have any items.
It only takes a couple of things to go decently well for basically every timing that 9Pandas was going to go for. They were delayed to the point where it was just completing the snowball fear for Gaimin Gladiators, because they knew it. They just went high ground. They just, at some point, like, okay, it was minute 50 or something. That was just start pushing, see what they do. They didn't do anything. They couldn't do anything.
Yeah, this is a really bad matchup, as we've seen historically. 9Pandas versus Gaimin Gladiators, and it's because we look at Team 9Pandas here, they're a very greedy team. They like to farm. Their mid laner likes to farm. Their off laner likes to carry Wreathing. Their carry likes to play Sven and Alchemist. This team loves to farm. Gaimin Gladiators, they love to play fast. They love to build auras. They love to push. They haven't been able to do that very much this patch, but this is a prime example. If you get too greedy, they'll go back and they'll remember the old ways, and they can apply it to even this patch.
Yeah, 9Pandas got punished here real hard, and I believe somewhere out there, I don't know exactly what, but some fan of Dota 2 probably is getting punished right now by Slacks.
That's right, my friends. How we doing out there in the crowd today? Holy moly, moly, moly. This segment will probably last longer than the last game, my friends. Welcome back to the arena. It is time for a crowd vibe check. Who wants to be on camera? Anybody? Raise your hands. Oh, there we go. Crowd vibe check. How you doing after that series? That game? Sorry, series not over.
It was a great game.
For who?
I think we know.
Name 2 players on the team that won. Oh, baby! He didn't even watch it. I saw him. He was eating glizzies out there. He was eating hot dog. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Tarakio, Tofu.
Okay, well, close. How you doing, sir? What do you think about these teams?
They were both real good today. I mean, like, it's my first international, so I'm just having a good time.
Your first international. Thank you for a nice round of applause. What do you think of TI?
It's great. I definitely want to come back.
Okay, fantastic. So do I, my friend. We'll see if it happens after these interviews. Fantastic. Hello, anybody else? Oh, we got glow sticks over here. Hello. The Tomb Raiders. How are we all doing? You brought your own glow sticks. Very hype. What is your name?
Virginia.
Okay. You like the old Dota?
I do.
Favorite hero? Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous.
Rubik.
Rubik.
My nails like Rubik.
Nails on Rubik. Zoom in. Nails. Show them up. Oh, yeah. Those are nice nails. Fantastic.
Shaky.
No, don't shake. Don't worry. I have that effect on humans. Yeah, they are all afraid. What do you think about that series? Game.
One game.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. I'm thankful to Celery for ending that quickly, because I'm hungry.
Wow. Now, we saw before that game started, he was like in a meditative state. What do you think about that?
He's a deep and sophisticated man. I went for a long walk with him last night, and, I peered into his soul. And, it checks out.
What the hell are you talking about, then?
There's a Ferris wheel and the pier and everything. It was a beautiful night.
It was so great talking to you. Thank you. So please don't hurt anyone. Thank you so much. You're wonderful. All right, how we doing? Whoa! What a pier! This guy's watching the stream. What the hell are you doing? Yo, you need to shut that up. Ramses is playing. You got to be careful, okay? Don't shut that stream off, pal. Look at it. He's watching us, watching him on the private stream. All right, there go those viewers. Cringe. Sorry, guys. All right, hand up. Oh, my God. I recognize these guys. All right, let me take this. I got a tale to tell you. First off, can I please get a shot of this? I don't know what's going on here. Mr. Myron, please. There's just boxes with dollar bills and apparently a romantic sitcom. I don't know what the hell is going on over here. All right, gentlemen, real quick, these are a 5-man turbo team. You guys only play turbo, correct?
Yeah, we are the second best North America turbo team.
Wow, you talk really slow for a turbo.
The echo is throwing me off.
Okay. All right, one question. We got to go back to the boys. Chances that we are going to see an Alchemist this game. Go, Turbo Man.
10%. 10%, at
Wow,
least.
that was-
10%.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We're definitely going to see an Alchemist this one, guys. Thank you so much, everybody. Are we ready for game 2? Wow, I hope they're already up there in their little fortress high up above us. The peons down here. Take it back, Queen Seaver and Fear in your fortress. Goodbye.
Thank you, Slacks. Oh, the energy is good here in Seattle. I know that on the side of 9 Pandas, they will need some of that energy to force out a third game because game 1 was really rough. And I don't have any good ways. We're going to highlight how rough that was because we wanted to show the duality of Kiyotaka, Effie. We have... this is the guy to watch on this team.
Yeah.
This guy is going to go far. We just need him to be stable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to feel like maybe nerves are getting to him because Kiyotaka is one of those players who either 1v10 goes insanely... You can't even explain how good he can be on his Tinkers, on his Shakers, on his Linas, the way that he just completely carries his team on his shoulders. You either get that, or you get this Arc Warden that's 1, 9, and 2. You get this OD of today, this OD of yesterday. Like, this team is so dependent on Kiyotaka having an entry point to it to be able to scale into that late game, to be able to do anything. And they just haven't been able to provide that for him. Maybe he's choking, maybe the drafting is going wrong, but there is something here that needs to be addressed, or they're just out of this tournament.
And something that needs to be addressed as well is that that graphic might have been slightly outdated because we have the previous performance he just had on OD 050. That is actually his worst performance so far. So this is 9 Pandas with their backs against the wall. They are on the edge of elimination.
I always say to my team when we're in one game of elimination that we should just play Dota, focus on the game, don't think about the result. It doesn't matter, win or lose. We should just show our best game and trust each other and to have fun. This is a very important thing, to have fun from the game. If you have fun, you don't think about the result. What happened after game doesn't matter. you should be in the moment and focus on it.
Wise words from Solo. Him and Ramses have played, this is their fourth international appearance together, and they have done that. They have focused on the Noun. They have gotten very far as well. Now with them, they've got 3 first timers with them, so they've got some words to share, words of wisdom, I hope, here, that will put them in the right mindset. But I want to actually focus a little bit about the Dota, because I feel like we mentioned it earlier, the styles of these 2 teams are just complete opposites, with Gaimin coming out as the clear winner. How much do you think 9 Pandas can change their style mid-series, mid-tournament?
Yeah, I don't even know if I have enough time to describe this one, but I think 9 Pandas may be the most figured out team in the tournament right now, because they have a clear style of what they want to play, but it's very difficult for them to pull it off right now because they're banning it. I really think Ramses is the glue for this team to make everything work, but they're targeting his hero pool so well, and if Ramses can't play these Sven, Alchemist type heroes, and they're still going to rely on Kiyotaka to play these ODs, greedy type heroes, it's going to be very difficult for them. I think they definitely have to make sure Kiyotaka has a good lane, but Ramses has to be active as well. He normally has to play a stun as well to complement Kiyotaka's hero pool, and Miro, he's a bit greedy as well, so how can they control all this without Ramses having a good game and being able to participate early on?
To add on to that, I really think that if Gaimin Gladiators play like they did in that first game, in the second, they're gonna have to draft support heroes that can rotate to this mid lane. Because if you're letting your mid laner die over and over again, you're not able to get any of the runes, there's no way for you to be able to play onto the side lanes. So maybe some Tidehunters or Primal Beasts for Miro potentially, so that your supports can just leave you there for a while and preemptively play around that mid lane. Because what we saw last game is they were TPing in after the Muerta had already come in, after the Chen had already wrapped around the creeps. They TP'd in one by one and it just wasn't enough.
Something that Solo mentioned is have fun, and some of the best heroes to have fun in Dota is these heroes with the stuns, like some heroes that come on early, some heroes that do get involved instead farming for like 15 minutes, going for Hand of Midas. I want to see less greed from 9 Pandas. I know that they can play very aggressive Eastern European style Dota, and want to see that in game 2, because this might be the end of them.
Yeah, and Eastern Europe was always remembered as the region.
Full Davai.
Full go, full fighting, full aggression, and yeah, Fear, do you think that's the route they'll take? Because again, it would be changing their strat.
I think they're going to go out doing what they've been doing the whole year.
Yeah.
I think Solo, he's an old school captain as well. Like, he's probably has lots of regrets of changing things up and losing. And like a lot of captains at this point, like if they want to lose their way. And I think this is how it's going to be for this series as well. I just think they need to figure out like what are they going to do with Ramses if they're going to allow Kiyotaka to do this. How are their supports going to play this game? Maybe focus entirely on helping your mid lane this game, and you can still pick greedy. That's been the issue of the last 3 games for me. Kiyotaka has been shut down.
And the thing is, they're figured out, but they've done new things today and yesterday, like with the OD, that just haven't worked out. So it might be even better to just turn it back down, not to just go back to the Earth Spirit mid, the Earthshaker mid, the Kunkka mid, something stable so that you don't even have to siphon that many resources to them.
I mean, that's probably why when we saw game number 1, we were surprised to see 9 Pandas going for a second pick. Because that's not what people normally choose. People choose first pick or Radiant. But if you know that it's all in the balance on Kiyotaka having a good game, then second pick is what you're going to go for. And that will be the case for our upcoming draft as well. And speaking of drafts, is right around the corner.
9 Pandas versus Gaimin Gladiators. Game 2.
10 seconds remaining.
Here we go, 9 Pandas, Gaimin Gladiators, game 2 of this elimination series. So extra pressure on 9 Pandas. Once again, Gaimin Gladiators on the Radiant side with first pick, because 9 Pandas with their priority went for second pick, which means they want that overall last pick, which means all eggs in the basket of Kiyotaka, but maybe this time they can set him up a little bit better. And I'm saying that, and I realize that looking at the draft so far, we have the exact same scenario. So the question is going to be, when are the decisions going to change? When is the draft going to change? Because previous game, Gaimin Gladiators, Undying, Invoker, and they rounded out their bans with Ancient Apparition, whereas Nine Pandas, they again started with Dazzle Enchantress banned, and the other two they banned out previous game were Brewmaster and Phoenix. So shaking it up is needed. The question is where? It's not here, apparently.
Not here, yeah.
I mean, I definitely think like in this situation, opening a bolt drafts are fine, especially for Nine Pandas. I love their opening. It just comes down to the end, and I think you just have to have a realization that Quinn is, in general, just a player you can't crush mid. He has a very specific hero pool. He's played against all the cheese in the world on USC server that he can manage the thousands of Huskars, Vipers. He knows how to play these matchups. You're not going to crush him. And on top of it, this is a competitive environment. The supports are so good. So I agree with Effie here. Like maybe put these ODs, Tinkers on the shelf. Just pick something that can make rotations. Rely on Ramses and Miro to just carry the game for you in a situation like this. Take the back seat.
And looking at Nine Pandas, what they've been playing with and winning with, it's just been the Earthshaker and the Earth Spirit and the Lina from that mid lane. Maybe just being able to get something like that early on would simplify so much for them.
Yeah, it's time to switch things up, I think, and at least this is going in the good direction because we've seen the second best Turbo team in the crowd, first best on the stage right now, 19-minute game from Gaimin Gladiators. So even though I agree with Fear, what he's saying about the captainship from Solo, I think it's time to, adapt to the situation that you're in.
Or maybe just take it back a few notches. No more ODs, right? Just get those Tidehunters, get the stable team fight, right? If you can take these early team fights versus a team like Gaimin that always plays tempo, if you can secure a Treant for yourself, an ET for yourself, a Phoenix for yourself, anything that can win those early fights for you, you can actually build a pathway to the late game for your team without losing too much.
For sure, and does that mean Bristleback's coming out? Because I think there's a lot of mind games right now when it comes to these first 7 bans, right? And AA has generally been an answer to the Bristleback, which they will now leave in the pool. We'll see if Miro will pick that up for himself or if they have a different idea. But Primal Beast, he does have a break, technically, so maybe this is a hero that can potentially deal with it, or at least has an answer.
Gaimin Gladiators, they've exclusively played Primal Beast from the offlane at the TI, so most likely gonna be there. And again, you gotta be careful about these Necrophosses. Every single time I see this Treant Protector, I'm like, okay, this is a good laning support, but in terms of damage, you're gonna lack some of the damage because all he does is provide a little bit of global healing, good team fight later on, some scouting if he's having a good time picking up that 15-minute shard, but when it comes down to dealing damage, if he's paired up with another support who can't rotate, you're gonna struggle.
They're leaving it very open what kind of strategy they want to go for here, though, which is most likely the point. Gaimin Gladiators also doesn't know if Nine Pandas is going to try to go the same route in terms of greed or not, and picking up that Treant Protector. Treant Protector is a hero that fits into a lot of different styles of Dota 2.
I mean, it's the most contested hero of this road to TI, and for good reason, right? It's good on lane. It helps you go into the late game with the living armor. It provides you that extra durability for your heroes, and it gives you a BKB piercing teamfight ultimate. So it just ticks too many boxes right now. It's easy to build around. But I want to talk about this Primal Beast that Gaimin Gladiators took after they banned the AA. They easily had a route to take this Bristleback, but I think they've also identified that Nine Pandas need some kind of ease of execution, ease of teamfight, which they usually do with one of 2 heroes. It's either the Primal Beast or the Tidehunter for Nine Pandas that enables that from Nero. And by taking this away, they solve the Bristleback that they've left in the pool. So this is next level mind games from Gaimin.
Potentially, they could go for the Bristleback themselves because Terraccio, he loves to play the hero, and they already played it once against the Beastcoast. So you might have these beefy boys. This might be like, oh, all right, Quinn doesn't play Primal Beast, so most likely that's going to be Ace's hero. And then you surprise them again with the Bristleback and go for this early base timing.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I think a lot of respect was given to this Weaver. We saw last game, they banned the Sven, they banned the Alchemist. This time they're like, you know what, we'll leave the Sven in the pool. We're well aware you can play it. That Weaver, it actually did a lot of work last game. Like, it owned the top lane. It's just unfortunately, things happened in the mid lane, things happened in the bottom lane, and you're just a Weaver at the end of the day. But they realize that if Ramses gets this hero, he's going to do well in this lane, and he actually can make a lot of space for Kiyotaka, and that kind of shows that Gaimin also believes that 9 Pandas isn't going to change their playstyle up. They're going to play the same type of way. We'll have to see here what this ban and pick is going to be.
Yeah. And Phoenix is still in the pool. I'm shocked to see it make it this way through, but that would be a great pickup for 9 Pandas at any point if they want to. It gives them that extra team fight on top of the synergy with the Train Protector. But that early game team fight is what's going to enable them to enter that late game that they thrive in.
Or they could ban the Phoenix and take the Bristle themselves, something like that. There's a hero that's still in the pool, still very strong. And I think Phoenix and A, if I'm not wrong, have been the 2 heroes that have been like the most troublesome for like this Bristleback hero.
All right, I like this a lot. You have Grimstroke who can easily rotate. This is going to be Antares hero who can, like, you need to have some kind of a combo, not necessarily, but you have heroes that can jump in. Big fan of Dawnbreaker because this is going to be the lane. It's a killer lane, and also having that little bit of oomph, having some global presence, because I don't want to see him play Raid King again.
And the Soulbind versus Primal Beast is a nuisance, right?
Always
the leash
good.
makes it so that he can't onslaught away. It makes it so that he's slowed down and can't get maximum efficiency from his trample.
No reserve time on Gaimin Gladiators. They're really thinking about what they want to pick up here, and it's going to be the Morta. Still open, right? We saw Tofu play it, Drachio can play it. All about the flex picks.
All about the flex picks, and they need another one here as well. And the question I have is, what makes a good Chen game? Because we saw Celery own on it previous game.
No pressure whatsoever. He was playing into Raid King and Scarlet Mage. They've seen the matchup. Scarlet Mage has 0 armor, so you get on top of him. He can't really push you back. Raid King's damage early on is very limited, so one of the better Chen games to start with. You know that you're going to be able to secure the lane. You have a strong laner with the CK, so that allows you to just, leave him alone, go for these 6-8 minute rotations to the mid lane, and that's exactly what they did.
And the Phoenix comes out, which just went through the pool. I mean, I understand why 9 Pandas wanted to prioritize the Grim if they wanted playmaking from a hero like Dawnbreaker, like Lacoste mentioned, but this Phoenix for Gaimin gives them so much draft integrity right now. It gives them things they were lacking, right? Another strong side laner, it gives them team fight, it gives them a cover for the Primal Beast with the Sunray, with the Supernova, and it gives them a way to disrupt Train Protector's team fight. It's a really great counter initiation versus Train Protector's Shard into Overgrowth.
Definitely is, and the Doom response, like, normally I would say Phoenix used to be good versus Doom for the heal, but now that you can no longer heal while doomed, this is going to be an interesting response. It fits the MO of 9 Pandas. You want to be a little greedy, get that farm running. I could see it working. It's a bit annoying to pick carry heroes against this because buying Satanic just kind of feels bad against this hero, and Satanic is such a great item right now. But you are leaving yourself open here, where I think Morta is a pretty decent hero against the Doom and laning stage. As long as you just get your ulti off, you're going to do a lot. You can now, and no surprise here, 9 Pandas, if they're going to go out, they're going to go out their way, and they're going to take the Sven no matter what. If it's the pool, not particularly good at hitting the egg, right? Even against Morta, if you get your ulti off, not a really fun matchup. You pierce armor too, but this is just 9 Panda style.
And having the Sven, like you mentioned before, Fear, it just gives them that stunner, that kind of playmaking from the carry so that Kiyotaka can go for one of his win condition heroes. But we didn't mention the double Doom, right? Grimstroke plus Doom is one of the oldest Grim combos in the game, and we haven't seen Doom be that popular recently, but if you can get this off, it can totally turn the tides of any team fight.
At least they made a switch. I mean, Doom on the greedier side, but still Grimstroke, Sven. Sven comes online super fast. We still don't know where this Virtus is gonna go. Most likely gonna be position 4 paired up with the Primal Beast because it's a super strong lane. And there it is, Terrorblade. In terms of damage that they can output to this Terrorblade, it's not that great, but there's a new item in the game, Revenant's Brooch, which makes this matchup in Sven's favor, because Sven farms much faster than Terrorblade, and if you take like 2 good team fights, you're gonna have an extra item, which does allow you to pierce through all of his high armor, and just like, because we did some testing during Riyadh Masters, and this is just, insane amount of damage compared if you buy like, some right-click damage compared to magical damage that Revenant Brooch is.
Yeah, if you you can get to that phase, you can actually kill the TB if he doesn't get BKB off. There's a lot of ifs though.
Yes.
But if you can hit him, that will be the highest damage thing. But the biggest issue though is why the TB is still good here. We talked about maybe Morta just pressing R and being able to man fight the Doom. Terrorblade does something similar. As long as he gets his meta off, he doesn't care as much if he gets doomed. It's still always annoying to get doomed, of course, because you can't heal. But this could be a good hero for that, just to start the man fights, the Phoenix behind him. Generally, Sven, there is an answer with the Reverend's Brooch in the ultra late game. Kind of helps, but it's still a TB favored matchup. It's looking great this game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this TV's lane and the dive potential that 9Pandas have, and it does look pretty scary because I don't think Phoenix is that solid of a hero at protecting his carry early on in those first few levels. Once he gets, 3 points in Fire Spirits and Egg, then he's a great anti-dive hero. But if you're talking about this Doom with an Inkswell on him, with the Max Scorched Earth and the Living Armor from Trait Protector, there's a lot of potential for them to just run at this TV over and over in the lane. So that is the stage of the game that 9Pandas should seek to punish this pick.
Is there a possibility they put the Phoenix on position 4 and pick a new 5? Maybe grab a Chen with a Purge Creep or something like that to potentially deal with this?
Then where does your Muerta go?
That is very true. I don't think they're going to play Muerta anywhere else. You could play Muerta potentially in the safe lane, just a dead shot away, the Doom running at you. But I agree with you. If they put Phoenix in the safe lane, they have nothing to stop this Doom just running at you, Scorch Earth and Inkswell, and that is a problem.
They probably need some kind of Kunkka type hero that can just TP in and protect the Terrorblade from these dives we talk about, because this is the play that you do as a Doom versus a Terrorblade, especially when you have Inkswell. They need something that TPs in early, something that's not dependent on level 6. I mean, the Kunkka and Puck get banned out, rightfully so.
I like Earthshaker a lot because he can be the one rotating. You have this instant stun, something that they don't have. And it's another hero. I mean, you might struggle against, struggle against Doom, struggle against this Grimstroke with the leash mechanic, but they go with something that we did mention early on because Bristleback is still open. So this is off-lane Bristle, mid Primal Beast. Quinn didn't play it yet, so maybe they thought, okay, he's not gonna play it, but in the end, Quinn is gonna bang it out.
That's a good OD game, guys.
You stop that. You stop that right there. I mean, the Primal Beast does a good job at doing what we mentioned, right? Which is TPing in and protecting the Terrorblade.
Okay, there we go.
That's what we want.
Let's go.
That's aggression. And tempo.
There we go.
One.
Thank goodness, because if that OD had come out, woo, that would have been a way to go out here at this road to TI.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what we talked about. We want to see Kiyotaka not play something so greedy, not have to just play catch-up. This time, he's going to be active. He's going to make things happen on the map. They made the appropriate switch-up. Ramsey, he's going to be the hard carry of the game. Unfortunately, he is versus the Terrorblade, but you have Miro, you have the Grimstroke combination. I'm actually liking this 9-Panda draft quite a lot.
And you've got the Inkswell on the Spearbreaker too, one of the best Inkswell carrier in the game. And you have all of this dive potential coming out. You have a way to match Primal Beast's rotation with the Spearbreaker. I mean, it's looking really good for 9Pandas draft-wise.
I'll tell you what, this is not going to be a 20-minute game. 9Pandas, they did make the adjustments that were necessary, but still favoring Gaimin Gladiators because they're going to hit really early timing. You have this Primal Beast plus Bristleback, a combo that usually you don't see, and these two heroes can buy a lot of time just for Terrorblade to get enough farm.
Oh, I can't wait to see this matchup. I can't wait to see Kiyotaka pop off, potentially on the Spearbreaker, but let's see what Coach CY has to say about that one.
That's exactly what was on my mind. A Spearbreaker mid coming out last pick. CY, is this something you would have done? Is it something you were surprised by?
I mean, there might be a world where we also play it, but we were a little surprised, to be honest, because I didn't see that he played it at all in officials or pubs. So sometimes it's a bit of a surprise, but like Kiyotaka is kind of like, he will just wing whatever he wants, I feel like. So yeah, I'm not surprised at the same time.
It's an elimination game, you gotta lay it on the line. Much like, I'm sure, much of the Dota community, I've kind of been trying to get a handle on these first phase bans, and also your team as well. I remember Quinn talking about it, that the patch dropped, the draft system has changed. Something that interested me a lot is that you guys seem to be targeting a lot of comfort against your opponents in the first phase. In your seeding game against Talon, you were constantly taking out Templar. Against EG earlier today, you were constantly taking out Kunkka. And here, constantly taking out Undying. Is this how you guys are trying to get a handle on the drafting phase in this new Dota patch?
Yeah, I mean, we have tried different things now in the new patch, I feel like. So we always try to see how it feels and like, does it feel right to do in the draft and in the games itself? Because you have a lot of bans first and then you have kind of few for the mid phase, 1 or 2, and then only you have again on the last picks, which are a bit different. But yeah, so we're just trying some different things, see how it works. For now, it's fine, so can't complain.
Let's see if it brings you to success in this game number 2 as we pass it to the casters.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, looking forward to this game 2 here between 9 Pandas and Gaimin Gladiators. Vog, one thing for sure, as we heard from the panel, this should be a longer game, and it's definitely a game where the draft of 9 Pandas, at least with the way they closed it up, we were starting to be a bit concerned when the first call came out as a Doom.
Sure.
It was like, are they going to go this Greed route again? They didn't overall.
They did not.
They get this Spirit Breaker to finish things off. Something that we haven't seen too much, if at all, from Kiyotaka. Do you think he's going to be able to pull it off?
I like that I'm just seeing him play more playmaking. I'm fine with him playing sometimes these greedy heroes, but when you're having 3 greedy cores, I have some concerns for sure versus some of these early tempo teams like Gaimin Gladiators. So definitely a much better approach coming out from 9 Pandas, and we should have a much more exciting game that does not end at 20 minutes. So let's see what we do get off here. Dyrachyo playing his super comfortable Terrorblade, but Ramsey's also playing his super comfortable Sven, so we should be in for a treat. And yeah, we do have 2 kind of different mids in a little bit, right? Quinn not really playing the Primal Beast as much. It is, yes, a mid hero, but he doesn't play it that much. And then the same thing as they said for Kiyotaka. He doesn't play the Spirit Breaker much mid. So a little bit of interesting stuff coming up between the 2 of them there. And do you remember which one wins the charge? If he onslaughts him as the other one's charging, who wins?
That's going to be the Breaker, surely.
We'll see it for sure. But pretty sure it's the Breaker. But I could be wrong.
See, 3 bounty runes.
3 bounty runes.
Start things off for 9 Pandas.
Yep. Definitely
the bit of a pick-me-up that they needed after that rough game 1.
Yeah, and I'm looking at bottom in particular that they can get a bit more aggressive this time around. I don't think that's going to be the case where they just get run over by something like a Phoenix and a Terrorblade. The Phoenix can be a little bit weaker, and they have a very aggressive dual lane down here. And Tara is already, he wants to get aggressive right off the bat here. Block the creep wave so that it gets on the tower. Dyrachyo, he's going to try to block and mimic, so it's not under the tower, but looks like it will anyway. So a little bit of mind games, but it's exactly what 9 Pandas want to be able to do so that it puts the lane in a position where they can go for those dive plays with the Scorcher, the Inkswell that was talked about earlier.
And where do you sort of place Sven right now as a carry? Obviously a carry that, yeah, had quite the patch, but began to fell a bit out of favor with the changes. Still potential with this hero?
Yeah, definitely still potential, but does feel like there has been a lot more solutions that have been found. And my biggest real concern that I have for 9 Pandas, they have a much better well-rounded draft, but who's going to hit the Aggie? So, and Sven is definitely one of those heroes.
It's not easy.
He can really suffer in a lot of situations when you're playing versus those big ultimates. Back in the day, it used to be like the Enigma. That was a very common one to have this BKB answer for the Sven. Phoenix is a big problem for Sven if they're not able to delete him at the start or get some information. So
yeah, and with the Phoenix being in the hands of Celery, who had quite the stellar game 1, definitely can expect to see big things coming out from him here once again in game 2. See how well he can secure this lane for Dyrachyo up against the 2 of them. So last time round in that Chen CK situation, it was a very comfortable spot for Dyrachyo to start his game.
Yep. So far, it's looking a bit like that. The levels, once level 2 and stuff comes out, that's when this Grim and this Doom can usually take advantage, but that's on paper. We'll see what Celery's going to be able to do to protect Dyrachyo, because so far, Dyrachyo is getting that free farm. Looking at mid, Quinn getting a little bit more than that Spirit Breaker, too. He's getting those denies. He started with Uproar right off the bat, so just a bit of that base damage advantage. Definitely seeing it already. 10-6 to the 6-2. Significant.
Definitely a chance that will continue to stay in his favor. This early advantage. I mean, in terms of support movements, might be hard for both to just leave their side lanes.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we'll see too many rotations early on here. Maybe we do see that Trim protective rotation that we saw from earlier from Solo, but he does have a Sven in his lane, so probably doesn't want to leave him too early on.
Once again on the bottom lane, sort of a similar situation in the last 2v2 that we had from these 2 teams down there. Not a lot of armor on 9 Pandas, 2 heroes, right? So if the opportunity arises for Dyrachyo to pop that Metamorphosis and chase them down, there could definitely be early kill potential if we don't see 9 Pandas.
I mean, Antares might just be dead. Okay, he's got the TP.
All right.
Should be all right.
He'll be okay.
But look, immediately, they have to be very careful of their positioning because they didn't take advantage of level 1.
Quinn!
Solo kill! Uh-oh.
I mean,
he just quickly TP's back. He's going to be back out there quick. Look at, he's missing a lot, too. He's missing...
Full wave,
it's almost like a double wave.
It's
2 range creeps, 3 melee creeps that he's missing. Uh-oh.
Not the start you want there as Kiyotaka. He had a rough mid-performance last game.
Okay, he gets the 1 range creep XP, but Quinn now, he's got a full level advantage over the Spirit Breaker. That is massive, and so far, TB is absolutely free farming bottom, so not able to apply the pressure with the first 2 levels with the Scorched Earth and Inkswell.
Sure, and that's something that you kind of need to be doing with these 2 heroes when you draft them for the lane.
You definitely want to be trying to apply pressure if there's a Phoenix in the lane, and they're going to go for it here.
And they're trying to dive the tower.
Yeah, it's on both,
It's a bit risky. Maybe they can get Celery. No, the dive's up. Celery's away. They won't, they won't dive themselves.
They're trying to keep the aggro up, popping the glyph as well too.
Can they still go for this?
Solo is making the move down, so it's very similar to last time. Here they come.
They should get their Azure here. The Inkswell setup comes in.
They do.
Take him down. See if Tofu can help find anything in return. Gets the dead shot over towards Antares. But Solo and Miro, they'll turn towards Tofu, ready to continue the dive. Fairy Fire from Antares keeps him alive for now. Stick charges from Tofu. Won't save him. He still ticks out.
Wait, Quinn's here.
He turns up.
Okay, does get a cleanup kill. Won't be able to find more. A good aggressive move. Things that you can tell that they need to do that, right? They're probably like, we got to start pressuring this TB because he's just free farming in the lane. Doom getting slowed down a little bit there. They do push forward and get it.
I mean, we'll see if they can continue from that. I mean, as you mentioned in the last game, we also had that similar movement from Solo. He got the kill, they got that successful move, but everything went downhill from there. Top
Ace.
They'll be able to punish Ace by the looks of it. The 2 of them.
Nice kill.
Solo back towards the top lane.
Great moves. Re-establishing these lanes. And nicely done. Anytime, especially if meta is on cooldown too, they want to try to take advantage and go for those dives. So a very good glyph usage and good job bringing Solo down.
That slows them down a little bit.
Yeah.
In the lanes here, Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, they can constantly go for those aggressive plays onto Dyrachyo. As you're seeing, you're gonna be able to see that all the time. Celery might actually put probably gonna get that point in Sunray at level 4.
Still
grab on me. He's already level 6.
Against this level 4 Spirit Breaker. They've got the silence. Is Kiyotaka able to charge out? Gets it off, but he doesn't get any distance as Quinn takes him out once again.
That is really concerning. A Spirit Breaker off to a very, very slow start versus these tanky heroes versus a Bristle and a Primal Beast.
I guess on the plus side, at least he's not on an OD in this situation. That would hurt more. Still not great, but...
He's level 4. Quinn is approaching 7. He's level 5. We'll give him 5 because he's about to be it. But it's like a 2-level advantage right now just because of Quinn's performance right now in mid.
Yeah, they're just crushing this area of the map. Not a safe place for Kiyotaka to be in. Not an easy place for him to come back to and try and recover.
That means Quinn's going to also get the 6-minute power rune. Nope, it's going to spawn top. So at the least there for 9 Pandas. Quinn doesn't get it. And they do have this ward bottom. I like this ward that they placed on the side of 9 Pandas because they know that Quinn's going to be very active.
Yeah,
they'll see his rotation. Yeah, they should be all right.
Gladiators will probably catch that and start to be aware that 9 Pandas have that sort of setup for the information.
Up top again, DD.
They're going on Ace. They'll get him again.
Nicely done.
Good early kills here for Ramses to get involved in and making sure that this Bristle does not quickly get out of control. CS is still very good for Ace, but these kills that he's given up definitely to the favor of Ramses.
Yep, Solo definitely being the one to kind of balance things out a little bit for his team.
He's doing a lot.
He's part of all 4 kills. Everywhere he's gone so far, it's been successful for him. So, and he's even going to go in. He's going to scout the stacks because, as we saw, this is pretty much what they do every single time. These Bristlebacks and everything.
I mean, he wants the Wisdom Rune, but
can't get it.
He won't be able to go over there in time. Scan hits as well. Knows someone's up there. Tofu, he'll be the one to grab it.
At least he scouts. Quinn, he'll get himself away. But the tree is coming over, but they don't have the damage between the 3 of them.
I mean, if anything, Quinn could maybe turn towards Solo, and he will. He's got trampling, and he'll look for the chance to try and go for the aggression on towards him. Charge across from Kiyotaka, holds Quinn back.
Down bottom. Should be all right.
Under the tier 1. Won't quite be able to chase him, even with the damage coming out from the Metamorphosis.
And Antares will be able to claim his Wisdom Rune. Much closer, of course, as we said, than that last game. This mid is definitely...
But Quinn...
This is going to be one of those concerns. How much Quinn is going to be able to do?
They're going to set up with the hold of the ultimate into the silence and the trample. And they've got him once again. It just takes the +1 here for Quinn. Tofu joining forces with him once more to take down Kiyotaka.
Is, of course, with these rotations, though, that happens from Tofu, Ramses is definitely feeling quite good on the side of 9 Pandas. He's pretty much got this free lane up here. He's got his Mask of Madness. You can imagine there's going to be some stacks that are being formed for him as well, too. I say that, but I'm actually seeing Quinn about to walk in.
Over.
He's going to take the stacks. Oh, and that's a juicy one.
And they can't do anything about it.
They can't.
Even if they try and go for him, He's too tanky, but he's got a haste rune in the ball. If anyone started to threaten them, they don't even get the chance to. Immediately takes them out.
He says thank you very much. So
Top lane.
back in one more top.
Well, actually moving over towards the mid here with his charge for a key attack on towards Ace. This time the dead shot Tofu. Excellently aimed. It doesn't matter. Ramsey's still able to step back in, finish Ace off. More kills for Ramsey. You know, at the least they're
taking
Ace.
the stack. Another one.
They certainly are. Antares will try and see what he can do here from the side, but Quinn, he's got this haste rune. He's easily out of there.
They got a charge.
They're going to, well, looks of it, sell for celery. They have the charge forward onto the Phoenix. This will allow Quinn to continue to create the distance.
Oh, they missed the stroke.
I mean, they've got to still get him, surely. They will. Blood grenades are out. It's a bit sloppy, but the kill's a kill.
But they lost all of their stacks. They have 2 big creeps left, but they pretty much lost absolutely everything. At the least, though, Ramses, he's getting enabled by kills, right?
He is.
So
you know,
it does hurt to lose your stacks, but...
Yeah, 3 kills picked up so far for him. It's something.
Yeah, let's see if maybe is 9pandas going to be able to go into the other side and maybe steal some stacks? Probably not. It's
I don't
going
think
to go
so.
in.
I think Gaimin Gladiators should be able to clear their triangle whenever they wish.
Ace is probably going to go do those right now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, needs a bit of a boost after those few deaths that he has had in this early game. Ace, this will pretty much recover that.
Yeah, he'll probably be tied up with that Primal Beast pretty much off of those stacks, so pretty much fully recovered here.
And they're on the move. They're looking for Ramses now. Quinn, Tofu, and Celery with the smoke, heading up towards that top half of the map. They want to find the Sven.
Level 6 on Celery. This egg, as we said, it's devastating for a hero like Sven early on. I mean, all throughout the game, of course. Yeah, they seem to know exactly where he is. Tofu, can he get the angle?
Oh, smoke dispels.
They see him.
Ramses, he's not aware.
He's in trouble.
And there's going to be no chance of getting over to help out, surely. There's a TP coming in.
Way too much damage.
You can't stop this from happening.
Quinn is a real problem with the start that he's been given. He is absolutely massive.
And then the difference right now growing between the 2 mids. Pretty incredible. Almost 2,000 gold difference just 10 minutes in between Quinn and key attacker.
And the one thing also always we have to say, when it's a Terrorblade versus a hero like something like Sven that doesn't have illusions, Sven always has to show himself when he's farming. TB's just going to send illusions, get natural farm. So a lot harder to always hunt Duracho when this type of game state is happening. And they have ways to defend towers. They still have egg.
Key attacker making his way down here, but they're ready to fight.
Oh, yeah.
That is, they've got the 4 of them. Quinn, he's ready to start things off, go straight over towards Miro. They'll turn with the ult, they've got the soul bind down to the 2 of them. Silence as well. Double Doom will be there.
But is it going to be
Quinn's
enough?
perfectly fine. The Supernova, they can't hit the egg. They've got to run. They've got to split here, 9pandas. Key attacker, he doesn't make it away. Duracho takes him down. Miro tries with the TB, but Stellary finds him.
And Solo, he's likely going to get chased too. Quinn's got a charge.
They've got the burn. As Solo, he'll try and run. Pigpole as well here. As he's in on top of him, the dead shot comes through. It's 3 kills for Gaimin Gladiators as 9pandas attempt completely shut down.
And the thing is too, they did connect with their combos, but it came a little late. That bit of calling that did disrupt the initial Doom there, I mean, probably doesn't even matter anyway. As we saw the egg Celery, it just devastates absolutely everybody. Nobody can hit it, and that's going to be reoccurring in this game, as we said. There's not really any way to hit this egg.
Yeah, what do they do about the Phoenix? I mean, if anything, they've just got to hope the next time round they get one of these 2 Dooms on the Phoenix.
Exactly. They need to get either a jump or a control onto him before those fights, but so far, difficult to do so.
So yeah, Celery's positioning is always going to be on top form.
And the supports, again, just like last time on the side of gaming, they're out of control. Level 7, almost level 8 on Celery, Tofu 8, and the supports on 9pandas. Solo, still level 5. So not even overgrowth there for the fight to have people at least held down a little longer.
Things are starting to speed up.
Very quickly. And Ace during the whole time too, farmed those stacks, right? So he's all the way enabled. Ramses, kind of the only one on 9pandas who's having that good game right now. He's got his work cut out for him.
They're going to attempt to smoke. That's both sides coming in.
Okay, I mean, I feel like that's the best way to get
They want to kill Ace again.
The game.
You know, so far the game plan has been just kill this Bristleback.
And they should have him again.
They will once more.
But here comes the squad.
Oh, indeed. Here comes the revenge attempt from Gaimin Gladiators, and they'll turn up. Antara's on the retreat, but Quinn will go forward. Got the illusion rune as well. Still gets holding by the overgrowth.
Quinn's kind of alone.
They get the angle, they get the soul bind out.
Just kidding.
He's still able to stand his ground over the ult. Quinn grabs Ramsey, slams him into the ground. They're having to head back under the tier 2. There's nothing else that 9pandas can throw back at Gaimin Gladiators.
They don't quite have the damage to bring down Ramses, but Quinn definitely too tanky for him to actually commit onto there. Zones him back. But they get Ace again. But the thing is, you know, Dyrachyo, he's the real carry, and he's getting all the space in the world, while Ramses is getting pressured a little bit and has to show up to help out his allies. Now tower top, likely to fall, and Egg is back on cool, back up, so.
No, for sure. Anytime that ult's up and available, I don't think 9 Pandas can go looking for a fight into this.
Unless they can scout him and get him right away. They have to kill him right at the start of the fights. And the Midas, it's online.
It's going to take time, though. Not as much time as 9 Pandas would have needed with their last game's draft to get things going.
No, at least now they have ways to like clear a wave. They have actual ways to fight. That last game just very quickly spiraled out of control, and they're versus Sven, or versus Chen. So that hero always accelerates things a lot more if you do fall behind early.
Dire are
Gaimin Gladiators definitely feels that they're the luxury to approach this mid-game how they wish. You know, they can sit back as long as their Terrorblade Dyrachyo's hitting creeps. I think they're going to be happy.
And they're actually the ones who, they're getting more and more of those stacks at the ready. I was literally looking and I'm like, I really want them to get a ton of stacks for Ramses. I think they have to enable him as much as possible at this point, because I'm just watching Ace get away with murder. He's farming like 8 stacks at a time, it feels like.
Yeah, that's the thing, that they could kill him, but they can't stop him from farming.
No.
Ace is still going to have the impact that he'd hoped for as a Bristle.
He's actually staying ahead of a Doom with a Midas. So that says a lot about how much they're able to set him up for that farm. Now, bottom tower, Dyrachyo. He's got backup.
And Quinn, he's looking for the catch. He's going to set up here towards Antares. Opens up with the grab.
Nicely done. And they're actually contesting, looking for
They've still got a fair bit of time with the Metamorphosis up on Dyrachyo, so can look to push for more. Ramses is turned up, but he's got strength. It's about to come to an end.
He cannot get that stone down here. Got a couple creep waves, but that's just about it. 10-7.
Just about, what, 500 gold off from having the Aghanims done on Ace.
Quinn getting closer and closer to his heart. I mean, they're getting very quick item timings across the board here on gaming. And for 9 Pandas, it's a guess they're getting farmed, but you do have to remember, it's a Doom with a Midas and a Spirit Breaker with a Midas. So that's inflated net worth that doesn't actually help you too much to be able to fight back into those 5v5s.
Yeah, they just can't fight back right now. They need a perfect setup of these double Dooms. And even when we saw it come through last time, it wasn't enough. It has to be the right 2 heroes.
They have to find this Phoenix somehow in a lot of these fights. I mean, they'll have the way to scout in a lot of situations because they will have the tree shard that's going to be coming out in the next few minutes, but they have to get the connection.
Tofu. Catch the 2 of them with the silence. And they'll have no interest in fighting here, 9 Pandas. There's a charge coming through, but do they really want to try for this?
He's going to commit it.
He's going to connect onto Tofu, but the ult's already out. To stop to any further attempts from 9 Pandas to chase for that one, they'll walk away.
Would have been suicide if they committed. Ace just got his axe delivered, so good on them to back away.
is under attack. Dire
With the axe done, it's definitely a tougher target to try and threaten.
I mean, it really is going to be up to how much 9 Pandas is going to get with Ramses, because it's literally going to be Octarine Midas on the 2 other cores. So it's literally all about the farm. So it's interesting to see how it all kicks up when literally, if you look on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, no one's going greedy. They're going for all the very aggressive items here.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, it's going to be longer than 19 minutes, but if Gaimin Gladiators win another team fight, they could be knocking on the doors on the tier 3s and 9 Pandas pretty shortly.
Oh, absolutely.
They can definitely speed things up, as you say, with their build and really start to push for the further objectives.
Taking Roche is always going to be on the menu for them too, right? Because they have Bristleback and they have Terrorblade. They have hard physical damage with minus armor, so if they do see opportunities where things are too slowed down, they also can do that. And looking at the itemization, you know, they're like, okay, Spirit Breaker, this hero can be a bit annoying. I'm already seeing the Yules coming up. They've got one finished up on Tofu. I believe Celery's about to have his finished too.
Close.
So they're getting this itemization, not only just versus the Spirit Breaker, but versus the Inkswell as well too, right? It is a pretty damn good solution in a lot of situations.
And Ramses stepping up, but he has a lot of backup. It's 9 Pandas, they're smoked up, they're ready to go. Soulbind into double doom once again. They're going to try and focus Ace. Ramses puts the beacon, goes towards the grab there. Quinn grabs Ramses and slams him out of the game. They will kill Ace. They've lost the 2 of them, but Quinn is ready to try and clean up more response as he goes for it, takes Mira down. Key attacker will manage to escape. I mean, 9 Pandas able to get something out of that double doom, getting the 2 kills off the back of it, but they do lose heroes themselves, and it's the 2 cores on their side.
Yeah, and Diracho actually doesn't even, I mean, he is not in the fight or anything. He doesn't even have to walk up and pop meta. So, yeah, you're seeing the damage that comes out there from that Phoenix and from the Bristle. At least Ramses gets a kill, but he dies at the end of it. So Diracho is going to be able to get that accelerated farm while that Sven is dead for the next few moments. Things just continue to go in the favor of Gaming. The Phoenix also just always have to keep talking about, because now he's getting closer and closer towards level 12. He's got a Philosopher's Stone. His scaling is a problem for the side of 9 Pandas.
Bottom lane, Diracho. He's going to be able to help out and look towards taking down poor old Antares here. Metamorphosis from Diracho, the control from Tofu. Kill to be found.
Quite a bit tankier than expected there with the living armor, of course, but still does get brought down.
See if they can go anything more at Gaimin Gladiators.
And that was an arcane rune, actually, so that meta is going to be up a lot faster here. So.
I don't know if you want to fight this 9 Pandas. They're hovering around their tier 2 tower, but Gaimin Gladiators, they're set up to dive.
Yeah, they have no doom it already. 20 seconds. Power's dropping.
They've got to let this one go. Fortification comes out. Ramses watching from the high ground.
It's pressure on multiple fronts. Look, Quinn and Celery, they're set up on mid for Miro while they're pushing bottom.
He just opens up straight away on a Miro. Goes into the tier 2. The burn of the Sunray bringing Miro down low. Can he get up the high ground? He can't. Tofu shoots him down.
Gaming's just, they're just punishing the greed. And Ramses.
He's getting chased down by Ace.
He's just gone.
Going to save him, dying under his own tier 3.
It's happening again, Owen. They're going to knock on the doors. It's 19 minutes. Quinn, well, able to get away, but look at bottom. They're forcing the glyph already.
I mean, well, what do you do? If you're 9 Pandas, once again having to deal with Gaimin Gladiators in your base pre-20 minutes.
There's a heart on Quinn. Heart Blade Mill, it's 19 minutes in. They can just probably keep going. 20 seconds still in the Sven. They've got their combo. Can they land the big dooms?
They're going to try.
Instant Yules from Celery.
And at that point, you have to just back off. They're already in with the grab. They've just caught Key Attacker. He's dead.
48 seconds.
No buyback on him.
They still have Egg at the ready, too. They can't commit into this fight on 9 Pandas. Uh-oh. This Rax.
I mean, whatever happens, they lasted longer than 20 minutes this time.
That's true.
It's something, not a lot.
Meta's back up because he had that arcane rune from earlier. Ace.
I mean, he's ready to dive.
He's killing Miro at the tier 4. Oh, my God. Well, good God. No mercy from Gaming today.
There are those tier 2s on the other lanes, though.
That's the thankful thing.
9 Pandas, you're like, it's all right, guys. We can only lose one set of racks at this point. We're still got the tier 2s in the other lane, so
I'm sure that's not what they're saying.
And it's an elimination game.
Yeah, they got to stick in it. But my God, damage truly being done. The greed, it's just not working. The Octarine, the Midases, it's just getting full punish. They even have Philosopher Stones on the Spirit Breaker.
The Gladiators punishing it
completely.
Both games.
Yep.
Both games have sort of greed this attempt. I mean, it's not necessarily a 9 Pandas thing, because in this patch, we're seeing teams across the board do it.
Yep.
It's definitely going to be a bit of a wake-up call for any teams that are going to have to face Gaimin Gladiators down the road. Because Gaimin Gladiators, they've shown very close to 2 times here that they'll shut you down completely.
Yeah, we're seeing that from quite a bit of teams. You got to be careful how greedy you do go. Kiyotaka might be able to get a setup. Can he? Nope.
He's got the Yules, he's got the Silence, he's got the dead shot. He's going to try and TP out in front of them, and he's going to get nothing to stop it. The Silence comes in. Tofu keeping it cool there, not even feeling the pressure to pop his ult. He knows he can just TP out. They can't do the damage anyway.
And Quinn, he'll be able to get the Tormentor in the meantime, too. And they're just getting absolutely everything on the map. And there's just that Rax that's going to be pushing in. I mean, Miro, Blink Dagger is getting closer and closer on the horizon, but the damage just isn't going to be there anymore, right? For 9 Pandas. Like, it's all up to Ramses to kill all of these beefy cores and deal with an egg. It just seems next to impossible at this point.
Butterfly done on Diracho.
My lord, he is massive.
That's a Shadow Blade, so maybe a chance of sneaking in on the back lines. Phoenix, but
Roche is still an option if Gaming wants to just play it very careful. I mean, I'd imagine that's probably what they want to do here with this fresh Butterfly. And very difficult for 9 Pandas to contest in that area. Versus an egg, doesn't feel like it's possible by any means. And Quinn is actually looking to make moves with Tofu, perhaps, while his team is going for that rush. And yeah, we see that win probability to be expected.
They're going to smoke up with the 3 of them, 9 Pandas. Then maybe see if they can chance a fight around the Roshan, but it's going to already be gone.
It's dead too fast.
And at this point, I don't know if they want to take a fight outside of the base. They might just have to go full retreat here.
They do put vision down. Do they want to go for this, though? I mean, they see Celery, they see 3 heroes. They're going to go for it.
Again, in with the opening, charge across as well. 2 tanky heroes. They should have a chance of taking out Celery. They've got the overgrowth as well.
Here comes
They'll take the
Ramses.
Phoenix down. They'll put the BKB in the God Strength. Look towards Duracho. Duracho has sort of settled himself into a worse situation there. He gets completely surrounded, but he has got the Aegis, so he's happy to sacrifice himself the once. They turn over towards Ace.
Oh my God, Ramses, careful.
They kill Ace off, but they're left so low. Key attackers out of the game. Ramses has to run.
Duracho with the Bro Sunder there, keeping Ace up, and look at the damage that Ace did right toward the end of it there. Almost brings down Ramses, too. Pretty decent strike there, though, the vision that 9 Pandas puts down to get the jump off.
I mean, they tried for something. It was a risky spot.
Play.
They get the jump, but it is into that Aegis, and as you say, happy to sacrifice himself on the first life. Duracho.
It's one of the few things that will always, of course, go through those, you know, anti-heals, right? The Sunder, as we always see, versus like the AAs and stuff like that. As a hit, but it's a hit where they use absolutely everything too, right? So
and now on the high ground,
they're gonna go, and they've got Egg ready. They don't have meta, so maybe they don't full push forward here with Duracho, but Ramses, careful.
It certainly has to be. So he's got this BKB still cooldown for 15 seconds.
So Ace is gonna be the one who gets that slow push going. Duracho, now he's gonna make his way over after picking up his Reaver.
They've nearly got the cooldowns back up.
Almost.
Doom's going to be back there in a second. God Strength, BKB, they'll have everything. Overgrowth, the longer one, still 20 seconds on that.
This is more difficult to set up, though, because they're prepared for it. That last one caught them a little off guard.
There we go. They Ace. Double Doom in. They're going to try and take the Bristle down first, but Ace is already out of there. They can't stay on top of him.
They just zoomed out.
They just step back. And
okay.
That's the BKB, that's the God Strength, that's the Soulbind, that's the Doom.
Everything. Everything but the Overgrowth was just used.
And they can reset and go again here, Gladiators.
Oh, yeah.
Metamorphosis for themselves, with Duracho's back up in 20.
Might even just make... they might just be able to just straight go forward. I mean, Bristol's going to reset and come back. Kiyotaka's going to try to address lanes a little bit here, but Gaming, yeah, they're ready to keep going for this push. And how do you stop it now that you've used literally everything? That is quite some building damage coming out.
And not a lot
coming from 9 Pandas.
Not a lot at all. Tier 1's still standing in a solid spot. I mean, even in that game 1, did they take a Tier 1?
I don't believe so, no. Maybe they did end up taking the bottom Tier 1, but yeah, just barely.
That was it.
They're knocking on Tier 4s. And 9 Pandas, they kind of just have to watch because they don't have their spells up.
That's the thing, Gaimin Gladiators, to know that they've kind of got nothing to throw at them.
And Ace with Boots of Travel pushes in the top wave a little bit too, rejoins his team. Meta's still halfway. Doom, 20 seconds, God Strength, it's coming back up. And they gotta just try. But
Tier 4's going down.
They just back off. They're like, okay, we got what we came for. The cooldowns are coming back up. Go for Tier 2s. Played safe.
They're not messing around here in the lower bracket, even with the lead the Gaimin Gladiators have.
Oh, and Sneaky Ward, Tofu actually makes his way up top in the meantime. In that crazy cast range, is actually able to cast it outside of vision. Charge! Instantly stopped from that
Straight
ward.
up into the air, the silence is out upon them. They'll turn, they'll get the grab immediately onto Miros. He's out of the game, so on him, no buybacks available.
And
they try and get Tofu, they don't even get him. Tofu's still alive. Finally, the charge from Kiyotaka comes in to take him down. But they cannot fight here against the remainder of Gaimin Gladiators as Ramses caught by the nasal goo. Gaimin Gladiators surrounding the Sven. Kiyotaka trying to help out with the charge across, but it's Quinn who comes crashing across the two of them. Ramses to fall, 3 dead on Gladiators.
Just such clean plays.
Only 2 on Gladiators.
Only 2 on Gladiators, but I think that little ward, right? They put a little ward from Tofu. They see the charge coming in. They stop the initiation.
They see everything.
They see absolutely everything.
It's got to hurt for Pandas.
It's just no mercy, really. Gaming continue to just keep cruising forward here.
I mean, they're trying their best to play it out, but losing fight after fight, tower after tower.
The greed just not paying off. Gaming just really knowing how to punish this completely in this series.
Oh, they really are.
Up and up to the high ground. Meta back up in 30. Doom is still available, but there's no double Doom for 8 seconds. Kiyotaka.
He's trying.
He's trying to slow them down.
He's trying to get them off the buildings, but
Lincolns now, of course, being thrown out. Quinn with his. Antares is just getting chased by illusions. Can't even get his positioning to be able to get a soul bind.
Ace nearly just straight up dying to them. They have to pop a smoke to save him.
Ace now just playing in front lines.
They've got to do something soon.
They break the Lincolns, but too scared to make the jump forward. It's Gaming just continue to play it as safe as possible.
Yeah,
they
bit of
back away
mercy given
again.
from them. They'll back off. 20k lead, 22 to 13.
And really is such careful plays coming out from Gaimin Gladiators, not wanting to give up anything. 5-0-14 so far on Quinn. Still sticking kind of in an aggressive positioning, though, even though Duracho went back. They feel confident with the 3. Oh, and they also have Ace against Boots of Travel, so they do have the 4 heroes quickly that can join in.
Yeah, very clean stuff from Quinn and Duracho this game, as you say. No deaths on Quinn, and that 1 death on Duracho, just that very early one in the laning stage where he's getting dove under the tier 1 tower. What can you do?
And I believe
outside of that, it's been perfect.
And they were saying, right, Quinn hasn't really, I don't think he played it here yet, right? So, I mean, it's a hero that he plays, but I don't think he's played it at this tournament so
It's
far.
looking pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
Especially if you consider just straight up what happened in the mid matchup.
Solo kill.
Kind of from minute 1.
And that sets a tempo for a lot of things, right? Like, if that doesn't happen, perhaps the game is very different, where Spirit Breaker's actually able to do more, because it's been a very, very quiet for very quiet series for Kiyotaka. It's all just recovery, recovery, recovery. I mean, Miero, you can see that like it's kind of desperate. He sells his Midas, buys his BKB. They're trying to find anything they can to be able to take this next upcoming fight, which could be the last one. How close on Ace's Lincolns. He's about to have it done as well, too. So double Lincolns are going to be finished up as well. Even building more and more. They're queuing them up even on the supports. Constricting 9 Pandas in the base.
Gladiators could still opt to wait that extra minute or so, look for the next Roche.
Definitely a possibility with how careful they've been. They're just controlling all the farm points. There's not really much that Ramses can go outside and get besides those Ancients right now.
Yeah, they know Panzers are getting very little lift to anything out of the map in these situations. They're trying to step out, 9 Pandas.
Now you can see how, I mean, this really is as careful as you can be. They actually have the triple Lincolns pretty much finished up now, and yeah, as we said, the support's even having those queued up soon. So ways to protect versus these double dooms, but yeah, now they're looking to hit a little bit here with that secondary one.
Is under attack.
Nice, leading the charge.
At least get them out of this triangle. Miero does get hit.
Might have to BKB. Whew. Actually able to get the blink off.
They just.
Nice. It looks to still chase. They actually get the dead shot angle onto Ramsey. As he still has popped the God Strength.
Looking to catch them off guard, I guess.
I mean, considering trying to fight, maybe if you get the Silver Edge hit onto Ace, they could open up onto something, but it's going to come to an end. Ramses can't close the gap. He's going to go in with the jump now.
Instantly Yules.
But no availability for the break, so Ace is perfectly fine.
It's a BKB
has to come
to
out
run.
from Ramses, and he has to go full retreat right now.
Oh, it's a disaster.
As 9 Pandas not finding the jump that they were trying for.
And Ramses.
He may still get caught. He's got to keep running. The Quills, the goo coming out from Ace. Solo, he attempts for a TP out. Quinn finds him immediately in the trees. Solo's out of the game, and Tara's gone as well. Both supports down.
Maybe it's just this desperation. Ramsey's trying to catch Gaming off guard, but not the case whatsoever. Gaming is absolutely prepared for it. Top rack's exposed. Buybacks have to come out.
They're going for Tofu. It's been a tricky one to find. Bash is dead, but Tofu
Another Yules.
with the Yules. Silence the dead shot. Doesn't matter. Ramses will get the kill.
But the racks.
They've been taken out. Ace Duracho on with a full push top.
The 3 tanky beasts with triple Lincolns prepared.
He's in, but was that a Doom on an illusion?
It's a Doom on an illusion.
It was a Doom on an illusion. And the Supernova's out. They can't hit it. This egg. Miro's out of the game. The base, it's in shambles. The third set of racks taken out. Mega creeps are there for Gaimin Gladiators. They're trying their best to hold on 9 Pandas, but at this point, very little that can be done to give them a chance of turning this one. As the tier 4's under threat, Quinn goes in, takes out Solo. He's out for good. Ramses tries for the stun, but the Lotus
can't even finish
ends up stunning himself. Quinn comes in with the grab.
GG.
It's all over. GG is called. Gaimin Gladiators today completely crushing 9 Pandas. Both games back-to-back, folks.
This wasn't even close today.
No.
We had, what, a little bit of an early game kind of stuff that they were getting some trades and stuff for 9 Pandas, but a very little bit. You know, they have it's a little deceptive too, because you look and they're like, oh, they're not that behind on gold. But when they're going Midas Octarine and they're still behind on gold, yeah, you can tell Gaming, they feel super comfortable. An excellent game plan. Everything ended up working out for them. And honestly, Quinn, he was unbelievable this game.
He was.
Start to finish.
You got to watch out for this Primal Beast coming out again from Quinn down the line in this tournament. 5-0-21. Absolutely crushed the mid matchup. And knew exactly what to do. Everything after that point was completely covered. And the fact, in those early moments, sure, they were killing Ace on this Bristleback, but it really didn't seem like that was any sort of issue for Gaimin Gladiators' game plan. They had the stacks prepared. Ace was able to easily catch up on any gold he was losing out on due to these deaths. It just didn't matter at all, those early kills on him.
And the time that you're spending killing Ace, Doracio's like, all right, great. I've got all the freedom in the world as a Terrorblade. Weren't able to take advantage of the Grim Doom lane besides that one time that they were able to get Doracio. Overall, Gaming today looking way too good, especially when they're able to play these tempo drafts versus the green.
Absolutely. When you see Gaming playing like this in the lower bracket, you can definitely feel that they're going to be zooming all the way through it and going pretty deep in this tournament, if not just all the way, if they can continue to bring out this consistent level of just complete crushing with these sort of games. Nine Pandas, an unfortunate series for them to go out on, right? This is a team that we've seen great stuff from, but here today against Gaimin Gladiators, it just felt like they've been completely sold by Gaimin Gladiators. They knew exactly what to do against them.
Yep, they shut down the early game, and maybe those bans, you know, Neo Tsunami was talking about them, asking CY, maybe they do have a bit of a read of how they want to deal with these teams early games. So let's see how people adjust versus Gaimin Gladiators.
Absolutely. Gaimin Gladiators, incredible performance here today as they were not slowed down at all. Two very quick games against Nine Pandas will secure Gaimin Gladiators the ability to continue moving on here in the lower bracket.
It might not have been as fast as that first game of the series, but it was just as dominant, Lacoste.
Yeah, I told you it was not going to be a 20-minute game. I mean, the way this game started, Quinn gets the first blood and just snowballs out of control. Gaimin Gladiators also a team that knows how to punish this greedy style. This has been their bread and butter, building all these auras and then just going together. Bristleback was in the pool available, so they do switch things around in the end and still get the hands on Bristle, making so many stacks. One thing I like about this team is they're so efficient. You can see them while Bristleback is farming the stacks, the rest of the team is smoked, going through the area where Bristle is farming, protecting him, and also using the scan, finding Sven, getting the kill on him. So they're just so good. Like, I think a lot of people had doubts about Gaimin Gladiators coming into TI, whether they're going to be in, you know, very competitive here, and I think they shut them down completely. Whoever thought they're not gonna be, like, this is a great example.
I mean, that break did right by them. They clearly talked about what was going wrong for them during the group stages. They had a lot of time to prep, to potentially theorycraft strategies, the way they're going to approach certain teams, and they looked incredible today. They looked like they were in the form that we've seen them all year. On top of the efficiency that Lacoste talked about, they are just always at the right place at the right time. They hit their timings, they farm aggressively. When the Terrorblade is farming aggressively, there are two supports parked on the high grounds watching out for him. You have Quinn aggressively farming the enemy jungle early on in the game, hunting for kills on the Sven, smoking with the supports, and everything went so well. And I've got to say, I am a little bit sad for Nine Pandas because I don't think we saw this team in their full potential today. I don't think we saw them in their full potential yesterday. We've seen a lot come out of them, but they had 3 TI first-timers. They had to have been nervous. This is not the Kiyotaka that we've watched and rooted for all year, but that is TI.
That is what happens, and it's the start for a lot of these players of their career, so I'm sure we haven't seen the last of them as well.
I mean, definitely not. It was definitely a rough one for Kiyotaka. You can't deny that. And I think a lot of this game did come down to the mid lane. We saw Quinn on the Primal Beast. He hasn't played it a lot. Kiyotaka, he responds to it with a Spearbreaker, dies at level 3 solo. Not something that happens very much when mid laners get solo in this patch. And that becomes a snowball effect. It bleeds in the bottom lane. Now Quinn is going bottom lane, ganking him. Ramses, who had an amazing game, by the way, both games here, then he gets ganked by Quinn. Now Quinn is just controlling the whole map, and I will give a shout out to Nine Pandas. Like, Ramses and solo, they won their lane both games really hard, and they were keeping their team into the game as much as they could, but Quinn was just unstoppable in this series. They just could not stop this Primal Beast. They could not stop him on Kunkka, and he just had a free game, and he just opened up the whole map.
At the end of the day, only one team can be the winner here of the series, and Gaimin Gladiators, they definitely prove to be the stronger one here, so they move forward, and they are the victors. And speaking of victors, Pyrion is standing by with Celery right now.
Thank you, Sheebs. I didn't know I was the victor. I appreciate that. Celery, tremendous series from you guys. It looked like you were in a hurry.
Yeah, nice and quick.
Nice and quick. The lower bracket, not familiar territory for you guys. Normally your upper bracket run. How does it change the mentality of the team when you're in the lower bracket like that?
Yeah, it definitely feels a bit worse. But the reason we're in the lower bracket is because our gameplay was not the best early on. So after we dropped to the lower, we practiced a lot, and I think we're playing way different now from the group stage. So I think we're looking a lot better now.
Looking back to your old ways. Now, before the game there, we saw you in a sort of meditative trance with your eyes closed. What's going through your mind? Are you just trying to calm yourself down, or are you psyching yourself up? What is it?
No, trying to calm myself down. It's a long day, and you're thinking a lot. So it's important that you're chill and you just do the things you normally do. You don't make mistakes out of exhaustion.
Well, I don't think you guys made a mistake in either of those games. It was a fantastic performance. How proud are you of your team?
Yeah, I'm very proud of my team. We did a really good job. We communicated really well, I think. I heard there was some funny comms they showed today with the graves. Another grave and another grave and another grave. It was really good today. I really enjoyed it.
Well, it was brilliant. It was great watching you, and congrats on the win. Back to you, Sheebs, and the panel.
Thank you very much, Celery and Pyrian. Yeah, that is something to be proud of here. It is Gaimin Gladiators that's guaranteed top 8. They get to play at the International and the Climate Pledge Arena. That is big stuff, of course. It surpasses their previous results, at least for Celery and Tofu as well. And overall, I mean, this series, you heard Celery say it, they changed up some stuff, Effie, and I don't know, it feels like they might have reinvented themselves. This is a style that we have not seen them play yet.
I wouldn't say reinvented, but rediscovered.
Rediscovered,
maybe.
sure.
Because when Gaimin were their most dominant, they looked like they did in this series, right? They were on top of every rune. They were securing their mid lane. They were stacking while also winning lanes at the same time, just farming very efficiently and then choking out the enemy, not letting the game extend very long. They've always been a very high aggression, high tempo team, a team that plays just like this too is Liquid, and it feels like they've found that identity again.
They really did. We have once again highlights that are fairly shortly caused because this game it was a repeat of well, the style of game number 1. I do want to talk a little bit about the movements we saw 9Pandas made, because at some point you are with your backs against the wall. You can't just sit and wait. Right,
yeah, they had to do something. Like, they had to be aggressive because they felt the game was getting out of control, and they used their abilities nicely. It's just that they were so far behind. Like, you have this double doom, you have explosive damage coming out from Sven, you need to use it. But the Gaimin Gladiators, they did punish it. They knew that there's no overgrowth, there is no BKBs on their cores, no God Strength, no Doom, most importantly, and also the way they itemized, just excellent. Getting those Lotus Orbs, getting those Lincoln Sphere on the heroes that usually don't buy those items, and also double Yule Scepter on the supports to be able to deal with the Spirit Breaker. Sven as well, dispelling his Warcry, setting things up for the silence. Like Tofu, he was amazing. I mean, we already talked about him and his performance on the hero. Coming into this series, both him and FY, they just really shine on Huerta.
They really do, and there's a lot of smiles on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, but every side of happiness in a match like this also has sadness to it, and that is where 9Pandas is right now. And to hear a little bit more about that side, we're heading over to Pyrian, who's standing by with Solo.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I'm here with the man himself, Dota legend Solo. Obviously very disappointed to go out in that series. That clearly wasn't how you wanted to exit the tournament. What went so wrong in those games?
First game drafts, I guess. Second game we just played bad. They play better. It's always hard to play against Gaimin Gladiators for us, and this time was even harder.
Did you feel a little unlucky bumping into them in the lower bracket? You might not have expected to have to bump into GG at this stage.
There are a lot of good teams in loser bracket this year, so it's not about luck. We just played worse, and they deserve to go further.
So what would you say, looking to the bright side of this season? Obviously, you're out of TI now, but what was the highlight for you of this year with 9Pandas?
I guess Riyadh Masters. That was our highlight. But it was a good season. I'm proud of my team. I'm proud of guys. They're very good players and very good teammates.
Fantastic. And obviously a very tough region as well, so you've done well there.